I, Doomsday, have stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. Author, Lao Lao Su. Lu Yuan was originally just a normal person, but one day he traveled through time and became the famous Doomsday in the DC universe. The Doomsday does not refer to a single monster, but a terrifying legion, coming from the technological civilization of Krypton. But Doomsday is not Superman. In fact, he is a terrible biochemical weapon invented by resurrecting the dead bodies of Kryptonians after gaining superhuman powers. Lu Yuan happened to become one of the Doomsday sons after traveling through time, and entered the core of the sun and stayed there for 100,000 years. One day Lu Yuan woke up, but when he flew back to Earth, he discovered that this was no longer the Earth of the DC universe. For some reason, he seemed to have come to marvel. Isn't this invincible? Without kryptonite, I would be a god. Volume 1 Marvel. 01. Traveling through DC and becoming the Doomsday. The universe is silent because it is a vacuum space. As we all know, sound cannot propagate in a vacuum space. But as long as there is air, there will be no problem. For example, the sun. Of course, the sun has an atmosphere. From the inside to the outside, there are photosphere, chromosphere, and corona. In addition, the temperature of the sun's atmosphere is also terrifying. After all, this is the sun. According to scientists' speculation, the surface temperature of the sun is about 5,500 degrees Celsius, while the core temperature is close to about 20 million degrees Celsius. It's scary, but in the midst of such a terrifying core of the sun, there was a person lying there, eyes closed tightly, breathing heavily. Someone is sleeping here? If anyone knew this, their jaws would probably drop. This is too incredible. The reason why I put quotation marks around the person is because the figure alone is 5 meters tall according to visual inspection. The whole body is covered with huge and strong muscles, especially the important joints such as shoulders and elbows, which are covered with glitter. The terrifying armor bone spurs with cold light and spikes, especially his appearance. The huge bloody mouth is full of sharp fangs. It doesn't look like human teeth, but more like the fangs of some ferocious beast. It looks like it can easily crush a person's bones. Not to mention looks. But who could know that he was actually a human before, an extremely ordinary person? His name is Lu Yuan. His parents gave him this name in the hope that he would have a long road ahead and live a stable life. But who would have thought that Lu Yuan would travel through time in the end? Moreover, his experience after time travel was not simple. The reason why he transformed from an ordinary person to this majestic appearance was actually because Lu Yuan became a Kryptonian after time travel. Yes, it's the Kryptonian from the DC universe. It can be said that everyone knows about the Kryptonians because Superman, known as the world's first superhero, is a Kryptonian. Superman is the first superhero to be born in almost all comics, animations, and other works. And he is a Kryptonian. When he was living on Earth, he became Superman because of the power of the yellow sun, and he possessed superhuman strength. After Lu Yuan traveled through time, he also became a Kryptonian. It's just that Lu Yuan traveled a little too early. When he traveled over, it was not the Superman era, let alone the Justice League era, but 100,000 years before the birth of the Justice League and Superman. He came to the ancient Kryptonian era, but even the Kryptonian technology of 100,000 years ago has already surpassed the current Earth. Even as early as 100,000 years ago, the Kryptonians began a crazy expansion plan to colonize the entire universe. Lu Yuan is not only one of the main people who proposed this plan, but also the main leader. Lu Yuan is even a famous general of Krypton. Among them, Lu Yuan was in charge of the troops responsible for heading to the solar system at the other end of the Milky Way. Krypton was also in the Milky Way, just opposite the two straight lines from the Earth. Of course, he knew how the sun helped and promoted Kryptonians, so he came to the solar system and gained superhuman strength after irradiating the sun's brilliance. However, just as the Kryptonian planet was expanding into the entire universe, it offended a force, or rather a person. The universe is very mysterious, and there are great gods from all over the world. Even the legendary gods in various regions of the Earth also exist, and they are also known as the gods. But this Protoss has undergone some changes recently. A group of guys called the New Protoss have driven away the old Protoss, and they have become the New Protoss, especially Darkseid, who became the God King of Apocalypse, one of the new gods, also known as the Dark Lord, when Yuga-Khan, the true God King of the new gods, was missing. This guy also has huge ambitions and wants to bring the entire universe under his control. Now the two major ethnic groups will inevitably collide. It turns out that there is a group of OA in the universe called the First Legion of the universe. There's a group of little blue men on top called the Guardians of the universe. They initially wanted to cause trouble for Krypton. As a result, a war broke out between Apocalypse and Krypton, especially when Lu Yuan came back with his own soldiers, a terrifying army of 100,000 supermen. Axing was silent. This is the battle of gods. The power of the two parties is about to break the universe, and the entire galaxy is shaking. There used to be countless civilizations in the Milky Way, but in that war, countless civilizations and planets died and were wiped out. In the end, even Darkseid came forward in person, even in his true form. It was the first time he experienced the strength of Kryptonians, and the first time he knew the existence of Superman, because at that time, Lu Yuan had already adopted the name of Superman as his own title. When Darkseid and Lu Yuan met for the first time, they understood each other that the other was their biggest threat, and they were also their strongest enemies. A final battle began. Lu Yuan's combat skills trained on Krypton greatly surprised Darkseid, and the power of Darkseid's Omega rays almost shattered Lu Yuan. After all, Darkseid had the buff bonus of the new gods. Lu Yuan still lost in the end and died in the hands of Darkseid. I thought Krypton would be destroyed. However, the technological level of Krypton was so terrible that Lu Yuan's body was used for research, and the most terrifying biological weapon in the universe was eventually developed. Day of Destruction. Lu Yuan was resurrected and gained more powerful and terrifying power. Even the light of the red sun could not make him lose his power, but would instead increase his power. Lu Yuan, who became the son of destruction, had only kryptonite as his final weakness. And because Lu Yuan has already died once, as the Doomsday, he will not die again and becomes an immortal and terrifying existence with unlimited physical strength. The power to destroy the world, the infinite physical energy that never feels tired, the super fast healing and regeneration ability, and the ability to continuously evolve and restrain the opponent according to the opponent's ability characteristics in the battle, to adapt to all environments and all enemies. He even resurrects after being killed and has evolved ways to deal with it, making it impossible to kill Doomsday in the same way twice. Lu Yuan is already invincible, including kryptonite. After his resurrection, he used kryptonite to kill himself for the first time as soon as he understood the situation. From then on, he was even immune to kryptonite's weaknesses and damage. He has become almost invincible, but precisely because he became an invincible and perfect being, the Kryptonians thought they had seen the dawn and the future. As a result, they took the corpses of Kryptonians who died in the war and had become Supermen and created the army of destruction. But only Lu Yuan unexpectedly retained his sanity, while the other Doomsdays all lost their minds. In the first moment, the 100,000 Doomsday army destroyed the army of Apocalypse, and even Darkseid was defeated by Lu Yuan alone. Darkseid's Omega rays can no longer harm Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan's fist can injure him or even kill him. At the last moment, Darkseid could only retreat and look at Lu Yuan. The two knew that they would become each other's bond. In fact, the word fetter is not originally a complimentary word. Fetters represent restrictions, obstacles, and shackles. They all understand that this bridge has been completely forged. But with Apocalypse retreating, what to do with the out-of-control Doomsday army? They, or rather they, began to turn their crazy eyes towards their hometown and compatriots behind them. No. 02. Sleeping in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. After all, Doomsday was resurrected from the dead. Just like Liu Yuan lost to Darkseid, his army was also defeated by Apocalypse, an army led by Darkseid's most elite Dark Elites. Moreover, Darkseid did not have an army of Demonoids at that time, and those who fought against Krypton were their new god warriors from Apocalypse. It was probably because of the defeat in this war that Darkseid began to develop demon-like technology. Speaking of 100,000 Supermen, they all turned into Doomsday. For a while, even Darkseid and Apocalypse had to avoid his edge. However, this extremely powerful biological weapon has a fatal flaw. That is, after rebirth, Doomsday will lose his mind. Now that Apocalypse has retreated, Doomsday's army is tireless because they already have infinite physical energy. At this time, they set their sights on Krypton, their hometown, their relatives and compatriots that they should protect even if they sacrifice their lives. At the critical moment, Liu Yuan stood up and stood alone in front of an army of 100,000 people. The war broke out again. Liu Yuan fought with his former subordinates in the most terrifying way with 100,000 soldiers at a time. Even Liu Yuan died countless times, and he tried his best to kill his former subordinates. This battle was simply more terrifying than the war with Apocalypse, and it was so brutal that people couldn't bear to mention it again. But in the end, it was Liu Yuan who protected Krypton. All 100,000 Destruction Suns were wiped out and could never be resurrected. Liu Yuan also personally used heat vision rays to confirm that every drop of Doomsday cells had been completely removed to prevent anyone from being able to resurrect such monsters and prevent them from being resurrected again. After completing all this, Liu Yuan looked in the direction of Krypton. He didn't get cheers or praise. He only saw countless eyes full of horror and fear. Liu Yuan understood. They didn't think he still retained his calm mind, and thought he was also crazy. Liu Yao smiled self-deprecatingly and left, drifting into the distance of the universe. However, when leaving, Liu Yuan still left a warning. Stop researching and creating new Doomsdays. Otherwise, Krypton will also usher in its Doomsday. This is also how the name of Doomsday was given. The Doomsday is a Doomsday that can bring an end to all civilizations. After that, Krypton not only obeyed Liu Yuan's instructions, but also defined all information about the Doomsday as taboo, not even allowing it to be mentioned, and also terminated its plans for external expansion of the universe. Since then, Krypton has entered another route. Krypton has developed the latest technology called the Code of Life, using science and technology to cultivate and give birth to new generations. This can also determine the future of the newborn based on what industry the society needs. For example, if what is needed is a warrior, children with the genes most suitable to become warriors will be born. If scientists are needed, future generations who can become scientists will be born. This is undoubtedly an improvement, but it will also end the future and ceiling of Kryptonians. Especially after generations of people have been instilled with the concept of absolutely protecting Krypton, Kryptonians will never be able to get out of Krypton. All that awaits them is destruction. However, this has nothing to do with Liu Yuan. After leaving Krypton, Liu Yuan once again crossed the universe and flew directly to the solar system. Returning to the solar system again, Liu Yuan did not look for the base left before, but went straight into the surface of the sun. Finally, he penetrated into the core of the sun, where he fell into a deep sleep. Even though he claims to have unlimited physical strength, he is actually tired and his mind needs rest. If he continues to stay awake, he will be in danger of going crazy. In this way, Liu Yuan fell asleep quietly in the core of the sun and slept for 100,000 years. A full 100,000 years have passed. Even in the vast universe, this is a long time. But it is nothing to Liu Yuan. He is already an immortal destruction sun, and he is in the core of the sun. He can feel his strength increasing every second, and his physical fitness is also improving. This will only make him get stronger and live longer. 100,000 years can be said to be a time of great changes, enough to turn the sea into a mulberry field, or the mulberry field into a sea. Krypton has also undergone earth-shaking changes, and even Krypton is about to usher in its end. At this time, in the core of the sun, Liu Yuan, who had been sleeping, suddenly slowly opened his eyes. He had been sleeping for so long that a layer of something like fossils had condensed on his eyelids. As Liu Yuan opened his eyes, two golden rays of light were projected from Liu Yuan's eyes like lasers. That's one of the abilities that almost all Kryptonians can awaken after becoming Superman, the heat vision ray. But for some reason, Liu Yuan's heat ray turned golden. He himself was surprised. Was it red before? But as he slowly sat up and looked down at his condition, he understood a little bit. I saw that Liu Yuan's whole body had been dyed golden yellow, like a shining golden man. At the same time, Liu Yuan seemed to know a lot of things secretly. Because he has stayed in the core of the sun for too long and absorbed too much power, he has automatically broken through the shackles and become a fifth-dimensional person. There is even the possibility of continuing to break through and become a sixth-dimensional person. The higher the dimensional power, the more terrifying and elusive it is. For example, the sixth dimension is already equivalent to the level of the creator god. Even the fifth dimension can rewrite reality at will, reverse past and future history, and even make the entire universe blank with just one thought. And now, Liu Yuan is like this. Just like the golden Superman from DC Millions, Superman stayed in the core of the sun for 85,000 years and became a fifth-dimensional person after coming out. Even the dead Lois can be resurrected at will and become a fifth-dimensional person together. 5 dimensions. Liu Yuan stayed for 100,000 years, more than 10,000 years more. So his power must be stronger. This sleep was so comfortable. Liu Yuan shouted and stood up from the ground. As a result, his action caused huge fluctuations in the sun, and the entire sun was shaking. Not only was the solar wind strong on the surface, but pieces of magma-like stuff spewed out, and it also triggered various solar celestial phenomena. Liu Yuan secretly smacked his tongue. He almost shattered the sun with this move. It seems that I need to pay more attention to controlling my own power in the future. But in this case, Darkseid, it's time to renew our relationship, and the bond between you and me should be untied. Liu Yuan did not forget Darkseid. But just when he was about to take off from the sun, he suddenly turned his head in the direction of the Earth in the solar system with a strange expression. He has the same abilities as Superman because he was originally a Kryptonian and later became Superman. He was resurrected as Doomsday after his death. So of course he has all the abilities that Superman has. So he received a voice with his super hearing, and it was the name of a person, none other than Tony Stark. Why is it him? Liu Yuan was surprised. Don't tell me this isn't DC. Why did I end up at Marvel? Then again, there is no kryptonite in this world. Don't I want to be invincible? In fact, he is no longer afraid of kryptonite. 03. Visit the Earth of the Marvel Universe. Tony Stark. Anyone who has read Marvel movies or comics knows that his true identity is Iron Man. Why the reference to true identity? The reason is that comics and movies are different. In the movie, Tony reveals his identity, but in the comics, he does not reveal that he is a superhero, but covers it up with an unnecessary bodyguard. This Tony Stark is not a person with the same name. Since Liu Yuan has the same abilities as Superman, it naturally includes super hearing and supervision. And at his current level, super hearing can reach every corner of the universe, and if he is willing, he can even receive the sounds of the entire universe. Supervision can also see any corner of the universe. So he has already seen Tony's location, which is in a desert on the Earth. It should be a desert. Liu Yuan saw Tony's figure. He was still just an arms dealer, promoting his company's weapons. Liu Yuan is familiar with this scene. Isn't it the plot of Iron Man 1? If this happens, something will happen soon, right? Liu Yuan knew what would happen next. After thinking about it, he flew lightly from the surface of the sun. He was worried that if he used any strength, he might destroy the sun. So be as light as possible. After flying away from the sun's solar atmosphere first, Liu Yuan accelerated his speed and was about to fly towards the Earth. The distance between the Earth and the sun, measured at the speed of light, is about 8 minutes of the speed of light. Although the speed of light is speed, light year is length. 1 light year is the distance that light travels in 1 year, so the 8-minute speed of light can also be regarded as the length of distance. In other words, it takes 8 minutes for light to travel from the sun to the Earth. But Lu Yuan only felt as if he was in a trance. He had already arrived outside the Earth's atmosphere. The distance that originally took 8 minutes at the speed of light took him only an absolute instant to complete. Such a speed could no longer be measured, unless he flies to the furthest distance in the universe at the fastest speed again. It is difficult to measure such a close distance. The current Lu Yuan is actually even more powerful than the golden Superman from the 5th dimension. So not only can he manipulate time, space, soul, real matter, etc., he is almost omniscient and omnipotent, and there is no speed limit. Can appear at any time and anywhere. And there will be infinitely many powerful abilities in the future. After all, Silver Superman originally had countless abilities, and he would even be troubled by his new abilities every day. Boom. At this moment, a loud roaring sound caught Lu Yuan's attention. I saw sudden chaos on the ground below. It was Tony who encountered a trap on the way being escorted away by the military of a certain country, and their convoy was attacked. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan rushed down without hesitation, crossing the atmosphere in an instant and reaching the ground directly. Boom. Lu Yuan caused an even more terrifying roar when he landed. His huge body was more terrifying than an armored vehicle, and he blocked Tony's armored vehicle with his body. Tony and the others in the car behind him were already stunned, looking at the tall figure stupidly. But the chaos continued, and countless people suddenly appeared around them. They held weapons and besieged the convoy. Lu Yuan was also unambiguous. 2 golden rays of light emerged from his huge and terrifying eyes, and he violently released heat rays. Then he locked the position of each person, quickly turned around, and saw everyone. All the enemies that arrived were wiped out. Even a large mountain in the distance was accidentally cut off by him and collapsed suddenly. The scene suddenly fell silent. Lu Yuan put away the heat ray and clapped his hands as if to shake off the dust. However, there is really no dust on his body. The pure gold body seems to be surrounded by some special position, and even the surrounding dust cannot be contaminated. Turning around and coming to the armored vehicle, Lu Yuan, with his 5-meter tall body, was taller than the vehicle. He grabbed the door handle and pulled it. Click. The entire car door was pulled down by him. Lu Yuan scratched his head with his other hand, but still couldn't control his strength. Inside the car, Tony and the 3 soldiers responsible for protecting him all looked at Lu Yuan with stupid expressions on their faces. They saw that he was just scratching his head, but there was a scene of sparks flying between his hands and his skin, which made them feel horrified. Devil, he is a devil. A soldier cried. His mentality collapsed, and he rushed out of the car and rushed forward without thinking. However, he forgot that this was a trap area. There was a car in front of him leading the way, but it was blown away by a mine. Now he was running around so blindly that he accidentally stepped on a landmine. Boom. In an instant, a huge impact erupted all around again. However, the soldier did not die because Lu Yuan rescued him in time at the moment the landmine detonated. Throwing it into the car, Lu Yuan said angrily, "Don't run around. How many landmines are buried around you, and you really want to die? Also, I'm not a devil. My name is Lu Yuan. I'm just an alien. That's all." He wanted to say that he was from Earth, but he didn't look like he was from Earth. Besides, he did become a Kryptonian after traveling to the DC world, so there's nothing hard to admit. Alien. Several people in the car looked at each other, especially Tony. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Lu Yuan with great interest. Are there really aliens? Even a smart man like Tony got conclusive evidence for the first time. It turned out that aliens are real. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and hummed. The universe is so vast. People on Earth haven't even walked out of the Milky Way. You haven't even explored the moon. Do you think that only the Earth has life? This is true. Earth's technology is still far from being able to explore space. It can't even go out of the solar system. The spacecraft that carries humans to space can only land on the moon at most. But this is far from enough. Our understanding of space is too limited. So the mysteries of space cannot yet be proven, and anything is possible. Since you are an alien, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? And although you have helped us, you must have some purpose, right? Tony is worthy of being one of the smartest people on Earth. It has been recognized by many people. So he was the first to calm down and immediately asked Lu Yuan many questions. Lu Yuan nodded and agreed. If I have to say it, it's not impossible. You can think that my planet and civilization have been destroyed. At least there is no Krypton in the Marvel universe, and I am an alien refugee living here. Earth. I just happened to notice the situation here, and I have also heard of your name, Tony. How about it? I saved you once, so you can help me arrange an identity. Wow, you speak English very well. Is now the time to say this. Lu Yuan shrugged. Even though I look like this, I am very smart and have super learning ability. I can learn any language as long as I hear it once. Okay, deal, but you have to promise to send me back safely. No problem. So Lu Yuan came to Earth in the Marvel universe and met Tony. 04. Lu Yuan shows off his power. No wonder the people in the car were afraid of Lu Yuan. It was really because of his appearance that they couldn't compliment him. That ferocious look was still ferocious enough even if Lu Yuan didn't deliberately scare people. That's why he is considered a devil. Lu Yuan himself also knew that his external image was not good. But what could he do? Could he still change himself back to a human appearance? Just as he was thinking this, he felt a sudden change occur in his body. The huge body began to shrink slowly, and the height of 5 meters suddenly turned into a height of 1.9 meters. His body shape has also shrunk. Although he still retains his strong muscles, he is no longer exaggerated, especially appearance. Lu Yuan's body was originally covered with a layer of terrifying bone armor, especially the sharp spikes on the edges. It was a terrifying weapon that could easily cut through even Superman's steel body. It is also a powerful armor that even Superman cannot easily break. Now they have all disappeared, as well as his skin and appearance. Lu Yuan's body is undergoing tremendous changes, from a monster to a human. Lu Yuan himself was shocked. He saw his new appearance through the mirror of the armored vehicle. He has short black hair, handsome features, black eyes, and yellow skin. Isn't this what he is? Since becoming the Doomsday, Lu Yuan thought he would never see this face again, but he didn't expect that there would be a day of recovery. Could it be that he is no longer Doomsday and has returned to Superman? No, Lu Yuan knew full well that he was still the Doomsday. This was just an external change. To put it bluntly, it's because he already has the power and realm of a fifth-dimensional person, and he changed it because of what he thought in his heart, but his external image became like this. But there is no change on the inside. He is still who he is. This scene stunned Tony and the 3 soldiers in the car. Wait a minute, put on your pants first. Tony glanced at Lu Yuan's lower body with envy and jealousy. Lu Yuan was Doomsday before. With Doomsday's huge body, he couldn't find suitable clothes. Moreover, he has stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, and no clothes can withstand it. The most important thing is that it is covered with armor, and it is nothing without clothes. But things are different now. Tony took off his suit jacket and threw it out. Lu Yuan took it and wrapped it around his waist, simply covering his body. Lu Yuan now looked like an ordinary person, but the people in the car had seen his transformation process with their own eyes and knew that he was not an ordinary person. They looked at each other in confusion and didn't know what to do next. Even Tony asked Lu Yuan, "What should we do next?" Lu Yuan raised his head, already hearing something in his ears, and said, "Someone is here again. It seems that Mr. Tony is very popular." Tony looked around and thought, is this the way he likes it? Then he would rather not. At this moment, another group of people suddenly appeared around, fully armed and rushing toward the armored vehicle. One of them actually carried an RPG and fired a rocket. RPG. The soldiers in the car still had enough fighting qualities, and they were about to take evasive actions while exclaiming. As a result, Lu Yuan took the initiative to meet him, floated up, stood in front of the armored vehicle, raised his hand, and grabbed the rocket. Because he caught it instead of blocking it, the rocket was not hit and did not explode immediately. Both parties were dumbfounded by this scene. Then he saw Lu Yuan grabbing the rocket, throwing it away and running towards the original route. There was an exclamation of surprise from the other side. Especially the guy with the RPG launcher was about to run away, but the rocket had already come back. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose and the man was gone. This is so scary. The speed of the rockets thrown by Lu Yuan is actually faster than those fired by RPG. Those people looked at each other. Shoot, kill him, the leader shouted, taking the lead and picking up his rifle and pulling the trigger. Suddenly there was gunfire all around. All the guns were pointed at Lu Yuan, who was flying in the air. The bullets were like a rain curtain, forming a hail of bullets and surrounding Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan still didn't take it seriously and flew there with his arms folded, letting the bullets tilt towards him. Only listening to ding ding dang, countless bullets fell on Lu Yuan to make a crisp sound, and because of the guns and the bullets, countless brilliant fireworks were bloomed. But after everyone had fired a bunch of bullets, they found that Lu Yuan was still flying there intact. It can't be said that there were no changes at all. His clothes, the coat that Tony gave him, were torn to pieces, and he was naked again. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Among the 3 soldiers in the car, the one responsible for driving was actually a female soldier. It's my turn to take action. Lu Yuan waited until everyone had finished their bullets before preparing to fight back. He did it on purpose, not to mention that he is now immortal on the Doomsday. Even if he has not stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, with the superhuman strength he has obtained and the superhuman body of steel, a mere bullet cannot do anything. That's why Lu Yuan deliberately flew there as a target, and only then was he ready to fight back. Flying in the air, Lu Yuan's eyes slowly lit up and suddenly shot out 2 golden rays of light, like laser eyes, which were his unique golden heat rays. The heat ray is one of the most classic skills of the Superman family. Anyone who is a Kryptonian and has obtained the power of Superman can use it, but only Lu Yuan's heat rays are golden in color. He was also red before, and almost all heat rays are red. Maybe it's because of being in the sun for 100,000 years? The heat rays were at least the speed of light, and no one could escape. As Lu Yuan locked onto everyone, heat rays that were more terrifying than lasers cut through those people easily. In the end, even the soldiers behind him and Tony couldn't stand it anymore. The female soldier turned around and started retching. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously. They were the ones who struck first, and he deliberately let them finish their attack before he counterattacked. What's more, these guys behind him are not actually in their own country in a strict sense. What kind of little white flowers are you pretending to be? Go to someone else's house and mess around, and now you're pretending? Lu Yuan didn't even bother to talk about them, and there were some things he couldn't talk about or mention. This is not Lu Yuan's relationship, but the author's relationship. Alright, Lu Yuan eliminated everyone in an instant, but when he eliminated the last person, he put away his heat ray and flew over himself. He needed some clothes, at least something to cover his body. So he took off the man's shirt and trousers, then threw him several hundred meters away. Before he landed, he turned into a ball of flames in midair and was burned to death because of his speed. This is a flame phenomenon caused by air friction. 955005 helped Tony out of danger. This is a trap, a dragnet specially laid for Tony. However, as Lu Yuan entered with force and eliminated 2 groups of enemies, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet. By the time Lu Yuan put on a pair of trousers and clothes and flew back from the front without even wearing shoes, Tony and the others were already much more honest than before. I saw with my own eyes that he was invulnerable while holding rocket grenades and had lasers in his eyes. I knew that if he were the enemy, everyone present would die. Not to mention resisting or running away. You can't escape, you can't fight. The only hope now is that Lu Yuan is not hostile and might as well be honest. What should we do now? Tony asked Lu Yuan. You said there are landmines around. Do you want to go back the way you came? No need to bother. Lu Yuan shook his head and walked straight to the armored vehicle. Several people in the car looked at him, wondering what he was going to do. As a result, they saw that Lu Yuan lifted up the entire armored vehicle with just a copy. What are you going to do? There was a sudden exclamation in the car. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. He just held up the armored vehicle with both hands and flew up as lightly as if it were nothing. It turned out that he used this method to fly directly over the trap minefield with the armored vehicle. There is no more reliable way than this, but not everyone can do it. For Lu Yuan, a mere armored vehicle was nothing. He could even carry an airplane. And the Superman family is not only powerful, but also biologically powerful. To put it simply, if you are too strong to hold up the plane, it will be like a nail poking through tofu. When there is only one point of force, the plane will only be cut into 2 parts. But the existence of the biological stance allows Superman to spread his power throughout the entire plane. So that won't happen, but he can hold up the entire plane. Now Lu Yuan is in the same situation. He is holding the entire armored vehicle in his hands as a whole. Otherwise, the weight of the armored vehicle itself will make it unbearable for the place he holds it. This is also why Superman can fly with others, and the biological stance will protect the people in his hands. Otherwise, Lois Lane would have died countless times. In this way, Lu Yuan easily carried the armored vehicle and led Tony and the others across the minefield trap in such an exaggerated way. In fact, he can use clairvoyance to find out where the traps are. After all, the world doesn't know that Superman's clairvoyance can't see through lead. But that is not necessary. Since this road is the route of a certain country's army, it is not necessary. On another route, Lu Yuan put down the car. This was already a safe area. Lu Yuan knocked on the car window. Keep going. The people in the car looked at each other. The female soldier acting as the driver subconsciously said, you fly faster. For Lu Yuan, the weight of the armored vehicle is nothing at all, so it naturally cannot affect his flying speed, and the flying speed is definitely faster than the speed of the vehicle. But Lu Yuan said dumbfounded. Then why do you need a car? A car is a means of transportation, not him. It's like although he can hold up a plane, he can't just hold it up and fly. So what's the purpose of the plane? Besides, Lu Yuan had already noticed it. There is a convoy coming here not far ahead. They must have noticed the previous battle and are here to greet you. So I can't be too exaggerated. It turns out that Lu Yuan has noticed in advance. A convoy is coming quickly. To be honest, the soldiers in the car are not important, but Tony is very important, and the military boss cannot let him fail. This guy is one of the smartest people on the planet. The weapons he designed can not only arm the army, but also make a country rich. Stark Industries stocks are among the top stocks in a certain country, and almost all employees have bought more or less stocks. Therefore, the military bosses responded quickly. Sure enough, the car continued to drive forward for a while, and a convoy came oncoming, just to meet Tony's rescue. Tony, are you okay? A black man in military uniform rushed over and asked concerned about Tony's safety. His name is James Rhodes, and he is also the famous Colonel Rhodes. The reason why he is famous is that he is not only one of Tony's few trustworthy friends, but he also once wore the Iron Man armor. It's just that Rhodes is a soldier, so his armor is not Iron Man, but a patriot. And of course he is also called a War Machine. It's actually called War Machine, but it was painted in a special color for a while, so it's called Iron Patriot. You know, like Cap's shield. Colonel Rhodes is now Tony's military advisor, specializing in handling the cooperation between Stark Industries and the military. He can even tell Tony what to do and what not to do at any time, and even monitor whether he sells weapons to the enemy. Although a certain country would do that, it was unwilling to let a businessman do it so blatantly. After all, it needed a memorial arch. Of course, there is still nothing to say about the relationship between Colonel Rhodes and Tony. Tony also hugged Colonel Rhodes excitedly. For him, the previous experience could be said to be a narrow escape. This is also true. If it were not for Lu Yuan, we all know what would happen next. Tony would be almost killed by a bomb in his own house, and shrapnel would enter the bloodstream and go to the heart. For this reason, he had to undergo surgery and use the arc reactor to protect the heart. Then he would be captured and locked up by bad guys, and he had to make the first-generation Mark armor, the Mark 1 Tinkin armor, to escape. After that comes the Iron Man plot. I don't know whether Lu Yuan's intrusion was a good thing or a bad thing. Tony was saved, and he would no longer encounter life threats, let alone stay in that cave for nearly 3 months, gain psychological growth, and even finally the classic sound of blacksmithing is also gone. Suffering a chain reaction, from this moment on, perhaps the entire Marvel world will change. Lu Yuan didn't care at all about all this. Who is he? Suddenly, the people around him turned their attention to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was wearing the clothes of his previous enemy and was still an unfamiliar face, which of course aroused vigilance and hostility. Wait a minute, he is the one who saved us. Tony quickly stood up and reassured Lu Yuan, but others are still wary. They are worried that Lu Yuan may be a spy, and this incident is to infiltrate him into a certain country. However, only Tony and the other 3 soldiers knew that it was not true, because Lu Yuan's identity was very special. He was not from Earth and did not belong to any force. He was an alien. So how could he be a spy? Anyway, I will vouch for his identity. If something happens, just come to me directly. Tony went as far as to vouch for Lu Yuan in accordance with his previous agreement. In fact, the most important thing is that Tony is worried that if a battle breaks out here, with Lu Yuan's strength, everyone present may die. 06. Escort Tony back to New York. Tony is a smart man, and it is easy to deal with it if he is a smart man. He has seen Lu Yuan's power, and even though he knows that he is an alien, he does not dare to say it casually. The reason is also very simple. He is afraid that Lu Yuan will kill someone and silence him. There were only a few people present, and there weren't even enough people to talk to him. A mountain had been cut off in the middle before. Would he dare? So not only did Tony dare not say anything, he also had to abide by the agreement and personally guarantee Lu Yuan. Given Tony's identity and status, he said so, and others could only believe it and put away their weapons. In this way, Lu Yuan gained an identity temporarily, and he successfully joined the team as the person who saved Tony. Immediately after the convoy escorted Tony, Colonel Rhodes took Tony and Lu Yuan to his car, an intact armored vehicle, and turned around to prepare to go back. They have a private plane at a nearby military base. It's Tony's private plane. If nothing else, this bastard really can't spend all his money. Tony's family fortune can be said to be one of the richest in the entire American comic industry. Only a few people such as Batman and the Black Panther King can surpass him. Black Panther still relies on the vibranium that is abundant in Wakanda, actually brought about by falling meteorites, to surpass Tony. But if Tony is willing to sell the Iron Man suit, then there is no comparison. I believe any country would be willing to buy any Iron Man suit at a sky-high price, but he definitely won't sell it. There were no more accidents along the way. It seemed that the previous trap was the only attack. Returning to that base and boarding Tony's private plane, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the plane takes off and returns to a certain country's territory, there is no need to worry anymore. It is not yet possible for enemies to break through a country's defenses, no matter who they are. Tony, who are those people? Colonel Rhodes also asked Tony, wanting to know if he knew who the people who attacked him were. How could Tony know? Looking at their costumes, they should be from the nearby armed forces. But why did they attack you? Of course Colonel Rhodes knew that those people were the armed forces here, but why did they attack Tony specifically? Colonel Rhodes glanced at Lu Yuan vaguely. It seemed that he had always suspected Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled. Tony looked helpless. He believed in Lu Yuan because he knew Lu Yuan's secret, but he couldn't say that he couldn't make Colonel Rhodes believe Lu Yuan. It's better to think about things simply. It's well known that Tony is a weapons genius, and the weapons he designs are insanely lethal. So maybe those people want to capture him and make them into weapons. Lu Yuan said casually. Colonel Rhodes looked at Tony and saw that he never said anything about Lu Yuan, so he had no choice but to give up. He really hoped that Tony would tell who Lu Yuan was. If Lu Yuan was a spy, he would definitely draw his gun immediately. But how did Colonel Rhodes know that Tony was not protecting Lu Yuan? On the contrary, he was protecting Colonel Rhodes. Your broken pistol is of no use. Tony saw with his own eyes that Lu Yuan grabbed the missile and carried it without any damage despite being surrounded by rifles. So don't make trouble. If Lu Yuan is really an enemy and is not so troublesome, everyone present will die. Okay, let the plane take off quickly. I want to go back and eat cheeseburgers, Tony urged. After suddenly encountering such an experience, Tony also had the feeling of being reborn as a human being after a disaster. Moreover, cheeseburgers were his favorite food, and he wanted to go back and have a big meal. Colonel Rhodes had no choice but to follow Tony's instructions and let the plane take off. Although this is Tony's private plane, this is a military base, so he still has to communicate. This is the important thing about Colonel Rhodes. The private plane slowly started off the runway and finally flew into the sky, heading straight for a certain country. There was no words all the way, and the plane finally arrived at the tarmac in New York. Halfway through, Tony had changed his clothes and put on a new decent suit, including Lu Yuan also changed into a black suit. This is Tony's private jet, not for carrying guests, but for him alone. Needless to say, there are luxurious seats. There is even a bar and even a dance floor. There are all kinds of drinks and food, including all kinds of clothes. And those clothes were not just for him. There were also clothes for the flight attendants. You know, in the past, Lu Yuan would have definitely scolded rich people for being evil. But now he doesn't feel anything at all. He once reached a high position on Krypton and even had a dedicated army of 100,000 people. He was also a big boss. As for the current technology of the Earth, he really doesn't take it seriously, because Krypton 100,000 years ago was far beyond the current level of the Earth. If I have to say one thing, the food on Earth is still remarkable. So Lu Yuan almost ate all the food reserves prepared by Tony on the plane before. Tony and Colonel Rhodes were frightened at that time. It's just that Colonel Rhodes was worried that Lu Yuan would burst, while Tony was worried that if he didn't eat enough, would he eat the people on the plane? Tony had seen the image of Lu Yuan at the beginning, which was completely an alien monster that did not belong to the Earth. He always thought that Lu Yuan changed like this because he saw the appearance of people on Earth, but he didn't know that Lu Yuan actually looked like Earth people before, and the appearance of Kryptonians was not much different from that of Earth people. So this is Lu Yuan's true appearance. He used to look like this. Well, the flight finally went smoothly, and we returned to a certain country safely. When the cabin door opened, Tony was surprised to see that in addition to Happy, the driver and bodyguard, waiting for him, his charming and beautiful female assistant was also there. Potts, also called Pepper. Tony. Little Pepper rushed up to Tony as soon as she saw him, and asked with concern, "How are you doing? Are you injured? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Tony felt warm in his heart, and subconsciously reached out to hold the hand that Pepper was checking on his body, and said with a smile, "I am lucky enough to have no injuries at all, but if you continue to touch like this, there is a risk of your heartbeat speeding up." Little Pepper blushed and quickly broke away, but Tony didn't notice that there was a dangerous look behind him. That belonged to Lu Yuan. He stared at Tony's heart and thought, should he make a hole for him? Otherwise, would Iron Man still be born? Because of Lu Yuan's influence, although Tony was still attacked, it did not attract too many people's attention. After all, he did not disappear suddenly for 3 months. So the news of their return is still a secret, and no one pays attention to it. Tony did buy 2 cheeseburgers on the way, and had to pay for Lu Yuan's 10 burgers, several french fries and fried chicken, and then he was ready to go home. 07. I am your bodyguard and you are my nanny. Deal done. Tony's home is located on the seaside. It is a large villa built on the edge of a cliff near the seaside. Not to mention anything else, the various high-tech built in this house is enough to stun people, and it even has a smart housekeeper. Of course, with Tony's financial resources, this is nothing, and many high technologies were developed by him himself, including the smart butler Jarvis. When Tony returned home, he sent Pepper and Happy away, leaving only him and Lu Yuan sitting on both sides of a table. In front of each of them were some cheeseburgers bought on the road, and a lot of junk food. Do you have something to say? Lu Yuan said without raising his head while nibbling on a cheeseburger. Tony deliberately moved the people away, leaving only the 2 of them. Obviously he had something to say. Tony didn't beat around the bush, looked at Lu Yuan opposite him seriously, and said, "I want to apply for your job." Oh, Lu Yuan put down the things in his hands and swallowed the food in his mouth, and looked at Tony with a half smile. Tony Tony shrugged and continued generously. I have seen your strength. Your power has far exceeded human weapons. If I can hire you to protect me, I don't have to worry about my safety, even if I encounter you again. Even in an incident like this, you can protect me. But why should I be your bodyguard? Lu Yuan asked. Now that he has a guaranteed identity, he can find other jobs. Of course it is for your identity. Although I have vouched for you, your suspicion will remain for a while, and there will always be people watching you secretly. Your identity may even have been exposed, Tony said. He was right. There were 3 soldiers who knew Lu Yuan's origins, and they might not help Lu Yuan keep the secret. Working for me can make you safer and save you a lot of trouble. The most important thing is that I can give you a satisfactory salary. Tony finally used his trump card. Lu Yuan smiled. Working for you. Does it also include helping you complete some experiments? For example, being responsible for the experimental subject, allowing you to study alien things on my body as you like, or even dig out the secrets in my head. Knowledge of alien technology. He's not stupid either. Tony put so much effort into applying for Lu Yuan's job. In addition to the reasons he mentioned, he also wanted to get close to the alien technology mastered by Lu Yuan. There might even be a lot of interest in Lu Yuan himself, right? After all, Tony is a scientist after all. Now that he has seen the existence of aliens with his own eyes, how could he not be interested? Tony's expression was a little awkward. If you want. No problem. Lu Yuan unexpectedly agreed suddenly. Tony was surprised. Did you really agree? Lu Yuan shrugged. Why not? When he first arrived, he really had no place to stay. What's more, because of his influence, Tony's original experience has been changed, which also makes the story of Iron Man full of uncertainties. And what if Lu Yuan guides Tony to develop the Mark armor? He deliberately pretended that it was alien technology to guide Tony to develop the Iron Man suit. Lu Yuan didn't need that thing anyway, but Tony could recreate the plot of Iron Man, right? And with Tony's wealth, he would definitely not treat Lu Yuan badly. In one sentence, he gave too much. Of course, it was also a good thing for Tony. One was that he could keep Lu Yuan by his side. He didn't dare to let this scary alien run around, otherwise something might happen. Another thing is that the 2 parties have reached an agreement. At least this way, Lu Yuan is no longer his enemy, and he can feel more at ease. Who can sleep with such a terrifying alien without knowing whether he is friend or foe? In fact, we can know from what happened to Superman that it is very scary when a person who can blow up the earth with a punch at any time is also an alien who is not under control. Because you never know when he's going to lose control, and he's completely out of control. Earth's weapons are completely useless against Superman, and even using nuclear bombs is meaningless, especially for Lu Yuan. The nuclear elements he was exposed to on the sun far exceeded any nuclear weapons on Earth. So Tony thought a lot along the way, and finally he thought that Lu Yuan could not be let go easily. Only then did this conversation take place. He wanted to keep Lu Yuan by his side. No matter what he considered, he had to fight for this opportunity. I thought Lu Yuan would not agree. After all, he was working as a bodyguard for others, and he seemed to be a little brother. But Lu Yuan agreed. Why not? You take care of the food, provide money, eat, drink, and have sex. You are responsible for everything. I will protect your safety and give you a little bit of technology that won't be too much. Guidance, isn't this a win-win deal? Tony opened his mouth. What? In addition to giving money, you also have to take care of food? Do you still have to be responsible for everything you eat, drink, and drink? Brother, should you be my bodyguard or should I be your nanny? Lu Yuan even stood up and looked down at the floor under his feet. Just when Tony didn't know what he was doing, he heard Lu Yuan say casually, "And the nice car in your garage, can I drive it too?" Tony raised his hand and slapped his forehead, wondering if he had let a wolf into the house. Wait a minute, how did you know that I have a good car in my garage? Tony suddenly woke up and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Lu Yuan didn't hide anything, shrugged and said, "Didn't I tell you? I have clairvoyance, otherwise how do you think I discovered the minefield before?" Tony subconsciously crossed his arms to shield his body and looked at Lu Yuan warily. Lu Yuan found it funny. Even if I want to look, I'm looking at Miss Potts, Little Pepper. I'm really not interested in you. And I have to make it clear that my fluoroscopy is like an X-ray, which doesn't mean I can do whatever I want. You can see through clothes according to your own ideas. If I use see-through on humans, I can only see your bones, blood vessels, etc. To put it bluntly, you can't see the skin on the surface. All you see is the bones and flesh. The picture is simply not too beautiful. Tony felt relieved. But how did he know that Lu Yuan had actually reached the high dimension of the 5th dimension, and even reached the ceiling of the 5th dimension? If he wanted to, he could adjust his abilities at any time. For example, with the see-through function, you can really see through as you wish, and even the weakness of lead can be avoided. It's just that Lu Yuan hasn't fully grasped his current power after sleeping for 100,000 years. Because after all, he only woke up today. Then it's agreed. Tony raised his hand and stretched out in front of Lu Yuan. From today on, you will be my exclusive bodyguard. Lu Yuan shook hands with Tony. No problem. Happy cooperation. In this way, Lu Yuan reached an agreement with Tony and temporarily became Tony's bodyguard. 08. Go to Stark Tower. Tony was very smart. He took advantage of Lu Yuan's current lack of foothold and shelter and reached an agreement with Lu Yuan in one fell swoop, trying to turn Lu Yuan into his bodyguard. Now he only values Lu Yuan's power and possible alien high technology. But later he will understand how wise the choice he made today was. Even the origin story of Iron Man will be related to Lu Yuan. After all, the origin of the original Iron Man has been completely messed up by him. Originally, Tony would be captured by the previous group and imprisoned for 3 months before he developed the first generation Mark suit and escaped. There is no chance to appear now. And because Tony had a near miss and didn't suffer any injuries, he naturally didn't attract any attention. It was as if this incident had passed peacefully. The next morning, Tony took Lu Yuan and drove to Stark Tower in person. Lu Yuan was the bodyguard, but he became Tony's driver, which was enough. This work is done. Of course, Lu Yuan originally wanted to drive, but when Tony asked, he didn't even have a driver's license and only had an idea. It was strange that he dared to let him drive. Tony didn't want to be killed by his bodyguard. When they came to the company, the two also met Happy. Happy squinted at Lu Yuan, looking a little hostile. Maybe he already knew that Tony was going to hire Lu Yuan as his bodyguard. Hey, what do you know about this guy? Happy asked provocatively. Before Tony could stop him, Lu Yuan had already reached out and pressed Happy's shoulders, turning his hand. Happy flew out completely. Before Lu Yuan came, Happy was Tony's driver and his bodyguard, so he came to find trouble, feeling that Lu Yuan threatened his position. Tony covered his face. His reaction was slow. His new bodyguard could even lift an armored vehicle with ease, let alone. Happy, are you okay? Tony asked concerned. His relationship with Happy is more than just a boss and subordinate. Happy is also one of the few people he can trust. Happy let out a cry of pain. He was just an ordinary person, and he didn't even have any fighting ability at all. This fall was not easy. Lu Yuan sneered. Don't provoke others if you don't have the strength. This is still light. If you were in an illegal place, you would be dead. What he said was true, and Tony was extremely convinced that Lu Yuan could do what he said. This is an extremely dangerous guy, so he has to tie him to his side. Otherwise, if someone hires him to kill him in turn, who can stop him? Tony quickly helped Happy up and let him rest on his own, then turned around and came to Lu Yuan. Brother, you also know that this is not an illegal place, so don't go so far, okay? And Happy is still my friend. Remember, you are my bodyguard. Tony couldn't help but become a little angry and glared at Lu Yuan. But Tony also felt guilty. He didn't know what Lu Yuan's reaction would be. This was equivalent to confronting the transformed Hulk. There was a high probability that he was seeking death. Lu Yuan looked at Tony in silence and finally sighed. Okay, you are the boss and you have the final say, but I'm hungry. Tony secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice if Lu Yuan could give him face, so he quickly agreed. I will take you to dinner when I take care of some things. I really don't know who works for whom. I am your nanny, right? Even when he went out this morning, Tony had to prepare new clothes for Lu Yuan. Where's the logic in this? Does he really want to take care of Lu Yuan's food, clothing, housing, and transportation? Lu Yuan suppressed a smile. In fact, he was not that unreasonable. Apart from showing his hand a little when he was provoked by Happy, he was still easy to get along with. After all, he is not a completely irrational monster. Even on the Doomsday, he still retains his sanity. So he is just an ordinary person, not the kind of monster who can't control himself, unlike the Hulk. So Tony's worries are a bit unnecessary. If it weren't for Happy to stop pestering him, he wouldn't take action. But Tony was a little too cautious, worried that Lu Yuan would turn into a monster at any time and go on a rampage. If a laser destroyed the Stark Industries building, it would be all over. After comforting Happy, Tony took Lu Yuan into his exclusive elevator and went straight to the top floor. Tony had an office on the top floor, and later he even converted the top floor into his own room, often moving directly here. There are two things to do when I come here today. One is that no matter how unreliable Tony is, he still has to come to the company to report. Didn't he just go to negotiate a deal not long ago? He has to come back and talk to the board of directors, especially a man named Obadiah. You guys explain it. Another one is signing a contract with Lu Yuan. On the surface, the contract Lu Yuan signed was just to be Tony's personal bodyguard, with a monthly salary of $100,000. But secretly he and Tony had their agreement, and it wasn't that simple. This was done just to provide Lu Yuan with proof of identity. One was so that Lu Yuan's identity could be authenticated within Stark Industries, and he would be able to enter and leave the building freely in the future. Another point is that the official will definitely suspect Lu Yuan. This is equivalent to Tony being a guarantor for Lu Yuan. Once something happens and Lu Yuan is not caught, Tony will be responsible. Even if Lu Yuan is caught, Tony will escape. It doesn't matter. This is based on the fact that if Lu Yuan is really a spy, of course he is not. Okay, you wait for me here first. I'll go and have a few words with the guys on the board of directors, Tony said without any formality. It was because of Lu Yuan's relationship that he saved Tony, causing Tony to lose an opportunity to grow. Now Tony is the same as before. He is still the same playboy and unrestrained. This is also something that can't be helped. Tony's growth and his experience of despair are related to that important friend in the cave. But now it's all gone, it won't happen. So this has a lot to do with me. Lu Yuan took the initiative to take responsibility. This is his relationship. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan honestly pulled out Tony's chair and sat on it. Look, whose bodyguard is so arrogant? Suddenly, the door opened, and Pepper, dressed in a smart OL outfit, walked in holding documents. Tony, why is it you? Little Pepper was surprised that the person sitting in Tony's seat was not Tony, but Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan still crossed his legs naturally, leaning against the chair with his legs almost resting on the desk. Pepper looked at him with a strange expression, feeling that he and Tony were similar in some ways. They were both so self-righteous and only cared about their own thoughts, doing whatever they wanted. And Lu Yuan was also looking at Xiaojiao because she was very beautiful. 09, Iron Overlord, Obadiah. Because Tony was not there, Pepper left immediately and went to find Tony to sign the documents. Lu Yuan was the only one left in the room. In the end, he simply put his feet on the desk, lowered the back of the chair, and lay down. It looked like he was doing nothing, but in fact Lu Yuan was planning something. For example, with his super hearing, he can hear the slightest movement in the entire building. Even in the most soundproof room, even the slightest sound of a pin dropping cannot escape his ears. At this time, he heard the conversation between Tony and Obadiah on the board of directors. Obadiah Staney is not only one of the largest antiques of Stark Industries, but also the top CEO. He and Tony's father Howard Stark even established the company together. Therefore, Obadiah has a high status and qualifications in the company, especially after Howard's death. He once became Tony's mentor. But Lu Yuan also knows one of Obadiah's true faces. Obadiah is still the villain Iron Overlord, but he certainly hasn't developed Iron Overlord yet. The reason is that Tony hasn't developed the Mark generation either, right? The Iron Overlord was developed based on the principles of the Mark generation. There is no Mark generation now, so whether it is Iron Overlord Obadiah or Iron Man Tony, there is no possibility of moving forward. But this did not prevent Lu Yuan from planning something in his mind. Moreover, Lu Yuan also knew that the man behind Tony's trap was designed by Obadiah. Yes, that group of enemies were also Obadiah's people. They were secret trading partners. Obadiah sold weapons to those people, and those people helped him get rid of Tony. As Tony matured and displayed talents, Obadiah found that he no longer had control over the boy and the company. But he was unwilling to give in. Obadiah had great ambitions and believed that the company was founded by him and should belong to him. However, Obadiah has no self-awareness. In fact, from the beginning, Howard's brains and technology have supported the company. Now it's Tony's turn again. From the beginning to the end, Obadiah was just a shareholder, responsible for investing and making money. As for the company's core technology, it was always Stark. He couldn't see clearly, and he arrogantly thought that everything would be smooth sailing as long as he grabbed the company. How about I help him? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had already thought of some plan. Iron Man needs a different origin story and an opportunity to grow. No matter from every aspect, Obadiah is perfect. Oh, I'm using people's money to eliminate disasters for others. After all, I am their bodyguard now, Lu Yuan said to himself without sincerity. But now there is still a problem. That is, how to approach Obadiah. At this moment, Tony suddenly opened the door and walked in. After seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, he leaned against the door frame with his arms folded and complained. You still know that he is my bodyguard? He has never seen such a bodyguard. Lu Yuan put down his feet without caring and asked, can we go out to eat? It's uncle, let's go. Tony shook his head, saying there was nothing he could do. Lu Yuan then stood up and followed Tony outside. On the way out of the company, in Tony's exclusive elevator, to Lu Yuan's surprise, they bumped into a bald, old man. Hey Tony, is this the bodyguard you said saved your life? The old man put his arms around Tony's shoulders enthusiastically and looked Lu Yuan up and down. Lu Yuan was also looking at that person, and suddenly he smiled. Obadiah. Yes, this old man is Obadiah. He looks like he is smiling. Who would have thought that he has a vicious heart and even wants to kill his friend's son? Tony didn't even know Obadiah's true identity and was still talking to Obadiah about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan kept looking at Obadiah, wondering what was going on in his mind right now. It's a pity that although Lu Yuan has many superpowers, he doesn't have the ability to read minds, at least not yet. Obadiah felt strange and asked Lu Yuan, why do you keep staring at me? It turned out that Lu Yuan's performance was too conspicuous, which aroused Obadiah's surprise. It's nothing. Lu Yuan pretended that nothing happened and said with a smile, I just feel that I am destined to you, and we can chat when we have time. Tony was surprised. He had always thought that Lu Yuan was a dangerous person, and he could even put up a sign saying, aliens are infested, be careful when approaching. Why did he feel like a different person when he met Obadiah? This is because Tony doesn't understand Lu Yuan. If you are familiar with him, you will know that this is Lu Yuan's plan to trick people. But now he can't do anything. After all, it's in front of Tony. It seems that he is planning to trick Obadiah and Tony together. So when the two of them are together, they can't do small tricks. They talked all the way, and soon they came downstairs. Tony and Lu Yuan said hello to Obadiah and were about to leave. Tony, wait for me. Happy suddenly ran over. Lu Yuan raised his hand subconsciously. Happy immediately stopped the car in front of him, which seemed to have left a psychological shadow. Try again. This time it was Lu Yuan's turn to provoke. Happy shook his head. He was already a little fat, and the flesh on his cheeks was swaying back and forth. He didn't dare to compete with Lu Yuan anymore. I recognize your skills, but I won't compromise on my job as a driver, so it's still me. Come and drive. Tony on the side felt dumbfounded. It turned out that Happy was just here to compete for the driver's position. Then why are you so strong? Lu Yuan spread his hands. There was nothing he could do. He didn't have a driver's license. It would be nice if it were a Kryptonian aircraft or an alien spacecraft. The technology he mastered is already too advanced. How many more years of development will it take for the Earth to catch up? Sometimes the dimension is too high and it is not omnipotent, because many things in low latitudes cannot be understood, just like humans are superior to ants. But can humans understand the words of ants? Lu Yuan can fly aircraft and spaceships, but he really doesn't know how to drive, and he never took a driver's license test in his previous life. Well, then we can only take Happy with us. 10. Recommend Iron Man suit to Tony. With Tony's financial resources and many years of dissolute life experience, it would be no problem to entertain Lu Yuan. So at the end of the day, Lu Yuan had a great time. Originally, Tony planned to take him out for fun at night, but in the end it was Lu Yuan who refused. Just kidding. He went to the toilet during the day and almost destroyed the toilet when he peed. The urinals were broken. So forget it for now. Wait until he fully masters his own power in the future. Moreover, Lu Yuan and Tony are different. Tony is a bohemian young man, while Lu Yuan pays more attention to relationships and wants to find a sincere girlfriend. So they were driven home by Happy. That's right. Lu Yuan has no place to live now and is living at Tony's house. Do you think such a bodyguard is too dedicated or too arrogant? As mentioned before, Tony's family has many high-tech products, including a smart butler. In addition, especially downstairs, Tony has his own exclusive studio where he can tinker with some gadgets. Normally, he wouldn't let anyone get close to here. Even Obadiah couldn't come down. Before that, only Pepper could come in. But there was an exception today. Lu Yuan was invited in by Tony. Lu Yuan looked around at Tony's work equipment and a classic car that he had half dismantled. The classic car is entirely red, with some gold as a foil. It sounds very similar to Tony's Iron Man style. It would be better to say that the overall color matching of Iron Man's equipment is based on this. Seeing this, Lu Yuan came up with a plan. Just then Tony asked him, "How is it? I still have something to see here, right?" Lu Yuan sneered. "I really don't know what you were thinking. There is obviously a reliable energy source, but it is just placed in the company hall as a decoration." Tony was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. "You mean the Arc?" Not Noah's Ark, but the arc reactor. The arc reactor is also called an arc reactor or a palladium arc reactor because it is an arc reactor created with palladium as the main element. Why did Lu Yuan suddenly mention this? It's because there is an arc reactor that has been successfully developed on the first floor of the Stark Industries building, and it is a large one. But until now, that guy has just been a face-saving project to help Stark Industries and has never thought of using it or developing it. Isn't this silly? There is obviously a huge amount of energy readily available, but it's just sitting there as a vase to look at. Don't you think it's a waste? You should have entered a more advanced technological era long ago, but you have been standing still. Lu Yuan shook his head and smacked his lips. Not to mention, it really feels like a high-tech and advanced civilization. But Tony thought for a long time and didn't know how to develop the arc reactor. We also wanted to develop in this area before, but we failed in the end. Although I don't know how you originally wanted to develop it, my suggestion is to use it as a pure energy source. Lu Yuan said his suggestion. But how does that apply to weapons? Tony continued to question. Lu Yuan understood. After all, Tony and the Stark Group are weapons dealers, so they only thought about one thing before, and that was how to develop weapons of a new era. However, it is too difficult to directly use the huge power of the arc reactor as a weapon, and it is difficult to conduct experiments and tests. So even Tony could only stop here. He always wanted to develop this thing, but he always had no way. Today I suddenly heard these words revealed by Lu Yuan, and I was immediately excited. You need to pay more. But Lu Yuan suddenly made an obscene gesture of rubbing his fingers together, which was a sign of asking for money. Tony looked at Lu Yuan dumbfounded. It was not easy to be so straightforward. Okay, how much do you want? Tony didn't hesitate, but asked Lu Yuan how much he wanted. Lu Yuan changed his tone and said, "I won't say anything now. I'll give you how much you think it's worth in the future." Tony was stunned. He actually didn't want to agree to such an ambiguous value. At the same time, he could hear Lu Yuan's confidence. Just give it as much as you think it's worth. Of course Lu Yuan is confident. That is the core technology of Iron Man. For Tony, who is Iron Man, how much do you think it is worth? Negotiate price now? Is he stupid? Tony hesitated, really hesitated. If he were a person like Obadiah, he would definitely agree without hesitation. As for the future, let's wait until later. But Tony is not that kind of person. Once he agrees, he will fulfill his promise in the future. No matter how dissolute he may be, he rarely breaks his promise. But looking at Lu Yuan's confident look, he couldn't help but feel itchy, so he finally agreed. Okay, but if your proposal doesn't satisfy me, you have to agree to one condition and tell me what is your civilization and technology like. Lu Yuan also happily agreed, thinking that it was a big deal, so he took out his smartphone and fooled around. The current era is around the year 2008, and smartphones are far from being as developed as the future. Maybe this can make a fortune too? Of course, Lu Yuan is not a money-grubbing person, so there is no point in asking for so much money. So the main purpose is not for money, but to have an excuse to advance the plot in a seemingly reasonable way. If you don't want anything, why? Why do you tell these things? If you go to Obadiah later, it won't cost you money. So why did you do that? Have you fallen in love with someone? Nonsense. So, asking for money can be a reason. Then Lu Yuan stopped rambling and took out a pre-prepared drawing that he had drawn when he first came up with a plan in Tony's office. I saw a somewhat crooked Iron Man drawn on the drawing, and the Iron Man had a boxy shape. To be honest, even a primary school student could draw better than this one. Tony held back his laughter, and he could tell that the drawing on it was a robot, but he didn't know the secret without the detailed drawings. Lu Yuan coughed dryly. Although he couldn't draw well, he had enough information, so he immediately started to fool around. I call it the Iron Man suit. Iron Man. Tony's eyes lit up, as if he was somehow connected to these three words. Lu Yuan nodded and continued. As long as there is enough energy, this will be a set of armor that combines protective armor and offensive weapons. It is also easy to move. One person can be as powerful as an army. This is no exaggeration. Your ideas are too backward. What's the point of just constantly developing pistols and cannons? This suit of armor has been developed to the extreme and can even travel freely in space. Isn't it great? 11. Is Lu Yuan really a double-faced spy? I have to say that Tony is really a genius. What he lacks is actually just an opportunity, such as an idea. For example, new elements that can replace palladium were developed by him through an opportunity. Although it was indeed his father who discovered it, Howard was unable to realize it at that time, and it was Tony who finally realized it. So when Lu Yuan proposed the concept of Mark's suit, he took action immediately, and in just one night, with the help of his smart butler Jarvis, he drew a more refined and complete drawing. That was the real drawing, and it was completely different from the drawing that even a primary school student in Lu Yuan could not draw. Even Lu Yuan was amazed. The first time he saw the drawings, it was on the three-dimensional plane displayed by Jarvis. It was so lifelike that it seemed like he really saw the Mark first-generation battlesuit. That's right, it was the Mark generation. Tony developed it based on the crude drawings given by Lu Yuan, so it must be that big and heavy guy. The blueprint is divided into several parts. There is also a device specially placed on the breastplate to place the arc reactor, as well as a flamethrower under the feet, which can achieve a flying effect. It's exactly like the first-generation Mark suit in the movie. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, but made a request. Make a copy of the drawing and give it to me. Tony was pleasantly surprised. He was about to start developing it, but when he heard this, he felt doubtful. What do you want the drawings for? Of course it's for someone else. Lu Yuan said something that surprised Tony. Let's not talk about anything else. Can you just say so bluntly that you want to be a double agent? For a moment, Tony didn't know what expression to make. Lu Yuan smiled and suddenly said, "Don't you know whose weapon the person who attacked you originally belonged to?" Tony was stunned for a moment, and his expression turned ugly. He felt something was wrong at the time, because he was specifically in charge of the weapons department, which was also the primary department of Stark Industries. So he felt from the beginning that there might be weapons of his own among them. But he didn't think anything of it at the time, and thought it was being circulated on the black market. But now Lu Yuan mentioned it. What does it mean? If I said that someone inside deliberately sold to the enemy, and the previous traps and attacks were all conspiracy, would you believe it? Lu Yuan asked. Who? Tony asked with a cold expression, just wanting to know who betrayed him and who betrayed him. But Lu Yuan was very irritated, but he smiled and changed the topic, saying, "Sooner or later you will know, and I will let you know. But now you have to give me a copy of the drawing. Also, this generation the suit is rubbish. Do you really think what I'm going to give you is such a bulky thing? Go ahead and improve it. I'm just giving you a heads up, but how you want to develop it depends on your ideas. You want to find your own style. The Mark generation is bound to be eliminated. Since Lu Yuan knows it, there is no need to waste time. He simply pointed at the drawings of Mark 1 and pointed to Tony. First of all, the aircraft. Using a flamethrower is too stupid, right? How much fuel can a single-person aircraft carry? And aren't you already planning to use the arc reactor as an energy source? Change, change, change. Also, you can add aircraft equipment to your hands, which will not only increase the flight speed, but also change the direction more flexibly. In addition, the aircraft may not be unable to be used as a weapon. Besides, Liu Yuan talked about the more advanced concept and gave a general summary of what he saw about the more advanced Mark suit. Not to mention, it's really inspiring. Tony also showed a thoughtful expression. The aircraft did need to be improved, and he knew it. This was just the initial drawing based on the concept Liu Yuan mentioned at the time, and it was not what he would eventually build. If you add aircraft with both hands, you will have 4 aircraft with both hands and feet. Not only can you fly in a straight line faster, but you can also use the aircraft with both hands to make temporary turns, change directions, etc. Also, since the aircraft can carry a set of heavy armor, the impact of the burst will be no less than that of a small air cannon, and it is also very reliable as a weapon. There are many, many more. Liu Yuan's opinions are not without purpose, but are very valuable. This also made Tony feel even more confused. What on earth are you going to do? He was sincerely helping him, and Tony could feel it. So why would he give the blueprints to others? Liu Yuan sighed. I am helping you identify the enemy. As long as he is willing to accept this blueprint and put it into action, then he is the one who really wants to kill you. In that trap and attack, someone wants to kill you. Damn it. Tony, we have to get him to the surface before we can fight back and beat him to death. It doesn't matter that I haven't been here long, but I'm not stupid. There is such a group of people who not only know all your itineraries, but also prepared deadly traps in advance, and even used your own weapons to kill you. This must be there is a mole. Liu Yuan is not wronging people because he has plot advantages. So who are you going to give it to? Who are you going to give the drawings to? Tony continued to ask, but Liu Yuan avoided it. I can't tell you directly. If I told you directly, I'm afraid you would go investigate now, which would only alert the enemy and expose the enemy. But don't worry, I'm definitely on your side. That's true, Tony thought to himself. Otherwise you can just squeeze me to death right now. Tony was so sincere in trying to persuade Liu Yuan to stay because he was worried that he would be hired by the enemy to harm him. In that case, Tony would not have the confidence to resist. So after hearing Liu Yuan's assurance, Tony felt a little relieved. But he was still dissatisfied. Wouldn't you make my enemy stronger by doing this? Liu Yuan said indifferently. I am your bodyguard. What are you afraid of when I protect you? Besides, I also reminded you to further update your armor. If you still can't beat this, then it's not your problem. Is it my fault that Tony is so angry? Thank you so much. As a result, Liu Yuan continued in a serious tone. Tony, I'm helping you find the enemy, and the sooner and faster the better. If you continue to delay like this, if he masters these core technologies of yours, it will be too late. Tony also knew this, but what he was more worried about was, Tony stared deeply into Liu Yuan's eyes. In fact, Liu Yuan was much taller than him, so he had to look up. Tell me, are you my enemy? Yes, there was only one person Tony was most worried about, and that was Liu Yuan. In the end, Liu Yuan laughed. You are an idiot. If I were an enemy, why would I give you the drawings? Wouldn't it be better to just give the drawings to others? Do you really think I can't draw the drawings? Then you draw one. Hurt each other, right? Believe it or not, I will go after Pepper. 12. Did Shield come to your door? Pepper was indeed very beautiful, but Liu Yuan didn't really want to pursue her. The reason was that Pepper's attention was only on Tony, so he wouldn't be so ignorant. In addition, Tony finally printed out the drawings of the Mark generation and gave them to Liu Yuan. After some discussion, he also agreed with Liu Yuan's statement. Now it is revealed that there is a mole, and he is also harming Tony and wants to kill him. Liu Yuan obviously already had a target of suspicion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that he wanted to give the drawing to that person. However, it is still just a suspicion. Unless the person actually takes action, there is no evidence. So Tony gave the drawings to Liu Yuan, and at the same time, he followed Liu Yuan's instructions and began to update the Mark generation. The first generation drawing was a big cumbersome iron lump, but after some improvements, Tony removed the bad parts and added new things. What finally emerged was the classic Iron Man suit we are familiar with. But this is just the beginning. How to develop it specifically needs to be slowly experimented bit by bit. At this time, Liu Yuan had already come out alone. He packed the drawings in a suitcase, wore a black suit, tie, and a pair of sunglasses, and came to Stark Industries alone. As a result, before I even went upstairs, I was stopped by a person on the first floor. Sir, are you Mr. Liu Yuan? A man also wearing a black suit blocked Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan had no choice but to stop, nodded and agreed. It's me. The man immediately said, we are from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Now we have something to ask you to come with us. Huh? What? Could you please say it again? Liu Yuan was stunned. It's not that he really didn't hear clearly, but this nonsense is too convoluted, right? Are you talking about a tongue twister? So I want the other person to say it again and see if he can say it again. The other party opened his mouth, but finally gave up. Anyway, please come with us. Liu Yuan shrugged and muttered. Wouldn't it be better to call SHIELD? The other party froze and looked at Liu Yuan in disbelief. That's right, this messy Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, despite its long name, is actually the famous SHIELD. It's not a predecessor, because according to the setting, SHIELD was established as early as the 1980s and 1990s, when Tony's father Howard was one of the founders. Therefore, the full name of SHIELD is this, but later the name was changed, and it began to be called SHIELD to the outside world. Maybe they also know that such a long name is difficult to remember, but the other party didn't understand why Liu Yuan knew about SHIELD, because the current SHIELD is not that famous, and it has not yet decided to start claiming SHIELD to the outside world. Liu Yuan just shrugged. He also knew that the guy in front of him was Coulson. Agent Coulson, whose full name is Phil Coulson, is the most trusted person by Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, and one of the few agents with the highest authority. It was him who came to see Liu Yuan at this time. I still have something to do. Can't we wait another day? Liu Yuan asked tentatively. He also planned to send the drawings to Obadiah and ask him to get the Iron Overlord out as soon as possible. That's right. Although Liu Yuan didn't tell Tony the name of that person, he knew that it was Obadiah who was behind the scenes. He was Iron Overlord and Iron Man's original enemy. But Coulson would not give in and said with a smile, don't worry, it won't take too long. Believe it or not, you are a very bad old man. There are already a lot of agents waiting in the car outside, and Nick Fury is also watching everything here from upstairs not far away, obviously in person. The team leader is here. Even the heavily armed Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Clinton were already quietly lurking nearby. None of this can escape Liu Yuan's eyes. Others don't know that he has supervision and super hearing. Liu Yuan even heard Nick Fury's order. He had already given instructions to Hawkeye and Natasha on the radio. If he makes any move, shoot him directly and use anesthetic to take him down. Yes. Natasha and Hawkeye agreed together. Then Natasha couldn't help but ask, boss, is he really an alien? He looks no different from us. Eagle Eye is also curious. There are really aliens? It's really novel. Only Nick Fury, the eldest god, is here. He said to himself that I had dealt with a group of shape-shifting Skrulls more than 10 years ago, and even met the element-devouring beast. Can you believe that there are such dangerous guys among the Orange Cats? But he didn't say it out loud, because it was a worldview supplemented by the later Captain Marvel movies. At least for now, maybe Liu Yuan is really the first alien that the Earth in the Marvel world has come into contact with, right? After Liu Yuan heard these exchanges and conversations, he already understood in his heart that those soldiers must have betrayed him in the end. That's why SHIELD was called in, and they wanted to take him for questioning. It seems there is no way to escape. Okay, I understand. Liu Yuan could only submit obediently, mainly because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. Otherwise, not to mention the weapons on Earth today, even in the entire Marvel universe, nothing could hurt him. Weapons are limited. Even including the full set of Infinity Stones combined, it won't work. Exaggeration? It's really not an exaggeration. The reason is that Thanos of the Infinity Gauntlet once fought with Darkseid, and Darkseid tortured Thanos. And since the concept of Darkseid's true body emerged, all the previous Darkseid strength has automatically dropped by a large level. And Liu Yuan had a face-to-face confrontation with Darkseid. Although Liu Yuan lost and died once in the superhuman state, after being resurrected as Doomsday, even Darkseid was defeated by him. especially now that Lu Yuan has been in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. Now even Darkseid's true form is not enough, let alone Thanos. Lu Yuan had Marvel before. In the Marvel world without kryptonite, wouldn't he be invincible? Unless OAA comes out in person. How did you say that? I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone in this universe is trash. It's just that there's no need for that now. Lu Yuan obviously wants to stay on Earth in the Marvel universe for a while. He doesn't want to be the enemy of the world. That would be too troublesome. Don't end up conquering the Earth and then having to work hard to manage it. It's annoying. So Lu Yuan obediently followed Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, before leaving, he did not forget to hand the suitcase in his hand to a nearby person and asked him to give it to Obadiah, and said, tell him if he wants to know the secret of the contents, he has to pay more. 13. Confront Nick Fury, the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lu Yuan followed Coulson out anyway. Of course he was not afraid of the threat from S.H.I.E.L.D. in the dark, and he also vaguely guessed what S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to do. Now that Nick Fury and the others know that they are aliens, it is obvious that they want to interrogate themselves. Lu Yuan is not afraid of this, but is looking forward to how he will be treated. Will he be punished? Or is Natasha here to use a beauty trap? So did he eat it? Or are you pretending to be a gentleman? Oops, it's so hard to choose. After all, he is not a real Superman. Even if he becomes a Kryptonian, Lu Yuan still has the mentality of an ordinary person, not a saint. So sometimes, he will be shady. Led by Coulson, the two walked out of the gate of the Stark Industries building. There was a car ready outside the door. Coulson opened the door for Lu Yuan and let him in first. Lu Yuan pretended not to know. He took the opportunity to make a few subtle movements to the surroundings. This was to convey a signal that the people had been picked up, and they were very cooperative. There was no need to prepare weapons. Lu Yuan just smiled and sat in the passenger seat, as if he really didn't know how many agents were around and how many weapons were pointed at him. Coulson came to the main driver's seat, seemingly alone, and wanted to continue acting. With a kick of the accelerator, Coulson started the car and drove forward with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't ask if Nick Fury was in the hotel room nearby, so why not just go there? He just watched Coulson lead him in a large circle, buying enough time for Nick Fury and his team, until Nick Fury led the agents, especially Hawkeye and Natasha, to prepare on the other side. After that, I took Lu Yuan over slowly. Lu Yuan felt funny, but never pointed it out. Finally, they came to a secluded residential area. There was a room here that belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. It was usually used as a safe house, but it was activated today. It seems that this place will be changed in the future. The safe house is activated at the most dangerous and critical time, and even its own people do not know the location. Once activated, it will be abandoned. It can be seen that Nick Fury still values Lu Yuan very much, and does not want anyone to know that he has met Lu Yuan and brought him to such a mysterious safe house. Following Coulson, Lu Yuan came. But as soon as he walked into the door, her hands suddenly stretched out from both sides of the door, intending to grab Lu Yuan's arm. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate, grabbed the door handle, and closed it hard. The door opened outwards, which allowed two people on both sides of the door to hide in advance, and also allowed Lu Yuan to close the door. If the door opens inward, and there are two people standing in front of the door, it will be difficult to close the door, and the two people will be brought out. Hearing a bang sound, Lu Yuan outside the door turned to look at Coulson, who was pulled out by him, and asked, did you go to the wrong place? Coulson was already sweating on his forehead, because he didn't know that Nick Fury would suddenly take action. Was it different from what he planned? At this time, I heard a burst of hearty laughter from inside the door. I just said that guy is very powerful, but you don't believe it. Are you at a disadvantage? It turned out that when Lu Yuan closed the door, the four hands inside were the first to be hit. It's just that the agents here are all elites, so the pain can still be endured. The door was opened again, and the black man Nick Fury appeared in front of Lu Yuan. And next to Nick Fury, Natasha and Hawkeye were holding each other's hands with their own hands, with painful expressions on their faces. Obviously, it was their four hands that Lu Yuan hit when he closed the door before. It turns out that Natasha and Hawkeye are also the elite of the elite, and have even become two of the big six of Marvel in the movie universe. Now that Fury had brought him back with an emergency order, he had also heard news about aliens. Fury even admired Bay's power over Lu Yuan. I don't know what Fury knew. Maybe he knew everything about what Lu Yuan had done in the desert before. But Hawkeye and Natasha didn't know the details, so they were a little unconvinced and wanted to give Lu Yuan a try. That's why this section suddenly appeared. To grab Lu Yuan's arm when he was defenseless was not a sign of great hostility. Maybe he just wanted to show off his power, right? Fortunately, they didn't have any hostility. Otherwise, Lu Yuan's side wouldn't be as simple as closing the door. Still bumping into hands. The question is whether you want to do it or not. If Lu Yuan fan thought they were hostile, one kick would be enough to send them to the horizon. Fury's image needs no introduction. It is already a classic and very much restored to the image in the comics. There are two versions of Fury in the comics. One is a white veteran holding a cigarette, and the other is a black man. In fact, Fury in the movie universe is still very restored. Fury wears an eye patch in one eye, his left eye, which has lost vision. According to him, he lost it during a mission in his early years. Fury even said something like, the last time I trusted someone was with one of my eyes. But you can't believe what the agent leader said, because it was later proven in Captain Marvel that he paid the price for masturbating the cat. Maybe he shouldn't trust that big orange? Lu Yuan, the bodyguard Tony Stark brought back. It is said that you are an alien? Unexpectedly, Fury came straight to the point and told the limited information about Lu Yuan. Fury couldn't help it. This was really the only information he could get about Lu Yuan now. Other than that, Lu Yuan was completely as if he had never existed before. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods, even in remote places, you can investigate your past life experiences. But it didn't work for Lu Yuan. He seemed to have really fallen from the sky. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been investigating Lu Yuan's affairs recently. They just haven't contacted Lu Yuan, but they have already completed the investigation secretly, including the 3 soldiers before. They all obtained confessions and interrogated them personally. So Fury does have evidence that Lu Yuan is an alien. Can we talk? Fury said as he moved away from the door, meaning to let Lu Yuan in. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously and walked in without any precautions. And when passing by Natasha and Hawkeye, he asked, you won't do it again, will you? Natasha and Hawkeye looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had been given a blow. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked around again, turned around, and said to Fury, let's stop talking nonsense. You guys and snipers should all withdraw. Even the atomic bomb can't kill me. They know. Fury's expression changed. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to be more direct than him. 14. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to explain that we can't trust you for the time being, so we will make some necessary preparations. Nick Fury is already a veteran. Now that the person in the dark has been discovered, he simply confesses directly. Lu Yuan smiled and asked, including the fact that you were clearly observing me nearby before, and then specifically asked Coulson to take me around the bend, and all the arrangements along the way. It seems that you have discovered everything. Fury then knew that all his arrangements had been discovered, but he did not feel embarrassed and laughed. It seems that you are also good at this. People, this has already begun to test, not only to test whether Lu Yuan is also an agent, whether he's an agent of aliens, but also to test if Lu Yuan is an agent. What is the purpose of coming to Earth? Since you have already asked those 3 soldiers, don't you already know what I said? I said that my hometown has been destroyed, Krypton. We are not destroyed yet, don't lie. So I wandered to the Earth. Lu Yuan was really straightforward, repeating the words and excuses he used to deal with Tony in front of 3 soldiers. Fury nodded and acknowledged what the 3 soldiers had said. But how can I believe that you are not here for some special purpose? You should have understood that the Earth's technological level is not enough to set foot in outer space. We don't even know where the planet is if you just name it. How can I believe what you say? Of course, Fury would not be convinced by just one word, and took the opportunity to raise questions. Lu Yuan smiled, opened his hands, and said arrogantly, I am sincere in talking to you here. If you don't believe me, you can ask all your people to do it together and see if you can hurt me at all. Fury looked at Lu Yuan with a headache on his face. He knew that he had encountered a boy who was stunned. It was really difficult to deal with such a problem boy. In the eyes of Fury and all outsiders, Lu Yuan looked about 20 years old, definitely no more than 22 years old. However, no one knew that Lu Yuan had been sleeping in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. The total number of people present was not even a fraction of his age. Perhaps only Odin, the god king of Asgard, can compete with him in terms of age. Just maybe I can compete with him. Okay, let's sit down and talk. At this time, Coulson came in to smooth things over. Coulson and Lu Yuan must have communicated with each other on the way, and the two of them had a pretty happy chat. On the surface, Coulson seems less shrewd and more like an honest person. Of course, as one of the most senior agents, he is not as simple as he seems. Even Tony will be speechless when he becomes shady. But Lu Yuan could still chat with him, so he was willing to self-face. This is S.H.I.E.L.'s safe house, but it looks no different from an ordinary house. Only those who know the inside story can find the mechanism. There are actually many guns and ammunition inside. The room is not too small. There are currently 5 people in it, including Nick Fury, Coulson, Hawkeye, Natasha, and Lu Yuan, and it does not seem crowded. There were a few chairs on both sides, and Lu Yuan casually pulled one over and sat down. Fury also sat down opposite. Coulson and the others also walked around, but they were not looking for seats. Coulson stood behind Fury with his arms folded, while Hawkeye quietly held the position of the window, and Natasha also quietly came to the side of the door. This posture is very simple. If Lu Yuan wants to escape, both the window and the door will be blocked. If he wants to threaten Fury, he has Coulson on the other side to protect him. He didn't even know how many sights were aimed at Lu Yuan's vitals. Lu Yuan pretended not to know, crossed his legs, and looked at Fury opposite. He is a talented and bold person, and his calmness are not just fake. Fury nodded secretly, a flash of appreciation flashing in his single right eye. What agents want is this kind of calmness. Only with this kind of good quality can we find solutions to problems and various difficulties. I was also ordered to contact you. I need to get more detailed information. If you really want to live on Earth, I hope you can cooperate with our work. Fury suddenly became more businesslike and no longer mixed his own concerns, personal feelings, but said in an official tone. Lu Yuan actually understood that even if Tony vouched for him, he would not be able to live freely due to his identity. Even recently, he has always known that someone is secretly monitoring his every move, and he had long known that those 3 soldiers were unreliable. If nothing else, the first duty of a soldier was to protect his family and country. The more loyal and conscientious they were, the more they had to report the matter about Lu Yuan. Therefore, he has long been mentally prepared to face the current situation. It is better to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. is worse than others, at least much better than F, B, I, and C, I, and A. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan knew that if he sent S.H.I.E.L.D. away to satisfy them and those behind him, it seemed that he would not be able to get relief. Okay, let me talk a little bit, Lu Yuan replied. The other 4 people in the room all twitched their mouths. Isn't this too insincere? The key is that he also said it. What do you mean by saying it a little bit? What I want is for you to tell me everything. But Fury said nothing and winked at Natasha. Natasha nodded, gave up her position at the door, walked to a table in front of her, pulled out a chair, and took out a piece of white paper and a pen from the drawer. It seems like there are other functions here. For example, emergency interrogation or something. Lu Yuan glanced at Natasha's back. Not to mention, she had a really good figure. Ahem. Cough, cough. Fury coughed lightly and glanced at Lu Yuan funny, not knowing how to hide his look. Lu Yuan didn't care, and Natasha felt even less. The eagle eye by the window glanced at Fury and saw him raising his hand to make a gesture. Lu Yuan immediately noticed that all the targets aimed at him had disappeared. Suddenly, Lu Yuan stood up as if aware of it and looked in one direction. There was a S.H.I.E.L.D. sniper there. This was not surprising. He already knew that there were countless snipers in the dark, but he noticed something unusual and couldn't help but ask. Speaking of which, your shield is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. There are even people from Hydra. What? Fury and the others looked at Lu Yuan dumbfounded. Lu Yuan pointed in that direction with his hand. There's a guy in that direction with a tattoo of Hydra. If you don't believe me, take a look. The expressions of the people in the room all changed, because Hydra is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s biggest enemy. 15. My name is Lu Yuan Al, from Krypton. Lu Yuan is really not talking nonsense. He does know that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra for a long time, including the current top executive, that is, Alexander Pierce, who is Hydra's top leader in S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, he is also the top executive of S.H.I.E.L.D. and HYDRA. Do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. can be better? The reason why Lu Yuan discovered the Hydra agent was by chance. He subconsciously checked because the people around him stopped targeting him. As a result, his clairvoyance revealed the Hydra tattoo. It turns out that even Fury's team has a Hydra member. Fury was shocked and angry, and quickly sent someone to arrest the man. Naturally, this process did not require the big guys to take action in person. Hawkeye directly controlled it remotely and sent people to capture the Hydra. I didn't expect Hydra to be so evil. Fury clenched his fists tightly, his face turning green and white. Because on the surface, Hydra has been destroyed. But Fury never expected that Hydra would be reborn in S.H.I.E.L.D. When it comes to the entanglement between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., it's too complicated and may even go back to World War II. Hydra was originally led by the Red Skull and was once thought to have perished with the defeat of the Red Skull. It turned out that was not the case at all. Hydra was reborn from the ashes with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. and it had been lying in wait for opportunities in S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years. Lu Yuan shook his head. He knew what happened in the beginning. There was a scientist in Hydra named Dr. Zola, who had advanced scientific and technological knowledge. A certain country valued this talent and recruited him. This is simply inviting the wolf into the house. Dr. Zola secretly laid the groundwork at first, and then Hydra people invaded in large numbers. Now even the top officer of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a Hydra person. This is simply the biggest failure. But this had nothing to do with Lu Yuan. He just said it casually because he encountered this situation. As for the grievances between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, let them make their own troubles. Fury just asked someone to control the agent first, and then when he looked at Lu Yuan again, his eyes were even more meaningful. How did you know he was Hydra? How did you know about Hydra? Fury questioned. Again, on the surface Hydra was destroyed after World War II, and almost no one knew they still existed. Even agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., some people don't know that Hydra still exists. Fury may know something, but he would never have thought that there were people from Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. So he was very curious and concerned about what Lu Yuan knew. Of course, Lu Yuan couldn't say that he had watched the movie, so he made up an excuse casually. Since I set the Earth as the target of my wandering, I naturally have to understand the situation on the Earth in advance, so I know that there is a special force like Hydra. As for how I found out who he really is that I can actually see through it. Natasha felt her hair standing on end and cursed without looking back. Rogue. I haven't had time to see it yet. Then don't look at it. Ahem. Cough, 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 cough. Fury, Coulson, and Hawkeye were speechless when they heard the sudden quarrel between the two of them. But they also knew how Natasha felt. She was the only woman here, and she heard that Lu Yuan could see through things, so she would definitely have this reaction. Then Lu Yuan used his previous excuse to explain, saying that his X-ray vision was only X-ray and he would not see things he shouldn't see. As a result, Natasha asked him, if that's the case, how did you see the tattoo? Tattoos are patterns on the surface of the skin. If it were an X-ray, you would only be able to see the flesh, blood, and bones under the surface of the skin. How can you see the patterns on the surface? Lu Yuan glared at Natasha fiercely. Natasha was even more decisive, picking up the pen in her hand and throwing it over to prick his eyes. Fortunately, Fury and Coulson quickly stopped the two. Fury was still very dignified. He glared at Natasha and motioned for her to continue recording what Lu Yuan said. This is also an interrogation. They want to ask more things from Lu Yuan's mouth, and this has just begun. Name. Fury began to get into a rhythm. Lu Yuan knew what he meant and answered. Lu Yuan. Al, Kryptonian, Al family. By the way, I was not an agent before, but the first general of the Kryptonian Legion. My legion. At its peak, there were 300,000 warriors, but because we had implemented a universe-wide expansion plan, my legion was divided into 3 parts, and I only had 100,000 subordinates left. When he said this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall his life on Krypton, and there was a hint of pain in his eyes. Those 100,000 men later became 100,000 Doomsday. In order to protect Krypton, his hometown, his relatives and friends, he had to stop the irrational Doomsday army and personally destroyed his own subordinates. And due to the characteristics of the Doomsday, not even a little bit of hair or material dared to be left behind, but was completely wiped out. Fury and the others were shocked when they heard this. First of all, it was because of Lu Yuan's identity. He was actually such a powerful general. Secondly, is it because I heard that Krypton actually plans to colonize the entire universe? Are you crazy? We have almost done it. Lu Yuan showed a proud expression. Krypton once set foot in the entire universe, but of course it was the DC universe, not the Marvel universe. If it weren't for the war with Apocalypse, even the Guardians of the Universe on OA and their core of lights wouldn't be enough. Krypton has almost conquered the entire DC universe. It's a pity that it failed in the end. But we still failed, so don't worry. We have even destroyed ourselves. Lu Yuan smiled even more painfully. Krypton, let's just say we are not dead yet. Can we wait for a few more years? Facing Fury's interrogation, Lu Yuan did not hide anything, but revealed a lot. At the same time, he also needed to vent. After sleeping alone for 100,000 years, as well as some things he encountered when he left, he had been pressing in his heart and needed to find someone to talk to him. Anyway, this is the Marvel universe, not the DC universe. Even if Lu Yuan told some secrets, he didn't have anything to worry about. As for what to do if Fury doesn't find Krypton in the future, let's talk about it then. Maybe he has already left. So now I am taking this opportunity to vent my frustrations and to reassure S.H.I.E.L.D. with the truth and help me deal with other people. Don't bother him anymore. He's just an alien. What's the point? I'm so anxious. Do you believe it or not? Let me tell you that all your myths are true. In the Norse mythology of Asgard, even God exists. Want to listen? By the way, Lu Yuan has a Kryptonian name. His name is Lu Yuan Al. Do you know what Al represents? Representing the El family. And the Superman we are familiar with, Kal-El, is also from the El family. Lu Yuan is Superman's ancestor from 100,000 years ago. 16. I'm not going to S.H.I.E.L.D. For various reasons, Lu Yuan suddenly became cooperative. This surprised everyone in Fury. But since he was willing to talk, Natasha also forgot about some of her unhappiness just now and quickly picked up a pen and started writing. In fact, there are all kinds of high-tech tools now, including recording. Perhaps in order to show sincerity and goodwill, Fury did not prepare a monitor or recorder, so he had to let Natasha write by hand. Of course there are computers, but computers are not favored by agents. The reason is very simple. What if the system is hacked? Of course it is better to record such an important thing. So Lu Yuan began to tell his story. He is from Krypton, and he also has a name from Krypton. His name is Lu Yuan Al. The El family is one of the oldest families on Krypton, and even the god of Krypton, Leo, is the ancestor of the El family. The legend of the god of Krypton is 150,000 years older than Lu Yuan's, 250,000 years earlier than the story of Superman. It is said that Krypton was still an ancient society at that time. The El family has been around since that time. Is this also why Lu Yuan and Darkseid fought hard and became a special being after becoming Doomsday? This is also the reason why Superman Kal-El can become a special being. My planet has been destroyed, Lu Yuan mentioned again. In his opinion, Krypton's demise is a matter of time, and it may have already been destroyed. So you don't have to worry about the threat of Krypton. I have only one purpose for coming to Earth, and that is to live here temporarily. I have no ambitions for the Earth. The premise is that no one wants to target me or threaten my life. You cannot threaten my safety. Lu Yuan is very confident that he may be able to disrupt his life on Earth, but no one can threaten his safety or even his life. No one can do it. Not even the Thanos he knows can do it. Not even the great god of the Marvel universe comes. Not even the Supreme OA. He is not afraid. At most, he can evolve immunity after dying a few times and then defeat the OA. It's really exciting just thinking about it. I have shown my sincerity, and now it is your turn to show your sincerity. Lu Yuan finished, not completely, but just to say something that could be said. His name, origin, and purpose of coming to Earth. This is what Fury wants. Fury knew that Lu Yuan had more stories, but he also understood that continuing to ask questions would be like interrogation. That would only make Lu Yuan unhappy. So he nodded and said, as long as you don't want to take advantage of the Earth, we will naturally not be your enemy. Even if you are willing, I can make the decision to invite you to join us. What, sir? Coulson and Hawkeye exclaimed at the same time and felt incredible. This man is an alien. They are even doubting whether he will pose a threat to the Earth, so they want to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. It's too risky. Lu Yuan refused without hesitation. I don't want to join you and work for you. Since I am an alien, I am not suitable to join any camp on Earth. I will not work for any camp. Let him work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't be kidding. S.H.I.E.L.D. is ostensibly a subsidiary agency of the United Nations, claiming to work for the United Nations. But in reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a wage earner who works for a certain country and is a lackey of a certain country. That's why he doesn't want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. No room for negotiation? Fury asked. Lu Yuan nodded. There is no room for negotiation. I've already said that I will not join any forces on Earth, nor will I sacrifice my life for anyone, so don't even think about it. But you have become Tony Stark's bodyguard, haven't you? Natasha suddenly turned her head and glanced at Lu Yuan with a teasing tone in her words. Speaking of not working for others, isn't this still working as a bodyguard for Tony? First of all, he gave too much. Lu Yuan had to admit that with Tony's worth and financial resources, he gave too much. Fury and the others were speechless. You were so frank and straightforward, and they didn't know how to complain. Is it really about money? Secondly, Lu Yuan continued. On the surface, I am his bodyguard, but he is also responsible for all my daily necessities. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is my nanny. Rather than saying who works for whom, it is better to say that I before the Earth has adapted, he is the one helping me, and I am just protecting his safety accordingly. That's all. In fact, the relationship between Lu Yuan and Tony is a bit complicated. He is Tony's bodyguard, and Tony is his nanny. Moreover, Lu Yuan had just arrived on this Earth not long ago, and he didn't know much about many things. The main reason is that he came to a certain country, and it would be different if he returned to his own country. He has never lived in a certain country, and he is not even used to eating pizza. Moreover, people in a certain country are not like us. The most common kitchen utensils they use are microwave ovens. Almost all food can be eaten in a microwave oven. Can you believe it? Oatmeal is microwaved, and anything heated is microwaved. Lu Yuan has already smashed several microwave ovens. So annoying. Therefore, his relationship with Tony was unusual. Lu Yuan even felt that he owed Tony because of his relationship, Tony's origin story and opportunity to become Iron Man were completely destroyed. Now he is also responsible for bringing Tony back on track, and even responsible for bringing Obadiah back on track. There are many things to be busy with, but they are all helping Tony for free. They are more like making friends than superiors. Fury and the others were speechless. Natasha also has a big mouth and a dumbfounded look on her face, which is a little cute and a little funny. Such elite agents were shocked. Tony Stark, the world-famous playboy and slut, actually worked as a nanny for others? After all, he has seen my power, so a little compromise is understandable. Lu Yuan looked away and told the truth. Now Fury and the others understood. When you have to get along with a beast that can eat you at any time, such as a lion or a tiger, you will be cautious and don't dare to starve it. Otherwise, you will become food. One last request. Can you show us your power? And what abilities you have? Fury suddenly made a bold request, but his wording was a request. He wanted to see Lu Yuan's alien power with his own eyes. Are you sure? Lu Yuan asked. Fury looked deeply at Lu Yuan, and the others were also secretly on guard. Don't worry, don't worry. Lu Yuan quickly reassured. I won't hurt you, don't worry. As he spoke, he began to take off his clothes. Natasha was dumbfounded. You stinking scoundrel. I don't stink at all. P.S. Today will be updated to chapter 20, but the next 4 chapters will be released at night. Maybe 5:1, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 11 o'clock. There are many people reading at night. Maybe it can be posted more collect. 17. Avengers? Not interested in. Let me state in advance that Lu Yuan is really not trying to be a hooligan. Fury and the others said they wanted to see what he was capable of. He couldn't blow up the earth with one punch, right? Or do you really want to show them various abilities? He is not a juggler. After thinking about it, Tony and the 3 soldiers had seen his Doomsday appearance and simply transformed, so he didn't bother to waste so much time. But what to do with the clothes after the transformation? Transforming from a 1.9-meter monster to a monster of over 5 meters, he would definitely not be able to afford his clothes. But he had to go back. There was still something to do in Stark Tower over there. That's why he took off all his clothes. That's right, all taken off. Natasha looked back. Even though she was an elite among the elite, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he moved his neck and glanced at Fury and the others. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's body began to change. His body grew rapidly, from a height of 1.9 meters to more than 5 meters tall. In addition, his body is also growing horizontally, and his already strong body and muscles have become even more terrifying. He is simply a muscle monster. Moreover, his flesh and blood body was quickly covered with a layer of terrifying bone armor, with many sharp spiked edges protruding from it. They were the most terrifying weapons, and could even cut through Superman's body of steel. Even multiverse-level gods like Darkseid have to avoid the edge. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan has changed from an ordinary person to a terrifying monster. Rather, that is his true appearance, the Day of Destruction. And unlike ordinary Doomsdays, Lu Yuan was the first Doomsday born on Krypton 100,000 years ago. His power is the most powerful, and he can even destroy an army of 100,000 Doomsdays by himself. Lu Yuan was the first Doomsday on Krypton. The subsequent 100,000 Doomsdays were all developed based on his successful experience, but none were as good as Lu Yuan. The other Doomsday sons are no more than 3 meters tall, and their strength is far behind Lu Yuan. Even 100,000 Doomsday sons cannot defeat Lu Yuan. And during that crazy battle, Lu Yuan evolved countless times. Even the weakness of kryptonite was overcome, and even Darkseid's own Omega rays were immune. Also because he was besieged by 100,000 destruction sons, he was almost immune to punches, kicks, and other injuries, because even he had been beaten to death in this way, but he was immune after being resurrected. There are also heat rays, and even all kinds of damage. Such a terrifying monster, just standing there, already made Fury and the others terrified and speechless. Natasha didn't care about anything else. She stood up subconsciously, raised her head, and stared blankly at Lu Yuan at this time. Lu Yuan tilted his head. His head was already on the ceiling. He had to tilt his head, otherwise a big hole would be punched through the ceiling and expand directly to the upper floor. How should I continue to show my power? Demolish this building? Or destroy the New York City? Lu Yuan asked. His voice was loud and scary because he transformed into Doomsday. Fury quickly reached out to stop him. That's enough. That's enough. In fact, he was also shocked. Fury thinks he has seen a lot and has even dealt with aliens. Few people know that there have been alien visitors to the Earth, such as the Skrulls and the Kree. So when he learned that Lu Yuan was an alien, he didn't pay too much attention. But now he found that he was wrong, very wrong. The threat and feeling that Lu Yuan brought to him far exceeded any moment he had ever experienced before. Even when facing the terrifying alien fleet coming from Ronan the Accuser, he never felt more powerless and panicked than this. He believed that the monster in front of him could definitely do what he said. Ruin that New York City? He cannot bear this responsibility. Okay, please change back to your original appearance, Fury said. Lu Yuan shrugged, although he didn't want to admit it. In fact, this was his true face now. Well, he's already doomed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan turned into a human again. Unlike other people's transformations, Lu Yuan can transform more freely, without losing control or going berserk. He picked up his clothes and put them on quickly, but when he was tying his tie, he looked at Natasha with some distress. Natasha was the only girl in the room, staring at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spread his hands. I can't tie a tie. So you want me to tie your tie? Natasha almost shouted, her tone full of disbelief. Fury nodded to Coulson. Just when Coulson was about to come over to help Lu Yuan, the latter sighed and quickly tied his tie reluctantly. Natasha was so angry that her teeth started to itch. As expected, he is someone who can get together with that guy Tony, this bastard. Hawkeye looked thoughtful and was thinking about something. The relationship between Hawkeye and Natasha is extraordinary, especially when Hawkeye was controlled by Loki with the Mind Scepter. She still firmly believed that Hawkeye did not betray. But don't doubt that they are not a couple. Secretly, Hawkeye already has his own family, and his eldest daughter is about to be born. And Natasha is one of the few people who knows Hawkeye's family, and is an old friend of their family, like family. Therefore, Hawkeye was not jealous, nor did he hate Lu Yuan because of it. Instead, he was thinking about something thoughtfully. Because Hawkeye didn't have a high sense of presence, Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to him. He turned to ask Fury, I have cooperated with you so much, can I leave? He was so cooperative because he wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. to stop causing trouble. He didn't want to continue to deal with them again and again. How could a human like Fury not know what he meant? He said with a half smile, do you think you can really get rid of us even if you don't join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lu Yuan looked back at Fury and said with a serious expression, I'll beat you to death. I'm serious. It doesn't take any effort. Fury was startled and quickly comforted him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to trouble you, but I hope you can help us when we are in trouble. By the way, I also have a plan for a hero team here. You, not interested. Lu Yuan interrupted Fury directly. He knew that the plan was probably the Avengers, but he really had no interest. At least not now. I have shown enough sincerity and patience. I hope you can understand and don't push yourself too far. Lu Yuan stood at the door, with his back to Fury and the others, making words that were not a threat, but more than a threat, and then opened the door and leave. He had done enough and cooperated enough in the hope that Fury and the others would understand and stop disturbing him. But if they still press forward, Lu Yuan won't be so polite by then. Inside the room, Fury and the others looked at each other, and found that each other's faces were covered with cold sweat without realizing it. It went smoothly at first, but when Lu Yuan suddenly turned against him, it was terrible. Boss, Natasha said to Fury, this is an uncontrollable monster. Listen to me and don't mess with it again. Unless, Fury looked at Natasha and said incoherently, someone can control it. 18. Natasha's beauty trap? After this contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., Lu Yuan understood that what he was facing was not just the few people in front of him, but what he was really facing was the Earth's forces represented behind them. There is no doubt that with Fury's methods and power, Lu Yuan can definitely become the public enemy of the Earth, just like the dilemma the Hulk faces today. Of course, Lu Yuan is not afraid. He can blow up the Earth with one punch now. But what then? He came to Earth temporarily and wanted to relax on the Earth of this world, not to kill, or cause destruction. Although he is Doomsday, he retains his own mind and does not lose control or go berserk. So Lu Yuan is naturally not here to destroy the Earth. If possible, he didn't want to cause trouble, so he fully cooperated with Fury and expressed his goodwill and sincerity. However, he was not easy to mess with, so he made threats before leaving. He has done enough. Don't push yourself further, otherwise you will no longer be easy to talk to. To put it simply, I will give you face this time, but don't be shameless. And don't forget that Lu Yuan's Kryptonian name is Lu Yuan Al. He is a member of the Al family. He was the representative of the Al family 100,000 years ago and became the commander of the strongest army on Krypton. If placed on the current Krypton, even General Zod would be far worse than him. Even if he didn't have to kneel down, he would still be far from comparable to Lu Yuan. General Zod is already one of the top generals of Krypton, but Lu Yuan is more like the supreme commander of all soldiers, and even the general is his subordinate. As a member of the Al family, at least he is not the kind of bad person who destroys other people's civilization for no reason. What's more, Lu Yuan was a genuine Earthling in his previous life, so of course he has a lot to worry about. I believe they won't push the envelope anymore, Lu Yuan said confidently. He also deliberately showed his power as Doomsday. After seeing his true face, Fury and the others will also consider whether they can offend him. If nothing else happens, this matter should come to an end. Lu Yuan knew better that only by having such a contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. could he officially establish a foothold on the Earth. This meeting will happen sooner or later. He is an alien and will definitely come to his door. So Lu Yuan was also mentally prepared. After all, being the most powerful person on the planet was nothing. But after this experience, no one should bother him anymore. He also made ugly remarks in front of others. It was really unpleasant, and everyone looked bad. Okay, it's time to make extra money. Putting away these thoughts in his mind, Lu Yuan relaxed a lot and turned his thoughts back to Iron Man. Again, after all, it was because of Lu Yuan's relationship that the plot changed. In addition, his relationship with Tony was not bad now. He was idle anyway, so he wanted to help Tony get back on track. Among them, there is an important role that must be mentioned. That is the most important villain in the first Iron Man, Iron Overlord. The Iron Overlord is Obadiah, and the previous attacks and traps that Tony encountered were also arranged by Obadiah with the purpose of killing Tony. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan's intrusion disrupted all his plans. But it doesn't matter. Lu Yuan has already sent the box to him. But the box of blueprints alone was not enough. He also had to help Obadiah, or at least push him. Otherwise, what's the price? Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing an extremely sinister smile. Therefore, he can be very sinister sometimes. But after Lu Yuan made up his mind, he raised his head and realized, by the way, isn't the distance a little too far? Coulson had dragged him around before, and he was getting farther and farther away from Stark Tower. He could fly, and he could travel faster than the speed of light, but he was just on the street and running around in broad daylight, and that's too lucrative, right? Dee. At this moment, 2 car horns sounded behind him. Lu Yuan turned around, and his eyes lit up. A sports car slowly came behind him. Especially the person in the driver's seat was a beautiful woman. Beautiful women with beautiful cars are always eye-catching. The only bad thing is that the beauty looked very reluctant. She glared at Lu Yuan and scolded. Get in the car, I'll take you back. The person driving was Natasha, with a very ugly expression on her face, because it was Coulson who was supposed to see Lu Yuan off, but for some reason Fury wanted her to see him off. As an elite agent, Natasha is not a novice. She already vaguely knows what Fury is planning. Isn't it just a beauty trap? She is a beauty herself, and it's not like she has never taken the initiative to use it. It would be better to say that she is too familiar. So Natasha's expression became even worse. What is Fury doing? The honey trap is just a ruse, and the ultimate goal is to complete the task. But Fury wanted to win over this alien monster. If he used this honey trap on him, it might not be lifted forever. So Natasha was very resistant. Lu Yuan was not polite, opened the passenger door and got in. Fortunately, the sports car is open top and the carport can be packed away, otherwise it would be very uncomfortable given his size. This was done by Natasha after seeing his height in advance. Thank you. Lu Yuan thanked politely and was about to turn his head to look at Natasha. Natasha stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car roared and shot out instantly. An ordinary person would definitely be frightened, but Lu Yuan didn't care at all. He once won first place in a spaceship competition and even dared to race among meteorites. This was nothing. The most important thing is that he is not afraid of death and cannot die. So seeking death is nothing. Maybe Natasha wanted to get rid of Lu Yuan too much, so she drove all the way and drove him back to the door of Stark Tower as fast as possible. Then without even saying goodbye, she stepped on the accelerator and left quickly. Lu Yuan shrugged. Although Natasha was indeed beautiful, he had not yet fallen in love at first sight. He just appreciated beautiful things. He once personally led the colonization plan of Krypton, and he was also a high-level executive of Krypton. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. So Lu Yuan turned around and entered the building without taking any notes. As soon as he came in, Lu Yuan was immediately blocked by a person. Mr. Obadiah, please go to the office. Lu Yuan smiled and came. Following that person, Lu Yuan got into Tony's exclusive elevator and went straight to the upper floors. Although it was Tony's exclusive elevator, Obadiah, as the board of directors and the veteran of the company, was certainly qualified to ride it. At least Lu Yuan doesn't care about that. Obadiah is anxious. He is anxious. Obadiah's office was also on the top floor, just 1 floor below Tony's. Opening the door, Lu Yuan came into his office. Obadiah was waiting. The decoration in the office is still very particular. There is a large floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk, where you can stand and look out at the distant scenery. There are bookshelves and many other things around. Lu Yuan just glanced at it casually and then looked away. He was not here to visit, and after seeing Tony's luxurious office and villa, these were nothing. Besides, his home on Krypton is even more luxurious than this. Not to mention the gap in technological level. Krypton 100,000 years ago was enough to beat the Earth today. Did you ask someone to give me the suitcase? Obadiah stood up from behind the desk, took out the suitcase Lu Yuan had brought before, and put it on the table. It seemed like he hadn't touched it, but Lu Yuan knew very well that he had already seen what was inside. What is this? Obadiah asked. Lu Yuan smiled, glanced at the closed door behind him, and stopped pretending. He pulled out a chair and sat down, crossed his legs, and said straight to the point. I'll ask for extra money. Didn't I tell you before? Obadiah hesitated for a moment, then suddenly sat down, no longer anxious, but said with a smile. Tony did not disappoint me. This is the latest weapon he designed, right? It's great. As long as it can be mass-produced, production can make a lot of money for the company, and the country is more secure. Lu Yuan just smiled and watched him perform. Obadiah frowned slightly. Seeing that Lu Yuan was so calm and composed, he couldn't help but probe. What? Didn't Tony ask you to bring me the drawings? Of course not. Lu Yuan said without hesitation, telling lies with his eyes open, and without any scruples. I'm here to ask for money. But he wasn't lying, because Tony really didn't know that Lu Yuan wanted to give the drawings to Obadiah. Tony only knew that there was a mole who wanted to kill him, but he didn't know that the mole was actually his father's friend, and could also be said to be his mentor, Obadiah. I don't know how Tony will feel when he finds out later. No wonder Lu Yuan said he couldn't let Tony know, otherwise he would alert the enemy. What do you mean? Obadiah's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and he yelled angrily, You are cheating? You are Tony's bodyguard, but you steal his things and sell them to me? What are your intentions? Aren't you afraid that I will put you in jail? Not to mention, the acting looks really good. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all, and continued to look at Obadiah intently. It wasn't until the latter became more and more uncomfortable with him that he spoke, and said slowly, It's better to say that you are not afraid of Tony knowing. Obadiah was shocked. This is a common problem among people with a guilty conscience. They always worry about whether something will be exposed if they have something on their mind. Lu Yuan obviously didn't say anything, but he started to mutter. Could it be that he has been exposed? No, that's not possible. Obadiah calmed down and shouted angrily. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. Get out of here quickly. Lu Yuan was also serious and stood up directly, reaching for the suitcase as if to leave. In the end, Obadiah couldn't hold back and held down the suitcase. Lu Yuan asked with a half smile. What do you mean? Obadiah raised his head, looked at Lu Yuan seriously, and asked, Who are you? You don't have to worry about this. As long as you know that as long as you give me money, I will give you something, Lu Yuan said with the face of a greedy villain. He did not make up any nonsense and said that he was a member of the Ten Rings gang, that is, the enemies he encountered in the desert, because he knew that Obadiah had a secret deal with that group of people, and it was Obadiah who asked those people to kill Tony. As soon as he lied here, the case would be solved immediately. It's better to play a character who is just in it for the money. Obadiah continued to stare deeply at Lu Yuan and asked tentatively, What did you mean by what you said before? What do you know? Lu Yuan shrugged. Actually, I don't know anything, not even Tony. Obadiah almost vomited blood. Are you kidding me? It's true that Lu Yuan only knew that Obadiah was the villain because he knew the plot, but he really didn't have any evidence. Before that, he had been a liar. It was Obadiah's poor concentration, and because Lu Yuan acted too confident, as if he knew the truth, because he knew the truth, so he was deceived by Lu Yuan. In the end, he said he didn't know anything. Obadiah even wanted to kill Lu Yuan, and Obadiah was indeed ruthless enough to do it. Lu Yuan saw that Obadiah was already showing signs of losing control, and knew that he could not continue to stimulate him, so he changed his voice and said, "However, the weapons used at the scene were all produced by Stark. That group of people came from a certain country. Enemy. How come they have so many Stark group weapons? Can you explain?" And Tony's itinerary that day was also a secret. How did the enemy lay a trap in advance, and just happen to attack Tony? Tony really has no evidence, but he has begun to suspect that there is an insider in the company, and he wants to take this opportunity to get rid of him, and even take away the company. Who was the most suspicious person? Lu Yuan lowered his head. Although he was tall, Obadiah was still sitting. Such an oppressive aura made Obadiah start to sweat on his forehead. Lu Yuan's speculation was also very simple. He could understand it in one sentence. Who would be the biggest vested interest after Tony's death? You don't need to ask to know that if Tony dies, it means that the Stark family is extinct. Then Obadiah will get the company and even annex all Tony's property and shares. So do you still have to wonder why Lu Yuan found him? Lu Yuan was good at knocking on the suitcase deliberately. This is what he is going to use against you. It is both the latest weapon and the latest armor. Once he successfully develops it, he can use it to kick you out of the company. As for how to take revenge in the future, let him do whatever he wants. No, he can't do that, Obadiah said, standing up. Lu Yuan just looked at him, knowing that Obadiah was anxious, and he was anxious. It's easy to handle if it's urgent. Lu Yuan opened the suitcase himself, found a drawing, pointed at the Mark I armor, and reminded, when the time comes, new energy sources will be installed here. The weapons of the old era are outdated, and he will become the sole leader of the Stark group, and lead the Stark group to a new future. And what about you? You conservative and pedantic old guys will all be eliminated. And you yourself know very well that once Tony succeeds, how will he deal with you? 20. Obadiah took the bait. In fact, Lu Yuan cheated. He obviously took advantage of knowing the plot in advance, and then talked about it carefully, using some specious words to deceive Obadiah. If you ask, is there really any evidence? That's definitely not possible unless the boss of those people in the desert is caught and a confession is obtained. However, his words were not without purpose. Only Obadiah himself knew that the previous traps and attacks were led by him. In this way, the guilty person will take the bait himself. Obadiah didn't have the confidence to think that Lu Yuan and Tony really knew something and were going to deal with him. This set of drawings is evidence. Once Tony really develops a new concept, a new era of weapons, or even a new energy source, he has every right to expel himself from the board of directors. Then Tony will have countless opportunities and time to slowly investigate Obadiah's bit of trouble in the company. So for Obadiah, he had no choice. How can I trust you? Obadiah asked Lu Yuan. Why should he trust Tony's bodyguard? Lu Yuan pointed at the drawings on the table. Brother, I brought Tony's stuff to you. What do you think? But there is nothing about the core in it. Obadiah sneered. He had seen it before. The drawings of this armor were easy to understand, but how to drive it? It can't be gasoline, right? The reason why he believed Lu Yuan's lies was because if he wanted to activate this set of armor, he would definitely need a new concept and a new era of energy, and the old models were not enough. Battery? What kind of battery should I use? Fuel? Less likely. So Obadiah knew very well that Lu Yuan was hiding something, which was the most critical core secret. Only when he gets this will he believe Lu Yuan's words and take action. Otherwise, he is not a fool. He is a cunning person. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan really didn't mind and told him the core secret. It's very simple. As long as you can shrink that big thing downstairs and study it, the energy of the arc reactor can be enough to drive this armor suit. I can even remind you that this suit is just the most basic. We can continue to develop the version of the armor. For example, we can increase the thickness of the armor, increase the power tonnage, and even equip it with the most advanced weapons, etc. Lu Yuan did not hide anything for himself, but truly taught everything he had. It's just that what he taught him with all his heart was of course Iron Overlord's original design. Obadiah was the designer of Iron Overlord. After listening to Lu Yuan's suggestion, he couldn't help but nod secretly, feeling that it was very satisfactory. But when it comes to the arc reactor, Obadiah hesitates. Are you sure that damn thing can really be used? Obadiah showed a hesitant expression. That thing was made by Howard 30 years ago. It has been left there untouched for 30 years. It has always been just for outsiders to see. Lu Yuan was right. The large arc reactor had been just a facade before. To those outside, we were not only a weapons dealer, we were also developing other technologies. But in fact, there has been no research and development based on the arc reactor for 30 years. As a result, Lu Yuan suddenly brought news today that the arc reactor is a new energy source in the new era, and of course it can drive steel suits. You are really holding a golden rice bowl to beg for food. Lu Yuan felt speechless. From a more advanced perspective, once a new energy system is developed around the arc reactor, it can directly overwhelm the world's energy system and even control global energy. This is more profitable than selling anything. Are you still thinking about selling weapons? Too stupid. But he doesn't want to use the knowledge he gained on Krypton to change the Earth here, let alone become a so-called pioneer, so that's fine. Are you sure I can defeat Tony? Obadiah asked again, and finally revealed that he actually wanted to defeat Tony's ambition. Lu Yuan shrugged, but it was a pity that he didn't bring a recorder, otherwise he really wanted to listen to Tony. But it doesn't matter if you don't have a recorder. Tony is a genius, and he is also improving the suit. That's why I remind you that as long as you build an armored suit with greater power and stronger defense than him, won't you be sure of victory? Lu Yuan said without sincerity. Take Obadiah to the ditch. If strength and tonnage alone can determine the outcome, why should Tony consider a refined and advanced version? Wouldn't it be better to just develop a big thing that is tens of meters high? Quite the contrary. The bigger the guy, the bulkier he is. What's the point of having only Yamato Shige if you can't even touch the enemy? Lu Yuan did it on purpose. Iron Overlord was destined to be a failure, and he deliberately wanted to lead Obadiah in the direction of Iron Overlord. Let's go. Seeing that he had finished what he needed to say, Lu Yuan stood up and was about to leave. Obadiah watched Lu Yao leave, still a little hesitant in his heart. Suddenly, when Lu Yuan opened the door, he did not forget to remind Obadiah, by the way, my salary card has been processed. Don't forget to pay. Obadiah's heart was suddenly relieved. It is said that people die for money and birds die for food. Lu Yuan's greed for money is very vivid. If he betrayed Tony for money, it is not unbelievable. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan did bring him the thing that Tony was studying, and also brought in the news that Tony was doubting him. If Lu Yuan was Tony's man, he shouldn't have done these things. Instead, he should have secretly investigated himself and even stolen information from his computer. But Lu Yuan didn't. Instead, like a true betrayer, he stole important things and brought them to him in exchange for sufficient rewards. Obadiah had seen too many similar things like this before he felt suspicious. Then, next, it's time to think about how to take the lead and create this new era of big guys earlier than Tony. Tony, I'll see how you die this time, Obadiah said with a proud expression. On the other side, Lu Yuan was walking on the way out, with a dark sneer on his lips. Obadiah, those were all his one-sided words before, even though they were all true, because he knew the plot. But Lu Yuan could not deny that he could not provide any evidence. So he needs Obadiah to take action. Only if he takes action can he prove that he is right, and that Obadiah is the villain. Obadiah's vision is not high enough. What he doesn't understand is that although Lu Yuan is indeed on Tony's side, he doesn't mind helping Obadiah develop Iron Overlord. So what? If Obadiah can jump out of the water on his own initiative, this will be nothing. Moreover, Obadiah would never have imagined that Lu Yuan asked Tony to print out this drawing in person and then hand it over to him. He will never understand until he dies. The end of science, becoming a god. After walking around a lot today, when Lu Yuan returned to Tony's super big villa, Tony was still knocking downstairs. Don't tell me you spend your whole day like this. Lu Yuan carried a bottle of wine to the basement. As mentioned before, in addition to an underground garage in Tony's basement, there is also his laboratory. This is also his studio, allowing Tony to do whatever he wants here or develop some gadgets. For example, the 2 robotic arms were developed by him. They also have a certain amount of intelligence and can help him solve some small things. Lu Yuan also saw that Tony had even developed a mechanical arm, although it was still in its most rudimentary state. Now it's just a steel arm, with no effect other than defensive power. Tony kept moving his arms to check whether there would be any friction or discomfort in the operation of the mechanical arm. At the same time, he looked back at Lu Yuan, and then he exclaimed, "That is the best wine I have hidden in the cabinet. It was originally, I planned to open it on my birthday." Lu Yuan shrugged. He opened the bottle of wine just because he found it hidden so deeply. "It tastes good," Lu Yuan said, taking a sip directly from the bottle and asking without sincerity, "Want a drink?" Tony just looked at Lu Yuan, and in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. He drank from the bottle. "So how could he have another drink? Who did you give it to?" Tony asked, pretending to be casual. Lu Yuan smiled. "Don't waste your efforts. It's impossible to tell you now. You'd better develop your suit quickly." Tony grinned. This guy? It was impossible for Lu Yuan to tell Tony now. Otherwise, with Tony's impulsive personality, he would immediately find evidence of Obadiah's crime and arrest him. What's the point? Good guy. Is he planning to direct the original Iron Man story by himself? No wonder he made 2 preparations, which was equivalent to sending scripts to Tony and Obadiah respectively. And Tony and Obadiah are acting on his ideas. With a character like Tony's, he was able to hold his temper and stay at home for a day to develop the steel suit. It can be seen that he is very optimistic about this suit. At this time, Tony was already fully focused on this matter, so he didn't ask Lu Yuan who he was going to see today and pulled him in to discuss the suit together. But Lu Yuan knew very well that as long as Tony came over and did a little inquiry and investigation, he would know that the person he was going to see today was Obadiah. But it doesn't matter, as long as this period of time has passed. It doesn't matter even if Tony knows. At least it's still developing at the pace he hoped for now. This is why he did not cover up his whereabouts, and even went to the company to talk to Obadiah blatantly in broad daylight. He did it on purpose. Next, Lu Yuan joined in with a bottle of wine and squatted in the studio with Tony, helping Tony develop the 2nd generation of Mark suit. No, it should be said to be the 3rd generation, because Lu Yuan directly reminded Tony and asked him to consider whether there are any restrictions on the materials used. For example, once encountering an environment that is too cold, will there be any problems with the suit? For example, after flying to a certain height in the sky, will there be any problem with the suit freezing? This is also the biggest weakness of the Mark II suit, which is that it is not cold resistant. Whether it flies to too high an altitude or to an environment that is too cold, there is a risk of freezing and loss of control. Once you fall from a high altitude, even if you are protected by a steel suit, the huge impact will still make the person inside smash into a pulp like a can. Tony was shocked. Unlike Lu Yuan, he could fly aircraft and spaceships. Tony had only been flying airplanes at most. Of course, he didn't know so many things to pay attention to. Luckily you're here. Tony exhaled fearfully. If he didn't know this precaution and fell down during the test flight, it would be all over. So you see, I'm thinking about you, Lu Yuan said proudly. At least I didn't remind that big guy about this. Big guy. Tony raised his eyebrows. Lu Yuan coughed dryly, saying he had said too much. I have a bottle of wine better than this. Tony pointed to the wine in Lu Yuan's hand, saying that this was just for his birthday, but he also had another bottle for Christmas. Christmas in foreign countries is equivalent to the Spring Festival. One is prepared for birthdays, and the other is prepared for the Spring Festival. You can imagine which one is better. Lu Yuan thought for a while and had to give in. Okay, of course I gave that guy some advice and asked him to improve the Mark I, thicken the armor and tonnage, and add more powerful weapons. Name it Iron Overlord. Next, Lu Yuan briefly talked about Iron Overlord. Tony opened his mouth wide and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Good guy, you actually eat both ends? Here he is helping him develop the new Mark suit, and there he is helping the enemy develop the Iron Overlord. Is he the only one who benefits from the joint effort? Don't worry, I'll help you in the worst case. What you really care about is not whether you can beat him, but whether the opponent will jump out. Only when he shows his true colors will you have an excuse to eradicate him. I think what I said is clear enough. Rather than keeping him around and becoming a hidden danger, it is better to eliminate all future troubles forever. But how to make him jump out of the water willingly? There is only one way, and that is to make him feel that he is sure of victory. Only when he thinks that he has won only, then will he be willing to break up. Lu Yuan said earnestly to comfort Tony. Tony looked at Lu Yuan with suspicion, feeling that he had been deceived by him. But it is undeniable that Lu Yuan is very convincing. And this is what Lu Yuan said before, when he took the drawings away. He said that he was helping Tony find out the mole to avoid future troubles. Okay, the wine is in the classic car. Tony had no choice but to believe Lu Yuan's lies, and instructed Lu Yuan to take out the wine. He took out 2 cups to prevent Lu Yuan from continuing to enjoy it alone. It was poured into a cup and the 2 of them clinked it. I really don't know what your technological civilization is like. Tony couldn't help but sigh after taking a sip of wine. He always thought that the concept of the Mark suit proposed by Lu Yuan was the technology of the Kryptonian civilization. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the civilization of Krypton is developed, it is precisely because of this advanced technology that it may kill Krypton. Whether it was the danger of the Doomsday or various subsequent factors, Krypton could never escape the end of destruction. What if I said that the end of technology is theology? Tony, what would you think? Lu Yuan suddenly said these words. Tony was dumbfounded. Do you high-tech aliens like you think there are gods in the world? As a result, Lu Yuan showed a meaningful smile. It's not that there is a god in the world, but that he becomes a god at the end of science. For example, on that day Qixing became the new god clan. Lu Yuan and Tony cherish each other. With each person holding a glass of wine, Lu Yuan and Tony sat on the floor in the underground studio, drank and chatted. To be honest, the 2 got along well with each other. Despite their different personalities, Tony was a swinger who had been wild and unrestrained throughout his life. But Lu Yuan is not like this. If Lu Yuan were so unreliable and unrighteous, he would not be the supreme commander of Krypton. Lu Yuan just seems a bit sinister now, but in fact, when he was on Krypton, he was a man who was loved by everyone and feared by others. Lu Yuan's men both loved him and were scared to death because Lu Yuan never joked. During his military career, Lu Yuan always told the truth. It's just that the life now is very different from the life on Krypton before. It is more like returning to the life on Earth, and it is no longer so strict and self-restrained. But he and Tony were still from 2 different worlds. The strange thing is that they can talk. Tony was also very surprised. Why do you want to help me like this? Tony just invited Lu Yuan to be his bodyguard, but Lu Yuan had already done a lot. Whether it was helping him develop these Mark suits or taking the initiative to help him find out the insider, it was beyond the scope of being a bodyguard. Without Lu Yuan's help, Tony, who has not experienced shock and growth, would still be just an unreliable rich 2nd generation swinger. It was because of Lu Yuan's guidance that he wanted to develop the suit, and he would grow up in the future. But why? Why does he want to help himself? Tony was puzzled. Lu Yuan held the wine glass and shook it gently, watching the bright red wine sloshing in the glass, smelling the aroma of wine wafting between his mouth and nose, and showed a satisfied smile. As for Tony's question, he took a sip of wine before he said leisurely, Tony, you originally thought you were better. Tony smiled and said with self-deprecation, I definitely know myself better than you do. He does not deny that he is a bohemian. It is said that except for one of the girls on the cover of a magazine last year, he dated every girl. And because one of the month's cover girls is a twin, it's equivalent to not missing a month. It can be seen. Really? Lu Yuan glanced at Tony and asked, if I ask you now, if you encounter a special situation and you need to crawl on the barbed wire to let your teammates crawl over, will you do that? Tony said without hesitation, I'll find pliers and cut the barbed wire. You can only say that about Tony, but you will choose to sacrifice yourself. Lu Yuan said so seriously, looking at Tony with bright eyes, but there was sadness deep in his eyes, feeling sad for Tony and for himself. Lu Yuan was right. Tony seemed to be evading responsibility when he said it, but every time he chose to sacrifice himself immediately. When he carried the nuclear bomb through the wormhole, he never thought about whether he could come back. If he made a mistake, he would end up living in outer space and die. He even faced Thanos directly as a mortal, and even snapped his fingers at the cost of his life. What Lu Yuan admires about Tony is that he really deserves to be a superhero, just like himself. Lu Yuan, he knew who Darkseid was, and of course he knew how terrifying Darkseid was. But as soon as he got the news, he chose to protect Krypton. He knew he was going to die, and he did fight until the very end, and he fought until he died. He was then resurrected and turned into a monster, becoming the first Doomsday. But the resurrected Lu Yuan had no resentment, but returned to the battlefield again and faced Darkseid's true form again. This time he won. Even if he dies, or even dies again, he must defend Krypton and his hometown and compatriots behind him. He even tried to stop the 100,000-strong Doomsday army from going berserk and out of control by himself, and in the end, he single-handedly wiped out his former 100,000 subordinates. However, what came in exchange was not a heroic song, but a lonely person leaving. But Lu Yuan never complained or resented, or even gave up on himself. Instead, he completely recovered his sanity, and even as a Doomsday, he seemed like an ordinary person. What a great self-control and great spirit. So he knew and favored Tony very well. Why does he keep trying to help Tony get back on track with Iron Man? He just doesn't want Tony to fall because of his relationship. Tony is a superhero, and he doesn't want Tony to deviate from the track. There is only one reason, and that is, they are all superheroes. So they cherish each other, so Lu Yuan is willing to help Tony. Besides, although I am your bodyguard, if you become Iron Man and your enemies are found and killed by you, I don't have to worry about your safety. I just need to get paid monthly, right? Lu Yuan touched Tony with the cup in his hand, and then took a sip. Tony stared at this shameless guy in stunned silence, always feeling that he had been fooled. Damn, is there such a person as a bodyguard? Pay me back, Tony yelled. Lu Yuan ran upstairs with 2 bottles of wine and laughed. Tony didn't chase him. Looking at the direction Lu Yuan was leaving, he suddenly felt that he was no longer afraid of Lu Yuan in his heart. If it was because of self-protection at the beginning, it was because she was afraid of Lu Yuan's power and kept him by her side. She would rather buy him with a big price than harm her own life, and she would rather be a nanny. Now, it seems that gradually, like old friends, they can joke around, drink happily, and chat without restraint. Think about it. Lu Yuan even said that at the end of science, there is only one way to become a god, and he almost couldn't use Asgard or the new gods of Apocalypse as examples. And Lu Yuan really hopes that Tony will become Iron Man. All I can say is that they get along well. As the days passed, Obadiah was still very trustworthy, and the next day, he called Lu Yuan a lot of money, more than $30 million US. But Obadiah was very bad. He called Lu Yuan directly as himself, which was easy to find out. Lu Yuan felt funny. This was a warning to him not to talk nonsense, otherwise Obadiah would also have evidence. But how did Obadiah know that Lu Yuan showed it to Tony directly, and shamelessly asked Tony, "Do you think the money he gave is enough?" Tony's eyes rolled wildly. Wasn't this guy unwilling to tell him who the traitor was? Why did you change your temper today? But Tony pretended not to know and said, "It's definitely not enough. Let him pay another 50 million, which is about the same." Okay. Lu Yuan called Obadiah directly and told Obadiah, "I asked Tony. This thing is worth at least 300 million US. You have to give me another 50 million. Obadiah almost vomited blood. He could only give money to such a shameless person. Of course, he didn't believe that Lu Yuan really asked Tony. Progress of Iron Man and Iron Overlord. From this day on, Tony devoted himself wholeheartedly to the research and development of Mark's suit. First, the steel protective boots were manufactured within 5 days, and the most important thing was that they also came with an aircraft. The steel gauntlets were put on hold first, because the gauntlets were already completed and only the installation stage of the aircraft was left, so they turned around and developed protective boots. And before that, research including the most important arc reactor has been completed. It was originally a large-scale palladium arc reactor that Tony's father, Howard, had built 30 years ago. Tony already knew the specific principles and built it in less than 1 night after returning. Now the energy equipment, which is made into a round shape and looks like a battery, is put aside. Lu Yuan watched all this with his own eyes, and Tony was not defensive about him, because in Tony's view, all this was inspired by Lu Yuan. Tony didn't know that Lu Yuan only knew about it after watching the Iron Man movie. The specific process was all done by Tony himself. He really didn't know how to do it. After all, Lu Yuan was once a general and commander-in-chief, but he was not an engineer or electrician, let alone a scientist. And despite the fact that it only took Tony 1 night to develop the small arc reactor, if it were anyone else, this thing would have been very difficult. For example, Obadiah has not realized how difficult this thing is, and is now developing his Iron Overlord in full swing. Obadiah is in the company's R/U00260 department, which has more comprehensive equipment, more technical personnel, and all kinds of materials. So he is trying to perfect the Iron Overlord as much as possible, and add as much armor, tonnage, and weapons as possible. He wants to build Iron Overlord into a Big Mac. That's why he's called Iron Overlord. That will be his turnaround. He will rely on Iron Overlord to completely gain the support of a certain country. Even if he kills Tony, no one will say anything. This is a certain country, and this is a capitalist. As long as you have enough chips and capital, you have unlimited power and privileges. Look at Tony again. On the 5th day, the steel protective boots were completed and even mounted on the aircraft. However, the aircraft switch now has to be controlled by hand. There is only 1 pair of protective boots, which is connected to the energy source of the arc reactor. They are all very basic, with only a few lines. But Tony couldn't wait to experiment. Lu Yuan was speechless, holding up a video recorder to record Tony's experiment. The first flight experiment. The goal is to rise 10 centimeters above the ground from the recording point and make a circle. Tony arranged a square mark under his feet, and he wanted to take off 10 centimeters above it and make a circle. Lu Yuan nodded while looking at the camera, holding an apple in his hand, and eating it without paying any attention to it. It only flew 10 centimeters, so of course he didn't care at all. But Tony cared about it. This was his first time experiencing this kind of flying. It must be very cool. Here it comes. Tony took a deep breath and slowly pressed the switch button in his hand. Now he only wears equipment on his feet. This is the effect of his first test flight. Call. Tony's feet violently spurted out air waves that looked like ultrasonic waves, which were arc pulses released using a palladium arc reactor as energy source. The force of propulsion slowly made Tony fly into the air. I'm flying. I can fly. Huh. Tony had already begun to laugh uncontrollably. In fact, he had just started to take off, because there were only a few simple lines connecting the arc reactor, so the energy transmitted was not very much. Therefore, the power of the arc pulse air wave is also very small. This is because he can only fly while wearing a pair of shoes. If he is already wearing a complete steel suit, he will definitely not be able to fly. This is why Tony said from the beginning that today's target is only 10 centimeters above the ground. It seems that he also knows himself. But anyway, he did have his feet off the ground. Even Lu Yuan couldn't help but applaud him, because he also understood this feeling. He was also so excited when he flew for the first time. But Tony soon lost control. It was his first time experiencing the feeling of flying, and he was completely unable to adapt and couldn't control the direction well. Tony almost ran into a piece of equipment. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was watching from the side and grabbed Tony's shoulders and held him down at the critical moment. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He had everything in his studio, and it was almost all steel equipment. If he hit a sharp corner, his life would be in danger. You have to be careful in the future, Lu Yuan had to warn Tony, but he still remembered his identity as a bodyguard. In the blink of an eye, Tony began to show off to Lu Yuan again. Hey, Lu Yuan, did you see it? I can fly. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, and floated in the air with his feet. Yes, I know, you can fly. Look, I can too. Tony was suddenly speechless. This bastard really knows the right time to throw cold water on someone. Liu Yuan has not only flown an aircraft and flown in a spaceship, he will even be able to fly himself after becoming Superman. Of course, he has long been used to it. But Tony couldn't calm down for a long time. This feeling was so great. If he was just trying to get this new technology before, now he is developing it based on his own interest. He couldn't help himself, and even began to imagine how fast he would explode when all the energy could be transmitted to the whole body after he completed the complete set of equipment. This is not the same as driving a sports car and racing. It is a completely different sense. As soon as he said it, Tony was addicted to it again and started banging. Liu Yuan stood aside and witnessed it with his own eyes. Although there was no classic sound of forging iron in the cave, the experience and hardships of growing up were also missing. But it is undeniable that Tony is still the Iron Man in his mind at this time. When he gets involved, he is exactly the same as in the movie. Even the man Liu Yuan nodded in approval. Of course, this also made Tony shudder, and he quickly drove him away. I always feel creepy, with goosebumps all over the floor, being stared at by a man who seems to be so affectionate. Hey, I hate the cold. Okay, Liu Yuan left, went back to the room upstairs, took out a bottle of good wine from Tony's wine cellar, and drank it. At the same time, Liu Yuan did not forget to pay attention to Obadiah. Liu Yuan discovered that during these 10 days, Obadiah's progress was not slow, and the Iron Overlord was almost completed. But now we have encountered the most critical problem. That is, none of Obadiah's scientists can replicate the palladium arc reactor. In other words, even if you look at the large palladium arc reactor, you cannot make a small arc reactor. This is the difference between genius and ordinary people. Looks like we have to help him. Tony's first test flight. The genius Tony built a replica of the arc reactor at home in just one night. On the other side, a group of scientists are in the studio of the Stark Industries building. Not only is the large palladium arc reactor next to it, which they can study closely, but there is even more comprehensive equipment and materials. As a result, a group of people couldn't compare to one person, and they couldn't reproduce usable energy for more than 10 days. Obadiah almost ran out of breath and vomited blood. He saw that the research on Iron Overlord was almost completed, but the energy problem was still not solved. Isn't this a joke? Looking at Tony, just 1 month later in the evening, the second generation Mark suit was finally developed. But it is said that it is the second generation, but it is actually the third generation. The second generation Mark suit was originally the first improved version after the first generation Mark suit and was used for experiments in various aspects. But the second generation has a fatal weakness. That is, it is not cold resistant, easy to freeze, and lose control. However, under Liu Yuan's guidance, Tony had already made improvements on the second generation, directly turning it into what was supposed to be the third generation. In the evening, accompanied by Liu Yuan, Tony finally put on his armor for the first time. At this time, the Iron Man suit has not yet been painted, and the entire suit is silver white metallic color. But it was already very handsome. As Tony put on the suit piece by piece with the help of steel prosthetics, and there were cool figures around him, even Liu Yuan's blood boiled. Finally, Tony put on the Iron Man suit for the first time and stood there fully armed, his whole body protected by steel armor. He looked very mechanical, as if he was filming a future science fiction blockbuster. Perform final testing, Tony ordered. It turns out that he also added a system to his armor, and it was taken over by the intelligent butler Jarvis as an auxiliary system function. For example, at this time, with Tony's instruction, Tony does not need to check every detail personally. Instead, Jarvis will check it and then give feedback to him. Only when there is a real vulnerability will Jarvis notify Tony. There are many advanced functions that I won't go into details one by one, including flight assistance functions and so on. With Tony's reaction speed, once the speed of the suit exceeds the speed of sound, he may not be able to control it in time. Then it will be up to Jarvis to control it. Wait a minute, didn't you say we were going to take a test flight today? Liu Yuan, who was on the side, heard something was wrong with Tony's words and hurriedly stopped him. Stop joking, you will die. This had just been developed, and Tony was too brave. He would fall to death if he made a miscalculation. In the end, Tony smiled and said without taking it seriously, "Aren't you still with me? You are my bodyguard." Liu Yuan was speechless. I knew working for you wouldn't be that simple. I knew he wouldn't be able to relax. It turned out that this was his idea. Okay, I will fly with you. If something goes wrong or an accident occurs, I will save your life, Liu Yuan promised. Hearing his assurance, Tony felt even more relieved. Even Jarvis, who wanted to dissuade, stopped talking and instead gave a reminder. We are ready for the first start. The tunnel has been scanned, the nearby conditions and maps have been uploaded, and you can take off at any time. Then what are you waiting for, Jarvis? Let's go crazy for once. Tony refused to waste any time and immediately called the smart butler to activate the suit. A total of 4 aircraft under his feet, and in the palm of his hand ejected arc pulses, turning into powerful the air wave made Tony fly up. The next moment, the 4 aircraft roared together, and Tony transformed into a silver figure along the underground garage and rushed out in an instant. And in the first moment of activation, Tony had even reached the speed of sound, even triggering a sonic boom effect. But there was one person who was faster than him, Liu Yuan. He even exceeded the speed of light. He maintained a standing posture with his arms folded, but he did not need to move because he was following Tony while floating under his feet. The two of them jumped from the ground together. The garage flew into the sky outside. The two of them paused for a moment above the villa and looked up into the distance. Tony felt that his heart was vast because the endless sea was in front of him. This feeling made him extremely excited. Looking back at the calm Liu Yuan next to him, Tony couldn't help but have the idea of competing and shouted, "Liu Yuan, compete with me." As he spoke, Tony transformed into a silvery shadow, trailing a line of light behind him and flying straight to the luxurious city in the distance. It was already late at night, so there was no need to worry about causing a scene. Liu Yuan shook his head, comparing with him. Tony is really overestimating his abilities. It only takes him a moment to go to the sun, but Tony is still far from reaching this level. It would take a long time just to circle the earth. So Liu Yuan deliberately let Tony fly for a long time before catching up. As a result, he was still ahead of Tony for a long time and entered the edge of New York City first, blocking Tony in advance. Tony was dumbfounded and asked Jarvis, "Jarvis, did you see how he came here?" Even Jarvis was silent for a moment before saying in an uncertain tone, "He has probably exceeded the speed of light, and even satellites cannot capture his trajectory." It turned out that Jarvis had specially used satellites to target and monitor Liu Yuan's movements, but he still couldn't tell how fast Liu Yuan was. Tony secretly gasped, "Faster than the speed of light? Is there anyone in the world who can reach faster than the speed of light? Too exaggerated?" But Liu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all, and even suggested to Tony, "Why don't you try how high you can reach?" Tony asked, "Are you sure it won't break down?" Because Liu Yuan mentioned the problem of freezing on the suit, he began to worry. Liu Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Are you worried now? Then you still want to die? Don't worry, I will watch you. Let's go," Liu Yuan said, taking the lead and slowly continuing to float into the sky. Seeing this, Tony was not to be outdone. The aircraft with both hands and feet spurted out airwaves and quickly rose after chasing Liu Yuan. The two people, one behind the other, raised their heads and headed straight into the sky, as if they were going to fly to the moon. But they are not Chang'e. In fact, this was also an experiment on the performance of the suit, and they finally gave up until the air became so thin that Tony could no longer bear it. Liu Yuan nodded. Tony's suit was ready to be announced. It was time. So Liu Yuan approached Tony and said bad words secretly from such a height. "Tony, I need you to make an inferior arc reactor. I want to give this to Obadiah, but I can't give it to him directly. Then you can follow the instructions wherever I tell you to put it, and then when he comes to steal it, you can also copy his computer and system, which contains all of Obadiah's criminal records." Tony looked at Liu Yuan. "You mean it's time to close the net?" "That's right. 25. Not only do I want his money, but I also want his life." Obadiah would never have thought that Lu Yuan seemed to have betrayed Tony and stole Tony's most important things and gave them to him in exchange for money. But in fact, Lu Yuan's vision was much better than his. Lu Yuan had discussed with Tony to trick him together. Lu Yuan even got the blueprints from Tony, and now that he was about to close the net, he simply asked Tony to build a small arc reactor. Because Lu Yuan is useful, he wants to give it to Obadiah as a gift. Don't forget to make an inferior version, preferably one with half the energy and the ability to blow up the furnace, Lu Yuan said with a sinister idea. The full name of the arc reactor, as mentioned earlier, should be called a palladium arc reactor. So why is palladium so important? Because palladium can undergo nuclear fission. To put it bluntly, this is a nuclear battery. Why can such a small thing have so much energy? This is what we have been talking about is nuclear energy. This is nuclear battery. Think about it. What would happen if this thing suddenly exploded? Even if it's not as good as a nuclear bomb, it's almost there. Even Tony is confused. Brother, this is a date in New York. Are you sure this is really feasible? At least Tony didn't dare. So what Lu Yuan said before was really right. Stark Industries was begging for food with a golden rice bowl. Howard had paved the way 30 years ago. It's a pity that Howard didn't live until now. Otherwise, what would Obadiah be? What, Tony, can you stay away? You are blocking the path of genius. Tony was a genius, but compared to his father, he still had to step aside. However, there are no ifs in the world. This can also reflect why Obadiah's group was unable to reproduce it. Now we understand that this is the nuclear reactor that Howard developed, by the way, when he was researching nuclear weapons. How can this thing be so easy to reproduce? Otherwise, the whole world would be ruled by nuclear weapons. But it won't work like this all the time. Lu Yuan has made it clear that what he needs is for Obadiah to jump out of the water, and he needs for Obadiah to take the initiative to break up. So he did not hesitate to help Obadiah bring the blueprints and help him suggest the construction of Iron Overlord. Now there was only the final step left, and there was no need for an arc reactor. Just give it to him. Tony can make it anyway, and it's right in front of him. Tony didn't know whether he should laugh or be angry, and felt even more sad. Obadiah would never have thought that every move he made was planned by Lu Yuan, and even what to do next, Lu Yuan was also planning it now. Won't he be suspicious? Tony asked, thinking that with Obadiah's IQ, he wouldn't be suspicious at all, right? Then let him see how powerful he is. Lu Yuan was not worried at all. He tapped Tony's armor with his hand and said, do you still remember the group of people who attacked you before? You don't want revenge at all. Tony understood. It turned out that he had not escaped. He was also a pawn of Lu Yuan, and he was also plied. But Tony thought about it and realized that Lu Yuan seemed to be right. He had been attacked by a group of unknown people and almost died in that desert. How could he just let it go? He also understood Lu Yuan's meaning and purpose. Since the group was probably instructed by Obadiah to ambush and attack him, it meant that they must have colluded. And once he comes forward and defeats that group, he can indirectly show Obadiah the power and potential of this suit. This will make Obadiah even more anxious and focus more on developing his armor. However, Obadiah was unable to figure out how to reproduce the required arc reactor. He went around and around, unable to get around this new energy source. Without energy, everything is fake. An iron overlord without energy is just a lump of iron. Tony, who wanted to understand this, couldn't help but said, it seems that you are going to cheat again. Lu Yuan smiled proudly. There is no way. I have to have money to survive, and I have to make ends meet. What's more, when Obadiah dies, won't all his shares be given to you? You are the biggest winner. Die? Tony was startled. Lu Yuan nodded without hesitation. He must die, and the Iron Overlord's information must be destroyed before it is obtained by a certain country and other forces. Don't you know how huge changes this thing can lead to? Once your country gets it, the world will be over. Even Lu Yuan, who had just arrived in this world, knew very well that a certain country was too weird. Especially Tony. He went to that desert area to sell weapons. The weapons he sold were to the military bosses of a certain country, but that area was really not a certain country. So they're breaking into other people's homes and causing chaos. Lu Yuan doesn't want to say much about all this, and he can't say much in this book. Tony is also a smart man, and he obviously knows how serious the consequences are, otherwise he would not have firmly grasped the technical secrets of the Iron Man suit and not turn it over. Once the world turns into a war of steel armies, the scene and the consequences are simply unimaginable. So he must die. Lu Yuan unilaterally announced Obadiah's end. From the moment Obadiah got the drawings of the Mark generation and started developing the Iron Overlord, he was doomed. These things cannot be allowed to be obtained by people above, and it is absolutely not allowed. Some people may naively think that it is enough to expose Obadiah's criminal evidence and then arrest him. Don't be silly. Who is Dr. Zola? Not only is he the most capable subordinate of the Red Skull, he is also one of the top executives of Hydra, and even the leader of a certain country. But wasn't he still recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the end? Do you trust a certain country? Might as well trust a pig. Because country and place names cannot appear, and various things cannot appear, so I will just talk about it here. So from the beginning, when Lu Yuan was planning to invite the turtle into the urn, he had already planned that Obadiah would be tricked to death by him. Not only was it money, Lu Yuan was also prepared to take his life. Tony fell silent. After all, Obadiah was his father's friend. He was also the best person to him after his parents died, and he was a mentor and friend. After all these years, I was suddenly told that the mole next to me was actually Obadiah. Did he want to kill himself? For a moment, Tony couldn't accept it. I knew it, Lu Yuan said with a genuine expression. I knew you would be like this, so I didn't want to tell you from the beginning. How about this? You just do what I told you, and don't worry about the rest. I know you will definitely be intolerant, so just wait until he takes the initiative to attack you, and then you can fight back. If Obadiah doesn't seek death, no one will kill him. It's up to him. Tony nodded. That was all he could do. 26. Lu Yuan's plan is to trick Obadiah. In fact, Lu Yuan knew that Tony was a very emotional person, and it would be difficult to suddenly want him to be murderous towards Obadiah. But he knew better that Obadiah was definitely a disaster. Although Obadiah can sell weapons to enemies of a certain country for money, the enemies of a certain country are not good people either. At least the people Obadiah contacted were members of the Ten Rings gang. The Ten Commandments gang are not kind people, but are even more ruthless. The enemy of your enemy may not always be your friend. The Ten Rings gang is similar to Hydra. They both want to conquer the world and are absolute villains and bad guys. During the era and period of World War II, Hydra supported or took refuge in the Grand Head of State. Who was that person? Later, Hydra went underground and launched a secret service operation to compete with S.H.I.E.L.D. The Ten Commandments gang is still causing trouble all over the world, constantly provoking wars and expanding its power. All in all, it's not a good thing. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan has a bigger opinion on the Ten Rings gang. The reason is that the Ten Rings gang can be said to be evidence of Marvel's blackening of the East, especially the presence of the Mandarin. This can no longer be mentioned. It is a taboo. But after all, it is a villain, so it is understandable. As long as it is not deliberately darkened, it is still acceptable. And there are no superheroes with Eastern faces in the Marvel world. Let's not mention this yet. Obadiah has secret dealings and collusions with the Ten Rings, and sooner or later, he will be a danger. What's more, Lu Yuan didn't even intend to let him go, but seeing Tony's hesitation, Lu Yuan could only retreat and do the next best thing. Arrange the plan first, and wait for Obadiah to take the bait voluntarily. When things get out of control, Tony has to do it even if he doesn't want to. As for why Lu Yuan insisted on killing Obadiah, isn't the answer obvious? Lu Yuan is worried that Obadiah will defect to a certain country and worry that he will hand over too many things to a certain country. Once a certain country becomes strong, the whole world will be unrest. Sometimes Lu Yuan really wants to say that if he is a hero, he will overthrow a certain country. A certain country is the public enemy of the whole world. It's a pity that he can't say that. In this way, Lu Yuan and Tony reached an agreement between them. After Tony completed the first test flight to his satisfaction, the two of them returned to the downstairs of the villa through the entrance of the underground garage under the escort of Lu Yuan. Tony had already promised Lu Yuan, so he had to build another small arc reactor for him overnight. Look, this is the difference between genius and mortal. Even if Obadiah and the others were guarding the large palladium arc reactor, they would not be able to reproduce it perfectly in the end. As for Tony, he hammered it out all by himself and built it in less than half a night. Moreover, according to Lu Yuan's evil request, an inferior product was specially produced. Be careful. Seeing Lu Yuan take it in his hand, Tony warned worriedly. You know what this thing is, and according to your request, it is a low-quality product and itself is unstable. Be careful to put us together. Explode to the sky. This thing is an unstable small bomb, or a nuclear bomb with nuclear elements, which can definitely level this place to the ground. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Even if a real nuclear bomb explodes, it won't be a big deal. Tony looked surprised at Lu Yuan's confidence, but then felt relieved. After all, he was an alien. At the same time, he has also seen Lu Yuan's true face and believes that it is far from Lu Yuan's true strength. On Lu Yuan's side, he held a dangerous little thing in his hand, looked at it carefully, and asked, if it is installed on your Mark II, again, although it is the code name of the second generation, its performance is actually that of the third generation. How long can it be used if driven at full power? Tony pondered and made some calculations, then gave a rough figure. 30 minutes. If it exceeds this time, the energy will be exhausted, and there will also be the risk of self-explosion. Lu Yuan nodded to show that he understood, and suddenly threw it to Tony and said, from today on, you take this one with you and hide the good one. What do you mean? Tony was shocked. He already said that this inferior product was in danger of self-explosion. Lu Yuan showed a wicked smile. Even if you don't carry it with you, it still needs to be placed in an important position. Otherwise, how can people believe that this is your proud work? Tony understood. Lu Yuan is very bad. He is deliberately luring Obadiah himself to steal this inferior version of the arc reactor. If it was delivered by Lu Yuan himself, Obadiah might still be suspicious. But if Obadiah is lured into believing that this is Tony's masterpiece, Obadiah won't doubt it. Another point. Lu Yuan had roughly stated his plan before. He would guide Obadiah to steal the arc reactor, and at the same time steal Obadiah's information and evidence. Kill several birds with one stone. Tony shook his head, feeling sad for Obadiah. That guy was very ambitious, but he didn't know that he was all plotted by Lu Yuan. The most important thing is that Obadiah never imagined that Lu Yuan and Tony would spend such a high price to frame him. First of all, Obadiah didn't know how much Tony knew, and he couldn't believe that Tony would let Lu Yuan give him such important information and drawings. It is no exaggeration to say that that thing is so precious that it can change the current situation of the world. Think of an army equipped with 100,000 Iron Man, which can sweep everything. The power of the third generation Mark suit can already ignore and easily destroy tanks and fighter jets. Who would have thought that such an important thing could be a bait? Again, Obadiah's layout was not enough. He didn't understand that Lu Yuan was not worried from the beginning, because Lu Yuan knew that even if he was given the drawings, he would not be able to build the arc reactor. An iron overlord without energy is just a pile of iron lumps, useless and meaningless. What's more, Tony didn't develop the first generation Mark from the beginning, but developed the second generation based on that. The most important thing is that, in Tony's opinion, this idea and even the technology were brought by Lu Yuan. They are Lu Yuan's intellectual property rights. So if Lu Yuan wants to use it for anything, Tony has no right to interfere, right? In short, Obadiah has reason to trust Lu Yuan. Without God's perspective, it is impossible for Obadiah to know what Lu Yuan is planning. Obadiah only thought that Lu Yuan was just a money-grubbing commercial spy. So when Lu Yuan came to find Obadiah that day, he still did not doubt Lu Yuan's purpose. Lu Yuan also got straight to the point and said to Obadiah, I don't think you have figured out how to copy a small arc reactor yet, but Tony has succeeded. Obadiah was startled and said subconsciously, give it to me. Lu Yuan smiled. You have to pay more. 27. Tony's first action plan. It can be said that Lu Yuan came at the right time. Obadiah was suffering from headaches and worries. The reason was that he had nothing but losers. That was a palladium arc reactor that was built 30 years ago. It was built in Howard's time and has been here for 30 years. As a result, today he specially invited a group of guys called doctors, but they told him that there was no way to reproduce a small energy source. It really pissed him off. But at this time, Lu Yuan came to trouble him again and took out the mobile phone that still had buttons. But the mobile phone at that time also had a camera function. Find a photo and send it to Obadiah. Obadiah's eyes lit up, and then his pupils shrank. He saw a picture of the inferior small arc reactor that Tony built overnight. And Tony in the picture is still cooperating, installing it on a body of steel. Seeing that Tony is about to complete the final stage, Tony's steel suit is almost completed. Obadiah was anxious. Get it for me. Obadiah stared at Lu Yuan with wide eyes. Lu Yuan shrugged. Of course it's no problem. Otherwise why would I show it to you? But you have to pay extra. Obadiah subconsciously asked, how much? 100 million. Lu Yuan really opened his mouth like a lion. He raised his index finger and asked for 100 million, and what he wanted was definitely US dollars. Even Obadiah gasped. $100 million? At that time, the US dollar was still very valuable, unlike now when it keeps falling. And based on the value of the era of 2008 years at that time, it could definitely be higher than the current value of 5 billion US dollars. One is the impact of inflation, and the other is the status of the US dollar in the world's foreign exchange. This is not an exaggeration at all. So Obadiah also hesitated. Lu Yuan saw his hesitation and did not urge him. Instead, he put away his phone and turned to leave. However, before leaving, he reminded, you can think about it, but I advise you to make a decision as soon as possible. Obadiah pondered, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, went directly back to Tony's home. Are we to say that Obadiah really has no worries or doubts at all? He was still somewhat vigilant and wary, but what Obadiah thought was that as long as he obtained the most powerful energy source of the arc reactor, once the value of the Iron Overlord was confirmed, he would have enough bargaining chips to negotiate with a certain country. To put it bluntly, the Iron Overlord is a transformation based on the Mark generation. It just increases the armor and tonnage. It is still essentially the Mark generation. Therefore, if this thing is to be mass-produced, it is more convenient than Mark's other series of suits. Tony must be pursuing excellence, but the Iron Overlord series is not. But the only problem standing in front of us now is energy. Does he really want to spend 100 million to exchange it? On the other side, when Lu Yuan returned to Tony's house, Tony was also questioning, will he really be fooled? Lu Yuan smiled. If he didn't have this ambition, he wouldn't take the risk to get rid of you. Tony, do you know what Obadiah wants to do most now? That is to kill you and take away the entire company. What he cares about is not the Iron Overlord, but the benefits that the Iron Overlord can bring to him. This means that since Obadiah has taken the risk, he has no way back and can only go to the dark side. But in order to help him strengthen his ambition, we have to make him believe that Iron Overlord is his future. Lu Yuan showed a sinister smile again. Tony sighed. Tell me, when do I want to set off? They had actually discussed it last night, and Lu Yuan also talked about his plan. There is another link that requires Tony's cooperation, which is to ask him to demonstrate the power of the Iron Man suit to strengthen Obadiah's belief. Only by making Obadiah believe that Iron Overlord can realize his ambition, Obadiah will succeed at all costs, even if he breaks his face. So the next step is simple. Lu Yuan's request is to let Tony act for the first time as Iron Man, and to go to that desert area to eliminate the Ten Rings gang there. The Ten Rings gang is Obadiah's partner. Only when the Ten Rings gang shows its power will Obadiah be convinced. Then get ready to take action. Tony said without hesitating, because there was still a grudge that had not yet been settled between him and the Ten Rings gang. At this moment, Tony began to make final preparations. The second generation suit has completed experiments, and the results are perfect. Except for the details that still need to be refined, it can be said to be a finished product. In order to complete this step of the plan as soon as possible, Tony asked Jarvis to start the equipment in the basement and start spraying. Since there is no need to build the third-generation suit immediately, the process does not take long. 40 minutes is enough. During this period, Lu Yuan and Tony continued to refine their plan. They began to use Tony's methods to mark the strongholds of the Ten Rings gang in advance, especially the weapons reserves of the Ten Rings gang, which must be destroyed. Tony was filled with hatred. Those were his weapons, and some of them were the latest weapons developed and designed by him. However, he almost killed himself last time. How could this be justified? In fact, even if there was no such incident today, Tony would have taken revenge in the future. But Lu Yuan reminded him, I will also go with you, but I will be in the dark. This is your stage. Tony, go and enjoy the feeling of becoming a superhero. Lu Yuan also proactively promised that he would also go together. But Lu Yuan will not show up easily, but will follow Tony secretly. Tony originally wanted to ask Lu Yuan how to follow him, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was no need to ask. He already vaguely knew that Lu Yuan's speed could exceed the speed of light, but with the current level of technology on Earth, it was far from being able to track targets at the speed of light. At least without preparation, it would be impossible to detect Lu Yuan by relying solely on self-monitoring by satellite or radar. Lu Yuan's promise also made Tony relieved, because this was his first action, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't excited and nervous. Moreover, while Tony and Lu Yuan were discussing the action plan, something happened with the Ten Rings gang, and a new incident occurred. It turns out that the Ten Commandments gang took action and took control of a village and kidnapped all the civilians in the village. There happened to be a team of war reporters there at the time, so an urgent live broadcast was being conducted. The Ten Commandments gang was so arrogant that they even shouted in front of the camera that they wanted to kill those people. Lu Yuan and Tony looked at each other. I'm so sleepy that I'm giving you a pillow. What a great opportunity. Let's go. 28. Iron Man shines. It would be an exaggeration to say that the Ten Commandments gang is committing evil deeds in front of the whole world at this moment. They broke into a peaceful and poor village, heavily armed, and then arrested all men, women, and children, and gathered them in the middle of the village by force. It was obvious what they were going to do next. War reporters kept reprimanding, but they were just reporters. Even if they were equipped with the most basic defensive equipment, they could not defeat the Ten Rings gang. This was because the Ten Commandments gang deliberately wanted them to publicize, so they didn't take action against them. Or they may be afraid that those war reporters are from a certain country, and there is a certain country's army nearby. Once they attack them here, it will trigger a larger scale battle. But they didn't care about the people in the village at all, so they continued to drive away the people in the village no matter what. No one could run away, and no one dared to resist. The people in the village are just ordinary civilians without weapons. Now they are being herded together like livestock by the people of the Ten Rings gang. They are surrounded by heavily armed people and are pointing weapons at the innocent people. A tragedy is about to happen. At the most critical moment, a figure suddenly flew quickly from the distant sky. It was a steel body dyed fiery red and golden. Iron Man finally appears. Boom. Tony rushed straight into the village, and when he landed, he put on a classic superhero pose and made a huge noise. Even though the Iron Man suit created by Tony is in the shape of an ordinary humanoid, it doesn't look very tall. But this is a solid steel suit after all, and its weight cannot be underestimated. It's no wonder that nuclear batteries are needed to drive it. Tony's sudden intrusion made everyone around him feel incredible, because no one understood such a strong guy who seemed to come from the future science fiction world. Seeing them all for the first time, only Obadiah, who was far away in a certain country, couldn't help but stand up when he saw Tony appearing on the TV screen. Looking at the Man of Steel on the screen excitedly, Obadiah was extremely excited. He was even a little proud. He guessed that the person under the steel suit was Tony. What he was proud of was that Tony's suit was too weak in his opinion. No matter in terms of tonnage, defensive armor, or even strength and might, it was completely incomparable to his Iron Overlord. What if Iron Overlord appears at this time? Obadiah couldn't help but compare in his heart, and finally thought that the Iron Overlord would definitely win. However, the current Iron Overlord is just a lump of iron that cannot move. Obadiah couldn't help but stare at the arc reactor embedded in the chest of Iron Man's suit, hoping that he could develop it too. It's a pity that now he can only watch. In front of the camera, Tony did not stay in a daze after his handsome appearance. He looked up and looked around. Da-da-da. Without any warning, the people from the Ten Commandments gang pulled the trigger without any regard for martial ethics. This was considered a sneak attack. Why is there no opening statement? But Tony didn't take it seriously at all. He only heard a crisp sound of ding-dong, and sparks flew from the surface of Tony's steel suit, but the enemy's weapons were unable to touch him. Obviously, ordinary bullets cannot penetrate the armor of the steel suit. It's my turn. Tony naturally won't be passively beaten all the time. The suit system has been incorporated into Jarvis's smart butler system, and Jarvis has also helped him target every enemy around him. As the weapons attached to Tony's armor were activated, there was a soft puff sound, and the bullet-like weapons accurately hit every member of the Ten Rings gang, and the scene was cleared in one fell swoop. Everyone at the scene was at a loss. Even the war reporters looked at Tony dumbfounded, and the camera stared blankly at Tony. No one dared to move, and they didn't even realize what was happening. It wasn't until a child cried for the rest of his life that everyone finally came to their senses, and they were saved. The innocent people in the village hugged their families one after another. They were almost going to die today. Who could have imagined that they would survive the disaster and be saved by this unexpected Tin Man? The war reporters also rushed up and surrounded Tony, wanting to ask him who he was. Tony didn't give them a chance, because he had follow-up tasks to complete. In addition to preventing the tragedy that is happening here, Tony also wants to clear out all the Ten Rings gang strongholds here, especially the weapons produced by the Stark Group that they obtained through Obadiah. Those Stark Group weapons will eventually be counted on Tony's head, which he will never allow. And this is also the best opportunity to show off the power of the Iron Suit. So Tony quickly rose into the sky, inquired about the location Jarvis had locked before, and headed straight for a nearby cave. The cave was supposed to be where Tony was imprisoned, but Tony was never caught from the beginning. This was the first time he came to the stronghold. Before Tony could arrive, someone nearby had already spotted him and shot him down with an RPG. There were even several nearby tanks taking aim here. The Ten Rings gang is so powerful that they even have tanks, but Tony didn't care. He was now equipped with many weapons. Because it was his first action, he couldn't yet determine the combat effectiveness of the suit, so he brought many weapons. For example, a few missiles popped out from the wrist. They seemed to be only as thick as a thumb, but their power was more terrifying than the RPG just now. Even the armor of the tank was penetrated and exploded to pieces. Especially near the cave is the weapons depot of the Ten Rings gang. Tony's armor was fully opened, and countless small missiles appeared on his upper body alone. Then thousands of bullets were fired. In an instant, the surrounding area was plunged into a sea of fire, including guns, ammunition, and rockets. They all exploded. This is more gorgeous than any fireworks, mainly because it is definitely much more expensive than ordinary fireworks. And Tony finally rescued a hostage from here, a guy who called himself Ethan. According to Tony's later description, this frail middle-aged man who looked like he would collapse if the wind blew, was holding a bag when Tony rushed in. Holding a gun, he rushed towards those members of the Ten Rings gang without fear of death. If Tony hadn't arrived in time, and Jarvis noticed signs of life in the cave, he would have died. On this day, Tony simply shined. Of course, no one knew that the person under the steel suit was Tony, but they were rushing to report what happened today. And in the end, I don't know who started it first, but everyone started calling the Tin Man Iron Man, caught by Little Pepper. Tony did not take Mr. Ethan home, but sent him to a safe place nearby, and then left. Originally, Tony had attracted the attention of nearby armies, especially when they noticed that he was heading straight towards a certain country. The Air Force was already ready to intercept him. But don't forget that there is Lu Yuan in the dark. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Lu Yuan chose to take Tony and disappear directly at super light speed. The whole world immediately lost sight of Tony. No one knew that Tony had returned to the basement of his home. It is somewhat laborious to take off the suit with the help of the mechanical arm. It is still in the early development stage, and many areas still need to be perfected and improved. Therefore, putting on the suit every time requires a very troublesome process, and it is almost impossible to complete without a mechanical arm, unless Lu Yuan is willing to help. Hey, did you see what I did? Tony has not calmed down yet, and he excitedly showed Lu Yuan what he had just done. But he has found the wrong person. Who do you choose? Asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at Tony with a smile, and sat down on Tony's desk politely, holding a bottle of beer in his hand. In recent times, he had drank all of Tony's stash of wine. There's nothing to do anyway, and with his current physique, he won't get drunk no matter how much he drinks. After all, his state is there. So he drank it all without noticing. Tony once looked at his wine cellar in a daze. His wine cellar was extraordinary. The price of the wine in it could buy this villa. As a qualified playboy, what can he do without sports cars, beautiful women, and good wine? But as long as Lu Yuan continues to live here, he will definitely not collect good wine anymore. Just give him some beer. He won't get drunk anyway, so it would be a waste. Should I agree or praise you? Lu Yuan asked. Tony had only the armor on his feet still on. He opened his hands and shrugged. Okay, I didn't say anything. He remembered that that guy was not an ordinary person, but an alien. His true identity was a huge monster. Show off to him. Forget it. That guy can fly a long time ago, faster than he can fly in a steel suit. Also, whenever he thought of Lu Yuan's heat rays that could cut through mountains, Tony knew in his heart that there was no comparison. At least with the current level of technology, it is far from comparable to Lu Yuan. However, Tony felt a little itchy and unbearable if he didn't show off to Lu Yuan, as if he was walking in brocade clothes at night, unhappy. He is not a superhero in the traditional sense. It would be better to say that Tony will not grow into a qualified superhero until much later and after experiencing many, many things. So he is not the kind of person who does good deeds anonymously. He particularly hopes that what he does can be known to everyone. He especially likes the feeling of being supported and praised by others, and surrounded by flowers and cheers. Lu Yuan seemed to know what Tony was thinking, so he looked outside the laboratory, especially the stairs leading upstairs, but said nothing. The next second, a beautiful figure came down the stairs, opened the electronic door of the studio, and saw Tony's condition. Crack. A coffee cup broke, and Pepper, wearing a white shirt and skirt, stood there blankly, looking at Tony in disbelief. Tony also heard the voice and turned around to look, a little helpless, but his face showed unconcealable joy and excitement, and he smiled at little Pepper and spread his hands with such a strange look. Surprise? Pepper covered her mouth with one hand, raised her other hand to point upstairs behind her, covered her mouth, and exclaimed, "Oh my God, Tony, don't tell me that the Tin Man on TV is you." Tony seemed to have no intention of hiding it at all, not to mention that Pepper had already seen it, and saw him taking off the steel suit with his own eyes, and had already seen such a scene. Was there any need to hide it? How about convincing Pepper that he's not the Tin Man? So Tony simply agreed. That's me. Oh my God, are you hurt? Unexpectedly, the first time little Pepper reacted was to rush in front of Tony, and even raised her trembling hands to search around Tony, worrying whether he had any injury. Tony felt warm in his heart. Although Tony is just a swinger on the surface, he is actually delicate and somewhat sensitive at heart. There are only a few people who can gain Tony's trust. Moreover, the young Daji is indeed a rare genius and wise man, which makes Tony almost arrogant. God, in Tony's heart, it's actually hard to look down on a person. Even if he is a genius in other areas, he will look down on him. Of course, this also offended many people. Currently, Pepper is one of the people who can get close to Tony and even be trusted by Tony, and one of the few people of the opposite sex that Tony can trust. Lu Yuan looked at the two people who seemed to be whispering there, and couldn't help but secretly bless them. This is why he thinks Xiao Jiao is beautiful, but can't have other thoughts and ideas. The two of them have been secretly in love for a long time, but they haven't confessed it yet. There is only a layer of window paper between them, so why is he causing trouble? Jingle bell. At this moment, the phone rang in Lu Yuan's pocket. Lu Yuan didn't care that he was now someone else's bodyguard, and made a silent gesture to the boss. Tony rolled his eyes. This was his house, and he was the boss, right? But in the end, Tony gave in, and signaled Pepper to stop talking. He already guessed who it was, Obadiah. Sure enough, it was him. Lu Yuan answered the phone, and said directly in front of Tony, "Mr. Obadiah, have you already thought about it?" Obadiah's voice came from the other side of the phone. 100 million is too much. Forget it then, Lu Yuan said, and was about to hang up the phone. Now he wanted to show a calm and unconcerned attitude. It would be better to say that he didn't care much in the first place. Obadiah finally couldn't keep calm, and asked with patience, "Is the person on TV really Tony? It can't be me, right? Do you think he would leave this kind of equipment to me?" Lu Yuan criticized Tony directly in front of him, almost pointing at his nose, and saying he was stingy. Tony opened his mouth, but he couldn't deny that he was indeed a little selfish. He never denied that he had some character flaws. But so what? He is arrogant, narcissistic, thinks very highly of himself, and even looks down on everyone. But he has the capital, isn't that enough? Of course, in front of Lu Yuan, the so-called capital is useless. So he always felt embarrassed in front of Lu Yuan, including now, when he had to listen to him scolding him in front of his face. How could this be justified? And the little Pepper on the side was already dumbfounded. By the way, isn't he Tony's bodyguard? 30. Continued to fool Obadiah. Obadiah on the other end of the phone would never have imagined that Lu Yuan would be sitting on Tony's computer desk at this moment, or even chatting with him in front of Tony. Moreover, Lu Yuan was still mocking Tony in front of Tony. Who could have imagined this? I agreed to this deal. Bring it to me. Obadiah finally compromised. Lu Yuan offered Tony $100 million to give him the arc reactor in Tony's hands. But Lu Yuan laughed. That's impossible. You have to get it yourself. You also know that I'm just a bodyguard. I can't enter his studio. Tony on the opposite side spread his hands, and Pepper was even more speechless. How could this man tell lies with open eyes and open his mouth? Aren't you sitting here now? But Obadiah believed it, because even he couldn't enter the studio privately without Tony's permission. There are only a few people who can come in and out of the studio at will, and Pepper is one of them, which shows her status in Tony's heart. Then what can you give me? Obadiah asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said without thinking, "Of course I will help you get what you want. For example, you can hold a party in the name of the company, and then I will help you keep an eye on Tony's whereabouts, and you can come in and take it. That's what you wanted." Obadiah was so angry that he laughed. "I spent 100 million to get only this? You don't have to agree. I can also hint Tony to keep such important things well. And the most important thing is, I know what you want to do in the end. Compared with what you get after defeating Tony, this 100 million, what does it matter?" Lu Yuan opened his mouth like a lion. "Well, that's 100 million. Did he think it was $1? What does it matter? Of course it's a lot." Even Tony shook his head. Obadiah is bleeding profusely, and there are still pools of blood. This guy has prepared a poor quality arc reactor in advance, just waiting for Obadiah to willingly jump into this bottomless abyss. But Tony didn't intend to stop it, because he already knew that Obadiah was the mole and the one who wanted to kill him. Now he's just waiting for Obadiah to break up. If he really does that and really plans to go to war with himself, Tony is also mentally prepared. Obadiah fell silent, wondering whether the deal was worth it. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. He just sat there and waited silently. Only little Pepper was kept in the dark. She didn't dare to speak and didn't know what was going on. She could only stand beside Tony honestly. Finally, Obadiah spoke. "How are you going to make me feel that this deal is worth it?" This means that he still feels that it is not worth it, unless Lu Yuan delivers the things to him personally. Otherwise, he will spend 100 million to let Lu Yuan report to him, and then he'll end up stealing the things himself. How much of a ripoff is this? But Lu Yuan didn't feel it was worthless at all, but the old god said, "How about you have another choice? You have also seen Tony's great power, and the whole world has seen the power of the steel suit. Once Tony reveals that it is him, do you think you have any chance? Just wait to be kicked out by Tony. Besides, as long as he knows that the previous ambush was caused by you and the deal between you and the guys from the Ten Rings gang, do you think he will let you go? Tony has seen the weapons you sold to the Ten Rings gang. You don't want to slander anyone. Obadiah still wanted to argue. Lu Yuan even laughed. Brother, do you still have to argue with me? It's not necessary, right? I already guessed that you were the one who was doing the trick before. You were looking for someone to kill Tony. Did you collude with the Ten Rings gang? I do not know yet. Little Pepper opened her mouth to scream. Fortunately, Tony was prepared. He hugged Pepper, covered her mouth with his hand, and slowly shook his head. Only then did Pepper know that Tony's attack was planned by Obadiah. Is he the one behind the scenes? But Pepper knew that Obadiah was not only one of the founders of the Stark Group, but also one of the largest shareholders. He was also Howard's friend and Tony's mentor. How so? She couldn't believe that Obadiah could be such a person, so she almost exclaimed. If Obadiah heard this, it would definitely arouse suspicion and ruin Lu Yuan's plan. Lu Yuan glanced at Zaijiajio and did not argue with her. With his level and previous status, he would not argue with a little girl, not to mention that this was something he had to talk to in front of others. Of course, if Little Pepper was his subordinate, if you try again, it doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman, he will be kicked out long ago. He is so strict in running the army. That's why those 100,000 subordinates were willing to follow him to death to protect their family and country. Only a strict general can bring out subordinates who are willing to swear loyalty to the death. Of course, he must also have an impressive personality and act fairly and justly. Strictness alone will not suffice. Lu Yuan glanced at Tony, with a bit of blame in his eyes, but he was not idle and continued chatting with Obadiah. Obadiah felt suspicious. You said Tony would take the initiative to reveal that he is the Tin Man? Lu Yuan shook his head and reminded. Didn't I see that everyone on TV has been called Iron Man? Tony seems to be very satisfied with this title, and some people say that he is a superhero. Do you think that with his arrogance and coquettishness? Do you like Bao's character? Having said this, Obadiah was speechless. If Lu Yuan said anything else, Obadiah wouldn't believe it, but Obadiah knew Tony's character too well. That guy would indeed take the initiative to reveal that he was the one who had been in the past because of the title of Iron Man and the chance to become a superhero. The Tin Man on TV. No, it's Iron Man. That's what the media already calls him. There are even talk shows where guests are asked to guess who Iron Man is. Some people say that Iron Man must be from a certain country, because only people from a certain country are so great. Lu Yuanxin said fart. At least now Iron Man is back on track under his guidance. Otherwise Iron Man would have been stillborn, and Tony wouldn't have become a superhero and would still have been a playboy asshole. I said, do you really want to miss this opportunity? Or do you think you still have a choice? Lu Yuan Obadiah was unable to make a decision, and finally became impatient, and said with a sneer, okay then. It seems that I can only turn my head back to Tony. You just wait to go to jail, and then I will be happy to watch Tony embezzle all your shares, turning the company into Stark's family business. This sentence is really heartbreaking. In fact, what Obadiah can't stand the most is why the company is called Stark Group, even though he and Howard founded it together. Wait a moment. 31. Involve Little Pepper. Again, no matter what, Obadiah would never have thought that Lu Yuan was playing such a big game that he would actually collude with him in front of Tony. Who would have thought of this? The drawings Lu Yuan brought to him were indeed real, and they were indeed Tony's core technology. But here, they became the ideas brought by Lu Yuan. Also, it was Lu Yuan who was encouraging Obadiah to snatch Tony's arc reactor away. It was impossible for him to think that this was a trap or a game. So it wasn't that Obadiah was stupid, it was just that he didn't expect that Lu Yuan and Tony had teamed up to deceive him from the beginning. Speaking of which, it is still a matter of pattern. A simple metaphor is that the technology Lu Yuan gave Obadiah is equivalent to nuclear weapons. Needless to say, the value of nuclear weapons. Lu Yuan didn't lie to him. What he gave him was indeed true. It's just that Obadiah's men failed to live up to expectations and were unable to replicate the arc reactor, which led to the current predicament. So Obadiah had no reason to doubt Lu Yuan's sincerity. It was just that Lu Yuan didn't mind giving these to him. So what if Iron Overlord is equivalent to a nuclear bomb? It wasn't just a slap, it was just a pile of scrap metal, so Lu Yuan didn't care. Obadiah didn't know these things, so he naturally wouldn't doubt Lu Yuan. I will send you the money before the afternoon, and I will hold the company's annual meeting in 3 days. However, if you dare to lie to me, we will die. Obadiah finally agreed to Lu Yuan's conditions. To pay him $100 million. This is a lot of money, an astronomical figure for almost everyone. No matter how rich you are, it would be painful to just spend $100 million. What's more, in terms of value at the time, this $100 million was comparable to $5 billion. Inflation, foreign exchange depreciation, and even the status of a certain country at that time. So the US dollar at that time could really be called the US dollar. This was also a very important sum of money to Obadiah. So he warned Lu Yuan sternly that if he dared to trick him, he would make Lu Yuan pay the price. Even if the fish is killed and the net is broken, he will not hesitate. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all, and didn't take Obadiah's threat to heart at all. He made a success gesture to Tony and said, don't worry, I will help you watch over Tony when the time comes. He goes home, and he won't think that you will come to steal things. Can't you enter his home unimpeded? I will tell you where the things are. Obadiah took a long breath. Now that he had made a decision, he had no choice to look back. So after putting down the phone, Obadiah immediately asked someone to send money to Lu Yuan. Looking at the bank card information displayed on his phone, Lu Yuan whistled. Even he liked the feeling of having money in his account. Not to mention the transactions he had made with Obadiah these few times were not small. All told, he already has $130 million in hand. In fact, the last time Lu Yuan went to sell armor blueprints, he stole $30 million from Obadiah. Today, another $100 million was cheated. Even Tony was stunned. This way of making money was easier than him. At least Tony has to develop and tinker with it himself to see how simple it is. Tony, if you don't pay me my salary, I will really switch to Obadiah's army. Look at how generous he is and how cute he is. Look at you again. Lu Yuan pointed at Tony with his cell phone, with a look on his face. He was heartbroken, as if he really regretted it, and wanted to seek refuge with Obadiah. Tony was speechless. Brother, who was taking care of your food, clothing, housing, and transportation now? He almost became Lu Yuan's nanny. And Tony's wine collection was worth tens of millions, right? Lu Yuan drank it all like boiled water. What did he say? This man is simply unreasonable. Not to mention, Tony countered. Besides, haven't we already agreed that after Obadiah is overthrown, all his shares will be transferred to you? Isn't this enough to satisfy your appetite? Little Pepper on the side was shocked again. In fact, there are two major shareholders on the group's board of directors. One is naturally Tony's, and the other is Obadiah. It can be said that the two of them have the final say on the entire group, and other shareholders together have no effect. Let's put it this way, Tony and Obadiah are equivalent to one person holding 40% of the group's shares, and the remaining 20% is controlled by other directors. You want to transfer 40% of the shares to Lu Yuan? Why? Little Pepper was shocked. That was a sky-high price of property. Just look at Tony's financial resources. Little Pepper didn't understand, but Tony didn't think it was an exaggeration at all. In his opinion, if he could use the 40% of the shares to firmly buy Lu Yuan to his side, it wouldn't be too profitable. First of all, Lu Yuan is his savior, and he knows how terrifying Lu Yuan's strength is. Secondly, even if you don't mention the above reasons, the knowledge of alien technology that Lu Yuan has in his mind is enough for him to spend such a large price. The higher tech technology that Lu Yuan may bring is what Tony urgently needs and desires. So Tony is a smart man, and he will not make a losing business. Once the company becomes Lu Yuan's company, will he not help the company develop newer technological weapons? The company will only get better. Besides, Tony only transferred Obadiah's shares to Lu Yuan, and Obadiah was brought down by Lu Yuan. This means that Tony has not only won over people's hearts, but also got rid of his enemies, and has not yet brought new people to the company. Hope and future. This business was a huge profit. It's you. Aren't you going to treat us to something to eat? Tony, not to be outdone, wanted to dig some out of Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan had been eating and drinking from him before, and today it was his turn to get some back. As a result, Lu Yuan immediately put away his phone and changed the subject without hesitation. Do you still have time to think about this? It's time to take action in 3 days. You'd better check the suit first to see if there's anything that needs improvement or repair. Also, yes, our previous plan was to guide Obadiah to steal things and at the same time collect evidence that may be stored in Obadiah's computer. Have you figured out how to do it? Little Pepper on the side has been looking at them with a blinded face. Anyway, she can't understand a word. Tony originally wanted Lu Yuan to steal Obadiah's computer information, but Lu Yuan didn't want to go to that trouble, but kept gesturing to Little Pepper next to him with his eyes. I'm very busy, so I have to keep an eye on you. Once I suddenly disappear, Obadiah will definitely know that I've been fooled immediately. And you have to let Pepper know the cause and effect. After all, she is already involved. This guy, 32, explained the causes and consequences to Little Pepper. After that, Lu Yuan left, leaving the space downstairs to Tony and Pepper, allowing Tony to decide how to explain the situation to Pepper. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is nothing more than that. When Pepper learned that the attacks and traps Tony had encountered were all designed by Obadiah, she was shocked. If Tony was skeptical at first, he wasn't so sure it was Obadiah. So when Obadiah walked into the trap prepared by Lu Yuan under Lu Yuan's step-by-step guidance, his ambitions were exposed. What's more, Tony also saw with his own eyes that the weapons used by the Ten Rings gang came from the Stark Group. But Tony didn't know that his company had transactions with the Ten Rings gang, which was an enemy of a certain country. How could he do such a thing without fear of being banned by a certain country? It was obvious that there was an insider, and indeed there was an insider who was dealing with the Ten Rings gang behind his back. And this person has been confirmed to be Obadiah, and only Obadiah has the ability and qualifications to do mischief in the company without telling Tony. After listening to the reasoning and well-founded arguments that showed that Obadiah was a bad guy, Pepper only felt chilled and felt unworthy and sad for Tony. That's the person Tony trusts the most, and the person Tony is closest to. How could he do this? Pepper didn't understand. Money, power, status, reputation, and company. No one would think that these are bad things, and no one would think that there is a lot of money. Tony shrugged and smiled a little self-deprecatingly, because he also thought that these were bad things. Nice one. Pepper was silent, but she had no ambition, so she still felt that Obadiah's behavior was incomprehensible. If nothing else, does it mean that you're making less money now? And Obadiah's status in the company is no worse than Tony's. Why did he have to do this? People without ambition will never understand the behavior of ambitious people. Obviously, Tony is a baby who can lay golden eggs, but that's not the case for Obadiah. He hopes to get the entire company, and he hopes to lead the company himself, and even deal with a certain country. But he would never be able to do it if Tony didn't die. So Tony must die. Only in this way will the Stark Group become Obadiah's property, or even change its name and become his family industry. Lu Yuan and I have invited you to the urn, and we are just waiting for Obadiah to take the bait. But now I want to ask you to do me a favor. Tony suddenly made a request to Pepper. Pepper was surprised. How could she help? As you just heard, Obadiah hopes to get the energy in my hands, a small arc reactor copy from the company's palladium arc reactor. That is something Obadiah's men cannot make. He wants to work with me. If we have a decisive battle, we can't do it without this. Tony had already planned to explain everything to Pepper, so he didn't hide anything. Turning around, he took Xiao Lao Lai to where Lu Yuan was sitting before, picked up an arc reactor, and showed it to Xiao Lao Lai. It's not that he's bragging. Obadiah's people really can't do it. This gave Lu Yuan the opportunity to severely cheat Obadiah. Obadiah's $100 million has already been transferred. He is not worried that Lu Yuan is a liar. Lu Yuan will indeed help Obadiah steal the arc reactor as agreed. In fact, this arc reactor was specially made for Obadiah. But Pepper didn't know, and quickly reminded Tony. Since you know that Obadiah's goal is this, you should keep it well and make sure it is not stolen by him. Tony was very touched, and Pepper's first thought was to remind him to save the important arc reactor. But he shook his head again. You have heard the conversation between Lu Yuan and Obadiah. In fact, this is also part of the plan. We need to let Obadiah take the initiative to jump out. Otherwise, if he insists on not admitting the evidence, there is nothing we can do against him at the moment. After all, those are not evidence. The only evidence is the weapons of the Ten Rings gang, which may have dragged Tony himself into the water and were destroyed by him himself. So, this step is necessary, and I specially prepared this for him. Tony's eyes turned fierce as he looked down at the arc reactor in his hand. This is an inferior arc reactor, specially prepared for Obadiah. There are even signs of instability in the nuclear reaction. Of course, Obadiah definitely wouldn't be able to tell. Unless he asked his scientists to check it carefully, they probably wouldn't be able to tell. After all, they couldn't make this thing. Once this little thing explodes, the consequences and power will be terrible. After all, no matter what, it also has nuclear properties. So Tony would not hide it, but would deliberately let Obadiah get it. Pepper showed a thoughtful expression, finally understanding that the previous deal between Lu Yuan and Obadiah turned out to be a show. That person is really bad, including Tony. But what can I help you with? Little Pepper became suspicious again. She didn't know what Tony wanted from her, let alone what she could do to help him. Tony suddenly grabbed Pepper's hand with his other hand. Pepper was startled and unprepared, and subconsciously wanted to get rid of Tony. As a result, Tony said, "The only person I can trust is you." Little Pepper was shocked, lowered her head, and stopped talking, and her hand stopped moving. But this guy is definitely lying. At least Tony still trusts two people. One is Colonel Rhodes, and the other is Happy. Not to mention Lu Yuan. He had to believe it unconditionally. Otherwise, he would not have discussed and completed the entire plan with him. So I can only ask you, Pepper. Only you have the identity and reason to go to Obadiah's office. I need you to help me copy all his information from his computer, Tony said. I have to ask Pepper's mission. After all, Pepper is Tony's assistant, so walking around the company or going directly to Obadiah's office doesn't seem rude. But Happy is different. Happy is Tony's driver and former bodyguard. It's not that Tony doesn't trust Happy, but that he can't let Happy do things. Tony also took out a small thing that had been prepared in advance, similar to a USB flash drive, and gave it to Chili, and told her that as long as it is connected to the USB interface of the computer, it will run automatically, and it will hack into the computer system and make copies. What Pepper really has to do is actually very simple. That is, wait for the opportunity to come, sneak into Obadiah's office with this USB flash drive, and then bring it back. In the process, Lu Yuan will help Obadiah steal Tony's arc reactor. Once this step is completed, it is time to set up the network. 33. Shopping malls are like battlefields. In the end, Pepper took over the USB flash drive and agreed to Tony's request. After all, Tony had already said that. What else could she do? And Pepper still has feelings for Tony. After all, Tony's charm is still great. Or maybe it's just like what the saying says. Men are not bad and women don't love him. In short, little Pepper is ready for this level. In this case, just wait for 3 days and everything will be implemented according to the plan. 3 days is not a blink of an eye. In fact, starting from the next day, Obadiah had already mentioned the company's annual meeting to the board of directors. Tony was there at the time. Other members of the board of directors felt strange because it was still summer approaching autumn, far from the time to prepare for the annual meeting. Isn't this a joke? Tony didn't point it out. Of course, when he mentioned the situation to Lu Yuan after he came back, Lu Yuan was speechless. He just made a random excuse. Unexpectedly, Obadiah actually obeyed and used the annual meeting as an excuse. Can't we put it another way? I can't hold a cocktail party for any reason. Anyway, with Tony's secret cooperation, this early annual meeting was held. Obadiah didn't care how people outside were surprised. He only had one thing on his mind right now, and that was success or failure. He later asked Lu Yuan again what he thought of Tony's suit and what it had in terms of performance and weapons and equipment. Lu Yuan was also merciless and ruined all his hard work in front of Tony. With his thin armor, how can he compare with the Iron Overlord? The strength and tonnage are far beyond his opponent, and you can also equip more advanced weapons and you can definitely tear him apart, Lu Yuan said. Tony was so angry. That's not what Lu Yuan said to him at the beginning, and he kept praising Tony's flexibility in his suit. You really said something in front of someone. Of course, Lu Yuan also had a reason, which would allow Obadiah to jump out with more peace of mind. Finally, the third day arrived. The party, since it is a party, is of course held in the evening. We chose a 5-star hotel that day. The Stark Group was not short of money, and Obadiah even paid a lot of money to get in. Originally, the company's budget was not enough because some celebrities and even mini stars would have to be invited, and there would also be live singing and other performances on the spot. The money spent is like running water. Is this the life of rich people? I saw ladies all dressed up in fine outfits. There was no duplicate of the dress, and all of them were valuable, especially those pairs of small leather shoes, which jingled on the ground, making a crisp and sweet sound. Of course, Lu Yuan was definitely not looking at feet. Lu Yuan is also here. Of course he has to come. On the surface, he is Tony's bodyguard and cannot neglect his duties. Moreover, he also has to show Obadiah that he is indeed keeping an eye on Tony. The most important thing is that Tony knows the truth. At least he doesn't dare to underestimate Lu Yuan and really regards him as his bodyguard. This party can be said to be star-studded. Even many big stars are surrounded by various capitalists. And with the ability and status of the Stark Group, almost all named capitalists are here. When Tony entered the room, he immediately attracted everyone's attention and became the center of attention. And he is indeed the host of this party. Even Obadiah personally greeted him, hugged Tony with a smile, and then went to hug Lu Yuan. Normally, Obadiah doesn't need to pay attention to Lu Yuan at all. The reason is that on the surface, Lu Yuan is just Tony's bodyguard, and he has just taken office not long ago, and he has almost no interaction with Obadiah. Their transactions were all private, so how could they dare to tell others? But Obadiah did it on purpose. While warning and threatening Lu Yuan, he also leaned into Lu Yuan's ear and asked quietly, "How?" Lu Yuan pretended to glance around and saw Tony walking towards someone else with a smile on his face, as if he had fallen in love with a certain female star. But in the end, Tony quickly came to Pepper's side. Of course, Pepper also came, wearing an exquisite blue dress. She was so well dressed that even Tony couldn't help but shine. Lu Yuan also nodded secretly, but whispered back, "No problem." When Tony came out, I saw with my own eyes that he put the arc reactor on the stage of the studio. He would never have thought that you would go at this time steal. Obadiah smiled with satisfaction. He was not worried that this was a trap, because the defense level of Tony's house was very high, and no one without identification could enter, so it was not surprising that Tony put things in the studio. Just as Lu Yuan said, it stands to reason that Tony would not have thought that Obadiah would dare to steal things, which would be equivalent to breaking his face. But there is no turning back for Obadiah. He is willing to take a gamble. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster depends solely on his own hard work. On the other side, Pepper and Tony got together. Pepper looked at Tony unnaturally. He was the focus of the whole room. This was the company's annual meeting. He was so close to her, so she might wonder what her colleagues would think. After all, her boss is a playboy, and she knows without even guessing that there will definitely be rumors tomorrow. But Tony didn't care at all and invited Pepper to dance. Before Pepper could react, Tony held her hand and pulled her onto the dance floor. "I'll feel bad if you do this," Pepper expressed her worries. Tony asked, "Do you care?" "Of course I care. I hope to be recognized by everyone, and recognize that I stand by your side based on my own strength and ability, not relying on my body." Xiao Zhao is a girl after all, and she blushed a little at the end. Of course that's just because of some words in the discourse. Tony looked at Pepper with a profound look on his face. In fact, he really wanted to say that it would be fine to rely on the latter. Of course he knows that girls are thin-skinned, especially little Pepper, who can easily ignite her. Little Pepper turned her head and glanced at Lu Yuan, who was still whispering with Obadiah, and couldn't help but muttered, "Isn't this too blatant? Are they really not afraid of being exposed and letting you know?" Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Because Obadiah has gone crazy, he has no way to turn back, and his Iron Overlord is in urgent need of energy to activate, and he must take risks. He only has this one chance, so he must be so due. Pepper looked deeply at Tony in front of her, suddenly feeling a little strange. "Think I'm sinister? But this is a shopping mall. The shopping mall is like a battlefield. We are fighting. Either he dies or I die. So I can only rely on you, little Pepper. Also, pay attention to safety." 34. Obadiah and Pepper take action. The wonderful and grand dance continues. Many people here, or except for a few people, don't know that this is just an article on the surface, but actually there is something going on inside. After Obadiah had a conversation with Lu Yuan, he wandered around again, deliberately gaining a sense of presence, and then took advantage of the opportunity to use the toilet to slip away. He didn't know that he was being watched closely by Tony the whole time. "I'm leaving too." Little Pepper was about to leave immediately, but Tony grabbed his hand because Tony saw Lu Yuan shaking his head at him. Lu Yuan tapped his ears with his hand. Tony tacitly took out 2 earbuds from his pocket, which were radio earphones. He put one on himself and one for Pepper. Pepper hit a little unnaturally, and Tony and her got closer and closer. The next second, Lu Yuan's voice came over. Obviously his lips didn't understand, but he still picked up a glass of wine and brought it to his mouth. I don't know how he did it. In fact, it is super ventriloquism, a trick that Superman can also do. He once used this trick to hide his identity in front of everyone, but Superman's voice came from elsewhere. At that time, Lois didn't know Superman's identity and was often deceived. Lu Yuan said on the radio, "Don't worry, the old guy is very vigilant. In fact, he hasn't left yet. He is hiding in the monitoring room and watching." Want to avoid Lu Yuan's monitoring? That is impossible. Not to mention the super hearing that can track Obadiah's movements throughout the entire process. Lu Yuan's supervision has also evolved and can now penetrate even lead. Obadiah didn't know that his every move was under Lu Yuan's nose. Obadiah was indeed very cautious. Even though he had reached this critical moment, he was still worried about whether Lu Yuan would immediately leak it to Tony. So he kept watching Lu Yuan and Tony's every move for half an hour. Lu Yuan would not stay away from Tony all the time. After he and Little Pepper finished dancing, he took the initiative to walk over. Obadiah watched nervously until Lu Yuan and Tony didn't know what to say. They separated with a smile. Tony turned and walked towards a big star not far away, while Lu Yuan extended his hand to invite Pepper to step in again. Hit the dance floor. Suddenly, Obadiah's cell phone rang, and the rapid ringing tone of ding 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 startled him. When he opened it, he saw that it was Lu Yuan who was calling. Taking advantage of Xiao Lijiao's turn, Lu Yuan said quickly, "I'm holding Tony back. I will help him and Xiao Lijiao create opportunities later, but I'm afraid I won't be able to delay it too long. Jill, you have to do it as soon as possible." Then Lu Yuan hung up the phone. There was a sudden pause at his feet, and Little Pepper stepped on his feet. Glancing at Lu Yuan, Little Pepper knew that he was trying to deceive Obadiah, but why did he involve her? Lu Yuan didn't care, let alone being stepped on by Little Pepper. It would be fine even if he was hit by the earth. So he looked as normal and opened his hands to face Little Pepper. Little Pepper was stunned. What does this mean? Let's not do the waltz or ballroom dancing. Didn't you see that Tony's eyes were on fire? Let's do something retro, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Little Pepper also noticed that although Tony was holding a female star in his arms, his attention was entirely on the two of them, and he couldn't help but feel shy, funny, and angry. They have nothing, right? She can get along with anyone, right? Then Xiao Lai Lao saw again that a business card was suddenly drawn out in Lu Yuan's hand. Pepper was surprised. This is a company called Homeland Security Bureau. Anyway, the name is too long so you don't need to remember it. If you encounter any emergency, you can call him and he can protect you. The business card in Lu Yuan's hand is actually Cole's. Sense, and Coulson represents S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that the current name of S.H.I.E.L.D. is too long, and even he thinks it's a mouthful. It's not that I can't remember it, but it feels like a tongue twister. Lu Yuan continued to explain a few things that Little Pepper needed to pay attention to. In the end, Little Pepper started to worry. Why are you so worried about me? It wasn't that she had other ideas, but that Xiao Lai noticed that Lu Yuan seemed to have anticipated what she would encounter. Lu Yuan showed a wry smile. Sister, haven't I already told you that Obadiah will break his face? After he takes away the arc reactor, he will be eager to activate the Iron Overlord. Although Tony and I will rush there as soon as possible. Go over there, but I'm afraid of what will happen to you over there. But don't worry, I won't let you die. The more he said this, the more frightened Little Pepper became, and his face turned a little pale. At this time, Tony came up with his dance partner and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yuan shook his head, not planning to really dance with Pepper, so he turned his hand and let Pepper spin and fall into Tony's arms. Then he reached out and hugged the beautiful female star, turned around, and danced away. This set of moves was so smooth that even Tony couldn't help but whistle. At first glance, he looks like a veteran. The female star didn't realize that someone had changed, and she didn't exclaim until she was far away. "Who are you?" Lu Yuan said shamelessly. "New billionaire. I have a savings of 100 million. Do you want to develop it?" The female star first took a closer look at his appearance. Needless to say, he was still very handsome, but his words were a bit too irritating, so he just waved his hand and left. She is not such a person. Lu Yuan glanced at the extra business card in his hand thoughtfully. Well, maybe he'll do some of it tonight. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan came to a bar next to the dance floor, snapped his fingers, and asked for a glass of beer, and then said on the radio, "Tony, Pepper, it's time to act." The old fox took the bait. Over there, Tony took Pepper, and the two of them danced and deliberately moved closer to the door. Finally, Pepper left quietly without the people around him paying attention. The show was finally about to begin. At this moment, Obadiah had already driven the car himself and rushed to Tony's villa as quickly as possible. Pepper had to wait on the roadside for a while before getting into a taxi and rushing to the Stark group. Pepper didn't drive herself. Happy drove her here before. According to the normal procedure, he had to wait until the dance was over before picking her up. Isn't this a temporary departure? So it was a tragedy for her that it was difficult to get a taxi around here. But it shouldn't delay anything. At the dance, Tony approached Lu Yuan and the two sat together. Instead of drinking, Tony asked for a glass of water. Because Tony knew that tonight was destined not to be peaceful, he would have a fierce battle. "Do you think I can win?" Tony asked Lu Yuan worriedly. Lu Yuan smiled. "He is stupid, and you are stupid too? You have me here. What are you afraid of? After all, I'm still your bodyguard, don't worry." As long as he said this, Tony would really feel relieved. That Superman Lu Yuan. Tony would be really worried if it were someone else who came up with this plan. Because Tony also heard something about the design of Iron Overlord from Lu Yuan. It is a heavyweight design. It can be said that in a one-on-one duel, it can completely defeat Tony's Iron Man suit. It's simply that the armor is thicker, the power is greater, the tonnage is greater, and the weapon firepower is more powerful. The only weakness is that it is not as flexible as the Iron Man suit. But doesn't it make sense if we don't break the defense? So what is Lu Yuan's confidence? That, of course, is his power. So far, Obadiah doesn't know that he is actually seeking skin from a tiger. It doesn't seem to be the right way to describe it. Anyway, that's what it means. He doesn't know who he is talking to. Obadiah had absolutely no idea that the man in front of him had the power to kill him easily. He was even worse than an ant in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan really didn't take him to heart. If he wanted to kill him, he could do it at any time. So far, Lu Yuan seems to be looking for a pastime for himself. Anyway, idle time is idle, and you can make some extra money, so why not? He has already easily earned 130 million. Is there any business more profitable than this? If you have one, don't forget to take one with me. So Tony's worries were nothing to Lu Yuan. If you can't defeat me, I will protect you. When Lu Yuan said this, Tony was completely relieved and ordered a glass of whiskey. Lu Yuan was speechless. "Are you letting yourself go now?" But he didn't say much. He was confident enough. The two acted in no hurry until news came from Jarvis, confirming that Obadiah had arrived. There was also news from Pepper that she had arrived at the company and was going to Obadiah's office. "It's time for us to set off." Lu Yuan and Tony stood up and left together. As a result, in the blink of an eye, all the hosts of the party were gone. Fortunately, the party is still going on, and the people in the company and guests from all walks of life are having a good time, and that's enough. They don't need to know anything, as long as they can be happy. But for others, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Tony drove the car himself and rushed home with Lu Yuan at lightning speed. Lu Yuan called Obadiah while he was still on the way, informing him that Tony was coming back and already knew about his intrusion. At that time, Obadiah had just entered Tony's studio and saw the arc reactor that Tony had placed on the table. If Obadiah had been more careful, he would have discovered that there was actually a ready-made arc reactor on Tony's suit. Then with Obadiah's vigilance, he might be able to take that away. But he was anxious, knowing that he shouldn't stay here for a long time. So he quickly picked up the arc reactor specially prepared for him and ran away. After Obadiah left, Tony and Lu Yuan were able to return. The two went around the studio and found that the inferior version of the arc reactor was missing. They couldn't help looking at each other and laughing, like a bad boy who pulled off a prank. "It looks like I'm going to perform on stage too," Tony said, handing the car keys to Lu Yuan, and then walked towards the armor. Jarvis had already received the instruction and controlled the surrounding mechanical arms to start putting it on for him. The current suit system still has some shortcomings, especially when it comes to wearing it. I believe Tony will have time to slowly improve in the future, but not now. Lu Yuan looked down at the car keys in his hand, then threw them away. There was an even bigger change. After Tony finished putting on his equipment, he couldn't help but be startled when he saw Lu Yuan again. I saw that Lu Yuan had undergone tremendous changes. He was wearing a dark blue tights, and even the boots under his feet were dark blue. If you didn't look carefully, you would think he was barefoot. Behind him is a long dark red cloak that almost touches the floor, and there are two big S's printed on the back and chest of the cloak. The S is red, but there is a golden frame around the S. Lu Yuan stood there with his arms folded and looked at Tony with a smile. "Although this is the stage I set up for you, it didn't say I won't perform. Maybe you really need my power." Tony looked at Lu Yuan with his mouth wide open. Suddenly, he seemed to remember a comic book he had seen when he was a child. There was a character called Superman in it who looked exactly like Lu Yuan at this time. In fact, in the Marvel comic world setting, DC Comics exist. There is the same setting in DC Comics, and also in Marvel Comics. It's just that there is no such setting in the movie world. For example, in the Shazam movie, the characters that children follow have all become superheroes. There have never been similar comics in Marvel movies. Superman. Tony pointed at Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan shook his head. "This is not the S of Superman. I said my full name is Lu Yuan Al. This is the emblem and symbol of our Al family. It represents hope. Our Al family is a family of hope. All children of the Al family will be taught the meaning of this S from an early age. Of course, for the Earth, it is just S." Tony shook his head and stopped asking, although he was also curious about how Lu Yuan suddenly got into such clothes. In fact, Lu Yuan has reached the fifth dimension. Think about it. The troublemaker has transformed into Superman's clothes, let alone him. This was also his former suit, but it originally had more equipment, such as steel protective gear on the joints of the limbs, various weapons, etc. But to him now, those are meaningless. This is a suit created by Lu Yuan's own thoughts and by distorting reality. It is also the first time that S's cloak is flying in the Marvel Universe. "Get ready to go, and watch my eyes when the time comes," Tony told Lu Yuan, meaning that he would go first, and Lu Yuan would be replaced if he failed. Lu Yuan said, "Where can I see your eyes?" Tony's suit is all high-tech, and his eyes are also firmly protected. There are two probe-like things scanning and observing the external surroundings for him. "So you can't see the eyes at all, okay? Then help me when I'm about to be defeated." Tony had no choice but to be more straightforward, saying that when he was about to lose, Lu Yuan could take over. "I would have understood if you had said that earlier." Lu Yuan laughed loudly. His feet slowly left the ground, and the cloak behind him automatically moved without wind. This scene looked extremely sacred. Tony couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before he reacted, and slowly flew up. "Let's see who gets there first," Tony yelled and rushed out of the underground garage exit as fast as he could. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I'll give you 10 minutes first." Iron Overlord finally started. In the Stark Group's building, which is still majestic, Pepper has successfully sneaked into Obadiah's office. Obadiah was still on his way back at this time. Opening Obadiah's laptop, although she didn't know what the power-on password was. As Pepper inserted the USB flash drive Tony gave her into the USB interface, the settings inside started to work. There is no need for Xiaojiao to do it himself, and there is no system in the USB flash drive. In short, the laptop starts to operate on its own. It starts up normally, and then enters one page after another. Every hard drive on the computer was quickly scanned, and Pepper saw some. Even the conversation between Obadiah and the Ten Rings gang was recorded. It turned out that he had contacted Obadiah once after the Ten Rings gang plan failed. The Ten Rings gang suffered heavy losses that time, and they wanted to ask Obadiah to reimburse the losses. The main reason was to get a batch of more advanced weapons to support them. They got the news that Tony brought more advanced weapons this time. They won it. Regardless of whether Obadiah agreed or not, the video was retained. It is not considered that Obadiah recorded it himself. It is possible that he is too old and does not know how to control these high-tech products. Maybe it is the built-in recording function of the computer, or it may be saved automatically and cleared automatically after a period of time. The result is now seen by Pepper. Pepper felt cold all over her body. Although she had heard about the ins and outs of the incident, she still couldn't help but feel chilled until she got the evidence that Obadiah was indeed the mastermind behind the attack on Tony. He really has the heart to do this. The USB flash drive continues to crack the data in the computer, and as the cracking goes deeper, the data master becomes more terrifying. Obadiah was not only ambitious, but also greedy for money. So he even dared to contact and do business with the Ten Commandments gang. So what is there that he doesn't dare to do? With Obadiah's power and status, this guy has actually been secretly doing private business with others and behind the company's back, which is equivalent to stealing countless wealth from the company. Not only that, Obadiah had to murder Tony once, but he even had another plan in the pipeline. That is to say, Lu Yuan contacted him in advance, otherwise Obadiah's next plan would have already begun. If there is no other way, the desperate Obadiah will even bribe a woman to give Tony. In fact, he had bribed her a long time ago. The beautiful woman was a person close to Tony, a stewardess who was always on Tony's private plane all year round. Obadiah is going to assassinate Tony at all costs. Seeing this, little Pepper finally didn't hesitate anymore. She took her handbag, found her cell phone, and called the business card given by Lu Yuan. In fact, Lu Yuan gave the business card to Pepper Coulson in the hope that Pepper would call it when she encountered a situation, and he did not let her call it at this time. But Lu Yuan should have guessed that little Pepper might be beaten, right? Coulson arrived as promised and quickly came with a small team. While Pepper went out to greet Coulson, Obadiah had quietly returned. He took the arc reactor that he had just stolen from Tony's studio and quickly got into his studio. The Iron Overlord had already been built long ago. Based on the original Mark generation suit, armor was added to it according to the direction specifically pointed out by Lu Yuan. The increase in armor also equals an increase in weight. In order for Iron Overlord to have enough mobility and even fly, it had to be improved in other aspects. In short, the Iron Overlord finally became a big guy, more than 3 meters tall, with shoulder width and back width. This is a big guy, worthy of the title of Iron Overlord. The Iron Overlord was covered in iron gray color, exuding a terrifying aura. It's a pity that Iron Overlord has never been able to start because it has no energy. Until then, Obadiah carefully placed the robbed, actually stolen, arc reactor into the energy room that had been prepared from the beginning. Iron Overlord's eyes finally slowly lit up with a red light. Obadiah's eyes lit up, with unconcealable joy on his face. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a movement outside the door. Logically speaking, there is no doubt about the sound insulation effect of the studio. Sometimes there will be banging here, but it will never be heard outside. But Obadiah had something in his mind, so he was naturally prepared. So through the surveillance equipment, he saw little Pepper at the door, constantly using her ID card to swipe the door's access control. That is of course useless, because Obadiah has invalidated all identities except his own. It's useless even if Tony comes. But Obadiah discovered that a group of guys in black suits were following behind Pepper. Coulson, who was taking the lead, saw that Pepper couldn't open the door, and was still doubting. Why can't I open this door? Little Pepper already knew from the information that Iron Overlord was about to be completed, and she also knew about Lu Yuan and Tony's plans. She guessed that Obadiah was hiding here at this time, and wanted to capture Obadiah in advance, and was worried about Obadiah. Obadiah would be a threat to Tony. Of course she has good intentions, but she can also do bad things with good intentions. How did she know that Lu Yuan and Tony were planning to trick Obadiah to death? Coulson reached out and pulled Pepper away. Please step aside. As he said that, Coulson took something from the person behind him and put it on the door, and placed it exactly where the door lock was. Obadiah had been watching all this, with an angry look on his face, and murmured, I originally wanted to kill Tony directly, but since you don't know how to live or die, let's do it to you first. With that said, Obadiah got directly into the Iron Overlord's cockpit and was finally able to start this big guy. At the entrance, Coulson also successfully broke down the door, and a group of people rushed in from the outside. But they found no trace of Obadiah, and there seemed to be no one here. Until, a huge steel body rushed out from the darkness. Even the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. were stunned at this time, and several of them were sent flying by Iron Overlord's sweeping slap. Even Coulson barely escaped. What's this? Someone is exclaiming, Transformers? Did you come to the wrong set? Coulson looked thoughtful. In the past few days, they had actually been paying attention to one thing, or one person, and that was the so-called Iron Man. Now that I see this big guy, it seems to be somewhat related to that Iron Man. Just as Coulson was thinking this, another iron lump suddenly rushed in from the outside. This is the real Iron Man. Tony arrived in time. 37. Obadiah, you have found the wrong opponent. In the spacious room, 2 Iron Men, one big and one small, stood opposite each other. Tony, look at my armor. I have developed weapons that surpass yours. Obadiah eagerly showed off. Tony Stark? Coulson didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, another man of steel rushed in from outside. It was Lu Yuan. However, his steel body refers to his own powerful defense. He does not rely on any armor suit, but his own strength. Lu Yuan, who put on the unique battle uniform of the Al family, with a face full of justice, landed in front of Coulson and Pepper, and said without looking back, you can't help anymore. You can withdraw. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. As we all know, Superman has no mask, and Superman never hides his appearance. Because Superman represents absolute justice and hope, he will naturally not be sneaky. But no one has ever discovered that Clark is Superman. Why? In fact, according to the original setting, Clark disguised himself in daily life. It was not just as simple as wearing a pair of glasses. The original setting was that the glasses were high-tech equipment from Krypton, which could make people ignore Clark's appearance. Later, it turned out that Clark had super hypnotic abilities, allowing others to distinguish himself from Superman. Later, Clark even had the ability to super dress up and could change some details of his appearance on a daily basis. So no one has ever discovered that reporter Clark is actually Superman. But Lu Yuan didn't make any changes here. He just put on these clothes with his original appearance, and then showed his true face directly. In Lu Yuan's view, this was nothing. He doesn't care at all about exposing his identity, because this is not his world, and no one can worry about being attacked by the enemy because of his identity. If there really are, then get rid of all the enemies. In fact, Lu Yuan had already shown his skills when he first came to this world, and he killed all the members of the Ten Rings gang instantly. Even though he hasn't done much recently, when he does, you'll understand his character. Because of Lu Yuan's appearance at this time, Xiao Lao was already confused. What was going on? On the other hand, Coulson nodded to Lu Yuan and was not surprised. The reason was that Lu Yuan had already been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was Coulson who took Lu Yuan there. I'll leave this to you. Coulson didn't force himself, and immediately took the people he brought with him, escorted Pepper, and retreated outside. At this time, Iron Overlord Obadiah also discovered Lu Yuan. Is it you? Obadiah asked the Iron Overlord to turn his head and look in the direction of Lu Yuan, and yelled in shock and anger. Have you really been lying to me all this time? Seeing that Lu Yuan and Tony came in together and reacted so quickly, if Obadiah couldn't guess that they were working together to plot against him, his life would really be in vain. Tony spoke before Lu Yuan could, and said with a sneer, the unjust have few helpers. Obadiah, I believe in you so much, but I didn't expect that you would actually put me to death. Obadiah didn't take it seriously at all. After all, he had done what he had done, and sneered. Tony, this company was originally founded by your father and I, but it belongs to you Stark, even my signature no. And as you grow up, this company will fall into your hands sooner or later. Do you think I will admit defeat willingly? Tony only felt sad in his heart. He had never thought of taking away the company, let alone driving Obadiah away. In fact, he is a playboy. Making money, picking up girls, eating, drinking, and having fun are his biggest ideals. The result was the current situation. By the way, don't you want to fight? Liu Yuan on the side didn't think it was a big deal. He floated up and sat on a console with his legs crossed, stimulating the two of them. How can you still chat when you are like this? If you don't fight to the death, you and I will die. Obadiah was furious and finally understood that Liu Yuan had been setting a trap for him from the very beginning. However, he had always thought that Liu Yuan was a money-grubbing villain and could not deceive him. In the end, he was still deceived. Judging from the situation, he knew that Liu Yuan did not betray Tony. It was possible that the two of them had planned it from the beginning. Thinking of this, Obadiah's hatred for Liu Yuan exceeded Tony, and he subconsciously raised his hand. From Iron Overlord's mechanical right arm, a 20mm caliber rotating cannon started to rotate. The next moment, the terrifying weapon roared, and a hail of bullets covered Liu Yuan, releasing a chain of bullets in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Obadiah laughed triumphantly. This was the result of going against him. However, after the smoke caused by the machine gun dissipated, Liu Yuan's intact appearance reappeared in his eyes. He did not even move his position and continued to sit there. Liu Yuan lowered his head and glanced at the pile of bullet fragments falling from his body, and shook his head speechlessly. Shoot me all over me. Why are you doing my laundry? But in fact, his clothes are also intact, because they are clothes that change according to his ability, which is equivalent to his strength. How strong his defense is, this suit is strong. Although the suit is very thin, in fact, even if the Iron Man suit and Iron Overlord's armor are added together, it is not comparable. Tony, if you continue to watch the excitement, then I will take action. Liu Yuan casually swept away the bullet fragments on his body and said to Tony, who was watching the excitement. Tony was about to speak when he saw Iron Overlord's weapon activated again. Iron Overlord has the machine gun installed on his right hand and a 6-shot missile on his left hand, as well as anti-tank rockets on the shoulders. Now Obadiah didn't believe in evil and pointed the missile at Liu Yuan again, and then launched it. 6 missiles roared and arrived in front of Liu Yuan in an instant. Boom boom boom. The huge explosion caused a roar and a shockwave. Obadiah did not rush to be proud this time, but stared there. Until the dust settled, Liu Yuan appeared there again intact. He continued to cross his legs, leaning on the equipment behind him, supporting his head with his left hand on the stand, and sighed. If you continue even though you know it's useless, should you say it's courageous or cerebral palsy? And Tony, are you sure you want to keep doing this? Are you watching the fun? Tony finally stopped being silent. In fact, he also wanted to see Liu Yuan's strength, but in the end he only knew that Liu Yuan's defense was too terrifying. That was a 20mm machine gun, which could already be called a cannon. Are there missiles that can't be exploded? Tony was thinking wildly in his mind as he took steps to get closer to Iron Overlord. Just when Tony was about to say a few more words, Iron Overlord took the lead and struck Tony with a sudden slap, sending him flying backwards. Obadiah did not chase Tony, but faced Liu Yuan and roared, I don't believe it. I'm going to kill you. Liu Yuan stood up helplessly. You have found the wrong opponent. 38. Does Iron Overlord have strong armor? Tear you apart. Liu Yuan was speechless. Originally, he only came here as a bodyguard and could help Tony at a critical moment. But he never expected that he would become Obadiah's first target. Is the hatred value too high? Wasn't it just a scam of 130 million? Isn't it just a trap? As for that, isn't that enough? He's so stupid, a bloody pit. I'm going to kill you. Obadiah roared angrily. Seeing that the weapons he carried were completely unable to harm Liu Yuan, he simply rushed over, wielding the terrifying iron fist of the Iron Overlord, and went straight to Liu Yuan's face. With a bang sound, Iron Fist stopped in front of Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan slowly floated up and just raised his palm slightly to block Iron Overlord's attack. Obadiah gritted his teeth and tried his best to continue to move the Iron Overlord's arm, and also controlled the other hand to swing it over. As a result, Liu Yuan had no time to spare. He just raised his other hand again and blocked Iron Overlord's attack again. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Liu Yuan shook his head and smacked his lips. Are you a fool? Even the weapons you carry can't do anything to me, let alone fists and feet. As he said that, Liu Yuan was about to use force to tear off Iron Overlord's arms. But suddenly, Tony, who had been knocked away, rushed back, quickly hugged the Iron Overlord's waist, and rushed out from one side. Liu Yuan released his hand in time. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't be able to take Iron Overlord away. Boom. Even the wall of the studio built with a lot of money from the Stark Group had a big hole through it. 2 steel monsters unexpectedly rushed onto the street. Bang bang bang. There was a sound of steel clashing outside, and you knew without even thinking that Tony and Iron Overlord were at war. Liu Yuan was about to sit down again, and thought it would be good to leave it to Tony. As a result, Iron Overlord's body immediately got back through the hole. It turned out that Obadiah relied on the Iron Overlord's tonnage, strength, and powerful armor to forcefully knock Tony away again. To be honest, Iron Overlord crushes the Iron Man suit in almost all aspects except for its lack of flexibility. Of course, Iron Overlord only currently has the advantage, and Tony is not unable to develop heavy armor. Not to mention the Hulkbuster armor. For example, the Mark 38 is a heavy-duty armor that can surpass Iron Overlord in terms of performance. Of course, it is definitely not the 38th generation yet. So Tony suffered small losses one after another. Iron Overlord always ignored his attacks, and Iron Overlord's counterattacks made him suffer again. But Liu Yuan didn't expect that Obadiah hadn't given up on him yet, and would come back to look for him again after knocking Tony away. Liu Yuan felt funny. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will help you. As he spoke, Liu Yuan finally struck decisively, turning into a phantom and instantly arriving in front of the Iron Overlord. Obadiah's Iron Overlord also has an auxiliary system that can help him lock onto enemies and aim weapons. But he couldn't capture Liu Yuan's movements because Liu Yuan was too fast and could easily exceed the speed of light. Even light takes 8 minutes to travel from the sun to the earth, but Liu Yuan doesn't need to. It only takes a moment. It can at least be considered that Liu Yuan's speed has reached a multiple of the speed of light for 8 minutes. His speed has exceeded the speed of light for 8 minutes. 1 minute is 60 seconds. 8 minutes is 480 seconds. It can also be considered as 480 times the speed of light. And this is only because the distance from the earth to the sun is only 8 minutes. This is only the result obtained so far, and it may be faster. Not to mention that Obadiah can't keep up with Liu Yuan's speed. Even if there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the earth today, that is far beyond his reach. Even Ancient E can't do it simply by comparing speed. Unless Gu E is cheating on magic. By the way, he is the supreme mage, right? Back to the present. Liu Yuan arrived in front of Iron Overlord in an instant. This time he was no longer merciful. He raised his hand and held down Iron Overlord's head and gave it a tug. Wow. The originally solid steel barrier now seemed to be made of paper, and Liu Yuan forcibly pulled off the helmet. Obadiah inside was exposed in front of Liu Yuan, looking at Liu Yuan stupidly, with a look of bewilderment on his face. The Iron Overlord was built under his personal supervision, and the materials used were also decided by him. In addition to not having been tested yet, its armor performance has been tested countless times. Even the best current armor-piercing bullets and even anti-tank equipment cannot penetrate the Iron Overlord's armor or even leave any traces. This thing is scarier than a tank. The result in Liu Yuan's hands was no different from paper. Isn't this person too scary? Obadiah was stunned and seemed a little at a loss. Liu Yuan smiled at Obadiah, but he did not move quickly. Instead, he slowly raised his steel arms, and then raised one foot to press against the Iron Overlord's breastplate. Just when Obadiah was confused as to what he was going to do, Liu Yuan used both hands at the same time, and with 2 clicks, he actually tore off Iron Overlord's hands again. No. Obadiah cried out sadly, but he was not injured in any way. His cockpit had no connection with his limbs. Unlike Tony, who was covered in armor, Obadiah was in heartache and despair. If Lu Yuan continued to dismantle the Iron Overlord and turn it into a pile of scrap metal, then he would be unable to do anything else. Don't even threaten Tony at that time. I'm afraid he will be sent to jail immediately by Tony. But Lu Yuan remained unmoved. He stretched out his hand and pushed Iron Overlord down, then neatly grabbed Iron Overlord's feet one by one and pulled them. Well, the Iron Overlord, who was so majestic before, was torn to pieces by Lu Yuan in the blink of an eye. Now there is only a huge iron belly left, and Obadiah is still sitting in the cockpit. Lu Yuan clapped his hands and said that he never paid attention to Iron Overlord and Obadiah from the beginning. So the reason why he was able to deceive Obadiah in the first place was entirely because he was really sincere and took the real technology was given to Obadiah. So what if Iron Overlord is developed for him? Isn't it just a ball of scrap metal being kneaded casually in front of Lu Yuan? Tony came back, standing next to the hole in the wall, with a complex expression on his face inside the armor. Since Lu Yuan can dismantle Iron Overlord, he can dismantle his armor. There is no doubt about it. What's more, it was originally agreed to be his performance stage and home venue, but now. And Obadiah is his father's friend after all, and he is also his mentor. But the situation has ended up in this situation, and he can't help but sigh in his heart. Leave him to me. Tony finally felt compassion. Lu Yuan smiled and pointed at Iron Overlord's iron belly. There was an arc reactor there, but it was an inferior version. Remember why I asked you to create an inferior version? Tony's expression changed instantly. 39. Obadiah must die. Of course Tony remembered and understood what Lu Yuan meant. This design was made to trap Obadiah from the beginning. There was no intention to spare his life from the beginning, was it? But Tony wanted to say something else. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Tony. The drawing is my idea, whether it's his Iron Overlord or your Iron Man suit. Do you think I will allow him a chance to reveal it? Of course, it was also because of Lu Yuan that everything Tony was supposed to experience was disrupted. This can be regarded as a compensation from Lu Yuan. In fact, Lu Yuan just mentioned an idea. His drawings were not blueprints at all. Even children could draw better than him. The drawings of the Mark generation were made by Tony himself. But no matter what, Lu Yuan did not want Obadiah to be revealed to a certain country. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. Because Lu Yuan has no good opinion of a certain country and is convinced that once a certain country masters this technology, they will definitely cause a new world-class war. Only a certain country thinks that it is the so-called world police and maintains world peace. But in reality, don't be kidding. The world will be peaceful only if a certain country dies. It's just that Lu Yuan doesn't want to do that. One is that there are innocent civilians in a certain country, and the other is that he is an outsider after all, and he is still an alien. Once he takes action, many things will go wrong. Conquer the world? He never thought about it. It is easy to destroy a world, and it is also easy to blow up a planet with one punch. But it is not easy to manage a world well, or even save a world. He won't look for trouble. He must die. Lu Yuan pointed at Obadiah, who continued to lie there. Obadiah looked ashen, with despair on his face and eyes. He even seemed to have ignored the conversation between the two people around him, as well as everything else. Ever since the Iron Overlord was easily torn apart by Lu Yuan, he had understood that he could only stop here. His ambition, his pride, and even his hard work were all destroyed. He was originally proud to think that his Iron Overlord had surpassed Tony's suit. But so what if he surpassed Tony? In front of Lu Yuan, it was meaningless. So when Lu Yuan said he wanted to kill him, Obadiah had no reaction. Tony wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Lu Yuan. I never knew that you were such a soft-hearted person. Since you were so soft-hearted, why do you want to sell weapons and become a weapons dealer? You know that your weapons kill how many people are there? Lu Yuan found it funny, hypocritical. Tony had nothing to say. If it were before, he would have countless excuses to make. But Tony is different now. He has seen the evil deeds of the Ten Rings gang, and has seen with his own eyes that the weapons of the Ten Rings gang come from his company. It was the Stark group that was helping him do evil. Even if it wasn't him, it was Obadiah who contacted the Ten Rings gang behind his back. But could he really feel at ease? So Tony finally took a step back. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction and asked him to continue to retreat until he left the studio. Lu Yuan then focused his attention on Obadiah again. His eyes began to slowly shine, and finally he released two golden heat rays, aiming at the inferior version of the arc reactor embedded in the Iron Overlord's chest. The original plan was not like this, but the plan did not change quickly. Since Obadiah wanted to die and had to find Lu Yuan as his opponent, he could only fulfill his wish. Maybe this is called dying. As the terrifying heat rays touched the arc reactor, the already unstable nuclear elements were suddenly excited. In fact, heat rays come from the heat energy of the sun. It can be considered that the sun's rays usually stored in the body are converted into heat rays and released. So it is very likely that there are also nuclear elements in it. At this time, the inferior version of the arc reactor finally reached its limit. There was a huge roar and the entire studio was blown up. The huge Stark tower also trembled and the ground shook. Coulson and others who retreated in advance subconsciously crouched down and turned to look at the Stark building not far away, their expressions a little solemn. This is the most prosperous area in New York. If such a terrible momentum continues to erupt, they will not be able to explain to the outside world, and they are also worried that it will cause a large number of casualties. Fortunately, the explosion only occurred once and then subsided. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and guessed that the battle was over. After a moment of hesitation, he took people back to check the situation. Little Pepper strongly requested to go back together, but when they returned to the scene, they found that there was nothing but a mess. Even if there were still some remaining parts of Iron Overlord's body parts, they were later melted by Lu Yuan's terrifying heat rays. Not to mention Obadiah, the explosion point of the arc reactor was on his body, and he was wiped out in ashes immediately. Lu Yuan and Tony had already left at this time. Even if their identities were exposed, it wouldn't be so blatant, right? So they left decisively before there was any commotion here. On the way, Tony called Pepper to report that they were safe, and told Pepper to be ready to hold a press conference and how to explain the cause of the explosion tonight. At this point, the Iron Overlord Obadiah incident is finally over. But because of Lu Yuan's intrusion, Tony actually didn't enjoy it as much as he did. Lu Yuan had already solved the problem without making much effort. We agreed at the time that you would only take action when I can't fight. Tony complained after going back to change his clothes. Lu Yuan has also put away his Superman costume. Anyway, he changed it with his own abilities. After putting it away, he changed back to his original suit and leather shoes. Spreading his hands, Lu Yuan began to shirk responsibility. Weren't you knocked down at that time? Tony was speechless. He really didn't expect the Iron Overlord's performance to be so good. It was heavier, more powerful, had stronger armor, and carried more weapons than him. Tony couldn't find a way to defeat Iron Overlord other than being flexible. Maybe it's time for him to continue developing suits? For example, make a big guy like Iron Overlord, or a lighter and more flexible suit. As if he had guessed Tony's thoughts, Lu Yuan took advantage of the situation and said, there is also energy. After all, the palladium element is not very stable. Maybe we can find a way to find a new alternative element. Tony smiled bitterly. Even if he was a genius, how could he say that he could discover a new element, etc.? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wasn't there an alien in front of him who had a higher level of technology than Earth's? Maybe he knows something? Lu Yuan smiled. Want to know? Tony nodded. Lu Yuan was also happy. You have to pay more. Tony was about to continue agreeing, but immediately stopped and looked at Lu Yuan with a suspicious look on his face. Are you also planning to trick me? So smart. In fact, Tony's father has already discovered a new element that can replace palladium. Blank 9550. 40. Lu Yuan. I am Iron Man. Tony. I am. It's a pity that Tony can't be cheated, otherwise Lu Yuan's assets will double again. That's a new element, and it's a new element that can just replace palladium, which is very important. Because in the Marvel world setting, Howard invented the first atomic bomb in a certain country. Howard had long discovered that the palladium element was unstable, so he searched for, observed, and discovered this new, more stable element. It's a pity that Howard is restricted by generations and can only find a way to leave it to Tony. That's why I said that if Howard was still alive today, there would be nothing wrong with Tony. A genius father who can educate his genius son even after his death. I have to say that Howard is really amazing. Of course, now is not the time. It's not that Lu Yuanfei wants to cheat Tony out of a large amount of money, or for other reasons, but there are still many things to do now. Obadiah is dead. As one of the largest shareholders of Star Corporation, Obadiah has been a man of the hour for so many years. But he died suddenly, and there had to be an explanation for this. Originally, Tony already had enough evidence, including Coulson, who could testify that it was indeed Obadiah who attacked others first. However, in the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not choose to announce Obadiah's evidence of guilt and cause of death. Instead, it notified Tony and asked him to publicly state that Obadiah died in a plane crash. Why is this happening? Because Stark Industries has always been one of the important sources of tax revenue for a certain country, and it also supports the livelihood of many people. However, Obadiah once colluded with the Ten Rings gang, which is an enemy of a certain country. Once this evidence is made public, Obadiah's position in the Stark Group will inevitably cause the Stark Group's reputation to plummet. No matter which aspect you consider, letting him disappear quietly like this is the best choice. From here we can also see S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overall view and its loyalty to a certain country. Lu Yuan sneered and felt disdain in his heart. That's why he won't join S.H.I.E.L.D., because S.H.I.E.L.D. is said to be one of the affiliated agencies of the United Nations, and it should logically work for the United Nations. But in reality, however, they have always focused on a certain country and are just a lackey of a certain country. Wouldn't joining them mean becoming a lackey of a certain country? Lu Yuan was still thinking about destroying a certain country with one punch. So how could he join such an organization? In addition, at the press conference regarding the explosion incident at the Stark Group last night, Tony half-truthed and half-falsely said that he was attacked, and finally was saved by Iron Man, who has been talked about recently. Because Iron Man was mentioned, the reporters present at the time asked excitedly, wanting to know who Iron Man's true identity was. Before the press conference, Tony was handed a note by Coulson, which was the script of his speech. It said, asking him to pass the blame to the bodyguard. That's what he said too. He's my bodyguard. Lu Yuan stood up in time and waved to everyone. Yes, it's me. Tony, Pepper, and even Coles in the crowd looked at him. Shameless. Are you Iron Man? Don't you call yourself Superman? But Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all, and secretly winked at Tony, meaning that since you don't want this title, he won't be polite. Tony endured it again and again, but he was not the kind of person who was willing to walk at night in splendid clothes. So in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and changed the topic and said, actually, I am Iron Man. Yes, I am Iron Man. In an instant, the whole room was boiling. Before the reporters could react, it turned into a wave of waves, drowning Tony in an instant. After all, Lu Yuan still served as a bodyguard and had to step forward to protect Tony, fearing that he would be attacked in the chaos. As a result, Lu Yuan himself was stepped on several times by someone in the chaos. Turning around, I saw that she was a beautiful reporter, and she was very kind. By the way, isn't this the beautiful woman who had contact with Lu Yuan at the annual party that day? At that time, Lu Yuan thought she was a big star, but she turned out to be a reporter. What is going on? The reporter approached Lu Yuan. Because the two had met before, they wanted to get some information from him. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Want to know the inside story? The latter nodded. Lu Yuan smiled. You have to pay more. No, you don't need to pay. Seeing his mean look, the beautiful reporter was so angry that her teeth itched, and she said fiercely, then I might as well go directly to Tony. Okay, that seems to be the case. Tony is a playboy who will accept any beautiful woman, and he has already revealed that he is Iron Man, so of course there is no need to worry. Lu Yuan didn't care. There were plenty of women if they wanted. There aren't many other things on Earth, but humans. He hasn't met a girl he likes yet, otherwise he would definitely chase after her. Forget it if you don't do it. Because Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man, this press conference obviously could not continue. But Tony finally said, due to Obadiah's departure, we decided to transfer the shares held by Obadiah to Mr. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, a small bodyguard before, has now transformed into another giant of the Stark Group, replacing Obadiah as one of the largest shareholders. Others were still shocked, but Lu Yuan was the only one who knew that Tony would not make a loss-making business. It would be better to say that Tony was too smart. Since Lu Yuan has become one of the bosses of this company, can he not bring out technologies that are more advanced than those on Earth in order to develop the company? Even if it's just to buy Lu Yuan's powerful power, it's still worth it. Even Iron Overlord was like a piece of tissue paper in front of Lu Yuan, let alone Tony's suit. Tony was not stupid. Even if it was just to protect his own life, he would firmly tie Lu Yuan to himself. Otherwise, with Tony's character of offending people all over the world, maybe someone would be willing to spend 100 million to kill himself. Obadiah is also stupid. He might as well use the bargaining chip that can impress Lu Yuan and let him kill Tony. Then there will be no such thing. All in all, Obadiah's death didn't cause much of a stir, and it passed peacefully. And Lu Yuan became the biggest winner. Not only did he defraud Obadiah of 130 million, but he also got 40% of the shares for nothing, which Tony gave to Lu Yuan for free. As for the cost of repurchasing these shares, how much money was paid has nothing to do with Lu Yuan. Tony only has the most money anyway. Then again, just before the press conference was about to end, Lu Yuan was planning to leave with Tony and Pepper. Coles came over and said to Lu Yuan, the boss wants to see you. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face, but his words were very cold. If he wants to see me, I have to go there? It seems that I haven't made it clear what I said last time. Or does it have to be like what was said in the common area? You have to be afraid of my power if I destroy an entire state with one punch? Tell him to get over here. Coulson coughed lightly and said with a nonchalant expression, why does that Miss Potts have my business card? Lu Yuan looked at Coulson. That's not true, is it? Are you sure you want to waste my favor like this? Well, he owed Coulson a favor, and in the end he had no choice but to follow Coulson to see Fury. 41. Goodbye Fury, Avengers Project. Because he gave Pepper the business card, Lu Yuan owed Coulson a favor. Anyway, he came with just one phone call. Can you not return the favor? Lu Yuan himself was a person who didn't like to owe favors, so he had to follow Coulson on the way to see Fury again. Originally, this was a business card given to Pepper to protect him, so logically it should be for Tony. But the relationship between Tony and Pepper has not been confirmed yet. Another thing is that Tony has given a lot of things, even a small half of his own company's shares. Tony's shares are actually only 40%. Except for Lu Yuan, the remaining 20% of the shares that originally belonged to Obadiah were held by other shareholders. After thinking about it, I should do something for Tony. It was still the same safe house as before, but this time there was no one else. Except for Coulson, only Fury was waiting for Lu Yuan. Oh, is this place still preserved? Lu Yuan looked at the situation in the house and found that except for the equipment that was originally used as a safe house had been removed, this place was still preserved. As an emergency safe house, a lot of emergency equipment, such as weapons, etc., would have been prepared here. But since it was last enabled, it can no longer be used here. The reason why the safe house is called a safe house is that even its own people don't know how secretive it is. Only a few top commanders control the location, especially among agents. Sometimes even our own people are enemies. Therefore, the role of safe houses is even more important. You have something to ask me? Lu Yuan was not polite. He found a chair to sit down and looked at Fury. Is my attitude from last time clear? I will not join S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury nodded to show that he still remembered his answer, but couldn't help but ask, why? You seem to be very resistant to S.H.I.E.L.D. treating us. Lu Yuan smiled. Nonsense, you don't even know that Hydra exists among you. I don't like being teammates with idiots. Lu Yuan even knew that the current top officer of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the top commander of Hydra, who broke into S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Nick Fury is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. ostensibly works for the United Nations, so there is another position above Nick Fury's director, and that person is from Hydra. One can imagine what situation S.H.I.E.L.D. is in now. Lu Yuanxin said that you can't even deal with your own internal affairs, so he didn't want to wade into troubled waters. The main thing is, one more thing, you said you were working for the United Nations, but haven't you actually been working for a certain country? So don't talk nonsense. I will not join any force. Instead, I say that I don't have much favor with your country. As for the reason, I won't say more. You yourself know it well. Lu Yuan will not be polite when he comes again this time. The last time I was polite, I was showing goodwill and not wanting to cause trouble. He doesn't want to easily start a war with a country, not because he can't defeat it, but precisely because he can easily destroy a country, which will only make other countries become enemies with him one after another in fear of death. Will he tuck his tail between his legs and hide, or destroy the whole world in one fell swoop? Liu Yuan himself said that he did not come to Earth to conquer the Earth, and he did not have such big ambitions. Now he just wants to live peacefully on Earth, that's all. But if Fury thinks he will compromise because of this and he is afraid, he is totally wrong. You may even pay a price for it. Fury looked at Liu Yuan deeply. Fury understood that Liu Yuan knew a lot of things, and he was not an ignorant fool. It seems that there is no way to cheat anymore. Fury sighed. Okay, then I won't force it anymore. But I have one thing to explain clearly. SHIELD is indeed a subsidiary agency of the United Nations, and we are not simply working for a certain country. Yes, one thing you have to understand is that what we are fighting are enemies of the United Nations, and those who cause trouble in other countries are their military and have nothing to do with us. SHIELD's main enemies are Hydra and other terrorist obstacles. SHIELD will not help a country to infiltrate other countries to cause trouble. The reason why it seems that he is doing business for a certain country. Maybe it's because the headquarters of SHIELD and the United Nations are both in a certain country, so you misunderstood. In fact, that's not the case, Fury guessed. Maybe Liu Yuan misunderstood because of this reason. But is it really a misunderstanding? Liu Yuan was too lazy to argue with him and asked, so, can I go back? Don't worry. I know it's not easy to ask you to come here once, and it's only this one chance, for I was the head of the Secret Service. How could he not understand the truth? He also knew that Liu Yuan didn't like him. So he stopped rambling and took out a document and handed it to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fury suspiciously before taking the document. After just 2 glances, Liu Yuan threw the document away, stood up and left. Damn it, Avengers. The question is, why did you find him? It turns out that the file is the Avengers plan. Fury wants to gather a team of people with superpowers or special abilities to form a special team. This team is only nominally related to SHIELD, but is actually not the same thing. In other words, the Avengers do not have to obey SHIELD's command and dispatch, so SHIELD will not pay them wages. This team will be prepared to handle special events only when needed. For example, facing a large-scale invasion by the Chitauri army, or Ultron's mechanical army, or even Thanos' army, etc. But usually the Avengers still maintain their own lives. We all know what the Avengers represent in the Marvel world, just like the Justice League's status in the DC universe. But Liu Yuan was not interested at all, so he just threw the document away and turned around and left. Wait a minute, aren't you interested? Fury shouted from behind. Liu Yuan snorted coldly without looking back. What nonsense are you talking about? According to what is written in your document, the first person to be dealt with after the Avengers are formed is me. When he walked to the door, Liu Yuan turned around and gave Fury a middle finger. What the Avengers are responsible for is dealing with emergencies and serious situations. As an alien, isn't Liu Yuan what the Avengers need to face? After he joined the team as a co-writer, not only did he not get paid, but he even had to help others beat himself. Stop joking and go play with your eggs. Just like that, Liu Yuan left. He did not join the Avengers and chose to refuse. Fury shook his head in disappointment. Coulson came closer and asked, should I persuade him again? Fury said, if he has made up his mind, I think there is no point in you going a few more times. Why not let Natasha try? Fury looked thoughtful, not knowing what bad idea he was having. 42 Beauty Trap? 2 underestimated Liu Yuan. After Liu Yuan came out of the safe house, before he had gone far, another car came from behind. It was still the beautiful sports car, and the person driving it was still the beautiful agent Natasha. Boarding. Natasha drove up to Liu Yuan and greeted him with a somewhat unhappy expression. Liu Yuan turned around and looked around, shrugging. I didn't provoke you, did I? Why are you so angry with him? And I didn't call for a taxi? Liu Yuan was even more amused. Did he need her to take him there? Bye. He raised his hand to say hello. Liu Yuan suddenly disappeared without any warning. If he is willing, he can go to any corner of the universe. Does he still need to use a car to pick him up? There is no one or anything on Earth that can go faster than him, not even the speed of light. Even if we call that Ant Surprise back now, she can only travel at the speed of light at most, which cannot be compared with Liu Yuan. Natasha looked at the place where Liu Yuan disappeared and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. After a while, she called Fury. Boss, he left on his own before I had time to speak. Fury made a mistake. He originally thought that Liu Yuan was the kind of person who couldn't walk when he saw beautiful women. He thought that Liu Yuan was a beauty lover like Tony. Liu Yuan seemed to have shown interest in Natasha last time, but today is different. In fact, Liu Yuan also guessed that Fury sent Natasha here on purpose. Why Natasha has such a nose that is neither nose nor face is because she also knows that she is playing a disgraceful role. Even if it's not a honey trap, it's not too far off. Liu Yuan found it funny. Are you kidding? If he could compromise just because a beautiful woman threw himself into his arms, Krypton would be in danger. In the galaxy where Krypton is located, there is another race besides Krypton, the Decosums. The 2 races have similarities and differences. First of all, they have similar abilities. They can both gain superhuman strength by absorbing the yellow sun's rays. However, Kryptonians are afraid of kryptonite, while Coxamites are afraid of lead. Although the 2 ethnic groups are in the same star system, due to the huge differences in racial culture, the 2 ethnic groups have been at war all year round. They are not good neighbors, but enemies. Liu Yuan once served as the supreme commander of Krypton, and he often had dealings with Decosam. The most tragic incident was when Liu Yuan led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to completely destroy Decosam. 100,000 years ago, Decosam had to sneak under the surface of Decosam to survive. If Liu Yuan hadn't withdrawn his troops in the end, Daxam would have even been wiped out. So as mentioned before, Liu Yuan actually has no shortage of beauties. The women on Decosum are as beautiful as those on Krypton, and can even be regarded as another kind of superwoman. Daxam and Krypton may have had the same ancestor in the more ancient past, so there was no reproductive isolation between the 2 parties, and they could marry and pass on offspring. If Liu Yuan could be easily bribed by the honey trap, he would have rebelled long ago. He's just not that kind of person. Of course, if the meat is delivered to your door, you won't be polite when eating it. For example, for the beautiful reporter, Liu Yuan did not go back that day, and did not go back to Tony's house until noon the next day. Tony was also a veteran of flowers, and he immediately saw something different in Liu Yuan, but Liu Yuan looked a little depressed. Tony wondered, did the process not go smoothly? Liu Yuan rolled his eyes. Is 38. Are you asking about this kind of thing? In the end, Liu Yuan actually said it. The process was actually extremely smooth, but the ending was not smooth. Liu Yuan sighed. With his current physical condition, ordinary people could no longer satisfy his aesthetic taste. Fortunately, he has been able to control his power. Otherwise, when he went to the toilet once before, he destroyed a urinal with just the force of peeing. It is a delicate porcelain that is difficult to break even with a crowbar, which is evident. Liu Yuan was unhappy because as he continued to shine the yellow sun's rays, the power in his body continued to grow, as if there was no end. If he continues like this, can he still marry a wife who is a perfect match for him? You won't be single all your life, right? I was single 100,000 years ago. Will I continue to be like this 100,000 years later? Why don't you see Little Pepper? Not wanting to talk more about himself, Liu Yuan asked about Little Pepper's whereabouts. Tony looked at Liu Yuan with strange eyes and reminded him. You won't forget that I transferred all Obadiah's shares to you, right? But whether it is the company's board of directors or Obadiah's children, they must someone take care of it. On the contrary, Liu Yuan himself was acting like a normal person. How could he make sense in this? When giving money to someone, he had to count the money himself and give it to him. Liu Yuan was a little surprised. Obadiah still has children? He does have a son. Obadiah's full name is Obadiah Staney, and his son is named Zack Staney. Zack is about the same age as Tony. After all, Obadiah and Howard are also friends. But the 2 of them can't play together because Tony is a genius, while Zack is a master who can't support the wall. However, in the comics, Zack once inherited his father's mantle and appeared as the 5th generation Iron Overlord, which almost caused Tony a lot of trouble. Iron Overlord also has several generations. The 1st generation Iron Overlord is naturally Obadiah, and then there are 4 versions and 4 Iron Overlords with different styles. This is why Liu Yuan insisted on killing Obadiah and completely destroying the Data and Iron Overlord components. He was worried that the wildfire would not burn out and the spring breeze would blow again. I also started to wonder, could Zach be a hidden danger? Tony quickly stopped him. Brother, don't worry about Zach. He is just a second-generation man who poses no threat. It is better to keep him alive than to let him disappear. All right. Lu Yuan almost had the word kill written on his face, but Tony saw it and saved Zach's life. Next, regarding the share transfer, it seems that Xiao Lai Lao will have to be busy for a long time. Tony has been busy improving his suit recently. It is said that Tony has developed a new version that can be disguised with a suitcase. It looks like just an ordinary suitcase, but in the event of an emergency, the suit can be put on in an instant. But for the sake of portability and convenience, the armor of the suit will be thinner than before, including insufficient energy. Tony was worried about this. Nowadays, Tony no longer has the arc reactor on his body, but it is embedded in his suit. Although the suitcase suit is convenient to carry, it is also the weakest suit overall. By the way, I also designed a suit for you as a thank you, Tony said suddenly. Lu Yuan turned around and saw that a special armor with dark blue as the main color and a bright red S on the chest was quietly placed there. 43. Epic making and new era business acumen. I have to say that Tony is thoughtful, and Tony is a person who misses old friendships and knows how to be grateful. Few people knew that Tony would give back to others, so he made a suit for Lu Yuan, even though he knew Lu Yuan didn't need it, but it was his intention. That suit was designed in the style of Lu Yuan's Superman suit. It was almost the same except that it didn't have a cape. It is dyed dark blue, with two big red S's on the chest and back, and a golden frame. The difference is that this suit does not have a helmet. I guess you don't like helmets. Tony's observation skills were also meticulous. He guessed that Lu Yuan didn't care about covering his identity and didn't need the protection of a helmet, so he didn't. Lu Yuan nodded. There was really no need, and he had nothing to be afraid of. Speaking of which, there is actually no point in giving me this thing. Why don't you give me half of your nice cars? You can't drive them anyway. After Lu Yuan walked around the suit, he suddenly looked at it again. Not far away, there were several nice cars parked in the garage. Tony rolled his eyes. He was really greedy, but he didn't say anything. He only asked for one thing. Let's wait until you get your driver's license. Damn it. Lu Yuan doesn't have a driver's license. By the way, why did you suddenly think of giving me something? Lu Yuan changed the subject, looked at Tony with a meaningful look, and said with a half smile, to be courteous for nothing is to commit adultery or theft. Tony said it in his heart, but he did have something to say. Actually, I have thought about it. You are right. As a weapons dealer, I have indeed developed many weapons with great destructive power, even if those people are not me. They were killed, but they died from the weapons I made. So I want to change the company's development prospects. Lu Yuan understood. So what do you want to dig out of me again? Lu Yuan sat aside and asked Tony what he wanted this time. Tony didn't know what Lu Yuan had in hand and what he was willing to use, so he could only tentatively say, why don't you help me think of a way to develop the company? And this is your company too. Just say that Tony's shares were not given for free. He not only wanted to tie Lu Yuan, but also tied him to the company. In this way, Lu Yuan had to help the company develop. Lu Yuan didn't feel that he was being plotted, and the reason was very simple. The current Stark Group was also his company, and he was also one of the major shareholders. This is no longer about helping Tony, but about helping his own company. Well, he was roped in anyway. Let me think about it. Lu Yuan crossed his arms and really started to think deeply. Tony's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to go to the refrigerator and open 2 bottles of beer. In the past, Tony's favorite was never beer, and he felt the price had dropped. He likes to drink champagne, whiskey, all kinds of red wine, even sake, and our white wine, I guess. But things have changed since Lu Yuan came. All his good wines were drunk by Lu Yuan. It's not that he feels sorry for the money. He does feel sorry for the money. It's because Lu Yuan can never get drunk, so giving it to him feels like a waste. Lu Yuan seemed to be almost immune to drunkenness and had automatically evolved a specific physique. After all, we all know that drunkenness is actually a kind of ethanol poisoning, which is commonly known as alcohol poisoning, but the degree is different. Ordinary drunkenness is still fine. Just sleep and drink more water. But after all, this can be regarded as a manifestation of poisoning. So Lu Yuan evolved a corresponding immune effect. The alcohol can still be absorbed, which means he can taste the taste of the wine. But he's the only one who won't get drunk. I have to say that Doomsday is a real cowhide. If you die once, you will not be hurt again, and you will be able to adjust yourself to the surrounding environment. Take the cold for example. As long as Lu Yuan is given enough time, he can withstand the cold enough to freeze the world. For example, in the heat, not only the temperature of the sun, but even if the temperature increases by hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, he can slowly adapt. Simply invincible. At the beginning, kryptonite had such a weakness that it could be killed. But the first thing he did after his resurrection was to stab himself with kryptonite, and then he became immune. God knows how else to kill him. It's almost impossible. That's too far. Lu Yuan took the beer and drank the whole bottle as soon as he raised his head. Tony had no choice but to take another trip, and this time he directly brought it over. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and snapped his fingers at the same time. I remembered. Tony didn't care about drinking. He put the bottle aside and looked at Lu Yuan with bright eyes. What? Say it quickly. Smartphone. Lu Yuan said with a mysterious face the idea he just thought of. As a result, Tony looked disappointed. What did he think it was? Smartphones had already been born. The so-called smartphone refers to a system that has an independent system, memory, and operation. There is no need to break down the specific details in too much detail, as the number of words may be too high. In short, the button machines used in this era are actually smartphones. And although the touchscreen is not yet a human touchscreen, it is still in the touchscreen era. It's just that the current network is not yet developed and is not as developed and advanced as the post-4G era. Even the 4th generation fruit machine will not be released until June 8th, 2010. And it is still June of the year 2008. Let's count it as June. It's summer and the weather is nice. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became, and then he slapped Tony in the face, which shocked Tony. But Tony immediately saw that a new little thing began to slowly appear in the palm of Lu Yuan's hand. It was a palm-sized thing with a thin and light body and a whole screen, similar to a mobile phone. Lu Yuan, as a person who has reached the 5th dimension, actually used the power to rewrite reality and reverse reality. He created the most advanced smartphone out of thin air based on his own memory, at least the most advanced smartphone he had ever seen. It was a full-screen phone with a glass back. Even Tony took it carefully and felt like it was a work of art in his hands. Lu Yuan explained the control methods to Tony and explained the benefits of smartphones one by one. Unfortunately, the internet is not developed yet, and wireless network signals are not yet widespread. In addition, the app era has not yet arrived, so we can only connect to the internet with Jarvis and cannot display it more comprehensively. But even so, Tony was already stunned. Once this thing is born, Stark Industries will lead the world into a new era. And Tony, the share of mobile phones is not counted. Don't forget that the real money is communication fees. At least we have to seize the share of the network. What makes money in the new era? Arms, guns and ammunition. No. Traffic is king. Tony, open an online store with me. 44. Wildfires can't be burned out, but spring breezes blow again. Amazon, as one of the largest e-commerce companies today, initially only operated online book sales. Later, it began to transform and gradually grew bigger. In 2020, it ranked 4th among the top 100 global brand values. So don't underestimate the internet age. The era before Lu Yuan traveled through his previous life was 2020 years ago, so he knew a lot about the plots of Marvel and DC. At the same time, he also experienced the brilliant internet era. He knows better what it means that it is still 2008. It means that he can lead Stark Industries into the next era before anyone else. It was an extremely huge cake, and no one had opened the safe yet. Only he had the key. Not only the online sales business, but also other electronic businesses, such as the early development of the internet era, network services are also a valuable source of income. Not just a piece of cake, but countless cakes waiting for him to feast on. Even Lu Yuan's eyes began to shine with the light of money. Anyway, it's just to pass the time. Since you don't want to dominate the world or conquer the universe, then start making money and start a business empire. This is really exciting. Tony was dumbfounded. Not only mobile phones, but also communication companies, even internet companies, and a series of businesses. He just wanted to transform the company's weapons department. But Lu Yuan wanted to transform the entire company, but it seems very challenging. And this thing can be regarded as a field of technological development, which is consistent with his hobbies and interests. I can even go to MIT to recruit people, Tony said excitedly. And because Tony graduated from MIT, it should be easy to recruit a group of talents. Yes, Tony is a genius and has several degrees. In the setting, Tony was 17 years old and was admitted to MIT with the best grades. Then he graduated with the highest score in history at the age of 21. In these 4 years, he not only completed his studies, but also obtained double degrees in mechanical engineering and electronic engineering, which are the so-called doctorate degrees. Not only does this guy have money in his family, but he is also a genius. He lives a life of cheating. The two began to get excited, and they talked all night long while drinking happily. Later, Tony called Xiao Jiao after she got off work and asked her to go to Tang Street to buy roast chicken and duck and stew a big goose to bring. Lu Yuan had read novels before and heard that the taste of Chinese restaurants in foreign countries had been specially adjusted, so he ordered Xiao Jiao to say in Chinese that it was for people to eat. Tony was dumbfounded, thinking that everything he ate before was for ghosts. Yes, foreign devils. In fact, it doesn't matter. Others have made adjustments to take care of local tastes. Not everyone can eat sweet, sour, and spicy food. People in a certain country only like to eat sweet and sour food. But anyway, Pepper completed the task and bought Tony 2 burgers. That's his favorite. Xiao Jiao was so angry that she was half busy. She had been busy at the company for a few days, but the two men were hiding at home drinking and chatting and bossing her around like a little girl. But when little Pepper heard the two people's grand plans for the future, she was also shocked, especially when Lu Yuan proposed to let Xiao Jiao take charge of everything in the new department. She even covered her mouth and couldn't hide her exclamation. Playing so big? Is she getting a promotion? That's right. Pepper's first appointment after Lu Yuan became the second largest shareholder. He directly became the CEO, replacing Obadiah's previous position. It's just that Xiao Jiao is not the top CEO yet, but the CEO in charge of the new era are /E00260 department proposed by Lu Yuan today. But that's not bad. It's much better than her being a little assistant all the time. Don't leave tonight. Lu Yuan held little Pepper's hand. Opposite Tony stared, almost lifting the bottle. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was just joking. He put Pepper's hand into Tony's and stood up. I'll just be a grown-up. It turned out that he was going to find a place to stay outside tonight. Tony showed gratitude in his eyes. Good brother, I will send someone to deliver wine to the wine cellar tomorrow. Lu Yuan shook his head dumbfounded. Beer is fine. I can't drink no matter how good the wine is, so don't waste it. After that he left. As for what happens next between Tony and Pepper, Lu Yuan doesn't care. They were actually very close to each other, separated by a layer of window paper. But Lu Yuan is very worried that Pepper will be a tragedy, because Tony has not experienced growth, and God knows if he will turn around. For this, we can only hope that Tony will be responsible. Regardless of where Tony and Pepper were, Lu Yuan came out of Tony's house and came outside to the cliff next to the sea. He came out with a smile on his face at first and a bottle of wine in his hand, standing there, looking at the sea in the distance. Because there is a bit of night wind tonight, the waves are rolling on the sea and it is not very calm. Lu Yuan raised his head and drank a bottle of wine in one breath. Then he threw the bottle away and the expression on his face became much colder. Without his smile, Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at the brightly lit city center in the distance. Suddenly, he levitated and disappeared instantly. The next moment, Lu Yuan arrived at a large villa in a wealthy area. It was really a splendid wealthy family. He broke in quietly. He flew in through a window and floated all the way to one of the rooms without making a single sound. In front is a study room. The door is closed, and the sound insulation effect inside is very good. But it couldn't escape Lu Yuan's ears, and he clearly heard the conversation inside. A man was on the phone, shouting angrily. Damn it, my father is dead and was killed by that bastard Tony. I don't care. If you Ten Rings gang still wants my help, just kill Tony and his bastard for me. Bodyguard, when I get the Stark group, I will do my best to help you. Lu Yuan smiled and reached out to break the lock on the door. The door handle made a clicking sound, and even the door was shattered. The people inside had heard the sound a long time ago, turned around, and saw Lu Yuan coming in, and couldn't help but be stunned. Who are you? Don't you even know who the person you want to kill is? Lu Yuan felt funny. He was truly a fool. Are you the bodyguard? The man exclaimed, and his expression changed. He is Obadiah's son Zach. After Lu Yuan knew about the existence of such a person, he had already been searching for him secretly. Finally, his super hearing found the suspected person, and now he was directly convinced that it was him. Lu Yuan walked over with a smile, reached out and patted Zach on the head, and then took his phone. Without even looking at Zach, whose head was shot into the cavity and died, Lu Yuan asked on the phone. Dare you say it? Where's the location? 45. This is to eradicate the weeds. Tony was careless after all. Yes, this Zach is indeed a straw bag, but a straw bag does not mean that there is no threat. Never underestimate anyone. Lu Yuan didn't have the habit of underestimating people, so he was not afraid of trouble. Identified and finally found Zach's whereabouts in the huge New York. Zach may not know the entire process and the causes and consequences, but just through a series of operations by Stark Company, he can guess that it must be related to Tony and Lu Yuan. Moreover, the cause of Obadiah's death arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. was full of loopholes. At least Zach knew that his father had no plans to fly anywhere, and there was no flight record of Obadiah's private jet on the tarmac. But Zach never expected that Lu Yuan would already come to his door before he started taking action. After slapping Zach to death and eradicating the roots, Lu Yuan had no interest in the splendid decorations of his home, or even the safe. Do you really think Lu Yuan cares about money? How is it possible? Otherwise, as long as he brings something back from the sun or goes to other planets in the universe to find something, he can exchange it for sky-high money. Money is not his purpose. His purpose is just entertainment. There are at least tens of millions in cash in Zach's safe, as well as various precious metals, gems, etc. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of the person on the other side of the phone in his hand. What? Don't you dare to tell me your whereabouts. Lu Yuan used provocation to find out the other party's whereabouts. In fact, he is currently monitoring the whole world. As long as the other party makes a sound, he can know the whereabouts of the other party. But the person opposite didn't speak. It seems that the movement just now has let the other party know that Zach is dead. Even if he doesn't know who the person is now, he knows that the other party is not easy to mess with. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and began to scan around with his eyes, but he was not looking at Zach's study, but scanning the world with his supervision. Finally, he saw a bald man holding a phone and remaining silent in a desert cave. I found you. Lu Yuan smiled proudly. The other party was shocked and didn't know what happened, so he subconsciously hung up the phone. But the next second, his eyes blurred, and Lu Yuan was already in front of him holding the phone. That guy Tony still left something that slipped through the net. Lu Yuan shook his head. It turns out that Tony did not eradicate the Ten Rings gang some time ago, but left some fish that slipped through the net. Even this fish that slipped through the net is still the biggest. As we all know, the Ten Rings gang is a large-scale force, and may even be more difficult to deal with than Hydra, because Hydra has been destroyed, at least on the surface. With the size of the Ten Rings gang, they have many separate teams distributed all over the world, and the members do not know each other's identities. Only the leaders of each branch have access to the upper levels. As for the team in this desert area, their leader is the bald man in front of them. He was somewhere else at the time, so he missed Tony. Later, when he returned here, he learned that his team was almost wiped out. The bald head was so angry that he contacted Zach. He actually knew that Zach had no ability, but the bald head needed the signs of Tony's actions that Zach provided. He needed this information before he was willing to cooperate with Zach. It's just that the bald man didn't expect that Lu Yuan would be able to kill him directly in front of him. The bald man didn't dare to act rashly because he had no idea how Lu Yuan did it. On the contrary, several other bald boys in the cave subconsciously took out their guns and fired a concentrated volley at Lu Yuan. There was only a ding-ding-ding sound, and the bullet hit Lu Yuan accurately, but it made no sense. Lu Yuan sighed. You know you can't hit me, but you insist on hitting me. It's such a waste. As he spoke, Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at the young men of the 10 Rings gang around him. A golden light flashed through his eyes, which was more terrifying than any laser ray. In an instant, he killed everyone except the bald ones and cut them in half. Cut in half. The bald man was startled. He seemed to understand something about this method. The attackers who had previously targeted Tony's trap died in this way. It turns out it's you. The bald man finally knew. It was the man in front of him who saved Tony. In fact, the bald head didn't know that the person Obadiah wanted them to kill was Tony, but it no longer made any sense. What do you want? Bald head asked Lu Yuan, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. We are the 10 Commandments gang. Our goal is to bring peace and order to the world. Lu Yuan knew what he wanted to do. Did he want to instigate him? And he said it was for peace? Shut up, Lu Yuan said impatiently, casually throwing the phone forward. Puff. The moment Lu Yuan threw it out, the ordinary mobile phone fired faster than any weapon today, killing the bald head in an instant. The ambitions of the 10 Rings gang are similar to that of Hydra. They want to conquer the world and then make rules according to their will. However, they call this order and peace. Should I say that the Mandarin is too capable of deceiving people? Or is it that the 10 Rings gang is too crazy? At least it's quiet here. Lu Yuan walked out of the cave, and it was indeed quiet behind him. This time I finally caught them all. Unlike Tony, Lu Yuan had his own way of scanning any corner around him. Even Jarvis made mistakes, but he didn't. Supervision and super hearing can ensure that no corner, not even a mouse hole, can escape his surveillance. In the end, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. There was indeed no one who was lucky. By the way, we can't leave any traces. Lu Yuan didn't forget to destroy the corpses before leaving, because there were still some Stark Group weapons left here. Now that Lu Yuan is also one of the largest shareholders of Stark Group, he naturally has to consider the image of his company. So Lu Yuan turned around and faced the direction of the cave, raised his right hand, opened his palm, and then dropped it sharply. The terrifying power moved the air, as if Lu Yuan had captured the air, controlling a terrifying mass of air to form an air cannon, roaring and suppressing it. Boom. The cave was flattened, and a huge pit similar to the shape of a palm appeared. Later, there were a lot of rumors saying that it was a miracle, and some people said that it was a palm technique that fell from the sky. In short, it was very lively. But no one knows what is buried under the deep pit of the palm. Lu Yuan moved his shoulders, and the follow-up finishing work was finally completed, and this was considered an end. By the way, Chili Pepper stayed at Tony's house tonight, and he even gave her a shameless look. So where should Lu Yuan stay? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan ran to find the whereabouts of Natasha. 46. Natasha submits obediently. New York City is not peaceful at night. In addition to the bustle of the bustling city itself, there are also people who are in full swing secretly. Do you still remember that during Lu Yuan's first contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., Lu Yuan unearthed the Hydra agent? I don't know why that guy was so bold and even tattooed the Hydra mark on his body, only to be recognized by Lu Yuan at a glance. Although Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to the follow-up, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been taking action to use that Hydra agent to dig out more things. Even Fury has begun to wonder how many nine-headed Hydra are hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D., a person with a snake head, so they kept following the clues. For example, tonight, they got a piece of news, so Fury sent his most trusted team of agents to destroy a Hydra stronghold. Among them, Natasha had recently stayed in New York, so she went into battle in person. She had already broken through an abandoned factory while fully armed. As a result, when Natasha brought people in, she found that Lu Yuan was sitting on the second floor of the abandoned factory, looking at him in boredom. Why are you here? Natasha frowned and looked at Lu Yuan warily. Of course she was not suspecting that Lu Yuan was a Hydra person, because she knew that Lu Yuan's true identity was an alien, and he was the one who uncovered the Hydra agent in the first place. If he were Hydra, he wouldn't do that. Was it done specifically to gain her trust? Probably not. Perhaps. Lu Yuan shrugged. Because I'm bored. It's a long night, but I don't want to sleep. I've already taken care of it for you. Looking for a place to have a drink. Natasha rolled her eyes. He had a long night and had no intention of sleeping, but she had a mission and had no time to sleep. At this time, Coulson followed in from the outside with a group of people and was stunned for a moment when he saw Lu Yuan. I've knocked him out. You can take him away, but I guess you won't gain much. This place is just deliberately exposed to you by Hydra. In fact, there is nothing. Lu Yuan knew that the real threat was still hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. Among them, this place was only exposed to divert Fury's attention. This little trick. Coulson glanced at Natasha. Natasha nodded. Coulson quickly led people straight upstairs. In the room behind Lu Yuan, a dozen unconscious people were tied together by him. Coulson and the others hurried over and took everyone away. No matter what Lu Yuan said, they would take the person for interrogation as a routine matter. Natasha will also leave with Coulson and the others. Lu Yuan quickly stretched out his hand and pressed the guardrail on the second floor and floated down in front of Natasha. Beauty, I'm helping you like this. How can you give me face? Otherwise, I won't have a place to stay tonight. Lu Yuan knew that he couldn't go back to Tony's house now. Otherwise, he would see things he shouldn't have seen, which would be very embarrassing. Although he had actually watched it secretly, Natasha looked at Lu Yuan inexplicably. Does it have anything to do with me? You just sleep on the street. But does it have anything to do with others? It's not like I asked you to help. Even if you want to find it, you should go find Fury, right? Or let Coulson accompany you. After Natasha finished speaking, she continued to walk forward. Coulson is Coulson. It comes from the nickname. People who know each other prefer to call him by nickname. Coulson in front shook his head. Don't involve him. Lu Yuan sighed and said deliberately, it seems that you don't really want to win over me. What happened to that revenge plan? Natasha stopped, gritted her teeth with hatred, and squeezed out words through her teeth. You should have said this earlier. I'll understand when you say this. Tell me, where can we go to drink? Yes, she endured it. Speaking of the Avengers plan, it was actually not only because of Fury's orders and instructions, but Natasha herself also cared about that plan. Because Natasha herself and Hawkeye were also on the planned list. In other words, once the Avengers project is officially established, the two of them will also become superheroes. And now Natasha and Hawkeye are just agents. It's not that the current job is bad, but they also want to be superheroes. So Natasha compromised, and after being threatened by the shameless person, she had to temporarily leave the team. Coulson, the mission here is completed, and the rest will be left to you. I will call the boss and tell him that I will do my best to convince this bastard. Natasha didn't care that Lu Yuan was right behind her. Just call him a bastard. Who told him to have to come and disturb him during his mission and use such methods to make himself submit? However, Natasha is not worried that she will suffer a loss. If Lu Yuan wants to do anything to her, she should not be able to resist. At least Natasha couldn't think of any way to resist. In this case, she simply followed Lu Yuan and left. Coulson watched Lu Yuan get into Natasha's sports car, and the two of them left quickly. He couldn't help but feel worried and called Fury in advance. As a result, Fury applauded repeatedly after receiving the news. Coulson was speechless. Boss, aren't you worried about Natasha? But I heard Fury say, do you think that when a god comes to the mortal world, he needs to abide by the rules of mortals? Phil, also Coulson, this is his name, Phil Coulson. For us to the earth, he is a god. Coulson was silent. In fact, Coulson didn't understand how Lu Yuan defeated Iron Overlord before. But one thing is understood by S.H.I.E.L.D. That is, when Iron Overlord caused a strong explosion, Lu Yuan was actually in the middle of the explosion. But he was intact. There are many more, and through the clues and information he has, Fury sorted out a terrible fact. If Lu Yuan is willing, no one in the world can stop him from doing anything he wants to do. Of course, this is because even S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury do not know the existence of the Ancient One and the Holy of Holies. Otherwise, Fury would have gone to contact Ancient One long ago. The Supreme Mage Ancient One is known as a father-level being, almost on the same level as Odin. And Odin is the priest who conquered the 9 realms, which is evident. Therefore, some people have always said that as long as Ancient One and Odin do not die, Thanos will not dare to approach the Earth in this life. As for whether it is true or false, benevolent people have different opinions, and wise people have different opinions. Not going too far, Lu Yuan was taken away by Natasha. Although he came to find Natasha, it was Natasha who took him away in the end. The reason is that Lu Yuan said he wanted to drink and have fun, but he didn't know where to go. He's not as skilled as Tony. On the way, Natasha also found out why Lu Yuan stayed up late at night and came to worry about her. It turned out that it was difficult to return home. Okay, then I will risk my life to accompany you and find a place to have a good chat. Of course, Natasha was not stupid and finally called out Hawkeye. Lu Yuan was speechless, and Natasha was very proud. 47. An unpleasant drinking party. In a pub in Manhattan, New York, Lu Yuan, Natasha, and Eagle Eye sat in a row in front of the bar. And among Lu Yuan and Natasha, Hawkeye stood between them. Lu Yuan picked up the cup speechlessly and glanced at Natasha on the other side. Beauty, I'm just bored and want to find someone to have a drink and chat with. So I shouldn't be so wary, right? Don't you think he wants to do something? He thinks too much. He is not the kind of person who forces others to make things difficult. Otherwise, Natasha really thinks that Hawkeye can stop her. Hawkeye, whose full name is Clint Barton, couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Lu Yuan's obvious words of disgust. Natasha didn't take it seriously at all. She was holding a glass of cocktail and sipping it. All her eyes focused on the band not far away. This bar plays soothing music, not the messy, disco-like dance music. So she likes to come here to relax when she takes a break. Lu Yuan shrugged and saw that Natasha seemed to be quite prejudiced against him. So he simply started chatting with Hawkeye Barton next to him. Are you married? Barton was about to drink and almost choked himself. Where did this neighborhood aunt come from? Not yet, Barton lied. According to the timeline, Barton is actually already married and may even have his first daughter. Barton knows that as an agent and as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has countless enemies around the world. So he kept his family very safe, and even his companions didn't know he had a family. That was Fury's cover for him. Apart from Fury, only Natasha currently knew about his little home. The safe house was not in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records, was difficult to locate via satellite, was on a remote farm in the countryside, and had almost no internet connection. This is probably why Ultron can't lock his position. Lu Yuan didn't care whether what Barton said was true or not. He smiled and said casually, if you are not married, you should be tighter. It is best to have a few more children while you are young. By the way, 10 million don't look for someone who can't give birth. Natasha over there frowned deeply, stopped drinking the wine in her hand, and slammed it on the table. Well, she can't give birth. Natasha was born in the Red House and was once an elite agent trained by the Red House. Female agents who graduate from the Red Room have to go through a major process. In order to prevent the female agents from having feelings for others or having accidents, female agents will undergo sterilization surgery. And it's a very thorough one that will remove someone. Does Lu Yuan know? Having seen the movie, of course he knows. He did it on purpose. Aren't you ignoring me? Then let me stimulate you. Barton understood the most painful pain in Natasha's heart. Natasha liked children, but she would never be able to have children of her own. But Barton thought Lu Yuan didn't know, so he didn't blame him. He just picked up the wine glass and changed the topic, invited Lu Yuan to have a drink, and then talked about something else. I heard that Fury approached you. How was it? Did you agree? Barton asked Lu Yuan, referring to matters related to the Avengers plan. Lu Yuan's answer was of course no. Why? Barton was surprised. Lu Yuan shrugged. Why did you agree? Did I say it before? I will not sacrifice my life for your country. He will neither join S.H.I.E.L.D. nor the Avengers. Do you want him to work for a certain country? Don't even think about it. Lu Yuan even wanted to blow up a certain country with one punch more than once. Do you still want him to work for a certain country? Because in Lu Yuan's view, a certain country is the source and culprit of all chaos. Whether in the real world or in various works, maybe only a certain country always thinks that he is the savior, right? You have to be self-aware when joking, right? Natasha on the other side finally couldn't hold it anymore. She was the one responsible for convincing Lu Yuan to sign. At this time, she interrupted and said, the Avengers are not working for anyone, but a special operations team that will only be dispatched when necessary. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Sister, you are the one who is deceived. When the Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. is unearthed, and when S.H.I.E.L.D. is destroyed, won't the Avengers be the ones doing the work? What made Lu Yuan most speechless was that he had already pulled out a Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D. But looking at the attitudes of Fury, Coulson, and Natasha, they didn't seem to doubt S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. There are more Hydras lurking in the Bureau. They thought it was just an accidental phenomenon, but they never doubted how the guy who dared to get tattoos on his body got in without high-level cover. Then someone must have given the green light. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Lu Yuan. It would be best if these guys were dead. If he could destroy a certain country, he would only applaud. Anyway, Lu Yuan will protect the people and things he cares about. Even if Hydra dares to provoke him, he can catch them all and beat them to death one by one. So Lu Yuan didn't care and didn't bother to say anything else. If you don't want to agree, why did you ask me to come out? Natasha was not happy. She had been angry at Lu Yuan's words just now, and now that she heard that he was still indifferent, she couldn't help but stand up and glare at Lu Yuan. Far. Why did she compromise and come here to drink with him? This is an asshole, okay? Lu Yuan scratched his head. Beauty, have mercy on me. I'm really homeless today. Buffed. Barton couldn't hold it in any longer, so he spat out a mouthful of wine and secretly looked at the two of them strangely. Natasha's temples were beating with anger and her head hurt. They have nothing to do with each other, but if you heard his frivolous tone, you would have thought that she was going to take him in tonight. How about you come with me? Barton asked Lu Yuan. The reason why he was called out by Natasha so quickly was because he had just returned from a mission, and before he could return to his safe cabin, the nearby stayed at a hotel. Lu Yuan glanced sideways at Barton. The disgust in his eyes was beyond words. Barton was also so angry that he spread his hands and said, well, he doesn't want to care about it. The three of them just drank there with great energy, and then they stopped talking at all. Barton and Natasha have a good relationship and are considered old friends. The Barton family even regards Natasha as family, but there were some things they couldn't say in front of Lu Yuan, such as the mission or Barton's family. These were all secrets. After drinking all this time, even Lu Yuan felt a little disinterested in the end. If I had known better, I would have just found a bar by myself. Maybe I could have made an appointment, and I would have had a place to stay for the night. He is not short of money, but he just doesn't want to be alone. That would be too pitiful. But looking at the current situation, it would be better to be alone. Just as he was thinking this, maybe it could be disbanded. But suddenly, the tavern shook violently. Was there an earthquake? The next moment, a huge green figure suddenly broke through the wall, broke through a human-shaped hole, and broke in. Lu Yuan stood up and shouted subconsciously, Hulk. 48. Sudden green fatness and hatred. Hulk, Hulk. Lu Yuan looked at the big green man who broke in with a look of surprise and confusion. Why is he here? And Lu Yuan has actually noticed that the Hulk didn't break in by himself. It was more like he was thrown in by someone, as if he was knocked away and then forced to crash through the wall of the bar, flying upside down. He stopped when he hit the opposite wall. Since Hulk is known as the Hulk, it goes without saying much about his size and physique. After transformation, he is 2 meters tall and weighs more than 500 kilograms, which is nearly half a ton. And the Hulk is not obese. He is really full of tendons, and the bulges are all big muscles. As a result, such a Hulk was actually beaten in. What exactly is going on? Although Lu Yuan has various superpowers, including super hearing and supervision, he would not turn on the phone all the time. Otherwise, the sounds from all over the world would flood into his ears, which would be more disturbing than any noise. Irritable. So even Lu Yuan didn't know what happened. It wasn't until he turned on his super hearing and supervision that he looked thoughtful. It turned out that before he knew it, there was already chaos outside. I don't know what happened, but even the troops and tanks drove onto the street, and there was also a huge monster covered in bright red rushing towards them. Boom. The next moment, the monster rushed in with Hulk, and he was the one who really broke in. What's going on? Natasha and Barton quickly stood up and took a warning stance, but when they looked at the two monsters that suddenly appeared, they looked at Lu Yuan in unison. Lu Yuan was angry. These two monsters had nothing to do with him. Well, he did transform in front of them, but can it be the same? His prototype is 5 meters tall. Whether it's Hulk or Abomination, he's far from an opponent, right? Yes, the red monster that came in later was Abomination. It turns out that while Lu Yuan was helping Iron Man Tony get back on track, other plots were happening on the other side. It's the Incredible Hulk. For some reason, General Ross has dedicated his life to hunting down the Hulk. It is obvious that the Hulk's human identity, Dr. Banner, is in a relationship with General Ross's daughter Betty. But he didn't care, and he didn't care that Dr. Banner himself didn't want to become the Hulk. In short, he always wanted to capture the Hulk. In fact, General Ross has his own selfish motives. He wants to capture Hulk as part of his medal, and he also wants to develop a way to create super soldiers from Hulk. The super soldier program is the secret plan that created Captain America. Originally, because the doctor who created the super soldier serum was dead, the plan had to be shelved. But General Ross didn't plan that. Instead, he wanted to use the Hulk's forming factors to create an army of Hulks loyal to a certain country. Sure enough, a certain country cannot be trusted. So the scene that happened at this time was caused by General Ross in order to capture the Hulk, and he even created the monster Abomination with his own hands. Abomination was originally a subordinate of General Ross, named Emil Bronsky. But when he became Abomination, he lost control. Bronsky was originally addicted to the pursuit of power, especially after seeing the power of Hulk. He became even more obsessed. Now that he had obtained the power he had dreamed of, he immediately lost control and ran away completely out of control. Lu Yuan noticed that the streets outside were in chaos, and after the terrible battle between Abomination and Hulk, the entire Manhattan area was almost destroyed. The power of these two big guys is very terrifying. If they are allowed to continue fighting unscrupulously, they may really destroy Manhattan. By then, there will definitely be countless casualties. At this time, General Ross was also panicking. He had no way to control the situation. Even a weapon that could kill an elephant with one shot was useless against the Hulk and Abomination. No matter how powerful the anesthetic is, it cannot stop them. Even the military's tanks and armored vehicles are like toys in front of the two monsters, and they will all be kicked away by you. They can even pick up a car and throw it hundreds of meters away. This kind of battle has gone beyond the common sense and scope of ordinary people. General Ross regrets it endlessly. What kind of demons and monsters did he unleash? How can we stop them now? Just as General Ross was sitting in a plane hiding high in the sky, staring nervously below, not knowing what kind of disaster would turn into next, suddenly, the wall of the bar, which was almost torn to pieces, completely collapsed. Then, a huge body rushed out. In his left and right hands, he carried a huge green body on the left. Who else could it be if it wasn't the Hulk? But that huge body was not Abomination, because Abomination was actually being squeezed by the right hand of that huge body's neck. Although it was struggling hard, it was completely unable to do anything to that huge body. That huge body was none other than Lu Yuan, who showed the prototype of Doomsday. Standing in the middle of the street, Lu Yuan raised his head, opened his mouth and roared. Roar. The terrifying sound waves even produced sonic booms and shock waves. Cars on the surrounding streets were instantly blown away. The terrifying sonic boom air waves were even visible to the naked eye, soaring into the sky and almost knocking down General Ross's plane. Lu Yuan discovered General Ross. He originally planned to kill General Ross, but there was Betty on top, who was Dr. Banner's girlfriend and lover, so he showed mercy. Lowering his head, Lu Yuan looked at the two big guys in his hands. Whether it's the Hulk or the Abomination, both guys have huge bodies exceeding 2 meters. But Lu Yuan was over 5 meters tall, and his body was even more terrifying. The body full of terrifying muscles is also covered with a layer of bone armor and spikes that shimmer like steel. In the huge hands, Hulk and Abomination are like two children being squeezed by an adult. Firmly, it's like the two little chickens can't move. Originally, Lu Yuan had no intention of getting involved, but he subconsciously called Hulk's name. But Abomination who came and heard it, and Abomination aimed his gaze at him. Faced with the mad attack from hatred, Lu Yuan had to consider Natasha and Barton around him, as well as the other people in the bar. So he could only fight. Even Lu Yuan simply showed his prototype and knocked down the hatred with a slap in the face. This is because hatred has terrible self-healing power. Otherwise his facial bones would have been smashed to pieces by Lu Yuan in the room. Then Lu Yuan decisively rushed out with Abomination and Hulk in each hand. Standing on the street, Lu Yuan picked up the two of them respectively and said with an evil smile, "I'm not just referring to anyone. You two are trash." Abomination was so angry that he completely went berserk. Hulk also rose up to resist because of Lu Yuan's ridicule. Suddenly, two lifelong enemies joined forces. It seems that they planned to deal with Lu Yuan first and then decide the outcome. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he smiled, took the initiative to let go of the two of them, and hooked his fingers again. "Come, let's see how I kill you." 49. Be the first to kill the hatred instantly. Because of the sudden and terrible destruction, the streets were in chaos. People were screaming and crying and running away in all directions. Cars had been abandoned and the streets on both sides were blocked. And in the middle, 3 terrifying giant monsters stood opposite each other. Lu Yuan stood alone here, while Hulk and Abomination stood on the opposite side with a little distance apart. At this time, Hulk and Abomination stopped. Instead, they temporarily gave up their hostility and looked at Lu Yuan together. Lu Yuan casually pushed the car beside him farther away. He just piled it lightly and actually pushed out all the cars in the entire street behind him. In the bar, even Natasha and Barton did not dare to act rashly at this time. Not to mention that they didn't bring any equipment or weapons with them. Even if they did, they seriously doubted whether the current human weapons were still meaningful against these 3 monsters. Even weapons that can penetrate tanks can't hurt them at all, right? Barton smiled bitterly. Not to mention he was using a bow and arrow. Roar. Abomination suddenly roared and roared. He was originally General Ross's right-hand man Bronsky, but this time in order to capture the Hulk, he was first injected with something called the super soldier serum that General Ross got from nowhere. That was what made Captain America a success. But according to the setting of the movie universe, after the death of the doctor who created the super soldier serum, only a few samples were left behind, and they were taken away. Including Howard also died in that incident. So how did General Ross get it? Maybe it's inferior quality, so Bronsky is far inferior to Captain America. Moreover, Bronsky also threatened others to inject himself with genes extracted from Dr. Banner's blood. The two things were mixed together to create such an ugly monster of hatred. Therefore, Abomination can suppress the Hulk in a short period of time. However, Abomination does not have the setting that Hulk can infinitely increase his power through anger, so he will not be Hulk's opponent after all. Of course, the hatred now is still very terrifying, and the mess all over the streets is basically caused by him alone. So hatred was a little confused about the situation, and he actually dared to provoke Lu Yuan. Not to be outdone, Lu Yuan opened a pair of huge arms, opened his bloody mouth, and let out a terrifying roar. Roar. The roar of Abomination was completely suppressed, and even Lu Yuan's roar triggered a terrifying air cannon. Hulk and Abomination were fine, but all the cars behind them were blown away. In front of Lu Yuan, these cars were as flimsy as pieces of paper. In the plane in the sky, General Ross watched all this with shock. He had already guessed that the Abomination was Bronski, but where did the third monster come from? And it seems that the third monster is the most terrifying, otherwise Hulk and Abomination would not have joined forces. The development of the situation has far exceeded General Ross's control, and even he can only maintain a wait-and-see attitude. Looking at the street below, the three giant monsters are definitely not just staring. Still hating him, he was the first to start. With unwillingness and rage, he waved his huge iron fist, took huge steps, and rushed directly to Lu Yuan. Hulk on the side did not originally intend to join forces with Abomination, but after Lu Yuan controlled Abomination, he also pinched and dragged him out. Lu Yuan was actually worried that Hulk was out of control, and it would be bad if he hurt people in the bar. Moreover, Hulk didn't know Lu Yuan and thought that this monster, like Abomination, was a product created in this incident, so he felt that he had an obligation to take responsibility to the end. So Hulk also rushed over with Abomination. The three monsters immediately fought together. Boom, 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 boom. As they fought each other with fists and fists, the terrifying sounds were like thunder from the blue, and they seemed to be constantly setting off bombs. But the difference from before is that the three monsters only fight in place, unlike Abomination that can knock Hulk away and cause terrible damage to surrounding buildings. This is because Lu Yuan, while enduring the attacks of Hulk and Abomination, controlled his own power to avoid slapping them both to death. He's not fighting. Unlike Hulk and Abomination, he's enjoying it. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan laughed loudly and shouted heartily. This is so true. Only a monster of this level could make him feel like he was fighting. No, it felt like fun. Compared to this, the previous Iron Overlord was just a piece of paper, which he tore into pieces easily. Roar. Lu Yuan's ease angered Abomination. He roared angrily and hit Lu Yuan in the face with his iron fist. Given Lu Yuan's height, it was difficult for hatred to reach his face. Abomination and Hulk had been beating Lu Yuan's chest before, and Lu Yuan could completely ignore their attacks and power. But at this time, Lu Yuan's smile was put away. The fists of hatred were meaningless to him, but Lu Yuan could not accept being slapped in the face. So he became serious, and his eyes became cold and filled with murderous intent. Raising his hand, Hulk was about to attack from the other side, when he was knocked away by a slap. This was the first time Lu Yuan knocked them away. Hulk felt an unmatched force coming from him, and before he could react, he had already flown dozens of kilometers away. That's right, it's just dozens of kilometers, and it's even flown out of the city. All of a sudden, there was only hatred in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan used his other hand to hold the wrist that had been slapped on his face by hatred, and just broke it off. Click. From the abominable wrist to the elbow to the shoulder, the bones of the entire arm were violently broken or even shattered into pieces. Because Lu Yuan's movements were too sudden and too neat, and his strength was simply unmatched, Abomination could not react at all and could not resist, so he was completely broken. Ouch. Abomination couldn't help but cry out in pain. As a result, Lu Yuan raised his hand and pinched Hate's neck, lifted it sharply, and slapped it hard on the ground. Boom. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire New York City trembled, as if there was an earthquake. The previous battle between Abomination and Hulk only affected Manhattan, and Lu Yuan's power alone made the entire city of New York feel the impact. It can be seen. It wasn't over yet. Lu Yuan's fall almost made him hate him, but he didn't die, because Lu Yuan deliberately left him breathing. At this time, he squatted down and looked at him with cold eyes and hatred. I hate people hitting me in the face the most in my life. Why do you insist on seeking death? As he spoke, Lu Yuan raised his right hand, revealing the bone armor spikes on his elbow, and slowly pressed it against the hateful chest. Abomination only had one hand left, and he tried desperately to struggle. Because Lu Yuan's spikes can easily cut through his skin, it is a terrifying weapon that can easily break through even Superman's body of steel, so hatred is not a problem. Hatred felt that his life was in crisis, and he wanted to struggle and survive. However, Lu Yuan was so unstoppable that he slowly opened his chest, and his heart bit by bit. Hatred's eyes widened, and he exited. Before it was over, Lu Yuan grabbed his head again, got up and flew into the sky, arriving in front of General Ross. Is this your little toy? 50. Defeat Hulk again. In front of the plane, Lu Yuan did not dare to step on it, fearing that the plane would not be able to bear his weight and lose control. If even Hulk weighs half a ton, you can imagine how much Lu Yuan weighs. Since the height is more than doubled, the weight will also be more than doubled, as well as those bone armors. Lu Yuan weighs at least a ton. Look, your little baby. Lu Yuan held the abominable head and flew to the side of the plane, showing the abominable head in his hand to General Ross inside. Betty didn't dare to look, covering her face and eyes with her hands and hiding aside. General Ross looked at Lu Yuan through the glass of the aircraft cabin, his eyes full of fear. He witnessed with his own eyes how Lu Yuan dealt with Hulk and Abomination as if they were playing a game. Although Hulk was not dead, he slapped him and flew him somewhere. Just like a scene from a cartoon, it turned into a star and disappeared into the distant sky. He even tore open the belly of hatred and even tore off his head. Lu Yuan will naturally not treat Abomination the same way he treats Hulk. Hulk can become a superhero, but Abomination is really just a supervillain. Lu Yuan also turned to look at the ground. His eyes lit up, and he released 2 golden heat rays, burning all the genes and body parts of the hatred. Lu Yuan's heat rays have turned golden. He has stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. The temperature of the heat rays is also comparable to the temperature of the sun's core, reaching a maximum of 20 million degrees Celsius. Of course, Lu Yuan would not dare to expose such a high temperature casually, otherwise the Earth would not be able to bear it. 20 million degrees Celsius can melt countless glaciers in the Antarctic and Arctic in an instant, and can also evaporate a lake. The most important thing is that humans will definitely not be able to bear it. Lu Yuan is unwilling to do that, otherwise he can really turn a certain country into a ghost country in an instant. As long as he increases the temperature over a certain country, once it exceeds 100 degrees Celsius, people will not be able to bear it. The blood all over the body will boil, the brain will be dried out, and the heart will be cooked by the blood. Of course he wouldn't do that. Even if he does not sacrifice his life for a certain country, he will not take the lives of innocent people. Otherwise, what would he become? However, when he aimed at Abomination, Abomination's body could not bear it and was instantly wiped out. Now even if Abomination wants to be resurrected, he cannot be resurrected. Lu Yuan once again raised his hateful head and pointed it at General Ross. Is this what you want? General Ross was speechless. Lu Yuan continued to ask, speak, is this what you want? What you want to build is this kind of monster army. And then because you can't control it, you turn around and endanger your own country? If an Abomination can suppress the Hulk at the beginning, it will definitely not be able to defeat him later. What about 2? What about 10? Or even 100,000? Hulk is not Lu Yuan, nor is he Doomsday. Hulk theoretically has physical limits. Once Hulk faces 100,000 hates, he will die too. Unlike Lu Yuan, Doomsday has endless physical strength and power, and can evolve in battle, making him invincible. If General Ross really created 100,000 Abominations and got out of control, it is conceivable that the world would be destroyed as a result. At least there is a danger of destruction. General Ross was speechless, because Lu Yuan was right. He just wanted to create such an army of monsters. His purpose of chasing Hulk is not for the so-called safety, nor is he for any other purpose or reason. He just wants to capture Hulk, and then research a way to create more Hulks. Lu Yuan sneered and crushed the hateful head in his hand, and used heat rays to clean up all the traces in his hand, and the things falling from the air. Finally, Lu Yuan knocked on the glass with his hand and threatened, don't say I didn't warn you. I will make you disappear together next time. What about you? General Ross is worthy of being a general. He is not threatened at all. He dares to ask Lu Yuan, how can I believe that you will not become a threat to a certain country? How can I believe that you are not a bad person? Huh, what are you, human? We don't even know who you are. Lu Yuan smiled, grabbed the plane, and shook it in his hand like a toy. There was a sudden panic in the plane. Moreover, this was a fighter jet. A soldier even dared to aim at Lu Yuan and pull the trigger with the Vulcan machine gun mounted on the plane. he actually shot. The terrifying machine roared and fired hundreds of bullets in an instant. But Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all, using his own terrifying defense to block the bullet attack without leaving even a trace. Lu Yuan glared at the soldier. The soldier was so frightened that he fell to the ground and looked at Lu Yuan at a loss. Lu Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him, looked at General Ross again, and sneered. I finally saw the true face of you politicians. It was obviously you who created that monster. Look at the losses and destruction caused by you below. This how many people died in the disaster? Even your soldiers were killed and injured countless times, right? Then what? You will definitely not take the blame yourself or admit your mistakes in the future. Who are you going to let me or Hulk take the blame for this? It's not like he hasn't seen them before. He knows these people's faces very well. Obviously, the monster you created almost destroyed this city, and you are still asking me with a face full of shame? If I really want to threaten your country, believe me, I can destroy you in 1 second. Lu Yuan is definitely not exaggerating, because as long as he pulls the moon down and throws it on the head of this country, it will be enough to level it. And the speed is as fast as 1 second. But General Ross didn't understand how powerful Lu Yuan was. Of course, he also knew what was good and didn't dare to open his mouth and continue to provoke Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan finally warned. Let me say it one last time. If you dare to do these messy things again, I will definitely destroy you. At this moment, a green shadow suddenly flew from the distance, which was the Hulk who had returned. It turned out that after he was beaten outside the city by Lu Yuan, he ran back immediately. When Lu Yuan killed Abomination and came to warn General Ross and spent some time, he rushed back from the distance in time and looked at it again. When Lu Yuan was threatening the plane, his lover Betty was there. So Hulk jumped into the air without hesitation and jumped from a building towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed to have eyes behind his back. When Hulk came closer, he turned around and showed a successful smile to Hulk, then neatly stretched out his big hand with a longer wingspan, held Hulk down, and let him his head and feet fell rapidly from the sky. Boom. A huge crater was made on the ground of the street by two people. Lu Yuan stepped on Hulk, and this time he finally couldn't get up. First it was Abomination, and then it was Hulk. Two monsters from the Marvel Universe were defeated by Lu Yuan, a monster from the DC world. Could it be said that Hulk will also be killed? Betty pushed open the cabin door and cried out sadly. No. 51. Pointing to Hulk. Previously, Lu Yuan had casually knocked down Abomination, then cut out his heart, removed his head, and finally disappeared into ashes, leaving not even a trace left. And now, it was Hulk's turn to be pushed to the ground and trampled under his feet once again. Lu Yuan lowered his head and looked at Hulk at his feet. Even after Hulk was hit hard by Lu Yuan twice, he could no longer get up. It was better for Lu Yuan to show mercy, otherwise Hulk would have been killed without any resistance, just like Abomination. At this moment, in the plane in the sky, Betty summoned the courage from nowhere, pushed away the previous soldier, and grabbed the Vulcan machine gun herself. No, Betty, come back, General Ross roared. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He was shocked by Betty's bravery, angry that she would personally take risks for the Hulk, and even more worried that she would arouse the hostility of the monster, Lu Yuan. But Betty had already pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. A fire snake spewed out from the sky again, but Betty was not a soldier after all, so it was difficult for her to aim at Lu Yuan, and those bullets had flown to nowhere. Lu Yuan sighed. The huge power was enough to break a person's waist. It would be bad if you accidentally hurt someone else. He also had to raise his head, lock the trajectory of each bullet, and then destroy them one by one with heat rays. Hey, if you don't let your girlfriend stop, I'm going to take action. Lu Yuan had to kick Hulk, who was pretending to be dead. Hulk slowly got up and glanced at Lu Yuan, feeling fearful in his heart. But he also felt that Lu Yuan had no intention of killing him. Betty finally stopped after seeing this scene. What you have to learn is not how to control your anger. What you have to learn is not how to stop your anger. What you have to learn is how to accept yourself. Lu Yuan looked at Hulk and suddenly said this. Lu Yuan knew that Hulk's power came from his endless anger. The angrier he was, the greater his power became. There was even a setting where the Hulk would change due to anger, such as his body getting taller and taller, even growing 4 arms, etc. There are countless versions of the Hulk, but only this version of Hulk, the Hulk in front of Lu Yuan, is somewhat special. The reason is that Hulk originally had his own personality, which means that although he is the other side of Bruce Banner, he has a split personality. Simply put, Hulk is Hulk, and Dr. Banner is Dr. Banner. However, only at this moment Hulk seems to be controlled by Banner's personality. In fact, this is because of the movie. Hulk looked at Lu Yuan, breathing heavily. He had tried his best in this battle, especially Lu Yuan's 2 attacks, which made him still not rested. It seemed like he couldn't speak yet. Lu Yuan looked at the plane overhead again and found Betty looking at Hulk longingly. It's time for me to go. Suddenly, Hulk saw that Lu Yuan had no intention of taking action again, so he turned around and was about to leave. Lu Yuan did not stop him because he also had follow-up incidents that he had not resolved. It wasn't Natasha and Barton in the bar, but something else on the other side. At Lu Yuan's speed, no one noticed his departure because he was already far faster than the speed of light, and even if they stared at him, they could not see his movements clearly. So Lu Yuan also disappeared. For a time, silence returned to the street. So where did Lu Yuan go? In fact, when seeing Hulk and Abomination, many people may have already known that this is a scene from The Incredible Hulk. In the plot of this movie, there was a guy who called himself Mr. Blue, and that guy promised to help Dr. Banner find a way to return to ordinary people. The result was that he betrayed Banner, and then he was forced by Bronsky, and finally made Bronsky hateful. So why did Lu Yuan want to find him? In fact, this plot does not happen abruptly. Few people know that before the Avengers movie was released, there was a forward-looking comic. It can also be said that it is a prelude comic to Avengers 1, which is used to draw out some plot points that are inconvenient or did not have time to be included in the movie. And in that comic plot, there is a plot about the battle between the Incredible Hulk. In fact, in the comics, Natasha once personally participated in this battle. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. not know about such a huge scene? It was even Natasha who dealt with Mr. Lawn. In other words, although the Incredible Hulk did not reveal the whereabouts of Abomination and Mr. Blue, in the comics, Abomination was recovered by General Ross, while Mr. Blue was recovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. And this Mr. Blue is actually not simple. His real name is Samuel Stern. From the beginning of his contact with Banner, he wanted to use Banner's genes to develop some kind of drug to make him famous. As a result, after turning Bronsky into an Abomination, he was knocked to the ground and accidentally let the Hulk's serum fall into the wound on his head, causing him to mutate. He was originally smart, but he did not gain the super strength of the Hulk. Instead, his IQ was increased 1,000 times, and he became a big brain. He is one of the villains in Marvel, Big Head, Big Boss, also called the Boss. Big Boss and Abomination, both civil and military, can be said to be the most classic enemies of the Hulk. But hatred is dead. How could Lu Yuan forget him? The most important thing is that big brain Samuel Stern already has a lot of Hulk serum in his hands, as well as the secrets of genetic mutation. It was even more impossible for Lu Yuan to spare him. Again, what if a certain country creates an army of 100,000 Hulks? So Lu Yuan came, quietly coming to Samuel Stern's laboratory, and came to him, who was still lying on the ground. Without giving Samuel Stern any chance, Lu Yuan's eyes released heat rays and wiped him out. Many people may be curious, why does Lu Yuan always use his ultimate move so easily? This point needs to be clarified. Who said that heat ray is Superman's ultimate move? Although it is indeed Superman's classic ability, this is not Superman's ultimate move. Unlike Darkseid, who uses Omega rays as his ultimate move, Superman's heat rays are just a regular means. Almost every Superman uses heat rays frequently. Heat rays are formed by Superman storing the excess power of the sun's rays in his body, which refers to your excess fat. Do you think it is a treasure? Is it possible that some people will hold their urine for a lifetime? Besides, killing someone with your eyes is much better than doing it yourself, right? If we don't use such a convenient method, wouldn't it be more troublesome to do it ourselves? There was also Samuel Stern's laboratory, which Lu Yuan melted without caring about anything. Later, when someone noticed something strange and came to check, they found that there was still magma inside that had not cooled down. 52. Lu Yuan's next target, Kamatosh. After all this was dealt with, Lu Yuan transformed into an ordinary person again, and then teleported back to the previous bar. He only left for a moment after fighting Hulk. When he came back, he found Natasha and Barton calling S.H.I.E.L.D. to report the situation here. The scene is still a mess, and it will certainly not be possible to make it look like nothing happened in a short period of time. When Lu Yuan came back, Natasha happened to have finished her report. Fury said that it would be left to General Ross to deal with the aftermath. He was the one who caused the incident, and of course he has to bear the blame. But Lu Yuan. Natasha looked at Lu Yuan again. Although Fury said he wanted to thank you, but you also showed up here, and he wanted to ask you, since you don't want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and refuse to join the plan, what do you want to do? Lu Yuan smiled. Do you still want to play this little trick with him? You mean, I should watch innocent people being killed? Lu Yuan asked. In fact, Lu Yuan knew that this was his plan to persuade him to join the Avengers project again. That's why Lu Yuan said it was a little trick, and he could see it at a glance. Natasha shrugged and turned to leave. Lu Yuan didn't stop him either. When Barton passed by Lu Yuan, he smiled at him. Thank you. Lu Yuan knew why Barton wanted to thank him. Lu Yuan is an alien. In theory, even if the people on Earth die, it has nothing to do with him. So Barton thanked him for what he had done, protecting so many people and defeating a powerful enemy. As for what Barton and Natasha are going to do now, it has nothing to do with Lu Yuan. Unless he is willing to relent and decide to join S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers, but he obviously has no plans to do so. He turned around and sat down in front of the bar. The boss was also very arrogant. Even though he was like this, he even continued to serve Lu Yuan wine. Lu Yuan found it funny and asked him, "Aren't you afraid?" The boss was also a wonderful person and said casually, "Anyway, someone will compensate. This must be caused by those high-ranking officials. All you need to do is pay." So enlightened. Since the boss didn't care, Lu Yuan had nowhere to go, so he simply stayed and chatted with the boss while drinking a small drink. Anyway, he has some money now. Even if he drinks 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he is not afraid of drinking himself into poverty. The main reason is that all he drinks is beer. It only costs 3 yuan a cup including tips. 130 million will last for many years. And not every cup has to be consumed, which translates into just over $1. On the other side, Natasha was originally the one who should be responsible for the big boss Samuel Stern, but now she is obviously no longer needed. So Natasha and Barton went directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After the results came out, I found out that the car that came before had flown to nowhere. I had to walk a long way, take a taxi to the nearest bus station, and then find a way to get to Washington. According to the Captain America 2 movie, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is there, including TV series. This night was destined to be an eventful one. Although the terrible battle was over, the 3 monsters also left and disappeared. The one who died was Hatred, the one who left was Hulk, and the one who disappeared was naturally Lu Yuan. Who would have thought that he, the scariest and tallest among the 3 monsters, would be sitting in a bar near the scene, leisurely drinking a drink. The military has cordoned off the area and is waiting for a report on the damage. What we have to do at this time is to control the situation here and prevent anyone from taking advantage of it. Because it was General Ross who caused all this, and he became the person in charge. So it was the military that came forward to handle all this. At the same time, General Ross still has to bear the blame and scolding, but he dare not blame Hulk or Lu Yuan for all this. He wanted to do that, but Lu Yuan's 2 threats were no joke. If he really dared to do that, Lu Yuan would dare to make him disappear. I don't have a good impression of him to begin with, so don't give him a chance. In short, all this has nothing to do with Lu Yuan. No matter how noisy or busy it is outside, he just drinks by himself. When the sky is bright the next day, he can finally go home. Of course, I went back to Tony's house and bought some breakfast on the way, including warm milk, sandwiches, and cooked some eggs myself. When Little Pepper came out, he glanced at Lu Yuan and ran away with a face full of embarrassment. Tony sat down and ate face to face with Lu Yuan openly, looking refreshed. Lu Yuan was also happy for him. Okay, now, I finally got it. But now that you have confirmed your relationship, it's time for me to move out. He's very self-aware, and he doesn't want to be a light bulb all the time. That's boring. He could have found it himself. I can have someone renovate a room in the company for you. Tony didn't try to persuade him, but made other suggestions. Lu Yuan smiled and rejected it. Let's forget it. In fact, I plan to go out for a walk. There's a place I care about that I want to see. Where? Tony asked subconsciously. Kamatosh. Lu Yuan did not hide it, but said his destination. Puffed. Unexpectedly, Tony spit out the milk he just drank and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Where? Kamatosh. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes angrily, holding a tray with a sandwich in his hand. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he wouldn't have had to eat it. Tony was a little embarrassed and said with a dry smile, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be interested in such legendary things." It is said that Kamatosh was originally just an ordinary, little-known village, but with the rise of the Supreme Mage Ancient One, it became famous and became a holy land for magicians. But this is a legendary place, but in fact almost no one knows where it is. Even Tony had heard similar rumors, so he reacted so loudly. "You don't think magicians are real, do you? Do you want to learn magic?" Lu Yuan squinted at Tony until the latter felt unnatural and then asked, "You have even seen aliens with your own eyes, but now you doubt the existence of magic? I seem to have told you, right? The mythical story of your Earth, for example, Nordic mythology and Odin are real, and Asgard is an alien and uses magic. What do you think?" Tony was speechless. Lu Yuan himself is an alien, and even mentioned that the Nordic mythology headed by Odin is real, but it is not on the Earth. Asgard is somewhere else. Putting it this way, it seems that the authenticity of magic cannot be doubted. And I went to Kamatosh for 2 reasons. One is to experience magic, and the other is, forget it, I won't tell you until the time comes. 53. Go to Kamatosh and look for the Ancient One. Kamatosh is actually not the Holy of Holies, because there are only 3 locations of the Holy of Holies, namely in New York, London, and Hong Kong. The 3 Holy of Holies can protect the Earth from being invaded by the world of dark matter. Although Kamatosh has passages or teleportation gates that can directly lead to the 3 Sanctum Sanctorums, Kamatosh is not the Sanctum Sanctorum, but the residence of the Supreme Mage Ancient One. The Supreme Mage Ancient One. No one knows how many years she has lived, because it is the movie universe, so it is she. They only know that she has been leading the magicians of the Kamatosh school to practice and protect the Earth. That's right. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. may not know that in the spiritual realm, and even the dark matter world, the Ancient One has always been guarding the Earth. Otherwise the Earth would have been eaten by Dormammu, the Lord of the dark matter realm. There is no doubt about the power of Dormammu. After becoming the Lord of the dark world, he almost controls the power of a god. Let's just say the Ancient One calls Doctor Strange the most powerful sorcerer supreme of them all. However, it is said that Doctor Strange is only as powerful as Dormammu when he was a child. It can be seen. With Doctor Strange's intelligence and magical prowess, he is a main force even among the Avengers. Without the protection of the Ancient One and the 3 holy sanctuaries, Dormammu would have successfully invaded. The reason why Lu Yuan suddenly said that he wanted to go to Kamatosh was not because of these things. It had nothing to do with Dormammu, but because he had an ulterior motive. Lu Yuan knew that the Time Gem was now on the Earth and was kept in Kamatosh by the Ancient Master. There are 2 Infinity Stones on Earth today, Kamatosh's Time Stone and the Space Stone, which is secretly guarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Lu Yuan didn't want or bother to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., so he wasn't interested in the Space Gems for the time being. Anyway, there will be a chance to get it in the future, but he is still very interested in the Infinity Stones. It is said that the Infinity Stones have the power to destroy the world, and some people say that they were born together when the universe was born. In short, when all the Infinity Stones are collected, they have extraordinary power. Thanos can wipe out half of all life in the universe with just a snap of his fingers. So Lu Yuan was also very interested. Moreover, although Kryptonians are not as resistant to magic as rumored, they are not at all resistant to magic. I don't know who spread the word that Superman has 0 magic resistance, but that's not actually the case. When Thunder Shazam was acquired by DC, there was a comic strip between Superman and Shazam, and they had a fight. Shazam's power comes entirely from magic, which means that even Shazam's punches and kicks are all magic, especially the thunder and lightning summoned by his transformation and calling the Shazam spell, which is one of his most powerful magics. and Superman has been struck by lightning more than once. But Superman did not die, nor did he lose his fighting power. Instead, Superman always had the advantage. There was also a record of holding Shazam's mouth to prevent him from transforming, killing him instantly. In fact, Superman's magic resistance is not low. Even the most famous one has all his superpowers eliminated by troublemakers. It doesn't matter what level the troublemakers are. Early fifth-dimensional people have godlike power and can change reality as they please. Even the universe can become blank with one thought, and then return to its original state with another thought. Only a master of this level can make Superman suffer in magic. So zero magic resistance is just a joke. In normal times, such as when Lu Yuan maintains his human appearance, he is Superman. He is no different from Superman. Originally, Lu Yuan was not afraid of ordinary magical power, and because it was the day of destruction, he could evolve in the process of fighting magical power and gradually became immune to the power of magic. But there was one thing, whether he was afraid of returning or not. He had to admit that the Kryptonians had never mastered the power of magic. So you can know Lu Yuan's ultimate goal. One is the interest in the time stone, and the other is wanting to see what magical power is. Most importantly, can he learn magic? Lu Yuan can be said to be almost invincible on the physical side. After thinking about it, if he still wants to improve and grow, maybe it is the power of magic, right? Well, if he continues to grow, I don't know how powerful he will be. In short, there is nothing to do now. You can't go to space to find trouble with Thanos, right? It's not that it can't be done, it's that it's necessary. Lu Yuan thought about it and went to the world to find Thanos. Why? To protect the peace of the universe? Okay, it does sound fancy. But what then? Are you going to kill the Kree again? But what next? Challenge Galactus or the Five Gods? But the question is, what next? Lu Yuan had already fought continuously 100,000 years ago. He fought with his neighbors to defend his homeland, personally led a team to colonize the universe, fought against Darkseid on Apocalypse, and even lost the Light Ring on OUA. The Legion was not even noticed. Then he and his subordinates fought with 100,000 destruction suns until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. He was so tired that he had slept through the past 100,000 years, but it did not make him forget the past. Instead, he felt as if what happened before happened yesterday. He was tired of it and didn't want to run around the universe for no reason and fight all over the universe. So he has his own plan and wants to live according to his own ideas. Fight for the universe or protect the galaxy. Sorry, he doesn't have that big ambition nor that big consciousness. For now, he still wants to live comfortably and have fun. Wait until you need to. So Lu Yuan said goodbye to Tony and Pepper, quietly left the bustling city alone, and arrived on top of an iceberg in an instant. Lu Yuan has handed over all his business plans to Tony, and Xiao Jiao also knows the future development strategy, so he doesn't have to worry about the company at all. The iceberg that came at this time was actually Mount Everest. Mount Everest is not only the highest peak in the world, but also the main peak of the Himalayas. The reason why Lu Yuan came here is because Kamatage is in the Himalayas. He did not go directly, but came to the top of the mountain. For others, challenging Mount Everest is a narrow escape. But Lu Yuan easily flew to the top of the mountain and was able to stand 10 centimeters above the top of the mountain in the void. He was flying there, turning his head and looking around, watching the whole world with supervision. Quietly, a golden circle opened the door to the space, and a beautiful woman with a bald head came out and stood behind Lu Yuan. She is the master of Kamatage and the master of all mages. She is none other than the Ancient One, the supreme mage today. 54. Did Gu Yi see the calendar? It can be said that Lu Yuan gained a lot of face because he was greeted by Gu Yi personally. Kamatage is a courtyard. When you come in from the outside, you will pass by a small gate, which looks like an ordinary small gate on the street. However, only when we got inside did we realize that there is actually something inside. Even Kamatage's courtyard is on a cliff. Let alone how big it is, it's hard to calculate. After Gu Yi took Lu Yuan off Mount Everest, he took him to an antique wooden building. You saw me coming. Lu Yuan knew that Gu Yi must have known that he was coming. Gu Yi smiled and was not in a hurry to answer Lu Yuan's words. Instead, he called someone from beside him and brought 2 cups of tea to himself and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was not afraid of being burned, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not only was he not afraid of being burned, he was not even afraid of Gu Yi putting something else in the tea. Of course, Gu Yi would definitely not do that. Then Gu Yi gestured with his head to let the others leave first. When only Gu Yi and Lu Yuan were left, Gu Yi's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Yuan extremely seriously and suddenly said, "You are not from this world." Lu Yuan paused and asked instead, "Why did you say that?" Gu Yi hummed softly. "What do you think I've been fighting against for all these years? Of course I can feel that you come from another world. Fortunately, you are not from the dark world, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea. The Ancient One has been fighting against the invasion of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark World, which is a world similar to the spiritual realm and completely different from the material world. In addition, after all, she had been the supreme mage for so many years, so she saw something and discovered something from Lu Yuan. For example, he came from another world. Lu Yuan also had to admire that Gu Yi did have some tricks up his sleeve. For so long, only Ancient One has seen that he comes from another world. That's right, he comes from the DC universe. He even traveled from the real world to the DC universe first, and then inexplicably came to the Marvel universe. But these cannot be said, not because of fear, but because it is very troublesome to explain. Since you have the time stone, it proves that you already know that I am not your enemy, right? Lu Yuan changed the topic and directly mentioned the time stone. Gu Yi was shocked, and then sighed softly. As expected, he no longer pursued Lu Yuan's origins. She also picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. For a while, the two of them stopped talking. It was silent for a while, and continuing to be silent was not an option. Lu Yuan was about to speak. Gu Yi suddenly said, "I will not accept you as my disciple." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. "I didn't say I wanted to become your teacher either." Although Lu Yuan slept for 100,000 years, he already knew that he woke up after 100,000 years. No matter how long Gu Yi lived now, let him, a 100,000-year-old man, be someone else's apprentice? Forget it. I just want to come and read your magic book if I have the chance. Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it. He didn't force it. There is also a time stone. Do you mind giving me a look? Lu Yuan mentioned the time stone again, which was another purpose of his coming here. Lu Yuan was full of curiosity about the infinite gems, because the abilities of the infinite gems were too exaggerated. A snap of the fingers can kill half of all life in the universe, and a snap of the fingers can resurrect everyone who has died. This is simply a godlike power. Even among these gems, there are various powers, which may even involve the power of the origin of the universe. The power of origin will be familiar to those who are familiar with the setting of the DC Comics universe, because the origin of the power of origin is very large and complicated. For example, the power of Darkseid's father, Yuga Khan, comes from the power of origin. He even relied on the power of origin to single-handedly lift the new gods to their current status. There is no doubt about the power of Yuga Khan. He is the real master and god king of Apocalypse. Even if Darkseid sees his father, he has to turn around and run away, not even daring to resist. He is such a great god, but Yuga Khan's power of origin is not complete. So Yuga Khan took the initiative to go to the wall of origin to obtain a stronger and more complete power of origin. Of course, the result was that it was stuck on top and couldn't get off. Anyone who does not have the power of origin will be stuck to the wall of origin, and even people who have not reached a certain level are not qualified to stick to it, unless they are protected by someone powerful outside the wall of origin. For example, the Superman of the main universe has been protected by someone. This shows how powerful the wall of origin and the power of origin are. There is even more than one kind of origin power. For example, the 7 colors of light rings that OUA, star values and relies on most. Actually 9 colors, and more than 10 kinds of rings in total. Those emotional spectrums can also be regarded as one of the origin powers. Black lights represent death, white lights represent life, and so on. Has great power. That's why Lu Yuan planned to observe those infinite gems. Even if the laws of the two universes are different, what if there is something we can learn from? If you come across anything that has anything to do with the origin, that's a big deal. For example, the 5 gods of the Marvel universe were actually born from the will of a similar power of origin at the beginning of the universe. They are death, eternity, annihilation, infinity, and Galactus. Generally speaking, the level of the 5 great gods is still very high. We strayed far away and returned to the wooden building. Gu Yi was examining Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan said, since she could go to Mount Everest to greet Lu Yuan accurately, it is enough to show that she did see through the time stone that he would come today, and may even know his purpose. But I can't see the further future clearly. For some reason, ever since I learned that you were coming, I can no longer grasp the picture of the future. Gu Yi had a worried look in his eyes. In fact, she had always maintained a calm look, and she didn't show such an expression until now. Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. Maybe it's because the future is unpredictable and changeable? Gu Yi shook his head. Originally, I saw the distant future, and even the alien attacks and the war in New York that would happen soon. Even my own death. But only after seeing you, I lost observation of the future. The future has turned into a thick fog. Even the future I have seen before does not include you. Who are you? Lu Yuan lowered his head and did not answer Gu Yi's question. He was also guessing that he seemed to be able to understand what Gu Yi said, because Lu Yuan knew the plot. He knew what would happen in the future, just like Gu Yi. But unlike Gu Yi chose not to change, and even his own death would be welcomed calmly. And Lu Yuan will change the future, including the present, which has already changed too much. That's why Gu Yi said that since seeing Lu Yuan come here, the future has become unpredictable. 55. Obtain the approval of Ancient One. Gu Yi's words didn't sound like she was lying. Before that, she had also used the time gem to observe the future. If there was any disaster in the future, she could be prepared in advance. Even during the storyline of Avengers 1, Ancient One already knew in advance that Dr. Stephen Strange would become Dr. Strange in the future, and he would be the best among them. But since seeing Lu Yuan, Gu Yi can no longer see the future clearly. There is only one answer. The person sitting in front of her will definitely bring changes to the future, and has even changed many things. From the moment Lu Yuan came into contact with other people, he began to make subtle changes. Unless Lu Yuan completely follows the plot, he will not change the surrounding things at all. But that's not his character. The two fell silent again, just drinking tea in silence, until almost all the tea in the teacup was finished. Lu Yuan put down the teacup and made another appeal. The purpose of my visit is very simple. One is to see the time gem, and the other is to take a look at the collection of books here to see if I have any talent in magic. Gu Yi glanced at the teacup at Lu Yuan's hand. Crash. The drunk tea appeared out of thin air again, which was also a small trick of magic. Lu Yuan didn't care, just looked into Gu Yi's eyes, waiting for her answer. Although Gu Yi looks weak, she seems to be just an ordinary woman. However, Ancient One's strength is at the Heavenly Father level, on the same level as Asgard's Father Odin. Even Thanos is no match for her now. Just talking about the level and setting, as long as the Ancient One doesn't die, Thanos won't dare to come to Earth. Of course, whether Thanos knows the existence of the Ancient One is still a question. Logically speaking, he shouldn't know. Or maybe he knew it because of the pursuit of the Time Stone. In short, it was not until after the death of Ancient One and the death of Odin that Thanos invaded the Earth in a large scale. Lu Yuan was also calculating in his mind how many seconds it would take to defeat Gu Yi with force. The answer is that if it is a sneak attack, one punch is enough. If he were to fight head-on, he would also have a hard time facing Gu Yi's various magics, because Lu Yuan's power was all on the physical side, and it seemed that he would still have to use magic if he wanted to defeat magic. What if I say no? Gu Yi looked at Lu Yuan with a smile, and the two of them seemed to be at odds with each other. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, picked up the teacup again, and said, then I'll go back. Otherwise I won't be able to really fight with you, right? We are not enemies, and I don't want to be an enemy with you. After all, Gu Yi has been guarding the Earth for so many years. As long as Lu Yuan still thinks that he was once an Earthling, and even now he is closer to the Earth, then he has to accept this favor. Both the Earth and humanity owe Gu Yi a huge favor. Without the protection of the Ancient One, the Earth would have been successfully invaded by Dormammu. The 3 Holy of Holies were built by her, and have been maintained to this day. At least the setting in the movie is that Ancient One is responsible for all this. So of course Lu Yuan will not conflict with Gu Yi, and there is no reason. So he was mentally prepared, and went back after drinking the cup of tea. At worst, we'll have to wait until Strange becomes Dr. Strange to come back. I believe Dr. Strange can speak better than the Ancient One. Opposite me, Gu Yi shook his head and joked with a funny look on his face. I thought you would do it. It's so boring. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. What does this ant who has lived for who knows how many years mean? We are not young anymore, and the life of fighting and killing is no longer suitable for us. Lu Yuan pretended to sigh, as if he really was that old. Although he has been sleeping in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, it is precisely because he has been sleeping during these 100,000 years that he has not become mentally mature and is still in the state before falling asleep. At that time, he was in his prime, and his mentality was around 30, no more than 40 at most. Even Gu Yi laughed and shook his head. I don't feel that I am old. The two of them smiled, and they could feel the aura of time in each other's body, but both of them were still very young at heart. I can agree to your request. Suddenly, Gu Yi agreed to Lu Yuan's request. Lu Yuan was also a little surprised. Why? What he was curious about was why Gu Yi suddenly agreed again and so easily. Gu Yi told the truth. Because you don't plan to use strong methods, it means you are not an enemy. You also said that we are not enemies. In this case, I will promise you. Do you really believe what I say? Ancient One sighed. The main reason is that I can't defeat you. I know that if you are willing, you can take away the time stone and all the magic books here. As he spoke, Gu Yi took off something that looked like a ring from his hand. That's called the Hanging Ring, and it's one of Kamatage's important magic weapons, and it's also one of the best in the entire Marvel world. Gu Yi had actually been secretly guarding against Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had previously thought that if he made a sneak attack, he could kill Gu Yi in a few seconds. The answer was an instant. And Gu Yi is also secretly calculating. How many seconds can it take to send Lu Yuan to the mirror world? The answer is also instantaneous. But Gu Yi didn't have the confidence to trap Lu Yuan for the rest of his life. The mirror world, also called the mirror world, is similar to a space opposite to the main space. The world inside is exactly the same as the outside world, but without any living things. Those trapped inside will never be able to escape without the door opened by the Hanging Ring. Theoretically, it is impossible to escape, but Lu Yuan is different. He has reached the realm of a fifth-dimensional person and can naturally come and go freely. In addition, the Hanging Ring can also open a portal to any place, and even traveling through the universe is not difficult. This is also the mystery of the Hanging Ring, which is even claimed to be able to open doors to other dimensions. Gu Yi took off the Hanging Ring as a gesture of goodwill to Lu Yuan. The atmosphere between the two became more relaxed. They looked at each other and smiled. They also raised their teacups in the air to signal, and then drank it down like a toast. Afterwards, Gu Yi stood up on his own initiative and led Lu Yuan to another part of the yard. As mentioned before, the courtyard here at Kamatage is very large. Not only is one corner close to the cliff, but there are also many buildings built in the courtyard, some of which are dormitories for students and places where books are stored. At this time, Gu Yi took Lu Yuan to the library, which contained probably all the magic books in the world. Today's librarian is not a king, but another unfamiliar face. In fact, it was after the administrator in front of him died that it was Wang's turn to become the administrator. Gu Yi led Lu Yuan here. He did not go to the books, but came to an altar-like altar on the other side. This is the Eye of Agamotto, where the time stone is stored. As Gui said this, he turned to look at Lu Yuan. In fact, this is still a test. She didn't say that she has a seal on the Eye of Agamotto. It just depends on what Lu Yuan will do. 56. The terrible phenomenon caused by Lu Yuan. Under Gui's gaze, Lu Yuan carefully picked up the Eye of Agamotto. Gui may still be secretly proud. Although her sealing magic is not a great means, it cannot be opened if she does not know how to break it. However, the reason why Lu Yuan was cautious was because he was worried that he would accidentally crush this thing. Although the Eye of Agamotto is just a seal or container to protect the time stone in the movie universe, in the comic universe, it is an artifact. It has powerful power in itself, and it is also one of the magic weapons that Doctor Strange and the Ancient One rely on most. The origin of the Eye of Agamotto is very mysterious. Some people say that Doctor Strange obtained it from the magic eternal Agamotto from another dimension. Some people say that the all-seeing Agamotto made it himself. Some people say that Agamotto made it himself. Agamotto found this eyeball that had been drifting for many years among the stars in the sky. In short, its origin is unknown. However, the power of the Eye of Agamotto is very powerful, including the Ancient One's ability to observe the future and the past. In fact, in the comics, it does not rely on the time stone, but the power of the Eye of Agamotto. In addition, the Eye of Agamotto can also emit dazzling rays containing endless mana, so Doctor Strange can see through disguises, break illusions, summon images of the past, and track creatures through their magical physical characteristics. It is said that even the powerful inhabitants of the Dark Realm cannot resist the irradiation of the Eye of Agamotto. The pure energy light emitted by the Eye of Agamotto can also cause harm to those with unclean hearts. It also has miraculous effects on undead spirits, demons, and creatures living in the darkness. This function is called the power of the All-Seeing One. It is such a magic weapon that can almost be called an artifact, but now it has lost all its power and is only used as a container for the time stone. Even Lu Yuan was a little disappointed and felt it was unfair. Open it. After Lu Yuan inspected the Eye of Agamotto in his hand, he saw that there was indeed nothing magical about it, so he turned to hand it to Gui. Gui nodded secretly. Lu Yuan did not run away with the Eye of Agamotto, nor did he try to open it himself. No matter what the reason was, it seemed like he passed her test. Gui took the Eye of Agamotto from Lu Yuan and used some magic. As she slowly opened her hands, the Eye of Agamotto opened in front of Lu Yuan. In fact, several small mechanisms on the surface of the Eye of Agamotto were opened, revealing the time gem stored in it. The time stone exudes green brilliance and exudes a sacred aura as soon as it appears. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up and he stared at the time stone. For some reason, he seemed to have observed something related to the law of time, and maybe even connected to the power of origin. Lu Yuan even raised his hands unconsciously. Just when Gui showed worried eyes, Lu Yuan raised his hands and made a pushing motion with his palms. Click. Something seemed to make a sound in the dark, and immediately after, time was stopped. The time of the entire universe has been terminated at this moment, and for all things, no one can detect the difference and cannot perceive that time around them has terminated. Even the great gods in the depths of the universe can only be slightly aware of it in eternity. But it's just awareness, but it can't change anything. Eternity is one of the 5 gods in the Marvel universe. It is the incarnation of everything in the multiverse and claims to control the time and space of the multiverse. In other words, he represents the sum of all space and time within the Marvel multiverse. Time is one of his strengths. However, at this moment, even eternity felt bad, because even his time was terminated. How so? Who is it? Is it the Court of Life? No, the Living Tribunal was similarly terminated. At this time, the time of the entire universe was terminated in this moment, until Lu Yuan's hands moved to the left. In an instant, the entire universe came to life again, but instead of returning to normal, it was going backwards in time. Even the Ancient One in front of him was also moving backwards in time. Only Lu Yuan seemed to be staying out of the incident and observing all of this. Then as Lu Yuan moved his hands to the right, time moved forward again, until it returned to the moment when Lu Yuan observed the time gem. Stop. Lu Yuan stopped time again, and then returned the world to normal at the normal speed of time. Why is this happening? Lu Yuan lowered his head and looked at his hands. Gui didn't know what happened, and was completely ignorant of everything that had just happened. After a while, Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression, as if he already knew something. With a dumb smile, Lu Yuan seemed to have just remembered that he had reached the 5th dimension. And for 5th dimensional people, isn't it the simplest basis to control time? People in the 5th dimension can control time. In their eyes, time is like watching a video. They can control the advancement and retreat of time at will. That's why it is said that people in the 5th dimension can distort reality at will, and are even omnipotent. They can appear at any time on the timeline as they wish. Lu Yuan had actually had this ability for a long time, but he had never noticed it. It was not until he observed the time gem with his own eyes that he realized that he could control time. And even for the 5 major gods, people from the 5th dimension are superior to them. If you want to ask why, the evidence is that there has been a life form named Destiny in the DC universe, or the embodiment of the universe. Destiny is the materialization of the DC universe. DC's Destiny and Marvel's Eternity are similar life forms, and even have the same levels and realms, so the two fell in love for a while. Yes, DC and Marvel almost got married. In the DC universe, it is well known that 5th dimensional people can make a universe blank with just one thought, which means that they can eliminate a universe with just a raise of their hands. Lu Yuan is in the realm of the 5th dimension, has reached the peak of the 5th dimension, and may become the 6th dimension at any time. So even eternity cannot compete with the power of his time. Even the Life Tribunal is confused about what happened before. Is someone playing with time, or is someone observing time? The Living Tribunal has great power. As the messenger of the OEA, the most supreme being in the Marvel universe, he maintains the order of the Marvel universe and can judge anyone. Later, after his monitoring, he found that no one was manipulating time. It was more like someone was observing. So the Life Tribunal slowly closed its eyes and fell silent without any actions or actions. 57. Opened the door to DC. Lu Yuan didn't know anything about what was happening in the universe, or even if he knew, he didn't think it was anything. This comes from your own strength and confidence. He is the only Doomsday who has stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years so far. How about the so-called Golden Doomsday? Even the gods in the universe are not a threat in his eyes. In fact, Lu Yuan's battle with Darkseid as early as 100,000 years ago was enough to prove that at that time, he had already become a multiverse-level god. Not to mention, now 100,000 years later. There's no need to mention how powerful Darkseid is, right? The mere appearance of Darkseid's true form is enough to threaten the collapse of the universe he visits. Even the collapse of his godhead almost caused the destruction of the DC multiverse, and it required countless superheroes, including Superman, to shoulder the responsibility to stabilize the entire multiverse. It can even be seen that the entire Justice League needs to collectively call themselves gods to make up for the missing position of Darkseid's body. It was this kind of Darkseid who was repelled by Lu Yuan 100,000 years ago. This is Lu Yuan's power. If he doesn't be careful on weekdays, he will really crush the earth with his feet. Back to the present. Ancient One still couldn't feel what had just happened. Her realm was only the Heavenly Father level, not even the level of a single universe. Otherwise, she would not have relied on the 3 holy sanctuaries to gather strength to resist Dormammu. Dormammu, as the Lord of the Dark World, is at least at the level of a single universe. It's a pity that he can't break through the Earth's defense and keeps trying to devour the Earth. Let him live a few more days first. Lu Yuan reached out, took out the time stone from Gui's hand, and held it in his palm. The closer he got to the time stone, and the more he continued to observe the power of the time stone itself, the clearer Lu Yuan felt that his understanding of time became clearer. In the 4th dimension, or even the 3rd dimension, perhaps people have always believed that time is uncontrollable, and that time is everything that witnesses the world. If the speed reaches beyond the speed of light, it will no longer be sensed at a certain point. So what traces of its existence are there? The answer is only time. But only when you reach the fifth dimension or above can you understand that time is actually not that mysterious. In front of fifth-dimensional people, time is just a thing that can be controlled at will. Time is not static, nor does it continue backwards. Time can go backwards or forwards, and even in different spaces, the existence, laws, and concepts of time are different. Space and time are two closely related yet unrelated laws. Space determines the meaning of existence of time, and time gives traces of existence to space. They can complement each other. Only when time and space exist at the same time can they be complete. Lu Yuan was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't seen the space gem yet, but he had already been initially exposed to the concept and meaning of space through time. There is a reason for this, because the 6 infinity stones can be said to come from the same source and have a mysterious connection with each other. It is even claimed that once the 6 infinity stones are gathered, even the universe can be created. The 6 infinity stones are the time stone, space stone, power stone, mind stone, soul stone, and reality stone. These 6 kinds of gems can be said to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. The time gem can control time and can make time go back or speed up at will. It can make a person's physical sense of time pass 100,000 years in an instant. The space gem can open the space portal at will and go anywhere. Other gems also have their own characteristics, and they are all unstoppable and terrifying power. However, Lu Yuan did not immerse himself in the power of the time stone, but returned it to Ancient One after observing it. Gu Yi looked deeply at Lu Yuan's expression and seemed to notice some changes in his body, but he couldn't figure out what the specific changes were. After taking the time stone and sealing it again with the Eye of Agamotto, Gu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was also betting that she didn't completely believe Lu Yuan because she couldn't see through Lu Yuan. Fortunately, Lu Yuan did not disappoint her. So Gu Yi smiled again, put down the Eye of Agamotto in his hand, turned to Lu Yuan, and pointed to the rows of bookshelves on the other side. There are magic that I have collected from all over the world over the years. Don't you want to see it? Do you want a magic book? And I want to try out my magic talent. Come with me. With that said, Gu Yi led Lu Yuan towards the bookshelves, and Lu Yuan never looked back at the Eye of Agamotto and the time stone. He had gotten what he wanted and was no longer interested in the time stone. Because what the time stone can do, he can already do it, even more powerful than the time stone. So, does the time stone still have any meaning? Why not crush it? In this way, only he has the power to control time. Gu Yi would never have imagined how dangerous Lu Yuan's thoughts were at this time. It stands to reason that only the power of the infinity stones can destroy the infinity stones. But it was nothing to Lu Yuan. At worst, I'll just eat it by myself. Anyway, he has a good appetite. Follow Gu Yi to the rows of bookshelves. Lu Yuan turned around and glanced around, and found that the books here were indeed comprehensive, ranging from Eastern magic tricks from ancient times to modern magic in the West, and even the music scores and training methods of snake charmers in a certain country, including rope ladders. Of course, these were nothing. Gu Yi did not ask Lu Yuan to learn them. Instead, he took out a real magic book and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is an introductory course. You can take a look. It records how to calm yourself down and how to unleash your potential, Gu Yi said matter-of-factly. But Lu Yuan put down the book inside. Gu Yi felt puzzled. What happened? Lu Yuan shook his head. If I really reach my full potential, it would be terrible and it would destroy the world. Gu opened his mouth wide and stared at the man in front of him who was talking arrogantly. Yet it is true. Okay, let's test whether you have magic talent first, and then I will decide whether to continue wasting time on you, Gu Yi said in a dumbfounded voice, even joking. Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and wanted to know how Gu Yi would test his magic talent. As a result, Gu Yi took out a hanging ring and handed it to Lu Yuan. It was the hanging ring that she had taken off before. It was her hanging ring. Try to think about where you have been and where you most want to go, and then draw a circle in front of you, Gu Yi told Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took the index finger and middle finger of the hanging ring on his left hand, then raised his right hand and started to draw a circle in front of him according to Gu Yi's instructions, while thinking about the place he wanted to go most. Gradually, a golden circle appeared in front of Lu Yuan, and then a strange space appeared. I saw a planet collapsing and destroying. So is it Krypton? But isn't that the DC universe? 58. The two great gods of the universe. For Lu Yuan, Krypton is his second hometown after time travel, the hometown he fought hard to protect, and his belief in fighting to the death. So Lu Yuan actually broke the door to other dimensions. But he never expected that the scene he saw in his hometown would actually be the day Krypton was destroyed. He finally came true to his prophecy. He had always said that his hometown had been destroyed, but he never expected that it would happen on this day. Subconsciously, Lu Yuan rushed forward. With his speed, even Gu Yi didn't see his movements clearly. However, 2 pairs of big hands held Lu Yuan down at the same time. Even the speed at which he could go to any corner of the universe in an absolute blink of an eye was firmly grasped by those 2 pairs of big hands on his shoulders. Those 2 pairs of big hands came from 2 universes, and they carried a mysterious aura. Even at this moment, the 2 universes stopped time again. The DC universe and the Marvel universe, 2 unrelated universes, are closely connected at this moment. Through the door opened by Lu Yuan, the 2 universes are connected at this moment. Moreover, 2 mysterious beings came together to stop Lu Yuan. Let me go, Lu Yuan roared, and even revealed his true form in an instant. He transformed into a 5-meter-tall monster, exuding a dazzling golden light. He looked up and roared in the appearance of the golden sun of destruction. Get out of here. He was anxious. He wanted to save Krypton and save his hometown. It was the place of faith that he had fought tooth and nail to protect. But those 2 big hands didn't move at all, and he couldn't break free. Behind him, Gu Yi stood there blankly without any reaction, because everything in the 2 universes was terminated at this moment. However, there are also surprises, and 2 pairs of huge eyes are focused on this place. The reason why there were 2 more pairs of eyes, and he would not be mistaken for the owners of these 2 pairs of big hands, was because Lu Yuan vaguely knew who was stopping him at this moment. Moreover, the aura of those 2 pairs of big hands was sacred, while those 2 pairs of eyes were full of negative emotions such as despair and destruction. You can't go, a heavenly voice sounded, and immediately after, an old man with white hair and a big beard, wearing a simple white long coat, appeared in front of Lu Yuan. One of the big hands was his. The old man looked at Lu Yuan, looking thoughtful. At the same time, another humanoid creature with a dazzling light all over its body that made it difficult to see its true face also appeared in front of Lu Yuan. That is the owner of another pair of big hands. He seemed to be smiling and said, "You are not at our level yet. If you want to break through the obstacles of me and God, don't even think about it." God. Yes, that bearded old man is the DC God from the DC universe. And since the shining golden guy in front of him can say God's name so calmly, it means that he and God are on the same level. He is the supreme being of the Marvel universe and the OA above everything, above everything. At this moment, the 2 supreme powers of Marvel and DC appeared at the same time and blocked Lu Yuan in front of him, preventing him from saving the collapsing and destroyed Krypton. Lu Yuan roared, "Get out of the way." Opposite is the belief that he has tried his best to protect, and he doesn't care how noble the person standing in front of him is. DC God claims to be the person who created everything in the DC universe. Even the writers in the DC editorial department completed their stories and comics with his help. Awesome, right? OA claims to be the creator of Marvel's multidimensional universe. Like DC God, everything in Marvel is created and given by him. Generally speaking, OA will not show up easily. He will only come out and end it when the Marvel universe is destroyed. There was a story in a comic where the universe was destroyed, and later OA appeared and reshaped that universe. But why did these 2 great gods come here? And behind them, there are actually 2 terrifying beings that are comparable to them. Who are they? Lu Yuan didn't want to worry about this. He only had one belief at this time, to save Krypton. However, neither God nor OA gave up. God sighed. You can't prevent the destruction of Krypton, because no matter how you stop it, Krypton will perish. Just like Superman will be born no matter what anyone does. Lu Yuan was shocked. Superman. That's right. The Superman mentioned before only refers to superhuman strength, and only one real Superman can have this honor, and that is Kal-El, the son of Krypton. That was Jor-El's child. He was sent to Earth when Krypton was destroyed. He grew up on Earth and gained superhuman strength because of the yellow sun rays that illuminated the solar system. In other words, Superman's origin story will not begin until Krypton is destroyed. DC God also understands clearly that the origin story of Superman cannot be changed, because no matter how it is changed, Superman will be born. Someone, Dr. Manhattan, has conducted countless experiments on this point. Even if 10 years of the main universe are stolen, Superman will still be Superman. In other words, the destruction of Krypton is unstoppable, the DC God continued. Lu Yuan sneered at this. As long as you let me pass, you can stop it. But DC God refused to let go. His intention was obvious, so he wouldn't let him pass. At this time, Oye also spoke. Boy, why do you think you came to my world? You have a more important mission. Lu Yuan started to complain. It's none of my business. Oye was not angry, but turned to look at the two eyes that exuded a terrifying aura, and continued. What if it's about the life and death of two universes? Lu Yuan looked along Oye, staring at the two pairs of terrifying eyes, but he didn't pay attention at all. His courage made DC God, and Oye secretly nod. In fact, Lu Yuan had doubted before why he came to the Marvel Universe after taking a nap. Now I seem to have gotten the answer. It was the two great gods in front of me who had done the trick. They had plotted against me, and they were the ones who sent me here. And their purpose seems to be to use their own hands to confront the owners of those two eyes. Suddenly, Lu Yuanfu spoke two names in his mind. Giant Beast? Oba. Those two eyes suddenly released four terrifying rays of death, which went straight to Lu Yuan's face and disappeared in an instant. However, Lu Yuan was not afraid and released his own golden heat rays, with temperatures reaching 20 million degrees Celsius. He actually withstood the four fatal rays in a short period of time. Even DC God and Oye were a little surprised at this time. They looked at each other and then took action together to eliminate the four rays. That's it. Don't forget our agreement. 59. All causes and consequences. Giant Beast, OBA, DC God, and Oye. These four people can be said to be the most supreme beings in the two universes. Now there is only one Taishu who has not appeared, and Taishu is the DC universe itself. It is better to say that the DC universe is a flaw built on Taishu. It would be so much fun if it came to. Lu Yuan felt surprised, and at the same time took it for granted. It would be okay if he traveled directly to Marvel, but in fact, Lu Yuan traveled to Krypton in the DC universe and became a Kryptonian. Then he fell asleep for another 100,000 years and came to the Marvel universe inexplicably. How could these great gods not know about such frequent intrusions? No matter how arrogant Lu Yuan is, he still understands that there is still a big gap between him and these real gods at this time. Unless he can reach the highest realm of the 10th dimension, he can hope to be on par with them. Therefore, perhaps the Oye already knew about him when he came to the Marvel universe. And they also admitted that it was DC God and Oye who got Lu Yuan to come to Marvel. Why? What are you going to do? Lu Yuan retracted his gaze from the sky. The gazes of OBA and the giant beast had disappeared. He looked back at the two great gods beside him, wondering what they were going to do. DC God and Oye looked at each other and let go of their hands. Lu Yuan stopped rushing to the other side of the door in a hurry, because he knew that he would not be able to take a step out unless he got the permission of those two guys. No matter how fast he is, he can't break through the joint blockade of these two great gods. Unless they don't ask. You have also seen the hostility of those two guys. You should have guessed without asking. They want to destroy the order of the two universes and even destroy the two universes, DC God side. Needless to say, the status of DC God is a terrifying existence that can compete with him. If DC God is the existence of all light, then the giant beast is his opposite, the source of all darkness, and the most primitive shadow existence in the world. The giant ferocious beast is extremely powerful, and even the ghost known as the messenger of DC God was defeated miserably by one of his thoughts, completely unable to struggle. Only the DC gods can stop him. Later, they shook hands and made peace, restoring peace to the DC universe that was once on the verge of collapse. But I don't know why. He wants to destroy the entire DC multiverse, and then build a new dark universe on Taishu. Today's DC universe is dominated by my world, and he wants to break the current order, DC God said about the giant beast. Purpose. Oye also explained. If I am above all things, then OBA is below all things. Just like the relationship between DC God and the giant beast, OBA and Oye are also opposites. Just like what is described in ancient myths and legends, one end of the tree of life is God who controls the world, while the other side is the devil who destroys the world. When Oye was born, OBA was also born. But unlike Oye, OBA is inferior to all things. It is possible that even an ant's life is higher than OBA. The reason is that OBA did not have self-awareness at first, but was a collection of thoughts and had no body of its own. It existed in the oldest and real hell that has appeared since the birth of the universe. That hell is now deserted, and the death of all things in the universe is also in the hands of the goddess of death, the will of death. This goddess of death is not Hela, the goddess of death in Asgard, but death itself, so she is called Death. As the five great gods, they were supposed to be existences above all things. However, after all, they were only born in the universe, and it was because of the birth of the universe that they were born. But what Lu Yuan sees now can be said to be the existence itself that created these universes. Therefore, the style of the five gods is naturally not enough. According to Oye, OBA is a collection of darkness, and he can be regarded as the source of all darkness in the world, and he can also be called Ungra, the evil god of all darkness and sin. Angora Mainyu is not the name of darkness given to ordinary teenagers in the Holy Grail worldview, but the true source of all evil and the god of evil who brings darkness to time. This kind of OBA has a weakness that he cannot get rid of, that is, he can never leave the most primitive hell. OBA can only live in that world forever. It's like being locked in a cage. Maybe only when this universe ends and the next one begins can he have a chance to break free. So OBA and the giant beast hit it off and plan to join forces to destroy the two universes. They have been planning for an unknown amount of time and are about to take action. That's why we found you. Lu Yuan, you have superhuman strength and the belief in guardianship. You can still retain your mind even after turning into a monster like Doomsday. We believe that if it were you, you could definitely protect both universes. DC God and Oye told Lu Yuan the ins and outs of everything. It was indeed them who sent Lu Yuan to this universe. After seeing Lu Yuan's various experiences, they felt that Lu Yuan could help them thwart the conspiracy ambitions of the giant beast and OBA, and also protect the two universes. But Lu Yuan didn't think so. You think too highly of me. If you can't stop me, how can I stop you? As a result, DC God and Oye both laughed and comforted. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to confront them directly. We have an agreement. We can't directly take action personally. Otherwise, once we fight, I don't know what will happen. Promise. Our agreement is to find each other's spokesperson and let the messenger act on our behalf. And you are our apostle. You come to help us defeat their apostle. That is enough. Lu Yuan felt a little angry in his heart. They didn't ask him if he was willing, so they just made the decision unilaterally, but he didn't say anything. DC God and Oye seemed to have seen something, looked at each other, smiled, and said again, of course we are not asking you to work for nothing. If you are willing to agree, we can also promise you benefits. For example, the infinite stones and the universe heart of. Lu Yuan sneered. I can collect the infinite gems myself. Indeed, he knew the plot, and of course knew where to collect the infinity stones. Today there are two on Earth, namely the space stone and the time stone. Then Thanos now holds the mind stone in his hands, and the power stone is stored on a planet in ruins. Finally, there is the reality stone, held by Malekith of the Dark Elf. Only the soul gem is the most difficult, but if he is willing to be cruel, he can just find two people who love each other and sacrifice one of them. Wouldn't it be enough? So this condition did not satisfy him. But Oye said confidently, the infinity stones I'm talking about are from the comic book world. 60. The benefits promised by the two great gods. Oye only used one sentence to silence Lu Yuan. Comic universe? It seems that this great god really deserves his reputation. He may know that this universe is a movie universe, so he specifically mentioned the comic universe. Even in this infinitely diverse universe, the power of the Infinity Stones is remarkable. Unlike the movie universe you are in now, only the Infinity Stones in the comic universe can exert their true power, Oye said. He really knows that this is the movie universe, one of the vast infinite multiverses, and it cannot fully represent the Marvel universe. Then, Oye continued to introduce the power of infinite stones to Lu Yuan. According to him, the Infinity Stones came from before all recorded time, and they were once a single unit, a solitary entity. They were once a sentient being of untold power. At that time, this being was the only thing that existed in any and all reality. It was all that was, and all that was it. This being was infinite and eternal. But because it is lonelier than anything it has ever been, everything is already a part of it, and there is nothing else in its life. It is a lonelier existence than you can imagine, so it chose to kill itself. But such power does not dissipate so easily, and from its ashes, current reality rises in its many forms, and the divine core of this being takes the form of the 6 Infinity Stones, which are the ultimate in power and the only ones in all universes. The most original dark secret. There was once a setting in a parallel universe, number 93060, where all the Infinity Stones came from Nemesis. In this parallel universe, there was a 7th Infinity Stone called the Self Gem. When the Self Gem and the other 6, when the 2 Infinity Stones are put together, they become a whole, which is the goddess of revenge. The resurrected Nemesis planned to destroy the 93060 universe, but was eventually defeated by the Avengers and Ultraforce. In the end, the Self Gem was destroyed, and the Nemesis could no longer be resurrected. However, these things that happen in this parallel universe have nothing to do with the 616 main universe. The Infinity Stones mentioned by Oe are exactly the Infinity Stones in the main universe comic world. There is no doubt about the power of the infinite gems. Not only each gem can give the user omnipotent control in some aspects, including power, time, space, soul, reality, and mind. If someone can possess 6 gems at the same time, it can be said that nothing is impossible except making stones that he cannot lift. Especially when the reality gem is blessed by the power of other gems, it can really turn ideas into real reality. This may have surpassed the existence above the 5th dimension, or even surpassed the 6th dimension. As the pinnacle of 5th dimensional people, Lu Yuan knows that if it is really the power of all the Infinity Stones in the main universe comic world, it is actually superior to the 5th dimension. There is also the heart of the universe, which is a legendary holy object. The heart of the universe is so powerful that even the tribunal of life is no match for the holder of a complete heart of the universe. The power of the living tribunal comes from the Oe, and it can be regarded as the messenger who handles the Marvel universe on behalf of the Oe. The living tribunal can even separate the collected Infinity Stones again, making it impossible for the Infinity Stones to get close to each other anymore, preventing more than 2 Infinity Stones from getting close to each other again. But even the life tribunal is no match for the holder of the incomplete heart of the universe. Thanos once said that the heart of the universe is superior to the Tesseract and the Infinity Stones. Because Thanos once obtained the complete heart of the universe and took this opportunity to see everything in the universe, he found that there were too many mistakes in the universe that he thought could not be repaired. So he decided to destroy the universe in which he was located and restore it. Shape the universe. At that time, except for Oe, almost all superheroes and gods were trying their best to take action, but in the end they couldn't stop it. The reason why the heart of the universe is so powerful is that it is said that the heart of the universe actually originates from Oe and is part of the power of Oe. So even Lu Yuan was moved. Oe is actually willing to spend such a large sum of money, granted part of his power to himself. The DC god on the side waited for Oe to finish speaking and said not to be outdone. I will also give you power, the power of origin, the emotional spectrum, and the Omega effect, that is, Darkseid's Omega rays and the source of his power, the anti-life equation, and everything. Those can be said to be almost the origin and supreme power of the DC universe. They actually made such a promise? But why? If someone can really get so much power, even if it's not me, just another person would be enough, right? Lu Yuan questioned again. Because he secretly calculated that if someone could master so many terrifying powers at the same time, he could completely surpass the level of the multiverse, and even reach the level of the omnipotent universe with omniscience and omnipotence. Even the 2 great gods in front of us are omnipotent in the universe, aren't they? Lu Yuan was secretly speechless. Are you trying to create a god? But why is it him? Because of what you did. Oe suddenly opened his hands and showed all the experiences that had happened since Lu Yuan came to Earth in the Marvel universe. What did Lu Yuan do after coming here? In fact, it can be summarized in a simple sentence. He has been eating and waiting to die, and looking for something to do as a pastime. However, with Lu Yuan's current strength, it is impossible for anyone to be so honest, right? Maybe some people will become ambitious because of this, and even want to conquer the world, because that can be achieved too easily. With the current power of the Earth, the highest level is the Heavenly Father level of Ancient One, unless there are other hidden powers. But looking at the development plot of the movie universe, if it doesn't even force a tragic ending like Avengers 3, then it really doesn't exist anymore. If Lu Yuan wanted to, he could lift the moon to the ground, and no one would dare to disapprove. But he didn't do that. It was more like he didn't want to get involved in human affairs, nor did he join any forces. He even wanted to find ways to make money on his own. Brother, just go to the universe and find a meteorite with a higher gold content and bring it back. Isn't it the fastest way to make money? Oe and DC God both maintain an appreciative attitude towards all Lu Yuan's actions. To put it bluntly, our level is not suitable to join humans or any other creature or race. You have a good understanding. Lu Yuan touched his nose. He just didn't have a sense of belonging to this universe yet. His original plan was to have fun first. As long as he found a way, he would return to DC at any time. As a result, now he is praised instead. 61. Lu Yuan has become a god? Wrong. I almost got cheated. In short, no matter what the reason is, it seems that Lu Yuan is favored by the 2 great gods. Oe even opened its hands to Lu Yuan. In his left heart, 6 truly terrifying Infinity Stones from the comic book world of the main universe slowly floated in front of Lu Yuan. Then there is his right hand, a bright planet, emitting dazzling light like the sun. That is the heart of the universe. In the comics, when Thanos saw the complete heart of the universe for the first time, it was like facing a star. The 2 divine objects were actually taken out of thin air by Oe. I don't know if he had prepared them in advance, or if he just conjured them up on the spot. The DC god on the side also took action. First, the emotional spectrum turned into 10 rays of light and landed in front of Lu Yuan. The emotional spectrum was originally used by the Guardians of the Oe Star Universe to protect the universe, and they created corresponding light rings, which are red lights symbolizing anger, green lights symbolizing will, yellow lights symbolizing fear, and orange lights symbolizing greed. Lamps, blue lamps symbolizing hope, green lamps symbolizing compassion, and purple lamps symbolizing love. But few people know that the emotional spectrum also includes a black light, which symbolizes death, and a white light, which symbolizes life. There is even a so-called original light ring on top of it, which is also the original light ring. At this time, DC God directly displayed the 10 powers of the emotional spectrum. Naturally, it did not appear in the form of a lantern ring, and it did not need to be recharged like the 7 lantern core. It is the most original and pure, coming from the power of origin and the mysterious spectrum of emotions beyond the wall of origin. There are many other origin powers that have also been displayed by DC God. The DC universe was created by God, and everything is at his fingertips, which means that the most powerful power of the DC universe is just a part. Even the Omega effect that created Darkseid, the anti-life equation that created the anti-monitor, and all the other forces came before Lu Yuan. As long as he agrees, as long as he is willing to become the apostle of the two gods, and help them defeat the OBA and the giant beast's chosen spokesperson, he will have at his fingertips these powers that even the gods of the universe would be jealous of. In the end, Lu Yuan still failed to withstand the test of temptation. He stretched out his hands, and one hand reached into the bright light from DC God, and all the power suddenly poured into his body. In the other hand, the 6 infinity stones finally turned into a bright light, and along with the heart of the universe, which was like the sun, it also penetrated into Lu Yuan's body. The infinity stones in the comic universe are indeed different from the infinity stones in the movie universe. The infinity stones in the movie universe cannot be used easily, and will consume the user's life violently. Even after Thanos puts on the complete infinity gauntlet, it seems that his power will be weakened, which is far worse than not wearing it at all. But Lu Yuan's feelings were different. The power of the 6 infinity stones was like a universe, allowing his overall strength to rise to a new level again. Especially the heart of the universe made Lu Yuan's eyes bloom with golden light, and even his 5-meter-long body became much more majestic again, approaching 10 meters. Lu Yuan seemed to be able to see the entire universe in his eyes. He did not use supervision, but looked down at the entire Marvel universe from a perspective similar to that of God. It has even transcended a single cinematic universe, and is instead monitoring the entire infinite multiverse. There is the world of the old version of Spider-Man, the fighting figure of the Amazing Spider-Man, the first battle of the X-Men, the classic trilogy of the X-Men, and even a sealed Deadpool, and the Deadpool who acts cheap and cute. Of course, Deadpool also gave him the middle finger. Turning his head, Lu Yuan saw many comics universes, the Secret Invasion event, the Civil War, Tony's spine being broken by Captain Marvel, and so on. He even saw the future scenes. Avengers 1 fights Loki, Avengers 2 fights Ultron, Avengers 3 and 4 fights Thanos. Not to mention the cosmic space in this universe. Turning his head again, Lu Yuan looked towards DC. On the other side of the gate, he also saw the magnificent wall of origin thanks to the blessing of countless mysterious powers of origin. And outside the wall of origin, a huge pure white existence was also looking at him. Too weak. However, Taishu did not stare at Lu Yuan for a long time, but showed his flaws to him. Inside that flaw is the DC universe, which is also an infinite multiverse, but currently only the 52 universes represented by the 52 Earths are most conspicuously displayed there. And the DC universe is different. Each universe is isolated by a wall of origin, and outside the wall of origin, there are still many mysterious darknesses. Even under the wall of origin, there's a creation god level goddess suppressed. She is sleeping, but she will wake up eventually, and the wall of origin will collapse by then, right? Lu Yuan also saw more. Among the 52 universes, no matter which universe it is in, Krypton will be destroyed. Krypton's destruction has long been doomed. In fact, from 100,000 years ago, when they expelled Lu Yuan with silent eyes, they chose to find another way. By the time, their destruction was already inevitable. Lu Yuan sighed and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was detached, transcendent, far above the god of creation, more like a being who controlled everything, observing everything in the two universes with such eyes. 0. Then Lu Yuan seemed to realize something. He opened his eyes suddenly and cursed. Damn, I almost got fooled by you. Damn it. The Infinity Stones and the heart of the universe can't be taken to the DC universe, can they? The laws of the two universes, they are all different. The Infinity Stones and the heart of the universe are useless at DC, right? After he calmed down, he seemed to come to his senses. He could already see the rules and immediately realized that he had almost been deceived. And you, old man, your origin power is from DC. It has no meaning in Marvel. Lu Yuan was about to pull God's beard. Anyway, he now understands that he is their apostle, and even the two great gods will not harm him. So Lu Yuan almost jumped on his feet and cursed before he understood. Isn't it? How could Marvel's Infinity Stones be used by DC? Although the heart of the universe is part of the power of OA, it is useless because the DC universe is the territory of DC God. The opposite is also true. There is no power of origin in the Marvel universe, and there is no wall of origin. So what's wrong? As for the various powers Lu Yuan has shown before, they are derived from his own power, including the concept of the fifth dimension, which also exists in the Marvel universe. That's why he retained his power. But the power of these external objects is different. He was almost cheated, but he was also cheated one day. 62. It is never better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Faced with Lu Yuan's anger, OA and DC God didn't really care, and they both had smiles on their faces, as if they had already guessed that he would explode. No wonder Lu Yuan was angry. He only realized after experiencing the divine perspective just now that the laws of the two universes are completely different, which means that many laws of the Marvel universe are incompatible with the DC universe. For example, if the Flash of the DC universe and Quicksilver of the Marvel universe are simply faster than each other, the Flash must be faster, because the Flash's speed is also the speed of light, while Quicksilver is generally considered to be the speed of sound. However, Quicksilver's speed comes from his own power as a mutant. The Flash's power comes from the blessing of the Speed Force. The Speed Force is the law of the DC universe. If the Flash comes to the Marvel universe, he will not be Quicksilver's opponent. It's such a simple principle of 310. Just like Lu Yuan, although he came to Marvel from DC, he used his own power before. Just like Quicksilver was not affected by the DC universe, it was his own power. But now, you may not be able to use the powers you get, so that's not cheating. Now in front of two great gods, and with the space gate connecting the two universes, he can use the power of laws of the two universes. Once the connection is lost, he can only use the power of which universe he is in. Don't you give me an explanation? Lu Yuan glared at the two of them. He worked for them, but ended up being cheated. Is that reliable? Oye glanced at DC God. The old man is good at covering his beard with his hands. It seems that he is also worried that Lu Yuan will come up and grab his beard. Don't worry, God comforted Lu Yuan. After all, these powers are from outside, given to you by us. Why don't you turn them into your own power? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, as if he thought of something, but he wasn't sure. Oye also nodded and said, if you only rely on the power we give you, you will not be able to defeat your opponent. You may even have to face OBA and the giant beast in person. What will you do then? It is impossible for us. I will always protect you. In the final analysis, it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Lu Yuan has already understood. Do you want me to master these powers? That's right. Before the war really comes, you have to turn these powers into your own. Only in this way can you help us. Oa and God both nodded and acknowledged Lu Yuan's guess. And Lu Yuan even took a breath of cold air. It was worthy of the two great gods to train him so much. Who was his enemy? Oa sighed softly. Since you have seen it before, you should also know. OBA even controlled Hulk to go berserk in a certain universe, not only destroying that universe, but also ruling for more than 10 billion years. And this is just an attempt by OBA. After all, OBA's real purpose is to destroy the entire Marvel multiverse. Only in this way can he escape the prison of hell. DC God also said, although the DC universe was indeed created by me, and all concepts and laws are stipulated by me, but the DC universe was born from Taishu. Taishu once observed the universe and left behind when he left. The original Watcher. Then the Monitor clan was born, and the entire civilization began to prosper and multiply. But until one day, a Monitor suddenly discovered that all of them, including all life and existence in the entire DC universe, were parasite-like existences, parasitic on Taishu's body. So the Watcher finally became corrupted, and deliberately drank the blood of heaven, and then became the Dark Watcher, and even his name began to be changed to Mandrake. He once became a great fear that threatened the entire DC universe. But what Mandrake didn't understand was that Taishu didn't mind his own flaws. On the contrary, this flaw was something he deliberately preserved because the story that happened in the flaw was what he expected. Mandrake has fallen into boundless darkness, and there is a darkness even more terrifying than him. I'm worried that the giant beast will confuse them. By then, even you may have to carry the thinking machine Superman to fight, and you may not be able to win. DC God is a little worried. Without being able to take action himself, he could only place his hopes on Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan's enemies may be extremely terrifying. That's why he and Oa spared no effort to send such powerful power and laws. The power of the heart of the universe alone can easily wipe out a universe, not even the tribunal of life. No matter how transcendent the god in the universe is, in front of the power given by Oa, he will be wiped out like fly ash with a wave of his hand. 0. But what Lu Yuan has to consider now is not how to rely on these powers, but to turn these powers into his own. Only then can he realize their hopes. Lu Yuan, we hope that you can use the power of Marvel to defeat the enemies from DC, and then use the power of DC to defeat the enemies of Marvel. In the end, you may even help us gather the power of the two worlds to defeat the OBA and the giant beast. Ambition. Only you can do this. It seems that the two great gods really favor Lu Yuan very much, and even said that only he can do such a thing. I can even promise you a condition. Suddenly, DC God took the initiative to say to Lu Yuan, I know your thoughts and wishes of protecting your hometown, but you have also seen that no matter which universe you are in, Krypton's destruction is inevitable and unstoppable. Lu Yuan could only nod silently. He had indeed witnessed it. Even though the DC universe actually still has infinite multiverses, Krypton in every universe cannot escape the end of destruction in the end. This also made him feel powerless. When everything is over, I can help you open up a universe that belongs to you alone, God said suddenly. Just like the privileges I gave to Lucifer and Michael. If the DC universe even has God, then there will naturally be angels 2.0. Among them, Michael and Lucifer are the most special, because they are already close to omniscient and omnipotent beings, equivalent to half of God. Then God gave them the privilege to open up their own universes outside of the DC universe. Michael created his own heaven, and Lucifer created his own hell. Once their worlds merge, they will almost become the same as the DC universe. DC God said this. You can create your own universe to protect your fellow Kryptonians. There, you can make your own rules. Krypton does not have to be unable to escape the fate of destruction. Finally, Lu Yuan was completely moved. I'll do this deal, but I have to pay more. More money? Well, it's subconscious behavior. Get used to it. 63. Worship Gu Yi as your teacher? After Lu Yuan finally agreed to become an apostle to the two great gods, OAA and DC God left with satisfaction. Then Lu Yuan looked at Krypton on the other side of the door again. Time was still stopped. He looked at the moment when Krypton was about to be destroyed and the two Krypton spaceships escaping from their homeland one after another. He closed his eyes deeply with pain on his face. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lu Yuan opened his eyes wide again, because he discovered that there was a special spacecraft parked in the sky above Krypton, which was about to be destroyed. Lu Yuan originally thought that the spaceship was from Krypton, but now it doesn't look like it. One is that the style of the spaceship is different from that of Krypton, and another thing is that the spaceship looks like a huge head. Lu Yuan looked at the spaceship with bright eyes and realized that the spacecraft was digging something from Krypton. What it excavated was not the suddenness of Krypton, but a city. That city is called Kandor, an ancient city that existed as early as 100,000 years ago. Moreover, Kandor City is the main territory of the Al family, which was once under the rule of Lu Yuan. Even as early as 250,000 years ago in 06, the city of Kandor already existed, and was where the temple of the original god of Krypton, Leo, was located. This city was excavated by the spaceship at this time, shrunk countless times, and placed into a glass bottle. Lu Yuan felt a little relieved. He did not do anything impulsively anymore. Even DC God and OAA personally took action to stop him. It is conceivable that the only thing about the origin of Superman cannot be missed. Apart from that, it doesn't matter what he does. Superman is so special, but having the survivors of a city in a glass bottle is enough. Lu Yuan took a long breath. He deeply remembered the appearance and smell of the spaceship. He would come to visit him in the future. Finally looking at the scene on the other side of the door, Lu Yuan slowly closed the space door opened by the golden circle, and then reopened the door to Tony's house. As a result, he found that Tony and Pepper were living in a world of two. The two were busy in the kitchen sweetly, which was not easy to disturb. Lu Yuan had no choice but to change his position, and after much thought, he took aim at Natasha's whereabouts. By chance, Natasha was resting at home, and on this rare day off, she could finally have a good sleep. Well, that's it. As Lu Yuan made his decision, time resumed flowing again. Gu Yi blinked. She seemed to feel something vaguely, but she was not sure. After all, Ancient One has held the time stone for so many years and is still somewhat sensitive to the breath of time. But she still didn't notice anything strange, not even the countless great gods from the two infinite multiverses. Because after all, it was the means of two, or even five supreme, all-knowing and all-powerful beings. So how could it leave any traces? Gu Yi glanced at Lu Yuan, and then looked forward. When he saw Natasha's sleeping face, he couldn't help but shake his head with a black line. What is this mess? I have to say that Natasha, as an elite agent, also has keen senses. Coupled with the wind coming from the portal, she woke up immediately. Subconsciously taking out a pistol from under the pillow, Natasha sat up and fired 3 bursts at Lu Yuan. In fact, she had already seen Lu Yuan clearly when she sat up. When time resumed flowing, Lu Yuan also returned to his human form. But so what? She just wanted to shoot on purpose. Dang dang dang. The bullets hit Lu Yuan's body and turned into flying sparks and were bounced away. Lu Yuan was fine at all. Natasha gritted her teeth in anger and angrily shouted, "Rogue." Lu Yuan also looked at Natasha helplessly. I didn't know you were sleeping, and I thought that if you were on a mission, I could help. Of course he was making excuses. He had clearly seen Natasha resting when time stopped before, but he did not change positions. Natasha rolled her eyes and noticed that the situation in front of her seemed to be special, but she was smart enough not to ask. Instead, she grabbed what Lu Yuan had just said and asked, "So willing to help me? Why don't you join us?" Uh-huh. The door to space was closed neatly by Lu Yuan. Whoosh. On the other side, Natasha picked up a pillow and threw it at it. What a hateful guy. Lu Yuan turned around, took off the hanging ring with a calm expression, and put it into his pocket. Gu Yi just looked at him without saying anything. Although the hanging ring has magical power, this power still lies in the mage himself. Without magic talent, the hanging ring cannot be activated, so it's okay to give it to him. How is it? I have a talent for magic, right? Lu Yuan did not forget his second purpose. In addition to observing the time gem, his most important thing was to know whether he could learn magic. There is no doubt about the strength of the Kryptonians on the physical side, but their strength on the magical side is almost non-existent. There is no other way except to rely on their own strong physical fitness to resist. If he could learn magic, he would be able to master an additional skill that would be useful in the future. Especially now that he has become someone else's apostle, he may encounter terrible enemies in the future. Of course, the more power, the better. Gu Yi nodded. You do have magic talent, and it is far beyond my imagination. Even Doctor Strange, whom the Ancient One considered to be the best among the Sorcerers Supreme, didn't have such a smooth start at the beginning. But Lu Yuan succeeded the first time, and even opened the door to the DC universe in 310, which is indeed remarkable. Of course, it has a lot to do with the concepts of Lu Yuan and Strange. Lu Yuan believed in magic, but Strange initially just wanted to heal his hands and did not believe in himself. This gap is very important. Since I have magic talent, I plan to stay here for a while and then learn your magic, Lu Yuan said to himself, not treating himself as an outsider at all. This shameless familiarity made even Gu Yi roll his eyes in amusement and annoyance. She has lived for so many years, and this is the first time she has encountered such a messy and self-talking person. But Gu Yi did not refuse. Instead, he asked the librarian not far away to come over, arrange a room for him. Then the Ancient One will leave. You won't teach me? Lu Yuan questioned. Gu Yi looked at him strangely. didn't you say you wouldn't accept me as your teacher? So of course she wouldn't teach it herself. Master, Lu Yuan immediately folded his hands and bent down. It is said that there is a time for success, and there is a specialization in the arts, not to mention that the three of us must have my teacher. Lu Yuan is flexible and flexible. In order to learn the magic of Kamatage and Gu Yi as soon as possible, what if I become a teacher? Gu Yi pressed his hand on his temple, which was already starting to hurt, and he was already beginning to regret it. 64. The first day of school. Even Gu Yi didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so adaptable. In order to learn her magic, he even worshipped her as his teacher. But in Lu Yuan's opinion, this was nothing. Why should I teach you magic? He himself is not the kind of person who takes offense, and naturally he will not do anything like bullying others. Tony gave Lu Yuan shares and salary because he could help Tony. But what about Ancient One? Again, why should people teach you? It was already a great honor for Gu Yi to let Lu Yuan read those magic books casually. But Lu Yuan knew in his heart that he was a layman, and if he wanted to truly master magic, the supreme mage in front of him was the best master. In this case, you won't lose any weight by becoming a master, so what are you afraid of? In this way, Lu Yuan became a disciple of Ancient One and temporarily lived in Kamatage. He had already made plans to go down the mountain after learning magic. During this period, I also called Tony and told him about the situation here. When Tony learned that there was magic in the world and that the legend about Kamatage turned out to be true, he was very interested and wanted to come over. But he was stopped by Lu Yuan, Sorcerer Supreme Iron Man. Okay, Tony did become the Sorcerer Supreme in one of the comics, but at least for now, Tony is still going to be Iron Man. The morning after Lu Yuan came to Kamatage, a man broke into his room. Hello, my name is Mo, and I am your senior brother. The man greeted Lu Yuan, who was woken up with a smile. It seemed that he did it on purpose. Lu Yuan resisted the urge to beat the future villain Baron Mordo to death, sat up, and asked, is something wrong? He didn't care if the other person was his senior brother. Anyway, all Lu Yuan cared about was learning magic from Gu Yi, who had become his master. And Modu didn't care. He didn't know how dangerous Lu Yuan's idea was. Master Gu Yi wants us to go over. Modu called Gu Yi by his name, because that's how they are called here. Add mage after the other person's name to show respect. Okay, Lu Yuan had no choice but to get up. He didn't have time to wash up, so he put on his clothes and went out with Modu. When he came to the yard outside, Lu Yuan saw many people had gotten up and were training under the leadership of some people. It seemed that Lu Yuan got up too late. Blank. Those people are all disciples recruited by Kamatage. It seems that there are still many people with magic talents. And Gu Yi won't be too harsh. As long as there are no big flaws in his character, she will accept him. Unless you are like Doctor Strange, who is ready to cultivate vigorously, but also really has a big character flaw, you will polish it. Woke up. When Lu Yuan followed Mo to a corner of the yard, Gu Yi, who had also gotten up early, was wearing a chic robe and holding a folding fan in his hand to fan himself. He asked jokingly, did you sleep well? Comfortable. Lu Yuan shrugged. Would he say that he had slept in the core of the sun for 100,000 years? It's okay, but it's a pity that I can't have a drink. Both Modu and Gu Yi have black hair. What do you think this is? Bar? Have a drink, you can tell. There is tea. Gu Yi said casually. Her tea-making skills were excellent. Lu Yuan shook his head. He just got up and drank tea before eating? I heard that tea drunkenness is worse than a hangover, so forget it. Then let's get started. Gu Yi nodded towards Modu. Lu Yuan felt confused. What started? But he saw Modu suddenly spread out a chain of energy between his hands, and then whipped it out. Lu Yuan subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed it, then pulled Modu over and kicked him. Modu let out a muffled groan and flew dozens of meters before landing. Gu opened his mouth and asked, what are you doing? Lu Yuan felt confused. Why did he attack me? Gu Yi sighed. He is showing you an example. Haven't you seen how he did it? Well, it turns out that Modu didn't want to attack Lu Yuan, but he was more witty and easy to joke around. In fact, he wouldn't hit Lu Yuan, but aimed at the floor next to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pretended to be innocent. Gu Yi had nothing to do with him, and it was indeed Modu who started the mischief. Fortunately, Lu Yuan didn't use too much force, otherwise Mo Du would have been carried away. After calming down for a long time, Mo Du came back from afar with lingering fear. Holding his stomach, Mo Du stood vigilantly in the distance and asked Lu Yuan, who are you? Why are you so strong? Lu Yuan snickered in his heart, not to mention Modu. Even Abomination and the fat green man were beaten by him to the point where they were unable to fight back. Okay, come and give it a try. Modu did not argue with Lu Yuan, but at least this time he did not dare to joke casually anymore, and stood in the distance to demonstrate to Lu Yuan again. Modu put his hands together, then separated them, and a whip lock composed of pure energy was revealed again. Lu Yuan nodded secretly and imitated Modu's example. He successfully simulated it after only one use. Moreover, the whip lock in Lu Yuan's hand was much thicker than Modu's, and it looked like a whip. Modu looked at Ancient One, who nodded. His talent is indeed beyond my imagination. It seems that it cannot be repeated. Master Modu, take him to the library and let him browse at will. Wait a minute, did you agree to teach me personally? Lu Yuan was unhappy. If he was sent away like this, wouldn't he have become a disciple in vain? Didn't he want to get Gu Yi's personal guidance? Gu Yi smiled. You want to run before you learn to walk? You don't even know the basics of magic. Even if you want to learn advanced magic, you have to read those basic books first. Well, even Lu Yuan felt that Gu Yi was right, so he finally had to go to the library where he had been yesterday. Looking at the densely packed bookshelves and magic books again, even Lu Yuan felt his scalp numb. But he could only bite the bullet and follow. 8, 5, 6, 1, 0, 9, 7, 8, 2. Linglong, Modu forward. The first is the most basic first row. Above is the book that Lu Yuan needs to read thoroughly. It contains information about what magic is and some philosophical content. At the same time, there are also some records of how to cast some magic. Modu placed each book on Lu Yuan one by one, asking him to hold it with both hands, and finally took a dozen books. Are you planning to let Lu Yuan read slowly at night after going back? Lu Yuan sighed. If I had to do all the reading by myself, I really shouldn't have become a master yesterday. What's the point of this, master? Modu smiled and thought to himself, you didn't become your disciple yourself? Again, he explained, the books and contents you see now were collected by Master Gu Yi over the years and compiled and annotated by his own hands. Although he didn't say it, he still didn't agree with Lu Yuan's words in his heart. Without the efforts of the predecessors, how could future generations enjoy peace of mind? 65. Alert the Dark Lord Dormammu. Tasty. Although Gu Yi did not personally teach Lu Yuan about magic, Gu Yi lent Lu Yuan the magic books she had collected and compiled over the years. I have to say that those magic books are quite interesting. Even Lu Yuan fell into it unknowingly, because he discovered that Kamatage's magic was not simple, and even involved a lot of research in the spiritual field and soul. For example, just in the evening, Lu Yuan had mastered the method of letting the soul leave the body. That's right, Modu selected so many books for him, thinking that he would have to stay up late at night to read them. But I never expected that Lu Yuan, as a Superman, has super learning ability. Not only can he read 10 lines at a glance, but he also has a photographic memory, and his understanding ability even exceeds ordinary people's common sense. So he not only memorized the contents of those books, but also mastered what was recorded. At this time, Lu Yuan tried to get out of his body and enter a special state where his soul was out of body. Lu Yuan's body was seen lying quietly on the bed behind him, while his soul was emitting bright colorful light and stood there with a body of 10 meters. He now has the appearance and posture of Doomsday, and the heart of the universe, and the complete set of infinity stones from the main universe comic world that he received from OA are following his soul. That is already 310 the power bound to his soul, but it is a pity that the many divine powers of the DC universe cannot be reflected. Lu Yuan floated in front of the window, raising his head and looking ahead. Suddenly, Lu Yuan flew forward and broke into a special area. That is the spiritual world, a world where all physical matter does not exist, and only the spirit exists. The world was so bright and bizarre that it couldn't be described in words. Lu Yuan also felt fresh and opened his mind to feel everything in this world. He even gained something, realizing that the soul can be connected with this world, and even draw power from the spiritual world to become his own power. What Lu Yuan didn't know was that when he did this to connect his soul with the spiritual world, he accidentally awakened an existence. It was a dark lord whose body was almost as big as the earth. After feeling Lu Yuan's spirit, the huge body felt incredible and secretly happy, and quickly turned into a black shadow and came from a distance. It's the breath of the earth. Someone has broken through the spiritual realm and is absorbing the power of the spiritual world. If I use him as a breakthrough, I can engulf the earth. The dark existence couldn't help but let out a cry of joy, and moved as fast as possible came in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and felt something strange. At some point, he was surrounded by darkness, and a huge guy with a human head, but not a human, appeared in front of him. Hello human, I am the Dark Lord Dormammu. Let me give you power. Haha. It turns out that he is Dormammu. For Dormammu, although Lu Yuan at this time was the image of the Doomsday, he was 10 meters tall. However, it is still too small. Dormammu is as huge as the earth, and as the Dark Lord, the dark world he truly controls is even larger. So Dormammu underestimated Lu Yuan and thought arrogantly that Lu Yuan would never dare to confront him and would pounce forward. At this moment, a golden power suddenly flew from below and turned into a sharp blade with a halo, piercing the blockade surrounding Lu Yuan. It was Ancient One. She felt Dormammu's dark aura, so she arrived in time and attacked using the folding fan as a makeshift weapon. However, when he saw Lu Yuan's appearance, Gu-Yi was still stunned for a moment. She recovered immediately and shouted, "Come back quickly." Gu-Yi's eyes were full of anxiety, because she knew how dangerous the situation was at this moment. Once Dormammu was connected to Lu Yuan's spirit, Dormammu's will would invade Lu Yuan's soul and body. At that time, Dormammu can control Lu Yuan and even come to Earth through the connection with Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan didn't look back and continued to look up at Dormammu in front of him. Gu-Yi was anxious. Had Lu Yuan been tricked? It's not that she didn't know that Lu Yuan might be very powerful, but Gu-Yi knew better that Lu Yuan's power came from the power of his body, and his level in the field of magic was only at the entry level, not even an apprentice. So Gu-Yi was very worried whether Lu Yuan had been controlled by Dormammu. Only Dormammu knew that he had not yet had time to control Lu Yuan. But it doesn't matter, Gu-Yi has no time to stop him. He is already in front of Lu Yuan. As long as he pounces forward, the huge spiritual power will be enough to shatter Lu Yuan's spirit and even soul. This was what he thought and what he did. So Dormammu threw himself at Lu Yuan without any precautions. Lu Yuan didn't move the whole time, as if he had been frightened. It wasn't until Dormammu jumped on him that Lu Yuan muttered to himself thoughtfully, "Such a huge spiritual power. If you eat it, won't it all turn into is it mine?" Dormammu was stunned and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Is he a fool? He is the Lord of Darkness. But he had no worries and couldn't stop anymore. He finally bumped into Lu Yuan. What Gu-Yi was most worried about happened. He couldn't help but close his eyes and began to think of countermeasures, how to welcome Dormammu's attack. But at this moment, Dormammu suddenly let out a cry of grief. What is this? Wait a minute. Why is your soul so powerful? Why is your spiritual power bigger than the entire spiritual world I've seen? You, who is he? No, Dormammu, who took the initiative to rush into Lu Yuan's soul, began to struggle. He wanted to get out. He desperately wanted to get rid of Lu Yuan, because he saw an incredible scene in Lu Yuan's soul and spirit. Lu Yuan sneered, "Nonsense. The soul gem and the mind gem. One increased the strength of his soul, the other increased his spiritual realm. How could Dormammu imagine it? And there is also the heart of the universe." The stupid Dormammu just bumped into him, but he ended up like a little white rabbit who had fallen into a trap. Lu Yuan licked the corners of his mouth and looked into the distance again. Dormammu's main consciousness has not dissipated, but he values Dormammu's entire dark realm. Come here, all of them. Lu Yuan opened his hands and exerted force like he was pulling something. The boundless realm of darkness came directly in front of Lu Yuan and finally submerged into his soul. Belch. Even Lu Yuan burped in the end, as if he had eaten a lot of good food. Dormammu's voice has disappeared. Below, Gu-Yi looked at all this stupidly. Dormammu was the biggest and most important enemy she had fought against for so many years, but in the end, he was eaten by Lu Yuan. What did you do? Gu-Yi couldn't believe it until the end. Lu Yuan actually ate Dormammu. 66. Discovered the secret of Ancient One? Gu-Yi looked at Lu Yuan stupidly. At this time, Lu Yuan was also looking down at Gu-Yi. He discovered something. At this moment, some apprentices who had rested got up one after another because of the previous noise, especially Mo Du, who rushed over quickly and looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Have you learned to this extent? They are all mages, so of course they can see the state of Lu Yuan's soul. Although it's strange that his soul state is like a monster, it shouldn't be a big problem. There was also a mage with a similar status to Modo, named Cassius. Only his eyes looking at Lu Yuan shone with some deep meaning. Lu Yuan glanced at Gu-Yi again, said nothing, and quickly disappeared, returning to his own body. Outside, Gu-Yi pondered for a moment, and then began to expel the mages. Okay, nothing happened. Let's go back and rest. We have morning classes tomorrow. Dash. Yes, Master Gu-Yi. The apprentices were all disciples of Ancient One and did not dare to disobey, so they went back respectfully. Only Mordu and Cassius stayed, and they approached Ancient One to inquire about the situation. Modu smiled and said, "Congratulations on gaining another disciple." Emodu hadn't noticed anything yet, so he could still laugh and congratulated Gu-Yi. Judging from Lu Yuan's situation, he was another outstanding disciple. Although Emodu is a disciple of Gu-Yi, he usually doesn't speak in a lively manner, and his relationship is more like a teacher and a friend. Gu-Yi glanced at Emodu and sighed softly. That's right. Modu was in a daze. What do you mean? Cassius also spoke from the side. He seems to have been in contact with Dormammu. Cassius said not confidently. What? Mordu frowned. He also knew who Dormammu was. He was the monarch of the dark dimension, and he had been spying on the earth, wanting to devour it and come to the main plane. The Karmatage, led by Ancient One, exists to fight against Dormammu. Suddenly learning that Lu Yuan dared to secretly contact Dormammu, Modu's first reaction was to be furious, and he immediately said, "We must make it clear to him. No need to go." Gu-Yi sighed again and said with a headache. He did come into contact with Dormammu, but he has already eliminated Dormammu. What? Mordo exclaimed again, and even Cassius couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "This is impossible." Ancient E squinted at Cassius. Why is it impossible? She didn't say it, but the meaning was very clear. What do you mean? Cassius belatedly explained quickly. That's right. Dormammu is the dark monarch of the dark dimension. How can he be defeated? Even the Ancient One mage can only resist Dormammu's invasion, right? Yes. Even Ancient E could only passively resist Dormammu's invasion for so many years, but he never dared to imagine that he could defeat the opponent. Even she didn't hesitate to. Shaking his head slowly, Ancient One said, "This is what I saw with my own eyes. No need to doubt it. You can also inform everyone that Dormammu has been defeated. If they want to leave, they can leave at any time. Okay, I still have something to talk to Lu Yuan about." As he spoke, Gu-Yi walked towards Lu Yuan's dormitory without giving Modu and Cassius a chance to speak again. Mordo and Cassius looked at each other behind them, and finally had no choice but to leave. The other end, Lu Yuan has returned to his body and sat up, as if waiting for something. I have to say that although the overall environment was too plain, the space was still enough for Kamal Taj, so he had his own separate room on the first day. At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Gu-Yi stepped in. Lu Yuan was not surprised, because he was waiting for her. After entering, Gu-Yi turned around and closed the door, then stood at the door and looked at Lu Yuan, without speaking for a long time. Lu Yuan was also looking at Gu-Yi, and suddenly he smiled. No wonder you can live for so many years. He holds an ancient one secret. Gu Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he asked instead of answering, "Who are you? And who are you now? Are you Lu Yuan or Dormammu?" It seems that ancient one is not actually convinced that Lu Yuan really ate Dormammu, but suspects that Lu Yuan was possessed by Dormammu. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Just Dormammu? I thought he was such a powerful thing. Compared with me, it turned out to be nothing more than a firefly competing with the bright moon." Gu Yi watched him bragging with a dark look and felt sad at the same time. If Dormammu was like the difference between a bright moon and a firefly, what about him? Don't worry, Dormammu has been eaten by me. He and the entire dark dimension have become mine. Lu Yuan pointed at his head. I have to say that Dormammu and the entire dark dimension are still very powerful. The dark dimension is also part of the spiritual realm. It is a huge spiritual world that is enough to swallow the earth. Once Dormammu comes to the main plane, it will definitely become a huge disaster. Even Thanos wasn't enough in front of him. Unless it's Thanos from the Infinity Gauntlet. Don't think that Thanos is really invincible. In fact, Thanos' level in the comics is not high, unless he gets the Infinity Gauntlet, the heart of the universe, or even the Tesseract. Otherwise, both Odin and Ancient One could defeat him. Of course, it cannot be denied that Thanos is indeed one of the most popular villains in the Marvel Universe. Just like Darkseid's status in the DC Universe. Even if the DC movie universe has not yet appeared, the popularity of the uncle cannot be denied. 0. Gu Yi still stared deeply at Lu Yuan with his previous eyes, and asked again, "Who are you? With your power, you don't have to come to me to learn these basic magics. After all, the essence of power is with the same origin. Your powerful mental power alone can crush all the fancy magic, isn't it?" No wonder Gu Yi is so suspicious, because Lu Yuan has shown a mental power that can even feed Dormammu and the entire dark dimension. Why does he need to study here and worship himself as his teacher? Who is he? What's the purpose? In fact, it was Gu Yi who misunderstood Lu Yuan. Before that, Lu Yuan got a complete set of Infinity Stones and a complete heart of the universe from Oe, so he easily swallowed up Dormammu who had fallen into a trap. Before Lu Yuan got these, even he would have been in trouble if he really started a war with the Dark Lord Dormammu in the spiritual realm. After all, he is better at physical strength. So Lu Yuan shook his head and said, "It is said that there are morning and evening arts and specializations. I am just mentally stronger, but I am like a child holding a gun and don't know how to use it. So I hope you can give me some advice, otherwise what happens? One day my power will explode, and I might destroy the world." He didn't tell the secrets about the two great gods and the Infinity Stones, and he was right to say so. Also, Lu Yuan said with a meaningful expression, "It's my turn to ask questions. My good teacher, it turns out that you are the mole who has been colluding with Dormammu." 67. Gu Yi's true position. One sentence left Gu Yi speechless. As expected, Gu Yi didn't seem surprised. Lu Yuan looked deeply at Ancient One. Ever since he swallowed Dormammu, he felt a different feeling. That is, there was a connection between Dormammu and Ancient One. It turns out that the reason why the Ancient One is able to live forever is because she has been absorbing the power of Dormammu and drawing power from the dark dimension of Dormammu. It seems that there is some unknown relationship between her and Dormammu. Lu Yuan was still sitting there, which was actually a bit rude. But from another perspective, Lu Yuan has now swallowed Dormammu and the entire dark dimension. Now it has become that if Ancient One still wants to maintain his life and youth, he must continue to draw strength from Lu Yuan. The identities of both parties quietly changed. Lu Yuan became Gu Yi's host, and 310, Gu Yi became a parasite that relied on his nutrients to survive. Looking at it this way, it seems reasonable that Lu Yuan is sitting while Gu Yi is standing. I have not severed this connection. Lu Yuan looked at Gu Yi. I will continue to provide you with life force, but I need an explanation. What is your position? Just now, Gu Yi had been questioning Lu Yuan, and now it was his turn to question Gu Yi's position. Gu Yi smiled dumbly. What is her position? I have lived for I don't know how many years, hundreds of years, or thousands of years. Gu Yi looked at Lu Yuan calmly and generously. Without any excuse, he just said in a calm tone. In the earliest times, there were still people on the earth. There is no sorcerer supreme, at least no great one who can stand up to Dormammu. At that time, Dormammu had already wanted to devour the earth to achieve his ambition of breaking into the main plane. He attempted to annex the entire universe. There was no other way, so I had to take the initiative to agree to help him. Taking this opportunity to gain powerful power, I had the opportunity to build 3 holy sanctuaries and use them to resist Dormammu's invasion. What's my position? He's just a little person who pretends to be powerful and can only rely on Dormammu's power to fight against him. He's not worth mentioning. Gu Yi couldn't help but smile a little self-deprecatingly at the end, his smile full of bitterness. She did not deny that she had indeed taken refuge in Dormammu, but her surrender was false. She made the decision to resist Dormammu. All she did was to gain the power to fight against Dormammu. After all, she still wants to protect the earth. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded and said with a thoughtful look on his face. Power itself is not divided into good and bad, whether it is dark or crazy. The only person who can distinguish between good and bad is the person who drives the power. If it is for protection, then the power of darkness is also good. If it is for destruction, then the power of light is also terrifying. Just like him. In order to protect Krypton from being destroyed by the new gods of Apocalypse, he resurrected from the dead and transformed into the monster Doomsday. And he also had to fight to the death. Finally, Darkseid's true form was defeated. What is good? What is bad? Superman's name does sound like Wang Weizhang. Lu Yuan was also a Superman back then, but he has no choice. As Superman, he is dead. Only by becoming Doomsday can he protect Krypton. So he did it without hesitation, and eventually became the hero of protecting Krypton. It's a pity that he was not understood at that time, so he had to leave alone. Therefore, Lu Yuan is not so superficial. Just because Gu Yi has absorbed the power of the dark dimension, and just because she has a connection with Dormammu, she unilaterally believes that Gu Yi is a bad person. On the contrary, he understood Gu Yi very well. When he had no choice, he thought of a way to compromise, and then gained Dormammu's trust, and then used Dormammu's power to firmly resist Dormammu in the spiritual realm outside the earth. Gu Yi looked at Lu Yuan with complicated eyes. As one of the oldest people on Earth, she could feel that Lu Yuan had also experienced something. It's just that Gu Yi didn't ask any more questions, and there was one more thing to confirm at the moment. Did you indeed swallow Dormammu in the dark dimension? Is there no hidden danger? How could it be possible to eat such a huge Dormammu in the entire dark dimension just for the sake of it? Gu Yi was worried about future troubles. In the end, Lu Yuan shook his head and comforted. Don't worry, I may know things about the spiritual realm and soul level better than you. In fact, it is full of dangers. Once there is entanglement at the mental or soul level, there will be engulfment or fusion. Signs. To put it simply, the stronger party will devour the weaker party entirely, and the two evenly matched parties will merge into a whole. Because there is no physical relationship in the spiritual realm, it is like 2 drops of water, easily becoming a whole. As for Lu Yuan, because his spirit and soul levels are too strong, with the blessing of countless divine powers from the 2 great gods Oe and DC God, Dormammu seems to be too far behind. 0. So he threw himself into a trap, as if Lu Yuan opened his mouth, and he rushed into Lu Yuan's mouth like a ginseng fruit, and was eaten up by him. Gu Yi looked at Lu Yuan in shock. He actually said he was more powerful than the entire dark dimension? How terrifying is Lu Yuan's spiritual power? The Heavenly Father level, which is the Ancient One at the same level as Odin, relies on a little power drawn from Dormammu and the dark dimension to become immortal. One can imagine how powerful the dark dimension is. As a result, such terrifying power was taken by Lu Yuan so lightly. Gu Yi pressed his hand on his aching temple, feeling speechless. Of course, if Gu Yi knew that Lu Yuan's soul had been bound to the Infinity Stones, or a full set of Infinity Stones, he would no longer have any doubts. After all, the original setting of the Soul Gem once claimed that there was a complete independent universe in it. The Soul Stone can steal, control, and change the other person's soul, and can create souls out of thin air. It is also the entrance to a small universe as beautiful as an idyllic. At the same time, the soul stone itself also contains huge energy and can even contain the entire multiverse. Dormammu dares to compete with Lu Yuan, whose soul level is higher. Are you crazy? After all, he is just an individual in a single universe. How can he compare with the 2.0 multiverse level? Besides, as a person from the fifth dimension, Lu Yuan himself has already reached the multiverse level. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Darkseid's body in the first place? Gu-Yi. Lu Yuan stood up from the bed and called Gu-Yi by his name. He walked over step by step and stood in front of her. Lu Yuan was also 1.9 meters tall in human form, and even Gu-Yi had to look up at him. Looking at Lu Yuan coming in front of him, Gu-Yi rolled his eyes and reached out to push him away. As a result, Lu Yuan raised his hand and caressed Gu-Yi's cheek. Gu-Yi was stunned. Bold. Gu-Yi scolded shyly and angrily. Lu Yuan also rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? I see that you have worked hard to protect the Earth silently for many years, so I will give you a share of the dark dimension. In the future, you will no longer need to draw power from others, and you can live forever. Go down. Blank 9550. 68. The villain comes in the middle of the night. Lu Yuan didn't lie. He did separate part of the power of the dark dimension for Gu-Yi. The total amount was equivalent to 1 billionth, or maybe 1 in 10 billion. In short, because the dark dimension itself may be equivalent to the weight of a single universe, even 1 trillionth is already unimaginable, enough to allow Ancient One to live forever. And if given the attitude, Lu Yuan was also worried that Gu-Yi would not be able to bear it, and that her spirit might be infected by the massive invasion of dark forces. If Gu-Yi is blackmailed because of this, isn't he doing something bad with good intentions? Gu-Yi also felt the influx of huge power. He raised his hand and pressed his heart, feeling that his body was full of vitality. Even she became younger again. The heart beats like a young man, strong and powerful. There seems to be endless energy in the body. Originally, she had been feeling a little weak recently, but now she has regained her vitality. But she raised her head 06, kept looking at Lu Yuan, and asked, "You don't have to touch my face." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. "Am I going to grab your bald head?" Yes, the Ancient One is bald. The power of the dark dimension taught by Lu Yuan is also a power in the spiritual realm. It must be introduced into the spiritual realm of Ancient One. A small part will spread throughout the body, but most of it will sink into her spirit, that is, her mind. But you can't hold on to Gu-Yi's flawless white bald head, right? Those who didn't know thought he was in Ponyo. Gu-Yi was very hurt. He glared at Lu Yuan, reached out, and slapped his hand away, turned around, and left. Lu Yuan didn't care that she didn't even say a word of thanks, but asked afterward, "I have read all these books, which one should I read tomorrow?" Gu Dun paused and said without looking back, "If you don't read the book tomorrow, I will teach you myself tomorrow." Well, the Ancient One finally has to take on the responsibility of being a teacher himself. Lu Yuan shrugged. Of course that's good. Then Lu Yuan discovered another surprising thing. That is, part of the power of the dark dimension that had just been separated from Gu-Yi was restored in the blink of an eye. It seems like his recovery speed is very fast. If I had known earlier, I would have given more. Lu Yuan said in hindsight, saying that he didn't know that his recovery speed was so fast. Next, Lu Yuan lay down again, planning to rest. Logically speaking, he should be speechless for another night. He thought that he would be speechless for another night, and was preparing to sleep until dawn. As a result, in the middle of the night, an uninvited guest broke in. He is Cassius, the guy who asked the Ancient One with Moto before. He is also another disciple of the Ancient One who has the same status as Moto. Why is he here? Lu Yuan lay there, opened his eyes, and looked at Cassius. Cassius also noticed that Lu Yuan was already awake the first time he came in. But Lu Yuan didn't speak, just looked at Cassius. Cassius also looked at Lu Yuan silently. Suddenly, he lifted Kamithaj's special robe and fell to his knees. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Cassius with a half smile. Cassius lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Welcome the Dark Lord to the main plane." Oh, Lu Yuan smiled and silently took out his mobile phone. Remember, when Lu Yuan was talking to Tony about new age business acumen, he once showed off a smartphone in a fifth-dimensional way. In fact, the phone has been kept with Tony as a reference so that the Stark Group can more easily develop a new department. At this time, he quickly changed into a smartphone, silently turned on the camera, and pointed it in the direction of Cassius. Then he sat up and leaned against the bed without letting Cassius get up. Asked, "What are you here for?" Only then did Cassius raise his head, not noticing Lu Yuan's little action just now. His eyes were full of fanaticism and madness, and he said, "I am your disciple, Lord Dormammu, the Dark Lord. I can assist you in destroying the 3 major powers. In the Holy of Holies, I can help you come to the main plane and completely devour the Earth." Then what? Lu Yuan looked at Cassius with his arms folded and asked, "I guess you must have something to ask for, right?" Cassius showed a flattering smile. "Yes, as your believer, I hope to be favored by you. Please give me your strength, so that I can serve you more fully." Lu Yuan smiled. "Okay." As he spoke, Lu Yuan raised his hand to draw out the power of the dark dimension, and suddenly the whole room was filled with a terrifying aura. Cassius was trembling all over. At this moment, he had no doubt that the man in front of him was Dormammu, the Dark Lord of the dark dimension. Because in his impression, how could a mere magic apprentice compete with Dormammu? So he had never believed Ancient One's words before, and he would never understand that although Lu Yuan was still a young apprentice on the magic side, but how powerful is his own strength. As mentioned earlier, Lu Yuan would have some difficulty fighting Dormammu in the spiritual realm. That's because Lu Yuan has no experience fighting in the spiritual realm, so it's just a little difficult. You let Dormammu come to the material world of the main plane to try? The skin has been peeled off for you. But Lu Yuan did not tell the truth. Instead, he followed Cassius' imagination and deliberately acted like a hegemon. He was very familiar with this. He was once one of the most powerful people on Krypton. He even led Team 327 to conquer the universe and almost destroyed his neighbor's civilization. So it was really effortless to act at this time. Cassius had no doubts at all. Feeling the immense power that was transmitted to him, he felt excited. "Ancient One, do you think I don't know? You have surrendered to Dormammu a long time ago, and you have gained eternal life. Why can't I? Why can you be the only one who can live forever?" Because the huge dark power invaded the mind, Silas actually forgot that Lu Yuan was in front of him, or in his opinion, it was Dormammu himself, and he roared. Lu Yuan just smiled and asked, "How is it? Isn't this power very refreshing?" Cassius finally came to his senses, quickly knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Thank you for the power given by the master." Now he can be said to be extremely loyal to Dormammu. But how did he know that Dormammu had already lost his soul? Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, and said to him, "Then you just keep kneeling here, and I will take care of you tomorrow." After speaking, Lu Yuan fell back and went back to sleep. By the way, why did Lu Yuan want to give Cassius power and then not deal with him? Because Lu Yuan wanted to deal with him, but it was not convenient for him to do it. When Gu-Chi comes tomorrow, I will naturally leave it to her. 69. Lu Yuan rectifies Gu-Yi's name. Early the next morning, Gu-Yi, Modu and others were called over by Lu Yuan. They were all surprised when they saw Cassius, who had been kneeling there obediently. "What happened?" everyone asked. Lu Yuan simply took out the video he recorded last night and played it. Everyone looked at each other in silence. "Are you really Dormammu?" Modu looked at Lu Yuan angrily. Lu Yuan was speechless. "Are you an idiot? If I were Dormammu, I would have asked him, Cassius, to help me break the 3 holy places and then devour the earth." Modu is not an idiot. He is too jealous and too stubborn. In his eyes, darkness is evil, and he cannot compromise at all, and does not rub sand in his eyes. So Modu didn't sleep well that night. He kept thinking about whether Lu Yuan had turned into Dormammu, and what happened to him after he swallowed the entire dark dimension, etc., etc. He thought about it all night, and his eyes turned red. The Ancient One glared at Cassius fiercely. "You are so depraved that you want to seek refuge with the darkness and Dormammu?" Cassius raised his head and wanted to speak, but couldn't. Because he took refuge in Lu Yuan and accepted the dark power given by Lu Yuan, especially because the power was far beyond his ability to bear, he had completely surrendered. Lu Yuan asked him to kneel here all night, and he really knelt all night without getting up, and he couldn't get up. It was not until Lu Yuan gave instructions that he could finally speak out and say, "Why are you the only one who can live forever? We also want to achieve immortality. Is there anything wrong with that?" It's a big mistake. Before Gu Yi could speak, Lu Yuan took the lead and said, "Gu Yi has been silently guarding the world for so many years. That's what she deserves. It's better to say that Gu Yi is not greedy for fear. Die, but once she dies, you waste alone cannot protect the earth. What do you think you have? What do you think? Apart from intrigues and selfish motives, what else do you useless little brothers have? You may suspect that Ancient One colluded with Dormammu, but with your words, they may not even be as big as sesame seeds. Naoriner, think about it carefully. If Ancient One wants to surrender to Dormammu, does he have to wait until now? Couldn't he have helped Dormammu invade the earth thousands of years ago? You fool. You have to wait until now." Gu Yi on the side rolled his eyes secretly. It seemed that she was not as old as thousands of years. After all, the oldest history of mankind is only the Epic of Gilgamesh, which only dates back about 5,000 years. And our East is also about 5,000 years ago. She was said to be too old. Lu Yuan's lesson was not over yet. He deliberately looked at Modu and asked, "Don't you just want to know if I have gained the power of the Dark Dimension?" "Of course I have. I ate Dormammu. Now I am a new one. Dark Lord." Modu stared, but Lu Yuan's eyes were even bigger than his own. "Shut up and listen to me. Before ancient times, there was no power or method in the world that could stop Dormammu. At that time, Gu Yi alone had to fight Dormammu, makes a so-called deal, then gets power from Dormammu, and then uses his power to resist Dormammu. For so many years, Master Ancient One has been guarding the entire world alone. So you can now stand here to question. Damn, you are really embarrassed to question your savior? And Ancient One has spared no effort to cultivate you. I hope you should grow up as soon as possible to share the pressure for her. She is even ready to sacrifice at any time. Do you think she really wants to live forever? Wrong, totally wrong. That is the compromise that Gu Yi is least willing to make. I'd rather die." Lu Yuan's words made the room quiet. Gu Yi took a long, deep breath with emotion. He was right. Gu Yi had actually been prepared to die for a long time. The Ancient One had chosen Strange as his successor hundreds of years ago, and she had already seen that future. So Gu Yi has been preparing silently, especially in the movie. When he saw Strange finally found him, Gu Yi couldn't hide his excitement and joy, and even poured tea for Strange himself. Even Strange didn't expect that the bald nun who poured him tea was the supreme mage Ancient One. It can be seen that the ancient parattaché's great importance to Strange. Later, the Ancient One died as he wished, and the Strange she trained became Dr. Strange, perfectly inheriting her responsibilities and continuing to protect the Earth. The Ancient One made a helpless choice at the beginning, but in the end, once he found a way to protect the Earth and resist Dormammu, he immediately chose to die to prove his purpose. All these thoughts that she had never told anyone were revealed one by Lu Yuan, because Lu Yuan's experience was actually very similar to that of Gu Yi. In order to protect his hometown, he had to transform into a monster like Doomsday. But in the end, what he got was not treated as a hero's triumph, and he could only leave alone and silently. Therefore, Lu Yuan feels the same way and has a heart-to-heart sympathy with Gu Yi, and is very similar to Tony's dedication. Lu Yuan glanced at the people around him with a cold expression and asked, "So, what else do you have to say?" No one spoke again, until Gu Yi said, "Wait a minute, it seems that Master Modu is not questioning me? Is it you?" Everyone then came to their senses. Yes, wasn't Modu questioning whether Lu Yuan was Lu Yuan, or whether he was devoured by the Dark Lord? When did Modu start questioning Ancient One? Even before Lu Yuan was exposed, no one seemed to doubt Gu Yi, right? Only Cassius suspected Gu Yi, and before he could say anything, Lu Yuan suddenly exposed everything. Gu Yi's temples were twitching, and he only felt a headache. Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly. "So you are questioning me? How can I prove it? Kill you all." Everyone was shocked. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was just joking. He spread his hands and said calmly, "This is proof 5078, Linglong. The fact that I didn't kill you is proof. If I were Dormammu, if I had become Dormammu, I can kill you right now. But I didn't, which means I'm not Dormammu. Isn't this too arrogant? Does he think he can kill Kamatage at will if he wants?" Just when Modu was unhappy, he was about to argue with Lu Yuan. Gu Yi finally stood up, stopped everyone from arguing, glanced at Lu Yuan, pointed at Cassius and asked, "Can you leave him to me?" Lu Yuan nodded. "I just keep it for you." Ancient Yi nodded to Lu Yuan with grateful eyes, and then said to Modu, "Seal his magic and expel it." "Yes." Modu glanced at Lu Yuan, and then asked Cassius to be taken away. "Modu." Suddenly, Lu Yuan said to Modu from behind, "You have to think carefully and don't take the narrow road." 70. Follow Gu Yi to practice magic. There was a reason why Lu Yuan suddenly said such words. Mordo actually had another name, Baron Mordo, and he once became Doctor Strange's biggest enemy. It's just that Baron Mordo in the comic universe is different from the movie universe. In fact, Baron Mordo in the comic universe is the most ambitious one, and he is the character of Cassius. Baron Mordo once colluded with the demon world in order to murder his master Ancient One, and was eventually exiled to a different world. It's just that the movie universe changed his origin story and turned Baron Mordo into a decent man who hates evil. However, because he is too pedantic and rigid, he cannot allow any darkness, and therefore does not know how to adapt. Lu Yuan looked deeply at Modu's leaving figure, not knowing what he was thinking, until Gu Yi stopped in front of him and looked at Lu Yuan with a serious expression. "You are too murderous." She seemed to see something. Lu Yuan flipped his hair with his hands and said, "My hair is a bit long." Gu Yi looked at his short broken hair. "Where does it grow?" Even Lu Yuan's current posture is a mimicry. His true face is of course Doomsday, so his hair is longer. Stop making trouble. Doomsday 327 has no hair. He also laughed at Gu Yi for being bald, so why not? I really answered that sentence. I became bald and became stronger. But Gu Yi didn't say anything. Knowing that he was changing the subject, he followed Lu Yuan's intention and said, "Yesterday, I promised to teach you magic in person. Come with me." As he spoke, Gu Yi and Lu Yuan walked outside. Everyone else left when it was time to disperse. Lu Yuan followed in Gu Yi's footsteps and finally came to the antique wooden building where Gu Yi had entertained him before. Gu Yi took out the new hanging ring that he had already prepared. Her hanging ring was occupied by Lu Yuan before, and Gu Yi didn't ask for it back, so he prepared a new one. Seeing Gu Yi's actions, Lu Yuan also took out the hanging ring and put it on his left hand. Then Gu Yi raised his hand and opened a passage to the mirror world. Lu Yuan silently packed up the Shan ring again. Gu Yi glanced at him funny and said, "With your current mental strength, if you are allowed to use magic casually in the real world, I am afraid it will cause devastating damage. So I can only let you use magic in the mirror world. Train." The mirror world is equivalent to a parallel plane to the main plane, equivalent to the inside of the Earth's surface. To put it bluntly, it is on the same plane as this Earth, but not on the same level. It is equivalent to the front and back of a mirror. The mirror world has everything on the main plane, and the environment is almost the same. From the moment it is opened, everything currently on the main plane will be copied. And the most important point is that unless there is a hanging ring to open the door, or there is a powerful force to break through, even if the mirror world is destroyed, it will not affect a hair in the real world. And this has also become the best training place. Here, even if Lu Yuan destroys the world, it will not threaten the real world at all. Lu Yuan also put away the hanging ring because he knew Gu Yi's purpose. He thought he would use the hanging ring, but it turned out not to be the case. In this way, the master and apprentice stepped into the mirror world. It was a world that seemed to be exactly exactly the same as the world on the main plane, but there was something strange about it. There is no one here except Lu Yuan and Gui. But here you can see the outside world, but the outside cannot see the inside. I will also observe things and threats in the world here. Gui also took the initiative to explain to Lu Yuan. She usually hides here to observe the outside world, but people outside do not know her existence. Lu Yuan's eyes began to move randomly. Gui glanced at him and warned, "It's best not to look at things you shouldn't look at." Well, Lu Yuan really wanted to do something nice or unpleasant. Now that he was defeated by Gui Dian, Lu Yuan could only give up. Immediately afterwards, Gui began to enter the class time, and she was finally going to teach Lu Yuan all the knowledge about magic. Lu Yuan had read many basic magic books before, and he was not considered a novice at this time, so he could learn with twice the result with half the effort. I have to say that Ancient One's power is indeed powerful, and the magic he masters is all-encompassing. After all, she claims to have collected and sorted out all the magic books in the world over the years. Therefore, she can convert magical energy into invisibility, energy projection, object penetration, illusion, flight, hypnosis, protective shield, alchemy, telekinesis, teleportation, cross-space teleportation, and other superpowers. The Ancient One even possesses extremely powerful psychic abilities and can conduct brainwave communication with more than a dozen targets at the same time. She can also read the thoughts of any human being or implant memories. The Ancient One's telepathic abilities are not affected by distance, and basically the entire Earth is within the scope of her abilities. To put it bluntly, her ability is somewhat similar to Professor X's superpower, except that Ancient One has magic, while Professor X has mutant ability. In addition, there is the simplest way to use it, which is telekinesis. It's just that Gui doesn't use it often, and his mind power is relatively simple, and it also consumes a lot of mental energy. But Lu Yuan was different. Because his mental power was unusually large, Gui recommended that he use more pure mental power. Telekinesis includes many things, including retrieving objects from the air, telekinesis shields, even increasing gravity, and even attacking with telekinesis, etc. In addition, since it is magic, it can be said that the most basic elemental magic is also included. For example, the four elements are wind, fire, earth, and water, also called earth, fire, water, wind, or air, fire, water, and earth. Even the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although Ancient One is called a mage and is a white woman in the movie, she is still very beautiful. Yes, Gui is a beautiful nun, this has to be admitted. But in the comic world, Ancient One is actually a real oriental old man with a white beard. His real name has not been verified, only that he is called Yao. So he naturally also knows some Eastern skills, such as Taoism or five elements escape technique. What kind of palm thunder is it like? Earth escape or something like that. Gui was teaching Lu Yuan wholeheartedly, and of course Lu Yuan was also devoted to learning. But something strange happened during this period. When Mordo and others took Cassius away, sealed Cassius's magical power with some special means, and then expelled him, Cassius suddenly transformed in front of Mordo and others, made into fly ash. Mordo and others were shocked at first, and then they saw Cassius turned into fly ash and turned into a ball of black pure energy, and then disappeared. It was Lu Yuan. It turned out that he had already laid the groundwork that Cassius would not survive. Mordo clenched his fist tightly. This scene left a foreshadowing in his heart. 71. Returning to the city, Tony was poisoned. From that day on, Lu Yuan settled down at Kamatage and lived a fulfilling life every day. He knew nothing about it at the beginning, and then slowly became immersed in the colorful magical world, unable to extricate himself. The power of magic is full of magic and imagination, and Lu Yuan himself is a fifth-dimensional person, and he also has a full set of infinite gems in the heart of the universe. In other words, it can be said that as long as his heart is big, his power will be as big as it is. It's just that this kind of power is somewhat different from the power of being a Kryptonian, Superman, or even Doomsday itself. The other side is pure physical power, relying entirely on oneself. Real power. The power of magic is somewhat ethereal and relies on imagination. Lu Yuan also needs some time to adapt. And the most important thing is that there are so many things from ancient times, all of which are relevant both at home and abroad. She has lived for so many years and has collected and sorted out all the magic in the world. Now I have to teach Lu Yuan everything. And even he spent almost half a year. Is this the result of his super learning ability? If it were someone else, he wouldn't have been able to learn for 10 or 8 years. Moreover, there are many magical weapons made by Ancient One in Kamatage, including Ancient One's fan, which is also a magical weapon that can help her use it as a weapon to attack the enemy at critical moments. There are many other auxiliary props and so on. However, none of those props were of much use to Lu Yuan. Only Gui's fan was taken away by him. Gui was helpless. Why did he only like to rob things he had used? From hanging rings to fans, all that is missing is clothes. Well, originally, Lu Yuan wanted to stay at Kamatage, but half a year later, Gui found Lu Yuan one day and declared to him, "Okay, I have nothing to teach you anymore." Gui was proud and helpless. What she is proud of is that Lu Yuan is the apprentice she taught after all. Unfortunately, this apprentice is so good that he can master almost all magics in just one lesson. Moreover, he refused to rest when he rested at night. Instead, he read all night long. With his ability to read 10 lines at a glance and never forget, he even memorized the books in the entire huge library. So Gui discovered that Lu Yuan had learned all he had learned throughout his life. Lu Yuan was also in a daze. Is this the end? Gui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was all she had accumulated over the years, but he mastered it all so easily, not to mention destroying her confidence. Sometimes it is not good for an apprentice to be too smart and outstanding. Anyway, you can leave at any time, Gui said before leaving. Lu Yuan stood up quickly. I'm not in a hurry. Gui turned around and looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. He hesitated and pondered for a moment, but he still had to say, I am old enough to be your ancestor. Then she drifted away. Lu Yuan scratched his hair, as if he had been misunderstood. He just felt that he was very relaxed here and could escape the disputes and troubles in the world. Although Gui has become younger and more beautiful, no matter how evil he is, he can't possibly seduce his master, right? It's not Yonghua and Xiaolongnyu. But then again, it seems that Doctor Strange once turned his wife into his disciple in the comic book world and got married after that. Besides, although they were said to be master and disciple, they had always been on equal terms with each other. Even disciples like Mo Du could call Gui by his first name, and she didn't mind at all. On the contrary, when Gui calls others, he always adds mage at the end, such as Master Modu and other mages, etc. They are never called masters and disciples. In the end, Lu Yuan is the oldest one, right? But in order to explain clearly, I'd better leave. Lu Yuan scratched his head. He really didn't think about that, but the nun seemed to have random thoughts. Is it because she's getting younger? Thinking about it, Lu Yuan started to pack his bags, and then went to say goodbye to Gui overnight. Gui was also puzzled. He didn't expect that he would leave overnight. As a result, in front of Gui, Lu Yuan wore the hanging ring with his left hand and made a circle with his right hand to open a golden portal. Well, no more flying. But when Lu Yuan passed through the portal and came to the other side, he felt a little embarrassed. Pepper was sitting on the sofa in the living room in her pajamas. Next to her was Tony, who was tying up his pajamas with an embarrassed look on his face. Lu Yuan was carrying a change of clothes on his back and wearing an ancient robe of the Karmatage style. He looked at the two people and said very confidently, I haven't eaten yet. Tony was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Where did this big brother come from? Isn't it too late? Little Pepper quickly got up and ran away. Why are you here? Tony scolded angrily. It's such a disturbing thing. Lu Yuan put down his backpack and threw it aside. He came to the sofa and sat down easily. He put down the hanging ring first, then picked up a folding fan and opened it. He said with a smile, you look very chic. It would be better if you didn't come back. Tony rolled his eyes and muttered. It would be better if you came back at least 3 hours later. How long can you take? Lu Yuan curled his lips with disdain. As a result, Little Pepper had already changed her clothes and came out. When she heard this, she closed the door with a bang and started to behave like an ostrich with her head shrinking. Lu Yuan laughed, stood up, and walked inside, opened the refrigerator, and took out 2 bottles of cold beer. Since Lu Yuan lived at Tony's house for such a long time, Tony has become accustomed to preparing beer at home. He couldn't bear to part with at least better red wine. Lu Yuan held one in each hand and easily flicked off the bottle caps with his thumbs. He lifted one up and took a big sip and handed the other to Tony. Tony sighed and took it over and took a sip. He didn't dare to take a big sip. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Tony carefully and suddenly reached out and tore Tony's pajamas open. Tony quickly protected himself and looked at Lu Yuan in shock. I don't like men. Nonsense. Lu Yuanxin said that he didn't like it either. Then he looked at Tony's chest and frowned slightly. Are you poisoned? Palladium poisoning. Tony was very honest. Yes, he only recently discovered that he was poisoned by palladium. Although Tony was not shot again because Lu Yuan changed the plot, he did not need to open a big hole in his heart and rely on the arc reactor to protect himself. But he still uses the Iron Man suit and has been in close contact with the arc reactor, closest to his heart. Therefore, he was inevitably still affected by the radiation of the palladium element, and the initial effects of poisoning had already occurred. At this time, Pepper came out of the back room. After seeing the posture of the two of them, he couldn't help but said with a worried look, Tony, you really should stop here. 72. Does anyone want suit technology? Even Pepper knew that Tony was in really bad shape at this time. Lu Yuan found it amazing. Logically speaking, you don't need to put the arc reactor in your body to save your life. How did you get the palladium poisoning? To be honest, palladium is not an easily absorbed element. In fact, until now, there are very few cases in clinical records of palladium poisoning. Palladium poisoning is almost impossible unless the experiment was done intentionally. This thing is just a little bit weird, but what should I say about the palladium element? Surprisingly, it is a very safe element. Even if you accidentally take palladium into your mouth, it is difficult to absorb it. Unless it is injected directly into the blood through a vein, it will indeed be poisonous. But now Tony is just like Colonel Rhodes wearing a war machine, with energy installed on the suit. How did he get poisoned? Is 327 really necessary for the plot? Lu Yuan was drinking a small drink while looking at Tony's miserable state. To be honest, he wanted to laugh. It was Little Pepper who told the reason, glared at Tony fiercely, and said angrily, Lu Yuan, you don't know how famous he is now. Ever since he publicly said that he is Iron Man, he has become a global celebrity. He is a big star in the world. He wears his suit and shows off almost every day. He is exposed to the radiation of palladium almost all the time, so he becomes like this. Lu Yuan almost spit out his drink, but it seemed that Tony really had such a slutty personality. Lu Yuan had been staying at Carmitage recently, so he really didn't know how much Tony had gone too far. Tony is already more famous than those celebrities, and many places even charge sky-high prices just for Tony to show up and make an appearance. And with Tony's character, it was a real hit. So Tony wore the Iron Man suit almost every day and walked around the world. No wonder Pepper is so angry, because every time Tony not only goes out to have sex on his own, but also often brings out a bunch of beauties to dance with him. The key is, can you still see the clothes worn by beauties? Anyway, Pepper is not welcome. After listening to Little Pepper's complaint, Lu Yuan shook his head dumbfounded. This guy was so funny. You are a super rich man. Do you dare to be more reserved? Lu Yuan asked Tony. With Tony's financial resources, is there any need to do this? How is their cooperation going? But Tony also spoke plausibly. This is my first time being a superhero, so of course it feels fresh. That's it. Lu Yuan shook his head. A superhero is a responsibility, not a capital to show off. If this was the idea, he would not agree with it. By the way, Tony was sipping his wine in small sips, not daring to take a big sip. After all, he was not in a good state now. He glanced at Lu Yuan and suddenly said, it seems that Huan Nashing gave me a summons yesterday. If I guessed correctly, he probably wants to get the technology of the suit. When Pepper heard this, she showed a worried expression. But old god Lu Yuan was there and didn't seem to care at all. What do you think? Tony asked Lu Yuan, should I hand it over? Lu Yuan smiled. With your petty personality, will you hand it over? He didn't believe it. Tony smiled and said, but after all, you proposed the technology of the suit. If you want to hand it over, I will respect your opinion. He doesn't deny that he is indeed petty. It doesn't matter if he is selfish. Lu Yuan snorted. Why did Obadiah die in the first place? Want the technology of the suit? Yes, it depends on whether they can take it. By the way, weren't you developing the technology of the suit yourself? You also said what's mine, hypocrisy. He understood very well what Tony meant by saying this. Didn't he just want to drag himself into the water? But is he afraid? Not to mention now, when you first came to Earth, didn't you immediately destroy those members of the Ten Commandments gang? Later, when he faced S.H.I.E.L.D., he was polite first and then made threats. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to trouble him. Merely Minister of Defense? Tony's subpoena came from the Department of Defense, and the current Secretary of Defense is responsible for this matter. I know what to do, but you'd better go with me. Tony said as expected. Lu Yuan said with a smile. Okay, but if a fight breaks out, are you sure you will be responsible? Tony sighed. Well, it seems I can only solve it myself. Tony understands Lu Yuan's terror and strength better than anyone else, and has seen his character and decisive methods. If Lu Yuan says he wants to fight, he will really fight. 0. And the consequences will be serious. By the way, I remember you mentioned that there are new elements that can replace palladium and are more stable and can provide stronger energy output, right? Suddenly, Tony rolled his eyes and pretended to mention the new elements as if nothing had happened. Topic of. Lu Yuan held back his laughter and glanced at the traces of Tony's palladium poisoning. So he said that palladium poisoning is actually very difficult, especially with the way Tony uses the arc reactor as an energy source. If this could also cause poisoning, wouldn't Colonel Rhodes have died long ago? Lu Yuan even reached out and touched Tony's chest, only to wipe off a trace of green. Tony tried to hide away, but then muttered, don't do that, I don't have that kind of habit. Lu Yuan looked at the green traces on his fingers. He was so poisoned that they were painted on them. Pepper also looked at Tony with a shocked face. You lied to me? You weren't poisoned. In fact, given Tony's character, if he was really poisoned, he would not let anyone know. He would hide it well and never let others worry. It was precisely because he took the initiative to expose it that Lu Yuan felt something was wrong later. This test turned out to be true. He had applied the dye on it, and there was no sign of poisoning at all. Tony was very embarrassed and explained to Pepper with a smile. I have a reason for this. Of course he wanted to ask Lu Yuan about the new elements. But 2.0 Little Pepper is very concerned. Doesn't he know how worried she is during this time? Pepper was so angry that he got up and left. Tony glared at Lu Yuan and quickly chased after him. Lu Yuan lay down comfortably on the sofa. Now he was no longer a light bulb. Otherwise he would feel unnatural if he stayed there. Okay, so he made Pepper angry on purpose just to be a light bulb? Besides, it was Tony himself who caused the trouble. What does it have to do with him? Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all. He even opened the refrigerator with his telekinesis and got 2 bottles of beer in one go with a flick of his finger. Tony, who came back, saw this scene and exclaimed, I didn't expect magic to be real. I don't know if I can learn it. Lu Yuan shook his head. Technology and magic just have different expressions. In fact, they are both elements. Are there no elements in science? Can I see more? 73. Find a new place to live. What Lu Yuan said is correct. When science reaches a certain level, it actually uses, discovers, and develops various elements. When science reaches a certain level, who says science is not magic? To put it a bit exaggerated, is the Big Bang a theological phenomenon or a scientific phenomenon? Regarding the discussion of magic and science, Lu Yuan and Tony actually talked a lot. The discussion between the two was lively and somewhat enlightening. And Tony also asked some important information about the new elements. In fact, this is what he wants to ask the most, right? Lu Yuan didn't necessarily know. He knew it, but so what? So Lu Yuan followed Tony's wish and revealed some news about the new elements. Not to mention, Lu Yuan does know about the new elements. Don't forget what the Kryptonians are playing with. Superman's power comes from the yellow light of the sun, including the sun's radiation, which can also be converted into energy. Liu Yuan has slept in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. He does know a lot about various elements related to the core, so Howard's videos and information left behind were not used at all. Liu Yuan gave some pointers, and Tony's eyes immediately lit up. He seemed to already know what to do. This is Tony, such a genius. And after getting the news about the new elements as he wished, Tony ran to the studio and started tinkering. Liu Yuan stood up and walked out of the door. Since Tony was so busy now, he wouldn't bother him. By the way, it's time for me to buy a house of my own, right? With this thought in mind, Liu Yuan left Tony's house. But before leaving, Liu Yuan quickly changed his clothes. During the few months he stayed at Karmitage, he had almost no change of clothes and only wore the suit he had at that time. So he had to wear Karmitage-style training clothes. But now that I have returned to the city, I have to change back into the same clothes as before, otherwise I will look out of place with the surroundings. As for the clothes he changed into, they were thrown directly into a space by Liu Yuan. In fact, during more than half a year, Liu Yuan, in addition to learning magic from Ancient One and reading those magic books, he also studied all the infinite gems again. He had already initially come into contact with the power of the space law by studying the law of time and observing the time stone. Now that I have obtained the space gem, I have a new concept and understanding of the laws of space. At least Liu Yuan, in addition to being able to use Kamitage's hanging ring to open the portal, can also use his own power to perform superpowers such as space teleportation and teleportation. He even created a space of his own, which is very convenient to put some things in. There are other infinity stones. The soul stone and mind stone will undoubtedly increase the strength of his soul and mental power. And the two gems themselves also have terrifying power. Chief among them is the power gem. The power gem is the purest form of power and can provide power to other gems, making them even more powerful. Originally, the reality stone could only temporarily turn thoughts into reality, but after a period of time, including if the user's consciousness lost control, those thoughts would turn back into virtual thoughts. But if there is the blessing of the power stone, at least the reality stone of the comic universe in the main world can truly turn ideas into reality. Coupled with Liu Yuan's identity as a fifth-dimensional person, he can almost reach the level of the god of creation and creator. No wonder even OA and DC gods are optimistic about him. And now, Liu Yuan has begun to master the power of the heart of the universe, and can gradually understand the mysteries of the universe, the concept of the universe, etc. through the heart of the universe. What is the universe? What kind of elements, principles, and even the power of laws it contains, as well as various concepts. The most important thing is, what are the most basic requirements for the existence of a universe? Even more, how big is the universe? Is there a so-called edge to a universe? Can the barriers between universes be broken down and enter other universes? Liu Yuan felt that if he fully mastered the heart of the universe and the power of the infinite gems, he could try to create his own universe. By then, he would really be able to reach the OA level and become an omniscient and omnipotent creator. Unfortunately, the information in the universe is too mysterious and complicated, and even he can't complete it immediately in a short time. While thinking about these messy things, Liu Yuan came to a housing agency center. Generally speaking, information about houses for rent or houses for sale will be placed here. Liu Yuan also quickly found a house that he was satisfied with. It was a villa with a small courtyard, but the location of the house was relatively remote, in the suburbs. After all, this is New York, let alone whether there is a villa area in the city center. Even if there is a villa area where the super rich live, it is impossible to hang it here. And this is for rent, not for sale. Liu Yuan didn't care and rented it with a wave of his hand. And he also carries his salary card with him. Regardless of how much salary he has received from Tony in the past few months, at least he cheated Obadiah of 130 million before. The total cost of renting this villa was 5 million, and the rent lasted for 10 years, which worked out to 500,000 per year. You know, this was in 2008, and it cost $500,000 to rent a house a year. However, Liu Yuan's generosity also stunned others. The people at the agency looked at Liu Yuan in shock. They rented it for 10 years in one breath, and he didn't even blink. Even Liu Yuan's original plan was to rent it for 60 years. Anyway, he has 30 million fragments. If it is 500,000 per year, then 340 will be 30 million in 60 years, right? The people at the agency were sweating coldly, thinking that if they really wanted to rent it to you for 60 years, there would be no difference between selling it to you, right? 30 million yuan bought a villa. If you include various taxes and so on, it's not too expensive, right? If you include value added and other conditions, it is indeed not expensive. Again, after all, this is a New York date. It's just that I've never seen such a large sum of money. 30 million is just a fraction. What is the identity of this boss? In short, the agency really can't make the decision and can only sign a 10-year rental contract. Liu Yuan completed the payment and signing process according to the procedure, and then he could go to his new home. When he was personally driven to the villa by someone from the agency, he just felt that he had made a profit. It was a large 3-story villa, covering an area of more than 500 square meters. Secondly, it has an independent small yard of its own, with a flat lawn in the front yard and a warehouse and garage in the backyard. Because the yard is very large, if you have a car at home, you can leave from the front or backyard. Unfortunately, there is no swimming pool in the yard, but there are 2 huge open-air baths on the balcony on the 2nd floor and on the rooftop on the 3rd floor. Simply awesome. By the way, I forgot to mention that since it is said to be a suburb, Liu Yuan's residence is actually located in Bunaluk Forest District. 74. Liu Yuan's nickname, Mr. Lightbulb? Perhaps because money came so easily, Liu Yuan didn't care so much and spent 5 million casually. It would be better to say that he had never had a chance to use money before this. So why did he work so hard to make money? By the way, if Obadiah and Tony knew that he actually found it hard to make money, one would be very angry and the other would be very angry, right? Where did you work so hard? Didn't he just trick Obadiah to death? Tony still wanted to do some hard work, but Liu Yuan got this huge sum of money just by talking. Then again, the 5 million spent is very valuable because this 3-story villa already has preliminary decoration and even basic furniture. That is to say, there is a lack of some daily necessities and even some daily necessities. For example, things in the kitchen, things in the bedroom and bathroom, etc. It can be seen that the decoration of this villa is very luxurious. After all, people who can afford such a large villa and yard must also be very rich. I don't know why the owner rented this place out. Maybe because he doesn't live there often. Liu Yuan had no intention of going out for shopping, but stood in the middle of the room and snapped his fingers. Snapped. Suddenly, earth-shaking changes took place in the house. Various pots and pans began to appear in the kitchen, sheets and quilts began to appear in the bedroom, and even the closet was filled with clothes. The bathtub on the balcony on the 2nd floor was also filled with water. Liu Yuan took off his clothes as he walked and sank into the water beautifully, closing his eyes in comfort. Cool is just one word. This is how to enjoy life. He has learned all the magic in the world and has mastery of the infinity stones and the heart of the universe. This little thing is nothing. Of course, I don't want to conjure up food just for food and drink. It always feels weird to use my own magic to conjure up food and eat it. Infinite energy, internal circulation, not short of money. In the evening, Tony called and asked Liu Yuan if he really didn't want to go to Warner Brothers with him. Of course, Liu Yuan didn't want to participate in such a troublesome matter, so he was very happy to shirk it. Tony had nothing to do with him, but he also brought good news. He had finished creating the new elements. The next step was to develop a new Mark armor and then replace the palladium element to create a new arc reactor and install it. Liu Yuan just congratulated him without being surprised at all, but Tony mentioned it again. Speaking of which, since the suit I used to fight the Iron Overlord has been idle, I can't sell it as scrap, nor can I just destroy it, so I plan to give it to Rhodes. What do you think? What? Lu Yuan was very satisfied with Tony's attitude. Not to mention that he indeed plagiarized the concept of the suit that was supposed to be invented by Tony and then gave it to Tony. The main reason is that since Tony asked himself, it is enough to show that the other party respects his attitude. Because Lu Yuan has shown his dislike and distrust of a certain country's officials more than once. And who is Rhodes? Rhodes is a colonel in the military and serves in an air force. So what does it mean if you give the Iron Man suit to Rhodes? 2 points. One is that Rhodes is one of Tony's friends, including when he was attacked by the Ten Rings gang before. Rhodes came to the rescue immediately. In addition, Rhodes is Tony's military advisor, and their friendship has been maintained for many years. Another one is very simple. Neither Tony nor Lu Yuan intends to hand over the core technology of the Iron Man suit. They have reached a consensus on this point. However, you have to know that a certain country is a gangster. You are living on their territory, and Tony's weapons department only said that it will be laid off in the future, but in fact it has not taken any real action. Aren't you afraid of revenge from a certain country? Once they act like gangsters, it's really amazing and they can use any dirty tricks. This is also a good sign. Now Lu Yuan is only worried about one thing. Are you sure that the core technology will not be exposed? Lu Yuan only cares about this point. A sneer came from Tony. Don't worry, I will set a password. If anyone dares to secretly reveal the secret of the core, the suit will explode on its own. Also, you also know that no one can reproduce it except me. The arc reactor. This is the core energy secret. What's more, I have also discovered new elements, and my energy technology will always be ahead of everyone. Of course, your help cannot be denied here. Tony still understood that he got inspiration from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan blushed a little. Only he knew it well. He actually plagiarized the original plot and turned the achievement that originally belonged to Tony alone into something shared by 2 people, and he was the one who took advantage. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan had no choice but to agree with some guilt. Since you have already thought about it, just do it according to your idea. Tony was visibly relieved and said with a smile, "Thanks, Mr. Lightbulb." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Damn, wasn't it just an interruption? So you decided on a nickname for yourself? Well, Tony also has a habit of giving nicknames to people whether he is good friends or not. In addition, Tony also has a bad habit of not liking to take things from other people's hands, which means that no matter what important things they are, he will not take them unless you put them down and then pick them up himself. Received. I don't know how this was developed, but Lu Yuan didn't notice that Tony took whatever he handed over, whether it was a wine bottle or something else. This is rare. Tony had also been surprised. Logically speaking, they had not known each other for a long time. Maybe it's because in Tony's subconscious, Lu Yuan is his savior and his noble person. On the surface, many of the things currently 5078, Ling Long, are brought by Lu Yuan, and he has never mentioned asking for them. Remuneration, mainly because Lu Yuan is embarrassed. He is not so shameless to take other people's things and then defraud other people's money. Coupled with that heart-to-heart conversation, they are already good friends. But no matter what, calling him Mr. Lightbulb is a bit too much, right? So Lu Yuan got angry, hid in the mirror world, held up the pool of water with his mind, and continued to soak in the bath, flying to Tony's house without anyone noticing. Instead, he decided to go along. Didn't he call him a light bulb? Okay, let him confirm this title for a while. I have to say that this magic is so powerful that people hiding in the mirror world can observe people outside, but people outside are completely unaware of the existence of the mirror world. Fortunately, Pepper didn't come back, and Tony just called Happy and asked him to drive him away to Washington. 2 angry guys. Rather than coming here to prove something because Tony gave him a random nickname, it's better to say that he followed him because he was too bored, right? Because it still takes some time to go from New York to Washington at car speed. Not just some time, but actually most of the night. Lu Yuan was about to fall asleep. Why did he come? Wouldn't it be better to wait until tomorrow and fly over with a whoosh? And you can't stay in the water all the time, right? Sighing, Lu Yuan had to open the door to the mirror world and suddenly appeared in the backseat of the car. Oh, Happy was startled by Lu Yuan's sudden appearance and let out a scream. The high decibel level was definitely not inferior to that of any woman. Even Tony was scared because Happy almost drove the car into a ditch. It was Lu Yuan who used his telepathy to lift all the wheels of the car to avoid the danger of crashing the car and killing people. Why are you here? Tony asked Lu Yuan speechlessly while patting his chest to calm the fright in his heart. He was already used to Lu Yuan's methods, but Happy kept looking back at Lu Yuan. The car had been lifted up. He looked at Lu Yuan with horror on his face, just looking straight at him. Lu Yuan reached out angrily and pushed Happy's head back, asking him to stay away from him, and muttered, "It's so late at night. Don't pretend to be a ghost to scare people. This is not Halloween 340. Happy almost ran out of breath and vomited blood. Who is scaring whom? Also, what does this mean? Is he just that ugly? Pretending to be a scary Halloween ghost? Does this mean he can play a ghost without makeup? You'd better put the car down first." Tony sat in the passenger seat and turned to Lu Yuan, who was sitting in the back, and said to Happy, "Happy, actually Lu Yuan is a magician. I have no time to tell you, but you have to keep it a secret." Because Lu Yuan did go to Karmitage and achieve success, it is not wrong to say that he is a magician. What else to do? Did he say he was an alien? Tony knew which was deeper and which was shallower. In fact, Lu Yuan would like to say that he can be called Superman, but he also knows that he is actually the day of destruction now. Happy looked at Tony strangely. Magician? Are you kidding me? Harry Potter. He had to wonder if Tony had lost his mind. There was no magic in the world. It was just a trick to deceive people. Tony was naturally angry and said to Lu Yuan, "Show him your skills." Lu Yuan spread his hands. "I'm not an entertainer, but it was you who caused the incident, and Happy is not an outsider, so it's okay." Tony still trusted Happy, and Happy was one of the few people who could let Tony take things from him. Okay, Lu Yuan knew he was wrong. While letting Happy continue driving after the car landed on the ground again, he raised his hand and started drawing circles in front of the car. Soon, a golden circle appeared, and Lu Yuan asked Happy to drive over. Happy screamed and braved his way through. Originally, there was still a long way to go, but now they just passed through a golden circle, and in a blink of an eye they came to the main street of Washington. After seeing this scene, Happy finally had to be convinced, and his attitude towards Lu Yuan suddenly changed. In fact, Happy had always been dissatisfied before. Why did Lu Yuan take away his part-time bodyguard status when he came? It is said that he works part-time as a bodyguard, but is the driver his full job, or is he a part-time driver and his full job as a bodyguard? Now he is completely convinced. In fact, Tony also had a surprised expression on his face. Even he was shocked by Lu Yuan's hand. Can he even do this kind of thing? This was beyond Tony's imagination. If I open a transportation company, wouldn't I make a lot of money? Tony muttered. Lu Yuan smiled, of course. As long as he sets up warehouses around the world, he can open portals one by one. He can even evade the tariffs of various countries. Not to mention making a lot of money. He can even develop in the shortest time. Is it okay to become the world's largest smuggling company? But what about him? Wouldn't it be nice to open a portal and go to outer space to bring an extraterrestrial meteorite full of gold to Earth? For Lu Yuan, money is just a tool or prop that allows him to live a comfortable life, not the goal he strives for. As long as you have enough money to spend, you don't need to work hard for it. Otherwise, there is a more profitable business, and that is vibranium. There is no need to rob Wakanda, because Wakanda's vibranium is said to be extracted from meteorites from the sky. This means that vibranium is not a product of the Earth, but brought by meteorites from outer space. Wouldn't it be nice to just search for the source of the vibranium? The value of vibranium is countless times more expensive than gold. Captain America's shield is made of vibranium, so the value of a shield, according to legend, has exceeded 300 million. That was during World War II. 300 million at that time was enough to affect the country's finances. So Lu Yuan smiled and said nothing. Tony could only change the subject in embarrassment and muttered, "If I had known you had this handy magic, I shouldn't have set out overnight." Tony's hearing had to wait until at least after 9 o'clock in the morning, so he came all night. But it's early now. It's only about 11 o'clock at night. We still have to wait close to 10 hours? That's not easy. Let's find a place to have a drink. Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing here looking for you? Lu Yuan said, and came to direct Happy to find a nearby place to drink. Tony asked strangely, Didn't you say you found a place to live? Don't you have to deal with things? Lu Yuan shrugged. He had almost done everything with a snap of his fingers. With his ability, including the clothes he was wearing now, they were all just transformed. He was wearing a white suit and leather shoes, and only his tie was black. In the middle of the night, not to mention too many sluts. Of course, Tony was no less generous. He was also dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with glasses on his pocket. How much do you want to experience the feeling of being blind in the middle of the night? Happy, who was driving, glanced at the two of them and didn't know what to say. Finally, Happy followed Lu Yuan's instructions and found a bar nearby that looked pretty good. Of course they wouldn't just go into a bar when they see it. Tony is so picky. Can there be beautiful girls in that kind of place? When the two got off the car, Tony put on his glasses, and Lu Yuan took out a folding fan from somewhere, opened it, and fanned gently. Tony also sniffed and joked to Lu Yuan with a smile. Female scent. Of course, Lu Yuan was extremely proud. My master's fragrance. Tony looked at him with a dark look. Your master? How old are you? Lu Yuan thought. Logically speaking, Gu should be several hundred years old, right? Thousands of years old is an exaggeration, but it's at least several hundred years old. But because of him, his physical age has returned to about 18 years old, right? 76. Go to make a fuss on Capitol Hill again. In this way, two extremely naughty guys stayed in the bar for half the night. Happy can only risk his life to accompany the gentleman. It's just that Happy didn't drink as well as the two of them, and he quickly lost consciousness. He didn't even know when the two guys left in the middle of the night. When they met again the next day, Happy was the only one who was in a daze, while the other two were full of energy. Happy also smelled a scent from the two of them, but he was smart and didn't ask anything. After getting up, they had a casual breakfast, and then they were going to attend the meeting specially held for Tony today. Tony had greeted Lu Yuan before, and today's meeting actually had only one purpose. The Ministry of National Defense wanted to take out the core secrets of the Iron Man suit from Tony. Tony never fights an uncertain battle, and he came to Capitol Hill confidently, obviously well prepared. Lu Yuan remained silent all the way. When others asked about his identity, he only said that he was Tony's bodyguard. Tony looked at Lu Yuan speechlessly. It seemed that this guy really didn't intend to get involved in today's matter. Lu Yuan shrugged. Nonsense. If he, an alien, really wanted to start a war with a certain country, it would not be that simple. He was probably not going to slap those shameless things to death. Another one. Shield will come to you as soon as possible. Although Lu Yuan has invincible strength, he also knows that although his strength is superior to that of the world, in fact, if he really angers mankind, he may just fight to the death with a madman. Because humans themselves are the most self-destructive race, and Lu Yuan himself was a human before, so he knows it all too well. Unless he really wants to destroy the Earth, it's best not to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, the whole world will be his enemy. Thinking about it gives me a headache. When a group of ants cannot see the true face of the elephant and then provoke the elephant, I wonder what the elephant will feel. It might be possible to get clean with one kick, but Lu Yuan is not an elephant after all, right? He was also a human before, and he was also from Earth. Therefore, elephants generally will not pay attention to provocations from ants that are insignificant to them. By the way, elephants are said to be very smart animals, and they are also very vengeful. So don't mess with an elephant. The reason why this place is named Capitol Hill is because it is built on a highland with an altitude of 83 feet. Although Washington itself is a hilly city, the highland is also a mountain, so the building is known as Capitol Hill. At the same time, it is also the location of the Capitol building of a certain country. Needless to say, the importance of the Capitol building. The north and south wings on both sides of the big dome are where the House of Representatives and the Senate work respectively. This testimony meeting was held in a lobby that should be used for meetings of the Senate or the House of Representatives. The room was already full of people, including journalists from various countries, elites from all walks of life, and even super rich businessmen. Among them, arms dealers came the most. It seems that many people are paying attention to today's news, but it's understandable when you think about it. After all, Tony is the only superhero in the current Marvel Cinematic Universe, at least within the scope of Earth, whose identity has been made public. Even though the Captain has the earliest history, strictly speaking, the Captain's identity is not a superhero, he is just a soldier. Even if he can barely be called a superhero, he is only a superhero of a certain country. What about hostile countries? He's more like an executioner, right? So I really don't know how he dared to go to Berlin. As for Captain Marvel, she didn't make much noise at first, and she didn't disclose her identity to the public. No one even knew that there was an alien invasion in the 1990s. Although the Green Man appeared relatively early in the movie universe, General Ross has always defined the Green Man as a dangerous monster and not a hero. Only Tony, at least in the movie universe, is the first superhero recognized by the outside world. So of course he is the focus of everyone's attention. What's more, Tony has never announced cooperation with a certain country's military. Not only has he not joined a certain country's military to help a certain country cause trouble around the world, even until now, he has never sold his suit as a commodity to a certain country. Finally, a certain country couldn't wait any longer. They were anxious, so they sent a subpoena to Tony and convened today's meeting. Everyone knew a certain country's plan. So many people looked at the current Minister of Defense sitting above and sneered secretly in their hearts. This is a certain country, so free. Anyone who really believes in the freedom of a certain country is a big fool. Let's ignore the thoughts of all parties present. Lu Yuan followed Tony to the seat directly opposite the Minister of Defense. Since it was not an interrogation of a prisoner, nor a trial in court, there was nothing weird about the seat. Only the two of them came in. Happy was left outside. Because Lu Yuan is a bodyguard, even if someone wants to stop them, he can solve them all with just one look. After the two sat down in the first row, they ignored the Minister of Defense sitting opposite, who was still whispering with a smile on his face. I had a great one last night. I'm the one who's pretty, right? There were actually other people around the two of them, and there were people behind them with surprised expressions. Where were they? This is Capitol Hill. Are you saying this in such a sacred place? Dang, dang, dang. Maybe the minister couldn't stand it anymore, so he picked up the hammer and knocked it twice, and shouted majestically, quiet. 0. Lu Yuan glanced at the fat man above him who looked like a dog, and deliberately said in a voice that could be heard by everyone around him. The girl I had yesterday seemed to have an affair with him? Puff. Cough, cough, cough. There was an uncontrollable noise all around. The minister's face turned blue and white, and he continued to bang the hammer indifferently, shouting, quiet, quiet, quiet. Tony next to him kept laughing. He knew that Lu Yuan was messing with people's mentality. Of course, what Tony didn't know was that what Lu Yuan said was true. As for Lu Yuanjia, he doesn't mind. Hey, why do you care so much when you come out to play? It's not like I want to take someone home as my wife. Even if he does, it should be the fat man who does, right? Besides, what era is this? Still so conservative? And where is this? This is a certain country. Okay, let's not go too far. It took the minister some time to finally calm down the scene again. At this time, a man hurried over, sat down in the empty seat next to Tony, and said hypocritically and without apology, sorry, I'm late. Tony glanced at Lu Yuan and mouthed silently, Hammer. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Who is Hammer? He really doesn't know. Justin Hammer on the other side smiled awkwardly. In fact, he was a rich man of the same level as Tony, and even an arms dealer of the same level. However, now Lu Yuan was stunned and speechless. Tony secretly gave a thumbs up from below. Great job. 77. Tit for tat at the meeting. Justin Hammer is about the same age as Tony, and his family fortune is also about the same as Tony. He has his own hammer industries, and is even an arms dealer. But the tragedy for Hammer is that he was born in the same era as Tony, which resulted in him being crushed by Tony in all aspects. Whether it is their knowledge or the company's business, he is not as good as Tony. The reason why he suddenly jumped out today was because Tony and Lu Yuan decided to gradually reduce the business of the weapons department, and even close the weapons department in the end. This allowed him to seize the opportunity and began to slowly replace Tony in cooperating with the military, striving to become the the military's only cooperative businessman. So Hammer did not continue to be sad that Lu Yuan had not even heard of his name, but was about to attack immediately. I think many of us know the reason why we are here today. Tony turned back and raised his eyebrows at Lu 340. The one who made trouble was about to start. As expected, Hammer's speeches were all directed at Tony, or rather Iron Man. We all know that Tony Stark is a weapons genius. The weapons he created have always been our sharpest spears, and now he has created a sword like Iron Man. But he says Iron Man is just a shield and wants us to hide behind him instead of dedicating ourselves to making our country stronger. I would like to ask Mr. Tony, if your father is still alive and is as selfish as you, how long will it take for us to build an atomic bomb? How can we win the war? And end the war early? Hammer even went so far as to mention Howard. Because in the setting of the Marvel Universe, it was Howard who led the people to create nuclear weapons. And now he mentioned Howard's contribution to a certain country and compared it to Tony. It was simply heartbreaking. After all, his father was involved, and Tony didn't know how to refute. Do you want him to deny his father's contribution? Or should we just compromise like this? The Minister of Defense opposite showed a satisfied and proud smile, thinking he had the advantage, and said to Tony, Stark, we all know that you have made a lot of contributions to the country, and now you have created a hero like Iron Man weapon. We will award you with a medal. Can I eat the fart medal? Tony secretly sneered. At this time, he had to speak. If he didn't speak again, he might be forced to hand over the Iron Man suit. You said Iron Man is a weapon? Tony bypassed the topic of his father and pointed directly at Iron Man through the topic of the Minister of Defense. Isn't it? The minister smiled contemptuously, feeling that no matter what Tony tried, it would be useless. Unexpectedly, Tony actually said, of course not. That's a prosthetic limb. Haven't you seen what Iron Man looks like? The minister was speechless, and the venue burst into laughter. It has now been 6 months since Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man, and since he has never been willing to keep a low profile, everyone is familiar with what Iron Man looks like. From the outside, it looks like Iron Man is wearing a suit on Tony. If I had to say it, it would be difficult to say it was a prosthetic limb, but everyone knew that he was speaking forcefully. Also, you want me to hand over Iron Man? Tony made a strange cry. Damn it. Have you forgotten that I once said that I am Iron Man, and I and my suit are one? Hand over Iron Man, it's like handing me over. You don't want me to be a slave, right? Or do you want me to be? People burst into laughter again. The minister was speechless. Hammer couldn't stand listening anymore. He knew that the main goal today was to get the core secrets of the Iron Man suit, and there was only one way to make Tony submit, and that was to prove that the suit was a weapon. Only in this way could he make him submit. Use the name of the country to force him to hand it over. So Hammer was already prepared when he arrived. He first operated on the laptop he brought, then walked to a monitor in front and turned on the machine. While playing a video, he began to say, Tony, no matter whether you admit it or not, you cannot deny the powerful power of this suit. And now the whole world is imitating it. If other countries develop it, but our country does not, it will be very dangerous. Hammer then presented evidence that there were indeed some people in the video working on mechanical equipment similar to the steel suit. Tony sneered secretly and quietly took out a smartphone Zero. Lu Yuan looked at it and knew that it was the latest product developed by Stark Group. Because he had the smartphone he had taken out before as a sample, Stark Group's research and development went very smoothly. A press conference is expected before the end of the year. As the company bosses, Tony and Lu Yuan were of course the first to get the samples. And Tony's mobile phone was specially made, and even part of Jarvis's system was uploaded to it. Now, Tony was asking Jarvis to decipher Hammer's computer, and he discovered some secrets in the blink of an eye. While Hammer was talking there, Tony blacked out the system of the monitor behind him, and then put more things on it. Everyone, please look at the screen. Tony stood up. It was his turn. There was a big problem with the films that Hammer showed before. He deliberately created an illusion that others seemed to have developed, giving people a sense of threat and oppression. But now that Tony has released the complete film, it turns out that many countries have indeed begun to secretly develop them, but none of those mechanical armors have been successful. Either the energy source cannot drive it, or the system is messed up, or the parts are too crude. In short, there is not even a single example that is close to success. We even saw Hammer in the end, appearing in a country to help the other country imitate the style of Tony's Iron Man suit. As a result, the suit suddenly turned nearly 182.0 degrees. A scream was heard, and everyone looked horrified. Will the driver die if he turns around at such a large angle? Can your spine bear it? Hammer unplugged the power source in panic and explained that the driver was not dead, but he also knew that he lost this time and lost all face. Not only was it exposed that he secretly imitated someone else's suit, but he even failed so miserably. It was such a failure. Fortunately, people from a certain country have always been shameless, so no one blamed him. Only the minister glared at Hammer, then looked at the triumphant Tony. In the end, he had no choice but to say, actually, we still have a key witness. Let Colonel Rhodes come in with his report. Colonel Rhodes? Why is he here? 78. After Tony, it's Lu Yuan's turn again. There was no need for Lu Yuan to take action, and he remained silent after a few taunts from the beginning. Tony alone is enough to fight against the group of Confucians. Those guys really can't be called Confucians. They are just some shameless guys, so they are putting quotation marks. In the end, the minister may have really no choice but to use his trump card and summon Colonel Rhodes to come in. Colonel Rhodes is Tony's main contact with the military, and he is also Tony's military advisor. To put it bluntly, it is not convenient for the military to interact with a businessman, so most of the time it is Rhodes who works for Tony. Of course, he can also get a lot of benefits. In addition, Rhodes is also a reassurance for the military and can monitor Tony for any betrayal. Over the years, the two have become close friends. So when Tony saw Rhodes coming in, he stood up and greeted him. Ronaldo, Tony affectionately called Rod. 06. Rhodes nodded and said, I'm just here to go through the motions. Maybe he really thought so. After the two people sat down, the minister immediately said to Rhodes impatiently, Colonel Rhodes, please reiterate the paragraph you pointed out in the report that Iron Man will become a hidden danger and threat. Lord looked at the minister and said, I thought I was here to give a complete report, not just select one paragraph. Sorry, we just need one piece of you right now. But that clip does not represent all of my opinions and subjectivity. You just do it. Rhodes was obviously tricked. Lu Yuan on the side curled his lips. These shameless people can be so shameless in front of so many people. What do you expect? The corners of Tony's mouth moved slightly, but he didn't say what he wanted to say. He heard the words about Iron Man mentioned in Rhodes' report as a hidden danger and threat, and he also knew that Rhodes must have been deceived. He was willing to believe his friend Rhodes, and he also guessed that Rhodes would definitely not think so of him. But he also knew that the minister's intention of deliberately excerpting this paragraph was definitely malicious. It is possible that Rhodes wrote some comments in this paragraph that were relatively objective, but not good to him. As expected, as Rhodes read out the report aloud according to the minister's request, he actually said something like thinking that Iron Man was a hidden danger or uncontrollable. The minister looked rather proud. Rhodes felt unhappy in his heart and didn't care much. He continued, but I also mentioned in the report that I think Iron Man can protect a certain country. That's enough. Let's stop it. The minister quickly stopped, but Rhodes still insisted. And I think Tony can be invited to join the military as a special talent and become a commander. Shut up, the minister shouted angrily. Even Tony said without hesitation, I will not join any organization. Then he felt it was inappropriate, so he changed the subject and joked, unless you give me the minister's position. Such a noisy scene, coupled with Tony's tone, immediately caused another round of laughter. It's like a farce. However, Lu Yuan just watched all this silently, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. The more you get to know a certain country, the more outrageous it becomes. This country is so incredible. Lu Yuan also confirmed one thing again, that is, a certain country cannot be trusted. Again, never trust a shameless person. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan simply stood up and was about to leave. Originally, I only came with him because I was bored, but now I feel even more bored. I might as well go home and take a nap. But his actions attracted the attention of the minister. The minister's eyes lit up. Yellowskin, you are Tony's bodyguard. Are you from a certain country? Now any country or place name cannot appear, so all countries are from a certain country. I will not say that you are from any country, just a certain country. The minister stood up excitedly, and then took the pointing at Tony. He asked, the people closest to you are actually from a certain country? Do you want to reveal your technology to a certain country? Liu Yuan stopped, straightened his clothes, and turned around calmly. Tony shrugged, not even bothering to speak, and even looked at Liu Yuan with some ill intentions, deliberately waiting to see how he would solve the problem. Liu Yuan looked at the minister and said calmly, let me explain first. There is some ambiguity in your words, because Tony has someone to sleep with. We're just friends. Don't misunderstand. Someone was chuckling. Tony couldn't sit still. No one thought about this guy, but he said it deliberately. Liu Yuan continued. Then, I did sign a bodyguard contract with Tony, but now I am also the second largest shareholder of Stark Group, and I am also the boss of this company. Some people started to look at each other and secretly looked at Liu Yuan. He does have yellow skin, but he is actually the second largest shareholder and boss of Stark Industries. Then those high-tech weapons of the Stark Group, aren't they? Then Liu Yuan continued unhurriedly. Finally, you don't need to throw all the dirty water to the east, and I am not from that country, at least not from this universe. In fact, I'm an alien. You don't belong to any country or force. Are you satisfied now? Alien. Everyone had the same expression, that of disbelief and disbelief. No one will believe it. Although the topic and rumors of aliens have never stopped, who has really seen the existence of aliens? So the first reaction is that it's impossible. Except for Tony, no one present believed that what Liu Yuan said was true. He is indeed an alien, not even from this universe. Liu Yuan looked at the performance of everyone around him. He didn't care whether others wanted to believe it or not, because it didn't matter. Liu Yuan just smiled indifferently. What a certain country has always preached is freedom, but what I saw today is not like that. You have been taking away Tony's personal property and even deprived Colonel Rhodes of it. Freedom of speech, and only ask him to report a small part of his words that are beneficial to you. This is what you call freedom, and you really have enough freedom. And your so-called suspicion that Iron Man is a threat. Shouldn't we wait until he has indeed done something that harms the national interest before drawing a conclusion? Who told you that a crime can be judged before the crime is committed? Did you learn your law on the moon? Bah, double standard dog. 79. We are about to enter a new era. In the end, the matter had to be left alone. The ambitions of a certain country and the military failed. They did not expect that Tony was incompetent, not threatened, and could perfectly resolve all the tricks of the Minister of Defense. Even the threat that they might let Hammer Industries replace their partnership with Stark Industries didn't sway Tony at all. The reason is that after Tony and Liu Yuan returned, they held a press conference directly the next day and announced in front of the world's news that Stark Industries would completely close the weapons department. This time it was like throwing a huge boulder into a calm lake, causing a huge storm. I have to admit that Tony is really a genius, and the post-Stark Industries era was entirely supported by him. No matter how ambitious Obadiah is, he has to admit that Tony is the backbone of Stark Industries, and a certain country's advanced weapons are completely inseparable from Tony's technical support. Instead, it was the military of a certain country that panicked first. At the same time, there is also the whole society of a certain country. So many investors almost all hold shares of Stark Industries. Once the Stark Group stops selling weapons, it is foreseeable how low the stocks will fall. Only Liu Yuan and Tony didn't panic at all. Not only did they not panic, they had a leisurely drink in the room on the top floor. Now that the top floor has been transformed into a living room-like environment, Tony is gradually transferring all the work to Pepper. He finds that Pepper is someone he can completely trust and is also capable enough. Why not do it? He doesn't want to be tied down by work every day. So he transformed the office into a lounge. He didn't have to go home when he had nothing to do. This place also became his home. In addition to Liu Yuan and Tony, Little Pepper was also there, but she couldn't be as leisurely as the two uncles. There was a pile of documents that needed to be processed in front of her. In the end, Little Pepper was going crazy. You guys come and help me too? This is the first batch of mobile phones we have made, and this kind of high technology is far ahead of the times in society. It will be tested once it is released. Also, are you planning to sell it to the whole world simultaneously? Are you sure this is feasible? That's right. What Little Pepper is dealing with at this time is exactly about the smartphone produced by Stark Group that will be held recently. Because it was also the first time for Stark Group to come into contact with this industry circle, it could be said that everything was starting from scratch, so it was inevitable that it would be a little hectic. But looking at Liu Yuan and Tony, they didn't take it seriously sitting there on the windowsill. She was the only one who was so busy that she didn't even have time to drink. She was angry just thinking about it. Liu Yuan shrugged. Don't worry too much. You also said that we are now leading the world, and we are far ahead. No one can compare with us. As for the simultaneous release to the world, we can assure all countries that we the backend can be fully disclosed to the local country. What are you most worried about in the smartphone era? Security, personal information security. The more high-tech equipment, the more unsafe it is, because your personal information and personal hobbies, etc., are all stolen by high-tech equipment. Think about it. You need your phone book permission to play a game. Why? There are also some games that not only require your real identity information before logging in or registering, but even require you to agree to an agreement. Have you really read every clause in that agreement in detail? You have recharged virtual currency and purchased virtual items and props. Logically speaking, they are already your personal property, which is equivalent to buying a set of clothes. But after the game is closed, all these things are gone. Is it equivalent to the merchant taking back the clothes you bought home? Of course, this is a bit far-fetched. Liu Yuan knew what Xiao Lai was worried about. What she was worried about was that other countries would intercept the information considering the security of the information. Liu Yuan, on the other hand, smiled slightly and didn't take it seriously at all. But if this happens, our technology will be exposed. Little Pepper couldn't help but feel worried. It's not that I doubt that any country will take the opportunity to decipher their smartphone technology, but it will definitely be studied by the whole world. Because this technology is too advanced. Think about it. It's now 2008. Even the fourth generation of fruit will not be born until 10 years later, and the smartphones developed by Liu Yuan and Tony are even comparable to the current fourth generation of might. There is a difference of more than 15 years in technological level between inside and outside. It is not just advanced, it is simply too advanced. So this will inevitably lead an era. But Liu Yuan still didn't care at all. Let them develop it. As long as we firmly hold the core chip technology in our hands, and even transform into only producing chips in the future, we can make a profit for every mobile phone sold by any company. Wouldn't it be better to get a penny? Also, Tony couldn't help but say, Liu Yuan has actually said it from the beginning. In addition to the mobile phone industry, aren't we already preparing to start the online shopping era? But if there is no prosperous internet era, the era of online shopping will not come. For the next step, even if it is free, we must help the world enter the era of big data in advance. Yes, in the future, only by controlling the flow can we control the resources. Liu Yuan raised his glass, touched it lightly with Tony, and drank it in one gulp. Little Pepper stared at the two people in stunned silence, feeling chilled all over. Because Xiao Jiao knew that what they were planning was not just a certain product, but a huge ambition involving the whole world. They planned to take one step ahead of schedule, seize the world's internet market, and completely control the world's internet era before the world even has time to see this step. What will happen once they really succeed? Some people think it's an exaggeration, because by 2008, the internet was already very developed. So why were we still trying to seize the entire world's internet market? In fact, it was only the first half of the internet era, and it was far from the era of big data and traffic. That 5078 Linglong is just the beginning. Only when the world enters the rapidly developing internet era and can connect to the internet more conveniently through mobile phones can it be regarded as a true universal internet era. In the past, almost everyone had to use a computer to access the internet. Who would want to use a mobile phone? And what can previous mobile phones do? Look at now. Liu Yuan confidently said to Xiao Jiao. You can do it with confidence and boldness. As long as we don't make cars, we will be invincible. Little Pepper looked at Lu Yuan strangely. She must not understand this idea. Even Tony didn't understand the joke, so he just smiled and drank another drink. It wasn't until late at night that Lu Yuan was reluctantly driven away by Tony. But when he returned home, he was stopped by a beautiful woman at the door. Natasha looked at Lu Yuan with an unkind expression and asked, "Did you ask Tony to shut down the weapons department? What are you doing?" 80. Fury stopped pretending and showed his cards. There was a sports car parked in front of Lu Yuan's new home, and the car was equipped with a beautiful woman. Sitting inside was the beautiful agent Natasha. Why is she here? S.H.I.E.L.D. really works for a certain country? Lu Yuan leaned against the car door, looking at Natasha, who lowered the window, with a disdainful sneer on his lips. He knew what S.H.I.E.L.D. was here for, and he must have heard that the Stark Group did not play weapons dealers, so he panicked. And S.H.I.E.L.D. came faster than F that by, and see that I. No matter how you think about it, the Stark Group is cooperating with the military of a certain country, right? Does it have anything to do with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you so anxious? Natasha sighed and patiently explained to Lu Yuan. I know you have great opinions on a certain country. Lu Yuan quickly retorted. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. I'm not. You know, I'm an alien. How can I have an opinion on a certain country? I just look down on the politicians of a certain country. At least as an ordinary person, I am no objection. Natasha just squinted at Lu Yuan, not knowing what to say anymore. So she simply opened the car door and walked out, walking towards Lu Yuan's house. Lu Yuan spread his hands and could only follow her, wondering whose home this is. What even surprised Lu Yuan was that although he had locked the door when he left, Natasha took out the key and opened the door. Lu Yuan looked at Natasha with a profound look in his eyes. Natasha also looked at Lu Yuan and threw the key over casually. Don't look at me like that. This house originally belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., and the director specially arranged it for you. Oh, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Did he want to spy on him? Rather than letting him run around the world, it is better to be able to track his whereabouts at any time, which is a very smart approach. But how did he know that I would rent this house? Lu Yuan asked. He found this house on a sudden whim. It's very simple. You can guess it with just a little reasoning. Suddenly, Fury walked out from the direction of the kitchen and complained to Lu Yuan. Why don't you even have a bottle of water at home? Lu Yuan was not surprised. He casually formed a water ball and threw it over. He also formed a cup in midair to catch the water and landed in front of Fury. He doesn't know how to drink the food and drink he conjured up and thinks it's a bit weird, but he didn't mind conjuring water for others to drink. Fury glanced at the water in the cup and took a tentative sip. Don't tell me, it was a bit sweet. Putting down the cup, Fury casually pulled out a chair and sat down, not looking out at all, as if he had returned to his own home. Seeing that Lu Yuan still looked a little confused, Fury smiled and continued to explain. We all know your true identity, as well as the recent changes in Tony and Pepper's relationship. So I guess you can't always rely on someone else. Moreover, you are not short of money, aren't you? With your ability, you will definitely not care about where you live, but will pay more attention to the comfort of the environment. So I prepared this house in advance, but I wasn't sure you would definitely live here. I was just making preparations. I didn't expect you would choose here in the end. Fury deserves to be the head of the Secret Service, yet he has thought up so many plans. Lu Yuan also had to give a thumbs up and was convinced. They say it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. I understand. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Fury didn't care, pretending that he didn't understand, and brought up the topic that Natasha and Lu Yuan talked about before. Why did the Stark Group suddenly close the weapons department? Who are you working for? Lu Yuan asked rhetorically without answering. Fury couldn't help but smile bitterly. Natasha spread her hands, unable to answer because Lu Yuan always mentioned this question. Lu Yuan was particularly concerned about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance, but it wasn't her place to say such things. Fury looked deeply at Lu Yuan and sighed. Okay, I admit that we are here for the position of a certain country this time. You have to understand that the most people in S.H.I.E.L.D. are from a certain country. Look, 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 Lu Yuan shouted with a proud look on his face, not knowing who he was showing. Fury waited for Lu Yuan to calm down before speaking again. But one thing I hope you can understand is that no matter how much you have an opinion against a certain country, you cannot deny that that country is also a member of the United Nations. So doing things for a certain country is not considered betrayal. United Nations, do you understand this? Well, he's right. A certain country is also a member of the United Nations. S.H.I.E.L.D. works for the United Nations, so there is nothing wrong with working for a certain country, right? The most important thing is, Lu Yuan, there's one thing I want you to understand. There's a secret I want to tell you. S.H.I.E.L.D. was originally secretly established in a certain country. The first people who established S.H.I.E.L.D. were a few people from a certain country. Later, it has just become a subsidiary agency of the United Nations. Fury's tone was somewhat warning. It was equivalent to warning Lu Yuan that S.H.I.E.L.D. originally worked for a certain country, but later switched to the United Nations. In addition, we are here today not only to do things for a certain country, we are also worried about Tony and the Stark Group. Howard Stark, Tony's father, is also one of the original founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is very concerned about God. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has made a huge contribution. We can't leave Tony alone. Fury's expression looked sincere. This clarifies a lot of relationships. Fury showed off his cards and admitted that S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed biased towards a certain country's position. The reason was very simple. Whether it was comics or movies, they were all produced by a certain country. If it could not be towards a certain country, could it also be towards others? Besides, according to the setting, S.H.I.E.L.D. was originally created by a certain country, so it must be a tool of a certain country. Lu Yuan was not angry at all, and had no reason to be angry. He said with a smile, you are finally willing to be honest, otherwise I don't think you are going to do it again, and then you have to set up a memorial arch. It's really disgusting and ugly. Natasha glared at him angrily. She was the only woman here, and Lu Yuan's words were very disrespectful and unpleasant to girls. But there was no way to refute Lu Yuan. Fury was speechless. They tried to recruit Lu Yuan to join S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers several times. What they said at the beginning was very nice, and they wanted to serve the United Nations and the world. Didn't you end up working as a lackey for a certain country? Fortunately, Lu Yuan saw through them from the beginning. Okay, since you are willing to tell the truth, then I will tell the truth. In fact, Tony and I were carefully prepared half a year ago. We no longer care about the arms dealer's business, and we still rely on in a certain country. Giving alms is like a beggar. Tut tut tut. Lu Yuan said, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. Natasha and Fury were speechless. Arms dealers can be said to be the most profitable business. Why do you think a certain country has been unable to implement a gun ban? As a result, it turned out to be disdainful when it came to his mouth. Too arrogant? However, Lu Yuan really didn't brag, and said to the two of them with a mysterious face, we will hold a press conference soon, and then you will know why we did this. 81. The man behind the stock market. Fury and Natasha still didn't ask for any news, and had to get up and leave. After coming out, in the car, Natasha asked Fury while starting the car, is he still trustworthy? Fury remained silent, looking sideways at Lu Yuan who was standing in front of the door, waving his hands with a smile on his face, but said, I don't know. Lu Yuan pretended that he couldn't hear their conversation, waved his hands, and waited until they drove away before turning back to the house. And the first time after returning to the house, Lu Yuan's face was as dark as water, and he raised his hand and waved a bright red power. That was the power of the reality stone, and with the bright red breath falling to every corner of the house, everything in the house became transparent. Lu Yuan himself was also using his supervision to look at every corner of the room. He was looking for any devices like listeners or monitors in the room. He was careless before and did not thoroughly investigate the origin of the owner of this house. If he wanted to, he could use hypnosis to control the people in the agency, and then follow the clues to catch everyone he dealt with. But that would be too troublesome, and he was almost invincible, so naturally he didn't do that. But now it seems that we may need to pay more attention to it in the future. After taking a while, Lu Yuan finally confirmed that there was nothing inappropriate in the entire villa. It seems that Fury and the others are very self-aware. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction and sat in Fury's seat, lost in thought. After a while, it dawned on him. In fact, the arrival of Fury and Natasha had another purpose. Lu Yuan had mysteriously disappeared for half a year. During this period, only Tony knew clearly that he was in Kamatosh. But because Lu Yuan flew directly to the Himalayas by his own means, even with Fury's hands and eyes, there was no way to know where he was. Then as soon as Lu Yuan suddenly came back, he and Tony went to Capitol Hill to make a big fuss. Immediately afterwards, the Stark Group announced that it would close the weapons department. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. No wonder even Fury showed up in person. Coupled with the conversation between Natasha and Fury in the car before leaving, Lu Yuan knew that they must be worried about what he had been doing in the past 6 months. The answer, of course, is that he did not do anything harmful to the Earth, but instead got rid of Dormammu, a huge hidden danger. Of course, Lu Yuan wouldn't say this, otherwise it would involve many things about the magic side, which would be too troublesome. Anyway, they will know when the mobile phone conference begins. When smartphones that are ahead of the current technology dominate the global market, the sale of arms is really not worth mentioning, Lu Yuan firmly believed. Including Tony and Pepper are also convinced about this. The reason is simple. If Tony is just an arms dealer, he can only cooperate with the military of a certain country and cannot cooperate with others. And the price sold to the military must not be too high. Coupled with the need for only one country's military, there is also the need to open up connections and compete with Hammer Industries. Are you tired? Now he has changed his identity to sell mobile phones. This thing is not a weapon or dangerous item, and it can cooperate with people all over the world. There are 7 billion people in the world, and even if only 1% of them buy their mobile phones, what is the demand? Also, this is the latest smartphone, and the price is entirely determined by them. One is to kneel down to make money, and the other is to lie down and count money. How can I choose between you, and I still have to hesitate? So just 3 days later, Stark Group finally held this unique press conference. It's unique because this is the first time that the Stark Group, as a familiar arms dealer, has held a mobile phone launch conference. Everyone outside was shocked, and some had not yet had time to react to the fact that the Stark Group had given up on itself and wanted to shut down its weapons department. Some even had no time to sell the shares of Stark Group in their hands, and they were lucky enough to think that it was a prank of the unruly swinger. Now that everyone has finally come to their senses, it is said that in just one morning, Stark Group stock almost fell below the market. But what is surprising is that just before the lockup, a mysterious force suddenly appeared and swallowed up all the previously sold stocks in one go. And for some reason, just when the stock rose to the point where it was about to break, I suddenly stopped buying again. Some smart people thought this was a sign that someone was going to make a fortune and run away, which scared more people and started selling their stocks in one fell swoop. Moreover, because of the special imagination of the stock, almost no one paid attention to the press conference. Even the mysterious force never appeared again, which strengthened many people's ideas. Finally, people began to distrust the Stark Group, and countless people followed suit and sold out blindly, making the Stark Group stock bleak. But just before it was about to fall below the market again, Stark Group stock soared wildly again, and someone bought all the stocks in one go. How is this going? Finally, some smart people noticed something, and some even tried to buy fewer stocks again. But now the ticket prices have risen to the highest point. Do you want to sell at a low price and buy at a high price? Isn't that crazy? Some of those who had sold late twice before were so happy that they continued to sell their stocks. 0. But this time, the mysterious force is no longer hesitant. Now, as long as the stock is sold, the face will be wiped out immediately. The forces behind the scenes will not just buy randomly to raise the stock price to an artificially high position, but maintain the highest position at the opening of the day, and then sweep away every stock. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the stock market finally returned to calm. By this time, almost all the shares of the Stark Group held by people in a certain country had been sold out, which meant that no one in the country anymore held a share of the Stark Group. To be honest, someone who can do this kind of thing is definitely a terrible plutocrat. But no one would have thought that the people planning and leading all of this were actually only 2 people and 2 teams under their respective command, Lu Yuan and Tony. As the 2 largest shareholders of the Stark Group, they now ignore any news about the press conference and are frantically buying their own stocks. The 2 teams didn't dare to ask any more questions. They just followed their instructions and kept a close eye on the stock changes. Lu Yuan looked back at Tony here. Tony also smiled and toasted to Lu Yuan. Starting from tomorrow, the value of Stark Group's shares will increase at least 100 times. Even if tens of billions, or even tens of billions, are spent today, after tomorrow, even thousands, trillions, or even trillions can be recovered. The stock market is risky, so you need to be cautious when entering the market. 82. The mobile phone conference has begun. In the stock market, there have been such huge twists and turns today, which many people did not expect. However, Lu Yuan and Tony had already expected it. Many people believe that if Tony messes around like this, the share price of Stark Group will definitely fall to the bottom, or even be locked up in advance. As a result, Lu Yuan and Tony had prepared a large amount of funds in advance. Of course, almost all of it was provided by Tony. Lu Yuan could only provide $100 million at most, but it was just this $100 million, because Lu Yuan deliberately waited until the first point before the lockup and started buying like crazy, which was converted into a total value of $1 billion before. Then Tony took action. In fact, Tony had no intention of doing this, because he was confident that as long as the press conference was successfully completed and the mobile phone industry developed smoothly, Stark Group would never be killed in his hands. But Lu Yuan said, "You are stupid. You can make 100 times the profit by flipping 340, like this. Why don't you play?" Although Lu Yuan was not a stock investor in his previous life or in the DC world, he still knew that the situation in front of him was a once-in-a-lifetime situation. The Stark Group will never be finished. On the contrary, as long as this transition is completed, the Stark Group will transform from a group that only works for a certain country into a super business empire that has huge influence across the world and around the world. By that time, the Stark Group's value will have doubled in size by more than 100 times. People who are selling stocks like crazy now will have to pay 100 times the price to buy them back later. Didn't even have to sell it. Only then did Tony agree. So the 2 of them left all the power over the press conference to Xiaojiao, while they hid here and took advantage of the lack of information to buy their own stocks like crazy. And because of the influence of the stock market, almost no one noticed the situation at the press conference, and no one bought it again, because Tony single-handedly stabilized the share price of Stark Group with his huge wealth. Later, some people began to guess, knowing that Tony might be using his own money to stabilize his company's stock. Many people laughed secretly. Why did they do it in the first place if they knew it would happen today? If you insist on seeking your own death, and a weapons dealer suddenly stops selling weapons, what's the use of a mobile phone? I wonder if the current mobile phone market is contracted by those major mobile phone manufacturers. You young boys still want to enter the market rashly? Not to mention that outsiders were not optimistic. Even Rhodes called Tony later. "Tony, if it doesn't work, let me intercede for you. As long as you can be the only weapon supplier to the army, Stark Group will not collapse." Rhodes is very practical and loyal. He knows that Tony the military was almost offended before. In any case, the Minister of Defense is also a member of the military and a big boss. If you criticize him, you are slapping the military in the face. The most important thing is that the military also wants to get the suit technology. Tony thanked him on the phone. "Ronald, thank you. But no, have you seen the press conference? Also, as a friend, I advise you not to sell your stocks." It turned out that Rhodes also held some stocks, and he also said, "Of course I won't sell it, and I don't lack money to spend. So I bought another $100,000. Tony, I'm sorry, that's all I can help." Not only did Tony not mind, but he raised his eyebrows at Lu Yuan, which was a sign of pride. "Look, this buddy of ours is reliable, right? Okay, after this matter is over, let's find a place to have a few drinks. By the way, I also have a gift to give you." Tony had not made a complete decision until now. His so-called gift was actually, it was War Machine, the Mark suit he had eliminated. Lu Yuan has helped him master a new element that can replace palladium. This is not because Tony was really poisoned, but because the new element is more stable than palladium and can provide far more energy than the previous generation. As a result, Tony is already starting to build the 4th generation of Mark suit. Because the 1st generation Mark suit was still aborted and only appeared in the form of drawings. Then the 2nd generation is the real 1st generation. And because Lu Yuan mentioned the freezing issue, it also includes the 3rd generation technology. Lu Yuan's suit can be considered to be the 2nd generation, but he has never never worn it, and it is about to grow hairy in Tony's house. Tony then created the third generation suit, the classic suitcase suit. Therefore, the new Element suit will become the fourth generation, and his previous suit was intended to be given to Rhodes. As for why it was given to Rhodes, the reasons have been mentioned before. One is good relations, and the other is to show goodwill to the military and a certain country. After all, Tony is just an ordinary businessman, or he is living in a certain country. If a certain country targets him from all aspects, it will be bad for him and the company. The technology of the suit will not be handed over, but Rhodes can be given a suit so that he can wear it and serve the military. This can be regarded as giving each other a step up. Having said this, it's time to mention the situation at the press conference. Little Pepper held a press conference at a huge exhibition, and then waited until 1 minute before the press conference started. She was finally convinced that the two bastards were not planning to come. Stomping her feet fiercely, Little Pepper could only go into battle in person. To be honest, I was still very nervous, especially when she noticed that there were so many reporters here today, almost all news industry practitioners from all over the world. They are not necessarily interested in the Stark Group's mobile phones. They are interested in why the Stark Group did this. Why did the Stark Group shut down the weapons department? Someone couldn't help but asked immediately. Xiao Jiao stood on the stage, just smiled slightly, picked up a thin and light mobile phone with almost no buttons on the straight body, and the screen-to-body ratio could reach a full screen level, and showed it to everyone. What is that? Everyone in the audience, including those sent by major mobile phone manufacturers to inquire about the situation, were all confused. Because no one has seen it before, it looks like a mobile phone, but where are the buttons? How to make a call without a button? Even if it uses virtual buttons, what about the battery in such a thin and light body? There are still many things that 2.0 wants to ask, but everyone doesn't know where to start. And the most important thing is that this conference is actually global and live broadcast. It means that there are countless audiences around the world watching this conference. Although people in a certain country ignored the press conference due to the situation of the stock market, except for people in a certain country, people all over the world were paying more or less attention. Little Pepper spoke, and while turning on the lock screen, he said, "This is a super era mobile phone newly developed by Stark Group, called a smartphone. To borrow a sentence from two shareholders of our company, Mr. Tony Stark and Mr. Liu Yuan Air, today's mobile phones can be thrown into the trash can and eliminated. Because from now on, there will be only one mobile phone in the world, and that is Stark Group's Ultra Smartphone. Question mark. 83. Stark Group's Ultra Smartphone. The tone is too loud. This is the common sentiment of everyone present and watching the live broadcast. It's almost like saying, I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone is trash. Who can bear this? There was an uproar at the scene. Although I know that Tony Stark has always been this kind of character, arrogant, but what is the background of Liu Yuan Ao? The most important thing is, are you, a young kid who has just entered this industry, planning to shoot all the mobile phone manufacturers to death on the beach? Are you kidding me? The appetite of your Stark Group is too big, and it is too exaggerated. It is the customer's freedom to choose which mobile phone to use. Can you still force the customer's wishes? Someone sneered below. Pepper had already gotten over her initial nervousness. Thinking of Tony and Liu Yuan's confidence, as well as the technology of their mobile phones, she couldn't help but smile confidently. What I mean is that customers will also make wise choices. The man wanted to say something else, but Pepper was not here to quarrel, so he ignored him and started to show off the smartphone in his hand. Please see, we all know that touchscreen mobile phones have been put on the market, but our touchscreen technology uses human touchscreen technology. In other words, you can use your fingers to control the screen. With that said, Little Pepper unlocked the screen, called out the virtual keys, and clicked a few times with her fingers to display the dialing screen. But this is not surprising, because as Xiao Jiao said, touchscreen technology has already been developed, but it is just a different touchscreen method. Today's mobile phones can only be used with special pens. Therefore, no one from the major mobile phone companies cared, including the news media, who also remained silent. But then, Pepper made another surprising move. She swiped across the screen and opened a game. The most important thing is that this way we can play games more conveniently, Pepper said while controlling a game displayed on the screen. It's very simple to say, it's just a pinball game. But unlike traditional mobile phones that use buttons to control, Pepper is controlled with fingers. Some people's expressions have begun to become serious. Pepper continued to demonstrate and said in a calm tone, "This is just the beginning, but we promise that in the future we will develop mobile games that will never lose to computer games, so that everyone can play to their heart's content on their mobile phones." Big game. That's just the second thing. Because this is the first launch of a new era of smartphones, there is simply too much to show. The first is the CPU processor of mobile phones, which cannot be matched by any current mobile phone, although it seems to be only a single core processor. Secondly, the mobile phone comes with a huge storage capacity, actually only a few gigabytes. Then there's the screen resolution, then the speaker technology for listening to songs, the battery, and the camera function. We use an integrated battery, which is 4,500 mAh. Even if you play games all the time, it can be used for more than 3 hours. If it is just on standby, it can be used for more than 24 hours. And the charging speed can be as fast as 5 minutes. Listen to music for 3 hours. Our screen resolution can already exceed that of current computer monitors and most televisions, and the effect of watching movies is better. The external speakers we use are the most advanced speakers currently. Listening to music is definitely a pleasure. We have 4 rear cameras and 1 front camera. This allows you to capture every wonderful moment in your life as you like. The most important thing is that our mobile phones are equipped with wireless network connection functions. It is not just that you can access the internet through wireless, but we'll further launch a matching wireless router. By connecting to Wi-Fi, there is no need to spend additional traffic fees and connect to the internet at a higher speed. Do you still need to watch TV? We can lie down and watch videos on our mobile phones. Use the computer to check information or play games. We can walk around casually while using our mobile phones to check information or play games. Of course, we have more advanced features waiting for customers to discover by themselves. Also, maybe many people still like to use flip phones, but I really feel that our phones are the most in line with people's aesthetic concepts. At the end, Zai Jiajio raised the phone in his hand and deliberately flipped the front and back of the fuselage to show the intelligence and smoothness of the fuselage. Also, because this is a mobile phone used for display at the press conference, the back cover of the body also uses glass technology, which makes it look more gorgeous. For a moment, the entire venue was silent. Different from the silence before, now I am stunned by the new technology brought by this super smartphone across the ages. People from major mobile phone manufacturers lowered their heads in despair, their faces were ashen, and their eyes were flashing with shock and despair. No one knows better than them what impact it will have once the Stark Group's mobile phones are promoted around the world. The entire mobile phone market will be transformed. So, when does Stark Group plan to start selling this mobile phone? Someone has already begun to ask impatiently. Of course, Little Pepper was already prepared and said, the night of Halloween. What? Halloween? What does it have to do with Halloween? In fact, Little Pepper secretly complained in her heart. Why on Halloween? But she 340 recalled what Liu Yuan had said and explained. Because that day is November 1st. Halloween is this day every year. After all, foreign countries only celebrate holidays in the Gregorian calendar. The number 3 in 1 does not feel very special. Is it like a festival specially prepared for bachelors? Everyone at the scene was at a loss. This is the first time I heard this statement. But don't force it. And on Halloween, trick or treat. So, trick or treat if you don't have a mobile phone. Xiao Jiao pretended to be playful while complaining about Liu Yuanchu's bad idea in her heart. However, she didn't notice that some of the people below were already looking thoughtful. Those in the news media industry have the most sensitive sense of smell, and some people have begun to realize that this will become a sales method in the new era. Some people even couldn't wait to ask, since November 1st is 3 ones, why not prepare 4 ones for sale on November 11th? As a result, Little Pepper said with a mysterious face, because there will be other preparations on that day, everyone who is still single, please pay attention to the official website notification. Okay everyone, the above is the content of all the press conferences. By the way, the current price of the mobile phone has only been decided in a certain country and region, and the final price is $1,300. The result was another uproar. Is a mobile phone so expensive? Crazy, crazy. 84. A successful transformation. Starting from the next day, news about the Stark Group's mobile phone began to spread. The impact has even reached the whole world. After all, it was broadcast live globally from the beginning. At first, everyone was discussing the high price of this phone. After all, for high school students in a certain country, the first used car they get is generally about $1,000. When comparing a mobile phone and a car, it's obvious which one you would choose, right? However, after the official website logged in comprehensive information about the mobile phone, people began to marvel at the overall performance and appearance of the mobile phone. Needless to say, the functions of mobile phones are far beyond the current technology of the entire world. Even the major mobile phone manufacturers scratch their heads and cannot figure out how to do this. Even the aesthetics have begun to change. The new mobile phone is overall simple and has a full screen. The full screen technology alone was enough to raise the price by a level when it first appeared. What's more, the functions of the machine itself completely surpass all current mobile phones. It's just like Zaijiagio said, once this phone comes out, all other phones will be eliminated. It's just that the price is too expensive, and it is impossible for children to afford it. Even many families are prohibitive. Fortunately, Lu Yuan still had follow-up preparations. That's interest-free installment payment. For example, the price of 1,300 yuan can be used for 12 months a year, and you only need to pay more than $100 per month, all interest-free. There are even communication companies that come to us and can sign some cooperation. For example, if you set a minimum consumption every month, the price of the mobile phone can be hundreds of dollars cheaper, etc., etc. These sales concepts that will not appear until a few years later are now being proposed one by one. And because the concept of installment payment appeared in advance, there is no need to worry about kidney problems. You can even sign a contract with the bank for up to 24 interest-free periods. If you don't mind the trouble, you can apply for up to 36 installments, which means you can pay off all the money in 3 years. Of course, it is no longer interest-free after 24 periods. Wait. Lu Yuan has already thought of a one-stop plan. He just needs to arrange it step by step. Of course, some countries have also raised security issues, such as personal information, and even whether this mobile phone will help a country monitor other countries around the world. Lu Yuan had already thought of a way to do this and directly submitted documents to all countries, explaining that the mobile phone backend would be open to local countries and would be supervised by these countries themselves. Of course, a certain country was unhappy and immediately came to ask Tony what he meant. As a result, Tony asked in turn, what does Hammer Industries mean? Those who complained were speechless. Whether it was FBI, or CIA, they were immediately defeated. Everyone knows that Hammer Industries is used to attack the Stark Group, who told Tony not to hand over the suit technology. But no one thought that Tony and the Stark Group would play such a big role. You want to attack me, right? Come on, I won't play with you anymore. Don't you trust Hammer Industries? Okay, I will change my field and continue to be the leader. At this time, the entire mobile phone industry has been greatly impacted, especially when Halloween comes on November 1st. Because Stark Group voluntarily handed over the documents and back-end supervision to all countries in the world, it was able to put mobile phones on shelves worldwide simultaneously. Suddenly the whole world went crazy, and every mobile phone sales point was full of people. And the most conscientious thing about Stark Group is that, except for the price increase due to different tariffs in different countries, the price is exactly the same as the local price. In other words, excluding tariffs, the price of mobile phones in each region is $1,300, neither high nor low. This also makes everyone satisfied. If you make a price difference and deliberately increase the price elsewhere, then I won't play with you. In this way, everyone is still willing to come and experience the new era of mobile phones, especially here in a certain country, because it is Halloween, and what Zaijiagio said at the press conference. Many children have started to play tricks. Instead of going out to ask for candy, they pester their parents and cause trouble without giving them their mobile phones. All the bottles and cups were thrown away by you. Parents also have difficulties. Some parents say they have no money, but they can pay in up to 24 installments interest-free. Don't you still have $50 a month? Well, at $50 a month, it seems affordable. So starting from this day, the Stark Group, which people had just thought was about to collapse, suddenly began to rise. According to the price of a mobile phone of $1,300, the actual R/U00260 expenses and mobile phone manufacturing cost are less than $500 per mobile phone. After all, it can be copied according to the template given by Lu Yuan. Each the net profit from the phone can reach $800. This is too exaggerated, and this is sold simultaneously worldwide. Do arms make money? But the cost of arms is also high, especially the cost of developing new weapons. Who would have thought that a mobile phone could be so profitable? The stock market was even more unprepared. On the day of the press conference, it almost hit the bottom several times. On this day, mobile phones were sold like crazy. In less than an hour, the stock price had already risen to the point of breaking the market. The market was immediately locked. People stopped playing with you less than an hour after the market opened. Want to buy? How about early tomorrow? But by the next day, the stock price had increased by 1 point. Even so, the disc was locked again in less than 40 minutes. Then the third day took less than half an hour, and the fourth day was the most exaggerated. The market was locked within 10 minutes of the opening. Everyone was stunned. However, this did not go beyond the calculations of Lu Yuan and Tony. They knew that the reason for such exaggeration was because there was a large amount of capital injected from around the world. This was because someone around the world held a large number of shares. Fortunately, Lu Yuan and Tony had purchased countless stocks before this, so at least they didn't have to worry about the shares changing. In the end, it was the two of them who had the most. Countless people are regretting it, watching the Stark Group's stock grow higher and higher, creating a new history every day, and their intestines are green with regret. Especially on November 11th, Xiao 5078, Ling Long, Pepper announced that on this day, as long as you are single, you can get a headset and a price discount of $11. Because this day is called Singles Day, this makes mobile phone sales increase by another point. Many people even lie and say that they are single. Even some married people talk nonsense. Of course, Lu Yuan and the others didn't care. It was just a means to promote consumption. There will be double 12 later. As long as the more you sell, the more you will earn. This discount is still affordable. At this point, the Stark Group can be said to have made a perfect turnaround. And there are more things waiting to be developed in the future, so don't worry. In the evening, Lu Yuan, Tony and Pepper held a celebration party on the top floor of Stark Tower. But halfway through, an uninvited guest came. It was Nick Fury. Lu Yuan, we need your help. 85. Captain Popsicle finally found it. Lu Yuan, who was in the middle of celebrating, was finally dragged away by Fury, because he said he had something to ask Lu Yuan for help. Of course Lu Yuan could have ignored Fury, but Fury said that the villa could be given directly to Lu Yuan. You think I care? Lu Yuan felt funny. He could use the infinite stones, or even his own power as a fifth-dimensional person to create a home anywhere at will. He is not even afraid of any of the harshest environments on Earth. He can wear a big vest on the top of Mount Everest, swim in the deepest seabed, and even go under the sun. It's just a house. But Tony helped Fury persuade Lu Yuan. Mr. Lightbulb, it's getting late. Shouldn't you go home? Damn, this bastard who values sex over friends. Well, Lu Yuan can only come out with Fury, but you have to pay more. Lu Yuan was already shouting for more money when he got in the car. Fury has a black streak on his head. He hasn't said what it is yet, right? What about Natasha? Haven't you always planned to use a honey trap to deal with me? Lu Yuan looked at Fury with a half smile. Fry is a veteran. He calmly started the car at 340 and said casually, She has other tasks. Also, I advise you not to have any ideas about her. Lu Yuan shrugged. By the way, what happened? Could it be that Thor's hammer is coming? Lu Yuan was calculating in his mind. Judging from the time, the plot of Thor being exiled to the earth should also happen, right? Should he try to pick up the hammer and hide it? I'm afraid Thor will die. By the way, can you trust me? Lu Yuan thought about it again. Aren't Fury and Natasha still not sure whether he is trustworthy? How? Can you trust him now? Fury smiled, and while driving, he said without looking back, you have already made such a big move. Not to mention, I just found out that you're already the second largest shareholder of Stark Group, plus Tony Iron Patriot to Colonel Rhodes. Of course I can trust you. Well, everything that has happened recently has proven that Lu Yuan did not harm the interests of a certain country. If you make so much money from selling mobile phones, you will naturally have to pay a lot of taxes. The main reason is that Tony has given Rhodes a suit, which has a relaxing effect. At least the military can't say anything. A certain country is also planning to study that suit and try to find out the core technology in it. But what they didn't know was that Tony had already set a security code. Okay, tell me, what do you want me to help you with? You know, I won't work for a certain country or you. Lu Yuan was curious. What exactly do you want me to help you with? Fury should know that Lu Yuan has no interest in a certain country, S.H.I.E.L.D., or even the Avengers program, and it can even be said that he has no favorable impression at all, and he will never fight a battle that he is not sure about. Fury glanced at Lu Yuan and suddenly said, actually, we have made an important discovery in the Arctic, but considering safety, we hope to ask you to help salvage it and even unblock it. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, Captain Popsicle? Ahem, cough, cough. Fury coughed violently. What is Captain Popsicle? Well, Lu Yuan already knew what happened. When it came to the North Pole, and it was related to S.H.I.E.L.D., even Fury came to see him personally. It seemed that no one except that person had such a big reputation. It's none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. Steve, who was born in the last century, happened to catch up with World War II and participated in the Super Soldier program, eventually becoming Captain America. It was also he who defeated Hydra led by the Red Skull. But due to various reasons, Steve finally had to fly a plane full of explosives and choose to crash into the Arctic Glacier, and then completely lost his trace and whereabouts. In fact, for so many years, we have never given up looking for the whereabouts of Captain America, and not only has Howard persisted, but the Stark Group has also been the largest sponsor, Fury said about the past. After Captain America lost his trace, Howard never gave up looking for Captain America. Even after his death, Tony took over his father's responsibility and continued to contribute money and effort. So it's true that Tony once said, we shouldn't dig him out. He was indeed one of the people who dug out Captain America. As a result, until today, 70 years have passed, and it is only now that the whereabouts of Captain America have been finally discovered. Are you sure he's still alive? Lu Yuan asked a question he already knew the answer to. Of course Captain America is still alive, otherwise there would be no story about him. But Fury couldn't guarantee it, and sighed. He is the first superhero in the world, at least for now. In the history of the Earth and the Marvel Universe, Captain America should be regarded as the earliest superhero. Even if he is dead, we must bury him properly. In fact, Fury is not sure that Captain America is still alive after being frozen for 70 years. He has only one goal now, which is to take Captain America home and bury the superhero properly even if he dies. Okay, Lu Yuan had no choice but to agree as soon as he heard that it was about Captain America. This is an exception, so I will help you, but you have to pay extra. Fury angrily scolded. Can't you raise the money? Besides, your money is already as rich as the rest of the world, right? And didn't I promise to give you that villa? Lu Yuan shrugged. I'm used to it. In this way, Lu Yuan followed Fury and drove to the airport first, and then went straight to the location where Captain America was found. And Lu Yuan's departure also made him miss some things. For example, the appearance of Whiplock Ivan Vanko, who suddenly appeared and attacked Tony. Fortunately, Tony developed the suitcase suit to deal with emergencies, and he was able to defeat Whiplock on the spot. In addition, Lu Yuan's guess was correct. The plot of Thor 1 did indeed occur at this time. Thor, the god of thunder in Norse mythology, was exiled to the earth, including his Thor's hammer. During this period, something will happen to Thor on Earth, and he will grow. At the same time, the appearance of Thor also made S.H.I.E.L.D. know more clearly that aliens do exist. In addition to Lu Yuan, another one has appeared, and these aliens are so powerful that they can even be called gods. In the end, this will also lead to Fury making a decision, which is to develop the space gem, which is the power of the cosmic cube. This will lead to many subsequent events. Of course, that hasn't happened yet. Lu Yuan followed Fury and finally came to a certain glacier on the ice field. In the middle of this ice, they found a plane that was frozen in ice, and it was the same plane that the US team flew away from according to the data. After all these years, I finally found it. 86. Rescue the frozen Captain America. The person in charge at the scene was someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. When Fury came here in person, he became the top person in charge here. Fury was seen wearing a thick cotton padded jacket and a big hat on his head. His original appearance was no longer visible, but Lu Yuan, who was following him, was still the same as before, wearing a simple suit and leather shoes, without a hat, standing there with his hands in his pockets. Everyone present looked at each other. Who is this person? Aren't you afraid of the cold? Of course, don't be afraid. The temperature here may not be as low as the top of Mount Everest. The main reason is that the air above Mount Everest is also thin, and it is summer. The top of Mount Everest is more than 50 degrees Celsius below zero all year round, and the coldest period in the Arctic is in winter. Not to mention the temperature and environment. Lu Yuan came to the plane that was frozen. It is located at the bottom of the glacier, which means that the plane fell into the water at first, and then was slowly frozen. Then as the glacier grew larger, it rose up from the seawater. Coupled with the current climate, the glacier melted a lot before it was discovered. How is it? Is it easy to dig? Fury asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuanxin said, didn't you come to me just to believe me? In fact, the excavation work was already prepared at the site, but Fury knew that Lu Yuan, as an alien, had extraordinary superpowers, so he thought of borrowing his power. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. His eyes lit up, and he released 2 golden heat rays. Zila, a huge hole was immediately melted on the ice, and as Lu Yuan's gaze moved, heat rays quickly circled around the aircraft. Just like a laser cutter, a large hole was cut into the glacier. Lu Yuan called to the people around him to step back. Fury quickly conveyed the message, and everyone retreated a short distance backwards. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he raised his right hand and grabbed a corner of the ice cube, and then spread the unique biological stance of the Superman family throughout the entire body of the ice cube. Only in this way could he grasp the ice cube completely. Otherwise, it will only scratch the corner of the ice cube with great force. Watch it for me, Lu Yuan shouted softly. He exerted force in his hand, and with a crisp sound of click, 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 he lifted up the part of the plane that was covered with ice in one breath. Fury looked at the intact plane that was excavated and felt relieved. He did not hesitate to ask Lu Yuan for help in person, in the hope that the plane could be excavated intact. He was worried that digging by ordinary means might damage the structure inside the aircraft, because he was still lucky. After all, Captain America was no longer an ordinary person, but had been injected with the serum of the Super Soldier Project. What if he was still alive? Lu Yuan then used heat rays as a cutting method, quickly removing large pieces of ice, and at the same time, letting the temperature of the heat rays melt the surface of the aircraft. In the end, he simply cut a big hole in the cabin to reveal the scene inside the cabin. This is a bomber, and there is a huge amount of explosives stored in the cabin. Everyone was shocked, except Lu Yuan, who walked in without taking it seriously. Fury also followed in. He knew that the explosives that had been frozen for so many years had long since expired. Not to mention that the plane crashed into the sea. After the two came in, they looked towards the cockpit together. First they saw a round shield falling on the aisle. Fury's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over quickly. That's it. This is Captain America's shield. Fury picked up the shield excitedly, knowing in his heart that this was the plane that Captain America flew away from, indicating that they had indeed found the right direction. That's right. Lu Yuan came to the cockpit from the other side and saw a man lying there, still wrapped in thick ice. It looked like he had lost his breath. Only Lu Yuan knew that his cells and body state were frozen at that moment 70 years ago. He is still alive. It's Captain America. Fury also noticed and called out his name. Yes, the man frozen in ice is none other than Captain America Steve Rogers. Okay, my mission is completed. It's up to you how to unblock him next. By the way, he's still alive. Lu Yuan pointed out that Captain America was still alive. Fury took a long breath. The icy cold air made him shiver, and he was finally able to calm down. If anything, no one knows Captain America better than S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, almost all the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. have a close relationship with Captain America. Agent Carter is Captain America's sweetheart, and the two are almost in a relationship. Howard is an admirer and friend of Captain America. In addition, the story of Captain America is widely circulated, and many people regard him as an idol. Even Fury is no exception. Fury then began to send people to take Captain America out, and had arranged a plane to take him back to a certain country as soon as possible. He had also summoned experts in advance to figure out how to perfectly thaw Captain America and revive him. Come over. Thank you. Fury expressed his sincere gratitude to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan waved his hand. After all, I have received your care, and there is an appearance fee. Forget it. In fact, until now, no one from F.B.I. and C.IA has come to Lu Yuan, which already explains a lot of problems. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. working for Lu Yuan and stopping those people. Since those 3 soldiers had betrayed Lu Yuan, it meant that many people might know about Lu Yuan's situation. 0. But he has been able to live a leisurely life safely. Lu Yuan is not a fool. Of course, he knows that there must be someone behind the scenes to help him block those troubles. Fury smiled with satisfaction. It would be great if Lu Yuan could understand. Also, at least for now, please keep it a secret for us, Fury explained to Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan said that he was not a loudmouth and would not say anything casually. Okay, if everything is alright, then I'll go back. As he said that, Lu Yuan began to draw circles in front of him and opened the portal in front of Fury. He praised the golden circle here, and he was home there. Fury opened his mouth. If he had known that he had such a convenient method, why bother? But Lu Yuan had already left, so he could only get on the plane with a wry smile and personally escort the US team back to a certain country. Originally, the matter ended here, and Lu Yuan quickly put the matter behind him. However, it wasn't until more than 10 days later, when Fury delivered the thawed Captain America to Lu Yuan's house and introduced them to each other, that Lu Yuan realized that the house Fury gave him was not easy to get. That bastard actually let Captain America move in. Lu Yuan said that he spent money, 5 million. Fury said confidently. So I gave the house to you directly? Just think of it as the captain's rent. Looking at the somewhat reserved Captain America in front of him, Lu Yuan could only sigh. I just have some questions. Why didn't you jump off the plane in the first place? 87. Why didn't Captain America jump off the plane? Faced with Captain America, who was suddenly sent to his home by Fury to stay temporarily, Lu Yuan did not resist too much. In fact, when Lu Yuan agreed to help Fury dig out Captain America, he had already thought about asking questions. That is, why didn't you jump off the plane in the first place? Lu Yuan was deeply curious about this. Steve felt a little uncomfortable because he was staying at someone else's house. The most important thing is that he already knows that Lu Yuan dug him out, and he may even know some of the truth. In fact, after he dug out Steve, Fury took him back to a certain country overnight and unblocked him on the same day. Then Steve woke up the next day after sleeping all night, and something happened again. After all, he had been sleeping for 70 years, and a lot had changed during that time. I've actually been giving Captain America some extra knowledge these days. Maybe 340. Fury even told him Lu Yuan's identity as an alien, right? Because Steve always looked at Lu Yuan a little strangely. It was Fury who asked you to monitor me at the same time, right? Lu Yuan shrugged. He knew what Fury was thinking without even thinking about it. There are several purposes for letting Captain America live at home. One is that Captain America has just woken up. First of all, it is not suitable to be exposed to the public. Living here can be regarded as keeping a secret. The second is to allow myself to take care of Steve and help him understand the things of a new era. In addition, he can also let Captain America spy on himself, and he can also spy on Captain America. The most important thing is that maybe Captain America can slowly soften his attitude by getting close to him, and maybe he can win him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, it can only be said that Fury thinks too much. Lu Yuan doesn't mind getting in touch with these superheroes, but his attitude is also very clear. He will never join any force, let alone S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve looked at Lu Yuan, thought for a moment, and said, there is a bomb on the plane. Of course, Lu Yuan knew that it was a bomber. After being filled with explosives by the Red Skull, its purpose was to bomb a certain country. But what he wondered was, I mean, why didn't you jump out before the crash? With the captain's physical fitness, he can swim back as long as he is not trapped by the plane. Why should he be frozen in ice for 70 years? Steve sighed. That's a plane with an autopilot system, and it's also locked on the final destination. If I jump out of the plane, it will return to its original route. So he couldn't take that risk and would rather be frozen. He didn't even think he could survive. He was already prepared and determined to die. But Lu Yuan raised another question. But haven't you considered that you have already reached the North Pole and crossed the entire Pacific Ocean from there? If nothing else, do you have enough fuel? Steve looked at Lu Yuan and stopped talking. But Lu Yuan continued. Even if the plane has the function of automatically returning to home, it will crash because there is no fuel halfway, right? Then there is a high probability that it will fall into the sea or an uninhabited island. Even if it doesn't matter if it explodes, right? Steve's expression was already a little unnatural because Lu Yuan's words meant the same thing. Is he a fool? Why do you have to sacrifice yourself? But in Steve's values, this is something he can be proud of. I don't regret it, was all Steve could say. Lu Yuan sighed. Is he really a fool? Well, he was actually boring enough because the only question he really wanted to ask Steve was this one. And yet he did not hesitate to go to the North Pole to dig Steve out for this question and then agreed to Fury's question. Please, let Steve stay at your home temporarily. Have you eaten? Do you want to find a place to have a drink? Lu Yuan asked, changing the subject. Steve couldn't keep up with Lu Yuan's thoughts, but he said honestly, I ate when I came here, so there's no need to bother. But I want to go out for a walk. As mentioned before, Lu Yuan now lives in the forest area of Bunaloo, and Steve was born here. He went home. It seems that Steve agreed to Fury's arrangement because of many considerations. He missed his hometown very much and wanted to know what his hometown has become after so many years. So he came out of Lu Yuan's house and walked onto the street alone. Lu Yuan looked at Captain America's leaving figure and was about to leave. He hadn't eaten yet, but a phone call from Tony made him change his mind. Tony, what's the matter? Lu Yuan answered the phone and asked. Tony on the other side was a little dissatisfied. Didn't you notice what happened recently? Could it be that Thor's hammer has finally arrived? Lu Yuan didn't know yet, but in fact Thor's hammer had arrived a long time ago. Even the plot of Thor 1 is coming to an end. Tony didn't know Thor's hammer and said, brother, I was attacked some time ago, and you didn't say you cared about me? You are still my bodyguard. Their contract is still in effect, so Lu Yuan is still Tony's bodyguard. Lu Yuanxin said, is it normal for you to be attacked? With Tony's character, it can be said that the world is full of enemies. However, as Tony recounted what happened recently, Lu Yuan realized that the plot of Iron Man 2 was also quietly unfolding. The person who attacked Tony was Whiplock, and his full name was Ivan Vanko. But Tony has defeated him. What happened next? It turned out that Tony got the news that Ivan Vanko had been rescued. What is the origin of Ivan Vank? Do you care so much? Lu Yuan felt strange. It was not that he didn't know about Whiplock, but because Whiplock was only a small role, he could even be said to be the least existential and least suitable villain. Boss. So Lu Yuan was not familiar with him. He just knew that there was such a character. As for what the difference is between Whiplocks, I really don't know. It was Tony who told Lu Yuan about the Whiplock. It turns out that Whiplock has a father who was once a colleague of Howard, and was a colleague 2.0 who participated in the invention of the atomic bomb. But then Howard found out that the guy was leaking information for money, so he kicked him out. This caused a rift between the two families, and Ivan Vank's father always said that Howard had stolen his knowledge and then marginalized himself. What a joke. Howard invented the concept of hovercars as early as the last century, and he was more than 100 years ahead of the curve. What's more, Howard has discovered a new element that can replace palladium. But what about that guy? What worries me the most is nothing else. Ivan Vank does have the technology to replicate the arc reactor. Now he's been rescued by a group of unknown people. I'm worried that someone is behind it. This is what worries Tony the most. Liu Yuan simply said, it was made by Hammer Industries. 88. The plot of Iron Man 2. Tony's analysis. In the evening, Liu Yuan arrived at Tony's location, which was on the roof of the Stark Industries building. Now he is almost turning this place into his permanent residence. The reason is also very simple. Xiao Jiao is getting busier and busier and has little time to go to the beach villa. So he stayed here. Many times, Pepper is very angry. This guy is on the roof of the building, but he doesn't say he's here to help. Of course, Pepper also likes the feeling of being in charge of the company. As the Stark Group completely shut down its weapons department and then transformed to focus entirely on the research and development of new technologies, Pepper, who was initially designated as the CEO in this area, has become the company's top CEO. Of course, Liu Yuan and Tony trusted Pepper and were happy to be at ease. You're here. Tony glanced at Liu Yuan, who came in and didn't get up to greet him. There was no need to be so polite. Liu Yuan walked in on his own, sat down on the sofa, raised his legs and put them on the coffee table, and asked, so what do you want to do? 06 Liu Yuan had already revealed on the phone that the person behind the scenes was none other than Hammer Industries, the same Justin Hammer who was looking for trouble at the Capitol Hill meeting. As for how he confirmed it, nonsense. A supervision and super hearing can find the whereabouts of the current Ivan Vank, and he even discovered that Ivan Vank is being entertained by Hammer. As for how to confirm Ivan Vank's identity, quite simply, that's what Hammer calls it. The main thing is that Liu Yuan knows the plot, and he will know it if he pays a little attention in this direction. And Tony also believed in Liu Yuan's speculation. As for how to deal with it, Tony was lost in thought. They want to take people now to arrest Ivan Vanko, who is hiding in Hammer Industries, and at the same time, make Hammer take responsibility. Or how to choose. I know what Hammer is planning to do, Tony said. It's not like he didn't know what Hammer was planning to do. As mentioned earlier, Ivan Vank has the technology to create an arc reactor. At least for now, no one else can. Only Ivan Vank can. If you think about it this way, it's not difficult to guess Hammer's plan. He went for the arc reactor technology, and that was the core technology of the Iron Man suit. Even Obadiah can't reproduce it. Even if the Iron Overlord has been built, without energy to drive it, it's just a pile of scrap metal. But Hammer is not what I am most worried about, because in addition to energy, his operating system is also a problem. Tony has not forgotten that when he was on Capitol Hill, wasn't it played in the video, the steel battle built by Hammer? Yizong turned an angle of 180 degrees, and the lives of everyone inside were in danger. In addition to energy being an issue, the operating system is also the core technology. Hammer is too far behind. Maybe he put all his bets on Ivan Vank. Tony reasoned with a thoughtful expression on his face as he came to sit across from Liu Yuan, obviously thinking about his plan. Liu Yuan looked at Tony, vaguely guessing Tony's plan. So you want to trick Hammer? Liu Yuan showed a sinister smile. Tony did not hide his true thoughts. I met Ivan Vanko. After he was caught, I went to visit him in prison. I found that although Ivan Vanko was a little worse than me, he was already a genius to many people. So he is very arrogant and will never let others manipulate him. Moreover, with his hostility towards me, he will never willingly just help Hammer Industries to work. His ultimate goal will still be to take revenge on me. Tony stated his speculation with certainty. His meaning is simple. Ivan Vank will not willingly surrender to Hammer. He is using Hammer. In fact, Hammer's purpose of rescuing Ivan Vank is also very simple. That is, he hopes that Ivan Vank will work for him. However, the goals of Hammer and Ivan Vanko are inconsistent. Although Hammer is also hostile to Tony, it is only in business, and there is no personal grudge. Therefore, Hammer's purpose is also very simple, which is to create a weapon that can surpass Tony, and then be completely recognized by the military, and win an exclusive cooperation contract in one fell swoop. However, Ivan Vank did not come here to work, and his purpose was even simpler, which was to get revenge on Tony. Therefore, Hammer is destined to be tragic. Hammer himself is incapable of building an energy source like the arc reactor, nor can he develop his own system. Once he completely relies on Ivan Vank, he will be controlled by Ivan Vank. Tell me your plan. Liu Yuan looked at Tony. In fact, he had already guessed Tony's plan, but he still said, if you need my help, I can kill them all without anyone noticing. With his methods, it is simply not too easy. But Tony shook his head and sneered. That's too cheap for them. Besides, many people already know your identity now. Once they disappear mysteriously, they will soon suspect you. Do you think I will care? Liu Yuan also sneered. His original threat was not a joke. If a certain country dared to become his enemy, he would really dare to destroy a certain country. Tony still shook his head. Don't bother me. I hope they continue like this. You also know that many people are peeping at my suit skills. Even if I tried to pass it off before, this kind of thing will still happen from time to time. There will even be 340 spies from various countries sneaking in. It's too troublesome to block the water every time, so I want to prevent the problem forever. It's better to let them succeed. Instead, I hope that Hammer Industries can mass produce the Iron Legion. Then with Ivan Vank's ambition, he will definitely know how to use my hands and feet. When the time comes, when everyone sees the loss of control of the Iron Legion, they will understand the hidden dangers and will never want to take advantage of me again. And it can also make Hammer the guy easy to catch. This is killing two birds with one stone. Tony said his plan is actually very simple. He just wants to warn other countries in this way. Even if he gives you the technology of the suit, if the system is controlled by others, the trump card you think will become a fatal threat in the blink of an eye. As for whether Tony's calculation is accurate, of course there is no need to doubt his IQ. But the key question is, what do I want to do? Liu Yuan spread his hands and suddenly realized that he had nothing to do after working for a long time. Tony looked at Liu Yuan. I just asked you to analyze it for me. Damn, haven't you finished analyzing it yourself? Liu Yuan rolled his eyes. He was fooled and his trip was in vain. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Fury and I went to the North Pole a few days ago. Guess what happened? Did you rescue Captain America? It turns out he already knew. 89. In-depth communication with Captain America, literally. This Tony. By the time Liu Yuan returned home, it was already late at night. He returned home cursing because after Tony approached him to talk for a while, he finally told Liu Yuan that Liu Yuan might not be needed for anything in this plan. After all, Tony has already said that he will not do anything now, but expects Hammer Industries to do some good things. Then he still wants to go there by himself? Liu Yuan was speechless, and finally he realized that it was because Xiao Laojiao had to work very late, so he felt bored and called him over. The two had another drink, and it wasn't until Chili Pepper got off work that she drove Mr. Bulb away. That's right, Liu Yuan was kicked out immediately after being used up. What kind of human nature is this? Of course Liu Yuan was not convinced, so he decisively took away all the good wine from Tony's place. Because Liu Yuan moved out, Tony bought a lot of good wine, but he was robbed today. When Liu Yuan returned home, he realized that he had forgotten that there was an extra guest at home. Steve was still awake and was sitting at the table in the living room with a plate of pasta in front of him. Standing up a little embarrassed, Steve said, I didn't expect you to come back. No, I didn't expect you to come back at this time. Do you want to eat together? He remembered halfway through. This is Liu Yuan's house. Why doesn't he come back? He is the one who lives here on loan. Liu Yuan waved his hand, carrying several bottles of wine he grabbed to the side, and then went to the kitchen to take out 2 cups. Have a drink. Steve shrugged and agreed. The two poured wine and chatted while drinking. But after all, they are different in age, especially Steve, who was frozen for 70 years before waking up and has many puzzles about the current world. So there wasn't much to talk about. Steve was speechless and said, by the way, I went to buy some things today and came back. I saw there was nothing in the refrigerator and kitchen, so I bought some. Indeed, Lu Yuan just used infinite gems to change the furniture in the room, but he didn't want to use his abilities when it came to eating and drinking, and he was too lazy to cook with his own hands, so it was always empty. It wasn't until Steve moved in today that he found there wasn't even a vegetable leaf in the kitchen, so he bought a lot of ingredients and his own daily necessities, including the pasta. I just bought the ingredients today. Lu Yuan agreed casually. You have a look, it's best to buy something you like to eat. Don't worry about what I say. I prefer Chinese food. After all, he was an Oriental in his previous life. Steve looked thoughtful and suddenly asked, are you really an alien? It seems that Steve has a very down-to-earth character. It has been revealed from this point that Fury did tell him about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't mind either. After all, they were drinking and chatting. They didn't have much to talk about. If they minded a little more here and couldn't talk over there would be nothing to talk about. Yes, I'm an alien. Actually, aliens are nothing. At least I know that they are very lively in the Milky Way. For example, Saturn has a satellite called Titan, and there were signs of civilization on it, called Titan. Titan clan. Lu Yuan came casually. And he was not lying, because the Titan mentioned by Lu Yuan was actually the hometown of Thanos. Thanos is also called Thanos, a matter of transliteration. Including in the real world, this Titan is also believed by scientists to have signs of life. The reason is that Titan can be said to be the twin brother of the Earth in many aspects. The environment on the planet is very similar to that of the Earth, and it is the most suitable livable planet for the Earth in the future. The premise is that there is no life culture on Titan, otherwise Star Wars will break out. In addition, there are Xander, Kree, and even Skrulls. In the Milky Way alone, there are countless planets with life civilization. Moreover, the technological civilization of many planets far exceeds that of the Earth, including aliens. A record of man's visit to Earth. For example, the time when Star-Lord was taken away as a child. So, Lu Yuan spread his hands. You don't have to be surprised even if you meet an alien. The universe is so big, it can't be that only the Earth is special, right? The vastness of the universe is beyond human comprehension, because there are more than 100 billion stars in the Milky Way alone. We all know that the sun is also a star and has a strong gravitational pull, which makes the entire solar system revolve around the sun, including the Earth is also a planet in the solar system. And those 100 billion stars, even if they're only the size of the solar system, are still 100 billion star systems that make up such a brilliant galaxy. Think about the scale. Even speaking, the Milky Way is not the largest in size. There are two big brothers on the edge of the Milky Way. Even galaxies such as the Milky Way galaxy are combined together to form larger galaxy groups. And there are countless such galaxy groups in the universe. How big is a universe? That is quite large, far beyond the imagination of people on Earth. Because with the Earth's current technology, it is impossible to detect the conditions of celestial bodies too far beyond the Milky Way, let alone want to understand more mysteries and true meanings of the universe. So in such a vast universe, is there really only one kind of life called human beings? How is it possible? Even on Earth, humans are not the only life. All kinds of animals are blooming. How many kinds of animals have appeared since ancient times? And that's just on Earth. Looking at the universe, human beings are not alone, nor are they conspicuous. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are insignificant. However, human beings are also great. After all, human beings have only a short history of so many years, and they have truly entered a stage of rapid development. In addition to in the previous thousands of years, only the few hundred years before the industrial age were reached. However, the civilization of the Earth is about to enter the civilization of the universe. I believe that sooner or later the Earth will overtake it and become important even in the galaxy. At the end of his speech, Lu Yuan raised his glass to signal Steve. Steve was shocked. Only then did he realize that the universe was so lively. The two continued to chat about many topics. Lu Yuan also became interested in Steve's shield. Steve took out his own shield and handed it to Lu Yuan without noticing. Lu Yuan played with it and found that the vibranium shield was actually very light and thin, but it had a very good absorption effect. For example, if a punch hits a vibranium shield, more than half of the force and kinetic energy will be absorbed. Of course, even vibranium has an upper limit of strength 5078 Ling Long, and vibranium is not the hardest metal in the Marvel universe. There are many metals in the universe that exceed vibranium, and Thanos weapons are one of them. In addition, Steve also showed Lu Yuan his fighting style. He has been playing with shields for so many years and can even perform actions beyond the physical range. And based on trajectory calculation, the shield returns to the hand after hitting the target. Lu Yuan saw it interestingly, clenched his fist, and said, "Do you want me to punch you?" Steve had no idea that the opponent's punch might kill him, so he was about to agree. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's cell phone rang. This time it's not Fury or Natasha, it's Coulson. Lu Yuan, do you have time to come over and help me? Lu Yuan was very unhappy. I've returned your favor, right? Also, I'm not from S.H.I.E.L.D. As a result, Coulson continued without taking it seriously. There is a hammer I want you to see. Okay, come on. 90. Thor's hammer and Thor. Originally, Lu Yuan had no intention of going. He had only helped Fury for the sake of Captain America. He had not become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s younger brother. Why don't one or two of them have some self-awareness and self-knowledge? As a result, Coulson only mentioned a hammer and he moved it. I'm going to see Thor's hammer this time. Well, he made an excuse for himself. He was not helping S.H.I.E.L.D., but to see hammer. To be honest, Lu Yuan is still very interested in Thor's hammer. He mainly wants to test whether he is qualified to lift Thor's hammer, nothing more. He wanted to test his qualifications with Mjolnir. So Lu Yuan said goodbye to Steve and left. After walking out of the room, Lu Yuan opened the door to space, and when he reappeared, he was already in another realm. Since we can't mention the current place name, I won't say where it is. Anyway, this place is very desolate, surrounded by gobi or yellow sand, and there are not many residents. It is in one of the deserts that there is such a temporary building. Coulson is among them. This place was recently built by S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect one of the things, a hammer standing on the ground. But the strange thing is that no one has been able to lift this hammer from its discovery until now. Lu Yuan came and broke in directly from the outside. No one could stop him because no one could detect his speed. Until 340 Lu Yuan appeared behind Coulson. Whoosh. A sound of wind blew by, and Lu Yuan raised his hand to grab an arrow. Turning his head to look elsewhere, Barton slowly lowered his longbow under a dark shadow. It turns out that Hawkeye Barton is also there, responsible for assisting and protecting Coulson. Lu Yuan looked at Barton, who spread his hands. He just noticed someone appearing behind Coulson, but didn't know it was Lu Yuan. Of course, he would choose to attack immediately. Coulson also noticed Lu Yuan, glanced at the arrow in his hand, and hurriedly said into the intercom, "Barton, it's Lu Yuan." "I already know." Barton agreed, stepped back and disappeared into the shadows. Lu Yuan cut off the arrow in his hand without pursuing it, and came to Coulson's side. The two of them were standing on the third floor. Looking down, they could see the hammer standing there. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and pressed the guardrail in front of him and jumped down. Coulson didn't have time to stop him and could only sigh. After all, he used this excuse to fool people, and it was hard to stop him. Lu Yuan fell to the ground, because it had just rained all night here, and it didn't clear up until not long ago, and the ground under his feet was full of mud. But it wasn't a problem for Lu Yuan, because he was floating above the ground. When he came to the hammer, Lu Yuan raised his hand and held the hammer handle. He knew what it was, Mjolnir, because the power of Odin was attached to it. Only qualified people could pick it up. Although the hammer may not look big, in fact the hammerhead is forged from the center of the planet that is about to decline, and the handle is made from the wood of the world tree. So as long as you can't pick up the hammer, it will feel extremely heavy. But this also explains one thing, that is, when the American team was in Avengers 2, they were actually able to pick up the hammer. Because there are only two consequences for whether you can pick up the hammer. One is that you can't pick it up at all, and the other is that you can pick it up. There is no result that can be shaken but cannot be picked up. So Thor had already known that the captain could pick it up, so he said, "Sure enough." At this time, Lu Yuan was standing there, already reaching out and holding the hammer handle. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan raised his hand fiercely. In an instant, the already clear night sky suddenly lit up with lightning and thunder. Lu Yuan raised his right hand high, and he picked up Thor's hammer. At the same time, a message suddenly sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. An old voice said, Anyone who can pick up this hammer will gain the power of Thor, the god of thunder. So Lu Yuan didn't wait for the thunder and lightning to fall from the sky, and decisively put down the hammer again. Just kidding. Does he need to get the power of Thor? No need. He just used Thor's hammer to test his qualifications. It seems that he can pick up Thor's hammer. He has the qualifications. Moreover, Lu Yuan did not use any divine power, nor did he use the power of the infinity stones or the heart of the universe, nor did he use too much strength on his own, so he lifted it up easily. So it's not that he has the strength to lift it, but that he does have enough qualifications. Looking back, Lu Yuan smiled. Of course he was qualified. He had sacrificed his life to protect Krypton and even wanted to be resurrected after death. Even if he became an ugly monster like Doomsday, he would not hesitate anymore. And after coming to this earth, Lu Yuan never regarded himself as a being who could be superior to the earth. He never thought that he was superior to others. When he had no money, he would find ways to make money. He has tricked people before, even Obadiah to death. But he could have used simpler and more direct methods to grab the money. But he didn't, but lived like an ordinary person. If such a character is not worthy of praise, then not many people can pick up Mjolnir, right? Okay, my wish is fulfilled. Lu Yuan felt proud after thinking about this. After others gain such power, they will think that they have become gods, and they can do whatever they want, and crush them to death if they don't like them. Will you remember how many slices of bread you ate, and how many ants you trampled to death? But Lu Yuan is no one else. Apart from his enemies, he never feels that he is superior to others or anything else. Only with this kind of character can he be favored by two great gods like OAA and DC God at the same time. Without another glance at Thor's hammer, Lu Yuan turned around, flew lightly, and returned to Coulson. Everyone here is from S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as they reach a certain level, they all know who Lu Yuan is. So he didn't bother to cover up anything. When they arrived in front of Coulson, before Lu Yuan could speak, Coulson spoke first. Okay, now that I've seen the hammer, come and help me see another person. Huh. Lu Yuan squinted at Coulson. This guy was a bad learner. Coulson's expression remained unchanged, and he led the way for Lu Yuan in advance. Lu Yuan sighed. Since he is already here, let's go and take a look. In fact, he knew who he wanted to see. Thor's hammer was already here. Who else could it be besides Thor himself? Sure enough, in a room in the building, Thor, the god of thunder, was sitting there dejectedly. He was covered in mud and water, and even his proud hair was messy and tangled. He sat there with a look of despair on his face. Lu Yuan looked at the people inside and asked Coulson, "Tell me, what do you want me to see?" Coulson pondered for a moment and asked, "Is he the mythical Thor, or an alien?" Lu Yuan glanced at Thor and said, "He is both the mythical god of thunder and an alien. Is there any conflict?" 91. First meeting with Soul. Norse mythology is a myth and legend that is as widely circulated as Greek mythology and is familiar to people. Among them, Thor, the god of thunder, is the most famous character in some respects, second only to Odin, the king of gods. Including Thor's combat prowess, he is also the second most powerful person after Odin. It is one of the centers of Norse mythology. At this time, Thor, the god of thunder, was caught by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. So even Coulson felt it was magical and had to make a request to Fury, and then receive the instruction, and then called Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan Kai didn't admit that he came because he had already formed a friendship with Coulson and the others. He came to see Thor's hammer and use it to test his character. Of course, now I am just helping Coulson and others to distinguish whether Thor is real or fake. He is real, Lu Yuan confirmed by just glancing at Thor, who was imprisoned in a separate room. His physical fitness is several times that of a human being. Even though he may have lost his divine power and hammer, his physical strength is also far beyond that of ordinary people. But our people subdued him easily. Patton's voice came from the side. He had already walked over from his previous camp. As an excellent sniper and marksman, he knows how to change places with one shot. His previous position has been exposed, so he naturally needs to change his position. Even if Lu Yuan knew about it, he had become accustomed to it. Regarding Lu Yuan's words, Barton felt puzzled. Do you really think he is Thor from myths and legends? Lu Yuan shrugged. So I said, he lost his divine power and hammer, and you agents are not ordinary people. You can be said to be the elite among humans. It is not incredible to be able to defeat a down-and-out god. Lu Yuan was right. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents must be proficient in various fighting techniques. Unless you're a technician. In the later stages, there were even many people with superpowers. Then why did he lose his divine power? And he can't even lift the hammer? Why did he come to Earth? Coulson asked subconsciously. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. No. Do you really think I am omnipotent? Even now, I am not omniscient and omnipotent, right? How do I know? Coulson and Barton looked at each other quietly. Not omniscient and omnipotent now. So what about the future? The attention to detail these agents have is truly terrifying. Well, it seems we can only ask the god of thunder in person. Coulson said without further entanglement and walked decisively towards the room. Behind him, Barton raised his chin at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spread his hands. I still have an old popsicle waiting for me to go back to bed. Barton burst out laughing. Old popsicle. He knew who Lu Yuan was talking about. And who else could it be besides Captain America, who had been frozen for 70 years and had just been unblocked? He won't wait for you. Also, Coulson is his biggest fan, so it's best not to let him hear it, Barton said, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder and pushing him forward. Lu Yuan sighed. If he didn't want to, no one could push him. Barton, you are getting more and more familiar with yourself. No. You were the one who dragged me out to drink. That's Natasha. Why is Natasha pulling me? Okay, we can't talk about this anymore. Lu Yuan was not that kind of pure little boy. He approached Natasha several times, even knowing that Natasha might be using a beauty trap and not caring. The purpose was already obvious. It might not be good if we continue talking. Barton showed a victorious expression. Lu Yuan stared at him, and you waited. In the end, Lu Yuan followed Coulson to the room and met Thor, the god of thunder, for the first time. Coulson looked back at Lu Yuan and gave Barton a well-done look. Barton also smiled tacitly, and then looked at Thor with a serious expression. Now that we know that Thor's origins are extraordinary, we must give him a certain amount of respect, which is a level of alertness. Only Lu Yuan didn't care at all, leaning against the door with his arms folded, watching Coulson move a chair and sit opposite Saul, and began to ask questions. Coulson did not use the legendary torture or torture methods. He was just calm, as if chatting with Thor. Perhaps it was precisely because Coulson's attitude was too gentle that Thor, with a face full of sadness and confusion, lowered his head and remained silent without saying a word. Lu Yuan watched from the side, and finally sighed helplessly. Coulson was good at everything, but sometimes he was too good-natured. I have to say that Coulson is actually not suitable for such a role. Thor, I raised the hammer. Lu Yuan couldn't help but speak, proudly telling the fact that he had raised Thor's hammer. Sol was startled and looked at Lu Yuan subconsciously. Impossible. He finally spoke, and his first reaction was that it was impossible. Lu Yuan showed it directly, raising one hand and facing behind him. The next second, with a whoosh sound, Thor's hammer actually obeyed his call and came to Lu Yuan's hand. Thor was stunned. This showed that Lu Yuan had indeed picked up Thor's hammer and became its master. Snapped. Lu Yuan suddenly let go, and Thor's hammer fell to the ground. Others looked at him in confusion. 0. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked outside. Another thick dark cloud had condensed together, and it would turn into lightning and thunder at any time. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan complained. I just want to pick up Thor's hammer, not the power of Thor. Damn, do you want to react so quickly? Because Thor's divine power was stripped away by Odin, and he left a sentence on Thor's hammer. Anyone who can lift Thor's hammer can obtain Thor's divine power. So if Lu Yuan is willing, he can even replace Saul. But he didn't want it because it was pointless. He still has a lot of divine power that he has yet to study and understand, and even countless origin powers, etc. He really doesn't want to get a bunch of things on his body. So Lu Yuan muttered, your father is very annoying. Sol frowned. Although he didn't know who Lu Yuan was, he warned him seriously. I'm warning you, don't insult my father. Lu Yuan blinked. You mean, it's okay to insult you? Sol was stunned, as if he couldn't figure out Lu Yuan's brain circuit and could no longer keep up with his thinking. Well, in fact, there are reasons why Thor is like this. Lu Yuan smiled. Did someone come just now? Your brother. He told you that you made your father angry to death. Thor subconsciously asked, how do you know? Also, I am not angry with my father to death. Lu Yuan said with a proud look on his face, Asgard? God, I am still the supreme mage of the earth. You want to escape my eyes? Stop joking. 92. Thor is a big fool. Lu Yuan was indeed right. He was indeed a student of Ancient One, had learned all of Ancient One's magic, and had read all of Kamatage's magic books. Even in terms of mental strength, Lu Yuan far surpassed Gu Yi. Even the power to maintain Gu Yi's vitality and youth was given by him. Now Gu Yi is no longer connected to Dormammu, because Dormammu was eaten by Lu Yuan, and she is connected to Lu Yuan. Of course, unless Gu Yi dies, Lu Yuan still cannot be called the Supreme Mage. There is only one title of Supreme Mage, and only one person in each generation can obtain it. As for the Asgardian god that Lu Yuan complained about and even looked down upon, it was Loki, who was also Thor's younger brother in the Marvel Universe. Of course, Loki actually had another background. Lu Yuanxin said that it was a bloody soap opera, so he shouldn't get involved. However, Lu Yuan had a different view on Loki's previous 340 sneaking in and then slandering that Odin was dead. You have to know that your power was taken away by Odin. If Odin dies, you will be the first heir. Your power will only become more powerful, instead of being as desolate as you are now. And Thor's hammer. The reason why the owner of that thing can be chosen is also because of Odin's magic. If he dies, anyone with some strength can pick it up. Lu Yuan looked at Thor like that. Are you a fool? Isn't this simple-minded, stupid guy too easy to deceive? Originally, Thor's power did not actually come from Mjolnir, and he was not the god of hammers. Thor is the god of thunder, and the hammer is only used to help him better control and exert his power, because he is not mature enough to fully control his power. What really caused Thor to lose his power was the seal from Odin. Thor's power comes from Odin and the Odinson family. If Odin did die, Thor would immediately regain his power. It may even surpass Odin's state during his lifetime, because he is Odin's first heir, and Odin will pass everything to him after his death. This is why Odin told Thor after his death that he was stronger than him. When Odin is alive, he can deal with Thor without any pressure, but after he dies, part of his power will be passed on to Thor. So my father is not dead. Thor finally came to his senses. Then why did Loki say that? Thor asked again. Lu Yuan sighed and put his hand on his forehead, making a helpless gesture. If you have this level of IQ, then we won't be able to communicate, okay? Sol knew that Lu Yuan was mocking him, but the key was that he still didn't understand. Or maybe it's not that I don't understand, but that I don't want to believe it in my heart. Thor truly regarded Loki as a brother, because he didn't know that they were not brothers and always thought that they were biological brothers. So even though there was friction in normal times, he still didn't want to believe that Loki would harm him. He is such a simple, stupid big guy. Even Odin can't do anything to him. Moreover, Thor is still a bit naive now. He is arrogant, but he does not have the corresponding strength. This comes more from being the son of Odin and the Prince of Asgard. Even though he has some military exploits, compared with when Odin suppressed the 9 realms, he is far behind. He has never really seen a war, but he plans to start a war in order to show off his status and glory. This is the main reason why Thor was exiled this time. Thor, you need to study. You need to understand the real reason why you were exiled this time, and why you have lost the qualification to pick up Mjolnir. Only by understanding all this can you regain it. Use your own strength, and return to Asgard to regain everything you lost. Lu Yuan could only tell Thor so straightforwardly. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Thor still couldn't figure out the situation. Maybe in Lu Yuan's mind, Sol is already synonymous with fool. Talking to idiots is so tiring. Lu Yuan didn't forget to complain when he went out. Maybe it's because I've been dealing with smart people all the time. Those people, whether they are friends or enemies around me, are all human beings and old fools. Once you say a sentence, people have to think about it 10 times and then immediately guess what you mean. Sometimes, even a look can be used as a means of communication. Look at the big fool in the room again. He's saying it so clearly. It's your brother Loki who's doing the trick. He's lying to you. He doesn't want you to go back. He wants to seize the throne of Asgard. Why don't you understand? Behind him, Patton and Coulson also came out zero. What should he do? Coulson has no idea now. He is obviously the supreme commander here, and even Hawkeye Barton has to obey his command. As a result, the problem of dealing with Sol is now left to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at Coulson, thought for a while, and said, if someone comes to bail him out, let him go. He is not a bad person. If he can leave a good impression, he may become a superstar of the earth in the future. Hero, please note, I am not helping your shield with advice, but I am helping the earth. I know. Coulson just smiled, thinking that you were not here to help. Lu Yuan was very angry. Are some people from S.H.I.E.L.D. getting too carried away recently? Or are you exaggerating? By the way, there's one more thing I want to ask you for help with. Unexpectedly, Coulson said this again. Damn, Lu Yuan was furious. He was feeling annoyed. Are you still here? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Lu Yuan pointed at Coulson's nose. They just had a good relationship, not as good as Tony. Regarding Tony, Lu Yuan truly regarded him as a friend, so he didn't care too much when he was teased, innocently asked to drink with that bastard, and then kicked away again when Pepper got off work. But being manipulated by Coulson and the S.H.I.E.L.D. people like this is too much. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan flew up and turned around to leave. But Coulson said 2.0. It's about the Hulk. Lu Yuan paused. Hulk? He had participated in that battle before, and it seemed to be related to him. We need someone to warn General Ross that his plan should end, and the hunt for the Hulk should also end. And please help us convey that maybe that plan will also recruit the Hulk. Coerson quickly finished what he wanted to ask Lu Yuan for help this time. Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. S.H.I.E.L.D. may already know Lu Yuan's character after being in contact with him for such a long time. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan is a person who doesn't like to cause trouble and doesn't want to owe anyone favors. At the same time, he is also a responsible person. If something is caused by him, he will take the initiative to solve it. Precisely because he caught this weakness in Lu Yuan's character, he was always able to make him obey. 93. Another threat to warn General Ross. Maybe some people think that the protagonist is too cowardly and aggrieved. On the contrary, Lu Yuan is a responsible person, or I never knew that responsibility was a derogatory term. If Lu Yuan had not taken the responsibility, he would not have become the supreme commander of Krypton. The fact that he was able to reach such heights and achievements is enough to illustrate his charisma. Why can Krypton trust him? In addition to the help and background from the Al family, it was also because of Lu Yuan's own outstanding charm. As a soldier and leader, Lu Yuan is by no means a benevolent woman or a holy mother. He once beat his enemy's neighbor planet to collapse and had to live under the surface. But he is not entirely a violent person, and he is unswervingly responsible for his responsibilities. Obviously, I have used so much pen and ink to reflect Lu Yuan's character. If there are still people who don't understand Lu Yuan's acting style, maybe it is really my problem. Anyway, Lu Yuan had personally participated in the battle between the Hulk and the hated Manhattan, and it is obvious that Lu Yuan let Hulk go after killing Abomination. As long as 06 knows Lu Yuan's true identity, everyone knows that it is him, and he is the even more terrifying alien monster. Compared with Lu Yuan at that time, even Abomination and Hulk might have become good babies, and he threatened General Ross. Therefore, Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. believes that perhaps letting Lu Yuan contact General Ross is the best choice. Why does Lu Yuanfei want to get involved in these things? The reason is actually very simple. General Ross actually already has some things in his hands, such as the serum of the Super Soldier Project. He may already have an inferior version of the replica. Otherwise, how could Bronchis, the prototype of hatred, be obtained? He was transformed into the Abomination by first being injected with the Super Soldier serum and then with the Hulk's genes. In addition, there is also research information about Mr. Lon, the guy codenamed Leader. General Ross took Hulk away from the Leader's laboratory, and God knows how much more he still has. Lu Yuan didn't have a good impression of a certain country, and he had been preventing that country from obtaining the Iron Man suit to build an Iron Army, and it was impossible for General Ross to complete the Super Soldier plan. He doesn't care if Hulk can join the Avengers in the future. He only cares if General Ross can create a super army. That's all. So Lu Yuan came and found General Ross, who was drinking alone and depressed in a bar. Originally, this was supposed to be Tony's mission in the Easter egg, but now it's Lu Yuan's. Arriving next to General Ross, Lu Yuan raised his hand and greeted the bartender. A bottle of whiskey. The bartender was stunned for a moment. Usually they serve one glass at a time. Could he just pour it into one bottle? General Ross looked back at Lu Yuan and snorted. It seems like he is exactly the same as an ordinary person. Lu Yuan was not surprised. As mentioned before, in addition to S.H.I.E.L.D., the first 3 soldiers who knew his identity should have also told other forces. Definitely. F that BI, C that IA, and even the military, etc., will definitely make reports. That is not betrayal of Lu Yuan, and they are not working for Lu Yuan. It would be betrayal if they did not make a report. Therefore, it is not surprising that General Ross knows Lu Yuan's identity. After all, so much time had passed since the battle, long enough for General Ross to investigate the identity of the monster he encountered that day. Unless Lu Yuan is ruthless and kills everyone who knows. After receiving the whiskey from the bartender, Lu Yuan raised his hand and blew directly on the bottle. Then he snapped his fingers again. Have a glass of whiskey. The bartender opened his mouth wide and stared at the guest in shock. Is this bottle meant to moisturize your throat? This is just the beginning, right? But he is in business anyway, so it would be nice to meet this kind of wine god who never gets drunk after 1,000 cups of wine. So I quickly put ice cubes on it and brought another glass of whiskey. General Ross looked at Lu Yuan again. Is this how to drink such a strong drink? He couldn't help but put down the wine glass in his hand. If Lu Yuanfei wanted to invite him to drink with him, he would probably die here at such an old age. However, he overthought it. Lu Yuan only drank his own. Invite General Ross to drink with you? Why? Are they friends? No. Besides, does he have the qualifications? Lu Yuan sneered in his heart. If he became arrogant, there would be few people in the world who could catch his eye. Not to mention that General Ross is not good. Even when the president comes, he still doesn't give him face. General Ross felt bored, so he had to take a sip of his drink in despair, and then planned to get up and change positions. You still remember what I said before. Lu Yuan finally took the initiative to talk to General Ross. General Ross was shocked. Are you talking about the previous threats? He remained silent. Lu Yuan sneered. I got the news. You seem to be still stubborn. I'm just here to warn you for the last time. The next time it won't be a warning. You dare to threaten me? General Ross was also angry. He really didn't believe that he, a general, would be killed by an alien in his own country. Lu Yuan just smiled. Do you dare to bet the entire country with you? General Ross was stunned. What do you mean? If I attack you, a certain country will definitely avenge you. When the evolution reaches its final stage, I will pull down the moon and smash it on a certain country. I don't believe anyone can survive by then. Lu Yuan said in an understatement. And General Ross broke out in cold sweat. No one here knows Lu Yuan's true identity. Only he knows. He knows that Lu Yuan is an alien, knows that Lu Yuan has powerful power, and has seen with his own eyes that he can easily wipe out hatred. General Ross didn't dare to bet. He didn't dare to bet the entire country that Lu Yuan couldn't do it, or didn't dare to do it. What are you going to do? General Ross was angry and aggrieved. He even felt aggrieved. Why is this guy always in trouble with him? Lu Yuanxin said you don't have any points yourself? Why can't you get along with General Ross? It's not that he wants to commit suicide. Lu Yuan looked at General Ross coldly and snorted. You should know what I want to do. Destroy all those plans for me, or I will destroy you. Also, don't pursue or disturb Hulk Cow anymore. Come on, I was asked to join a team. There is also your daughter. They are in love. General Ross was so angry that he was shaking all over. Okay, he even has to take care of his daughter's affairs? Betty is the daughter and only daughter of General Ross, and Betty is the girlfriend of Dr. Banner. The two were originally in love. But later, because Dr. Banner became the Hulk and began to be hunted by General Ross all over the world, the Mandarin ducks had to part ways. Liao Yan separated. 94. Tony also received Fury solicitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have sent Lu Yuan here because they had some information. His purpose was very simple, which was to beat or threaten General Ross. General Ross is unwilling, but what can he do? He knows that secular rules are meaningless to Lu Yuan. Are you using a certain country to suppress him? Well, he directly threatened to pull the moon off and smash it on a certain country's head. Do you know why Superman is loved and hated by people? It's because Superman is an alien and has the power to destroy the Earth at any time. This also leads to as many people who are worried about Superman and therefore hostile to him, as there are people who love him. So General Ross finally compromised. At this point, the Super Soldier Project was finally over, and the hunt for the Hulk was finally over. Why do you have to come and meet Ross? Because General Ross represents the opinions of the military. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to recruit Hulk to join the Avengers in the future, it must get everyone's approval and assistance. You can't just let Hulk join in when you need him, and then turn around and catch Hulk after defeating the enemy, right? Once Hulk joins the Avengers, Dr. Banner can finally return to normal society. Of course, this is something. After Lu Yuan threatened General Ross, he ignored General Ross. He ordered a few more bottles of wine and sat there until morning. When it was daylight the next day, Lu Yuan went home smelling of alcohol. Fortunately, the person he lived with was not a woman, but Captain America Steve, so he didn't care about Lu Yuan. The two met and said hello. One went outside to go for a run, and the other went to take a shower. Steve is trying to figure out how to reintegrate into the present world, but he still has a lot to learn and be exposed to again, and he has missed a whole 70 years. There is no way around this. We can only do it slowly. Lu Yuan couldn't help because he was also an outsider, and there were still many things he didn't understand. At the same time, Tony has been very busy recently, and it is said that Hammer was indeed fooled. Not only did that guy eagerly start investing in research and development after rescuing Ivan Vank, but through the current cooperative relationship between Hammer Industries and the military, he finally managed to get Rhodes' War Machine over somehow. He said that he wanted to build a set of weapons and equipment for the War Machine, but Tony knew very well that the guy was still determined to unearth the core technology in the suit. But is that so easy to do? Moreover, Ivan Vank has his own ambitions, and it is impossible to help Hammer. If Hammer really develops his own control system, what should Ivan Vank do? How else could he avenge himself? Poor Hammer. He didn't know that he had been caught in the middle and became the toy of those two people. Everything about him was planned by them. Hammer also prides himself on being a smart man, but in fact there is still a big gap between him and a real genius. He doesn't even have the qualifications to say, if you're both a good person, how can you be a bright person? If you have to say it, it should be, if you're both a good person, how can you be bright? Tony didn't need Lu Yuan's help for the time being. During this period, he only called Lu Yuan once when he was developing the functions of the new suit. Tony asked Lu Yuan to recreate the scene of heat rays. It turned out that Tony installed laser rays in his new suit after seeing the power of heat rays. Lu Yuan was helpless. Tony was becoming less and less afraid of him. At first, I was extremely worried about whether Lu Yuan would lose control and whether this alien would be difficult to get along with. As a result, Tony discovered that the two had become friends. So what's there to be polite about? Speaking of which, what have you been busy with recently? Tony asked without raising his head as he began to study how to make the laser transmitter he wanted. Lu Yuan raised his hands and saw a small planet that looked like a star suddenly appeared on his left hand. It was the heart of the universe. It not only contained part of the power of OA, but also had terrifying power that could destroy even the Life Tribunal. On the right hand, 6 beautiful gems appeared and slowly rotated. Those are the Infinity Stones, and they're a complete set, and they're from the Marvel Comics universe in the main universe. He had recently been studying these forces, mastering the laws of the universe through observation. Once he is allowed to use his own power to integrate the power of the Infinity Stones and the heart of the universe, he can even achieve omniscience and omnipotence, be infinitely close, and even reach the realm of OA. At least in the Marvel world, he has a chance to be on an equal footing with OA. But after he returns to the DC universe, he may have to start all over again. Only after he has mastered the power of origin can he get close to the DC god. And once he masters the omniscient and omnipotent power of the two universes at the same time, What state will he reach? Lu Yuan is extremely looking forward to it. Maybe one day, even the two great gods who protect him now will be surpassed by him. Lu Yuan. Tony raised his head because he didn't get an answer. Lu Yuan flipped his wrist, and the mysterious power in his hands was contained by him. Smiling at Tony, Lu Yuan said, "What can I do? I can have a drink, pick up girls, or go home and chat with the old popsicle captain. I even had a discussion with him. Don't say anything. His fighting skills are pretty good. If he has the same physical strength, maybe even I can't beat him." This is not because Lu Yuan is being humble. He is more focused on defeating 10 groups with one force, making people unable to defend themselves at a faster speed, and defeating all enemies with more powerful force. He's not the type to do delicate things. He doesn't know how to do anything like Bajie Zhang, Bajiquan, or Wing Chun, and he has no chance to learn them. He was an ordinary person in his previous life, but after traveling through the DC universe, he became a Kryptonian, and then slept in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, so he had no chance to learn Kung Fu. On the contrary, during these days of sparring with the American team, I actually learned some fighting skills, and Captain America is a master of hand-to-hand combat. Maybe even Gu Yi's melee skills are better than Lu Yuan's. In the future, he may have the opportunity to return to his master to learn from each other, preferably judo. Chun, 5078, Ling Long. I heard that you have been working for S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. Tony hesitated and asked tentatively. This represented a signal, and he knew that Lu Yuan understood what he meant. Lu Yuan squinted at Tony and guessed what he meant, and said angrily, "Did S.H.I.E.L.D. invite you to participate in some Avengers project in my name?" Tony nodded. That Fury is really a madman. Lu Yuan cursed angrily. Fury is really bad. While using some small tricks to get Lu Yuan to help, he also revealed such rumors to win over Tony. But the problem is, he didn't join anything. I was just bored, so I followed them around. As for whether you want to join, it depends on your own thoughts. Tony, don't forget that you are a superhero, and you are a superhero all over the world, and not from a certain country. Lu Yuan persuaded Tony sincerely. Tony nodded thoughtfully. 95. Research and master the power of infinite stones. That's right. Lu Yuan has already begun to study the heart of the universe and the power of the infinite stones. He seemed to be idle all day, and even started to run to help S.H.I.E.L.D. However, in places where others cannot see, such as hiding in the mirror world, he has been observing the infinity stones in the heart of the universe continuously. These two powers were so powerful and mysterious that even Lu Yuan had to hide in the mirror world to study them. For example, at this time, Lu Yuan seemed to be sitting in the living room at home, but in fact he was in the mirror world. But the mirror world corresponded to everything in the real world, so except that there was no other person, everything was the same as the real world. Lu Yuan sat there, with 6 crystal clear infinity gems slowly rotating in front of him. The 6 infinity stones represent different laws of power. For example, the time stone represents the law of time, the space stone represents the law of space, and so on. Then there are the mind stone, soul stone, power stone, and reality stone. In addition, the color of each gem is different, and even the color of gems in each universe is different. Originally, this was an infinity stone from the main universe of the comic book world, so the power stone was red, the time stone was actually orange 340, and the space stone was purple. But this is a movie universe after all, and many people don't actually understand the comics, and most of them have only seen the movies. So in order not to confuse everyone, the colors are unified with the movie universe. The time stone is still green, the space stone is still blue, the power stone is still purple, the soul stone is still orange, the reality stone is still red, and finally the mind stone is still yellow. Lu Yuan once observed the time gem of this movie universe, and thus started to control the law of time. This is because he is also a high-dimensional fifth-dimensional person, and he has actually been able to control the law of time for a long time. Then he gained some understanding of the laws of space. Now that he has obtained the space gem, he has a deeper understanding of the laws of space. Later, he came into contact with the spiritual realm by learning magic, and also swallowed Dormammu in the dark dimension world. Because of this, Lu Yuan mastered huge spiritual power, including the mind stone. There is also the soul gem. He can even let his soul escape from the shell at will, which makes it more consistent with the soul gem. It also allowed the soul gem to increase the strength of his soul. Even if he lost his strong physical strength, Lu Yuan's soul state was definitely strong. So far, only the reality stone and the power stone have not been touched. But to be honest, the last 2 gems are the easiest. Why do you say that? Because the power gem is the purest power. It does not have many complicated laws. It is just pure power. The power stone is claimed to have unlimited physical power and can also make the user invincible and absolutely invulnerable. The official setting of the movie universe also says this. This gem allows the user to master and control all the power and energy they are trying to master. At the same time, the power gem itself also contains endless energy and has the power to support and strengthen other gems. There was even a plot in the movie universe where a giant who was suspected to be a member of the Celestials appeared. He only used the power stone to exert force on the surface of a planet once, causing the entire planet's civilization to collapse. Therefore, it was said in the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy that once Ronan the Accuser, who controls the power stone, reaches the surface of Xandar, he can destroy Xandar. So some people also wonder why Thanos didn't do that after arriving on Earth. Perhaps Thanos' character is too noble, and he only wants to destroy half of all lives, not all of them. Well, thank you Thanos for not killing. Therefore, the power gem has no power of law that needs to be observed or mastered, because the power gem itself is an endless source of power. Mastering it is equivalent to mastering the power of a universe, or even a multiverse. Moreover, the power stone can also enhance the effects of other infinity stones. For example, the reality stone can make ideas become reality, but it also has certain restrictions and effect time limits. But with the blessing of the power stone, the reality stone can really reverse reality. In addition, Lu Yuan himself is a 5th-dimensional person, and he is also the golden Doomsday, equivalent to the only golden Superman, also the supreme Superman, who has appeared in the 5th dimension. Therefore, he has the power to rewrite reality at will. Now that I have obtained the reality stone, I feel even more powerful. The furniture that Lu Yuan had conjured up at home before was already real. Everything he conjures now is real, not an illusion. If he wanted to, he could even create a second Earth beside him with a thought. The power of the infinity stones and people from the 5th dimension is so terrifying. Some people may wonder, is it really such an exaggeration? It's such an exaggeration. For example, DC's Troublemaker once changed the laws of reality. In fact, he changed it many times, and even the inexplicable change of 1 + 1 = fish can be achieved. Lu Yuan sat there, with various colors slowly flowing through his eyes for some unknown reason. He looked a little strange, as if he had lost consciousness and was just sitting there in a daze. At this moment, the 6 infinity stones began to slowly move closer to Lu Yuan's body. First, the soul stone was the first to get close to Lu Yuan's forehead, and finally disappeared into his mind and integrated into Lu Yuan's soul. Somewhere in the dark, Lu Yuan's soul began to sublimate, quickly transforming into pure gold, exuding a divine brilliance. Somewhere in the universe, perhaps deep in a certain Marvel universe, Oe noticed all this, nodded slowly, with a look of appreciation in his eyes. At this time, how similar is Lu Yuan's soul to the glittering Oe? Then came the soul stone, which also penetrated into Lu Yuan's forehead, immediately clearing his mind. Many things in the past suddenly became clear, and even the things he saw in front of him were different. The world is more colorful, and he can clearly see things that ordinary people cannot perceive. Then the reality gem, space gem, and time gem also entered Lu Yuan's mind one by one. Only the power stone was different. The power stone paused, as if hesitating. Finally, it came to Lu Yuan's heart, submerged into Lu Yuan's body with a whoosh, and merged with Lu Yuan's heart. After all, the Power Stone is a power from the physical side, with nearly unlimited physical power. Therefore, it is more suitable for this position, using the heart to support Lu Yuan's physical strength. This time, Lu Yuan truly controlled the power of the infinite stones. They were no longer used by external forces, but became part of his power. 96. Encountering a bottleneck in the heart of the universe. The reason why Lu Yuan could so smoothly integrate the power of the infinite stones into his own power was actually entirely due to the fact that he had stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. He had become a higher dimensional being in advance, and already possesses almost all the power of the infinity stones, which is equivalent to a lot of overlap with the power of the infinity stones. This is easily achieved. But when he took out the heart of the universe to observe and gain the power of the heart of the universe, he found that the heart of the universe was much higher level than the full set of infinity stones. Let's put it this way, even if Thanos gathers a full set of infinity stones, he can only be defeated in seconds when facing the tribunal of life. And once Thanos gets the heart of the universe, it will be his second life court. The poor life tribunal was originally a great god whose level was only below Oa, but in the end it was reduced to a unit of measurement. Even Lu Yuan was amazed by the power of the heart of the universe. With this power, it is not polite to say that even the multiverse can be erased and reshaped in a single thought. Even the great gods of the universe can erase them altogether or create new ones. 5 gods: Eternal, Annihilation, Die, Unlimited, or Galactus. At this time, it was no longer enough to watch in front of Lu Yuan, because even them, Lu Yuan can destroy and create. The heart of the universe not only contains multiverse level and even almighty universe level power, it also contains part of the power of the Oa. If there is the only artifact that can surpass the heart of the universe, it is the reality controller, and that was created by Oa himself to control himself. Logically speaking, it cannot be known or touched by anyone. Of course, Thanos is definitely the exception. So Thanos merged with the reality controller and became the reality materialization of the Marvel Universe. Now the Marvel Universe is in crisis again. This time, not even the OA can deal with Thanos. The reason is that if the OA eliminates Thanos, it will also eliminate the reality of the Marvel Universe. It can be said that the real-world Marvel company created the Marvel Universe under the instruction of OA. Once Marvel's reality is eliminated, it can be considered that OA killed Marvel. It's just weird anyway. Finally, it seems that there is no sequel to this comic yet. In short, so far, it seems that Thanos has not been eliminated. It can't be him, right? Lu Yuan's heart moved. Could it be that his final opponent is Thanos in his strongest state? No wonder OA has to train others to deal with it, because OA has no way to take action. This is a lot of fun. Lu Yuan couldn't help but worry because he thought of such a plot in a certain universe. Because Thanos fused with the reality controller can be said to be in his strongest state. Even the living tribunal has been absorbed and devoured by him, naturally including all the gods in the universe. Life Court, why is it always me? Although Lu Yuan also knew that the reality controller and that version of Thanos were not mainstream settings in the Marvel Universe, but originated from a separate setting written by another author. The OA including the universe written by that author is not called OA, but called AO. And in the comic universe that truly belongs to Marvel, there is no reality controller. But now it also involves super terrible things like OBA and giant ferocious beasts, so they may not be able to bring these to the surface. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan couldn't help but become a little anxious. If Thanos gets the reality controller, he must master the power of the heart of the universe as soon as possible, otherwise he will have no chance of defeating him. Even he is in danger of being defeated. After all, the reality controller can erase other existences from their fundamental existence, and even those with the ability to infinitely resurrect may not be able to be resurrected. However, how can the power of the heart of the universe be mastered so easily? In the end, Lu Yuan had to temporarily stop what he was doing, feeling upset. The reason why the heart of the universe is so powerful is because it itself represents an all-powerful universe. Perhaps the heart of the universe can become a complete all-powerful universe when it is developed to its limit. If the universe has levels, it can probably be divided into single universe, multiverse, super universe, and finally the omnipotent universe. Infinite individual universes are an infinite multiverse, and infinite multiverses are a super universe. By analogy, one can imagine how huge an omnipotent universe is. Of course, theoretically there are infinite universes, but even Marvel can't represent every universe, and there is still a focus. And once Lu Yuan masters the heart of the universe and becomes his own power, he can indeed be comparable to OA and become an omniscient and omnipotent being. As for now, there is still a lot to be desired. After opening the mirror world, Lu Yuan returned home and lay on the sofa with an inevitable expression of disappointment on his face. I originally thought that the Infinity Stones would go so smoothly, and the heart of the universe would be out of the question. But it turned out not to be easy. If the laws of a universe alone contain so many, how huge would an omnipotent universe be? Differences between universes, and so on. There were so many things that he needed to observe, and even Lu Yuan, who had integrated the power of the infinite gems, felt a headache. Or should I go to other universes to see it with my own eyes? 0. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, as if he thought of something. Didn't he already open the door to the DC universe before? Wouldn't it be easier if it was just in the Marvel universe? If it's just a door to other Marvel universes, shouldn't it be harder? Lu Yuan sat up and murmured to himself. He had already expertly put on the hanging ring on himself, then pointed his left hand in front of him, and started with his right hand. Draw circles. Slowly, a golden circle appeared in front of Lu Yuan, and a strange aura came over it. That is no longer the movie universe Lu Yuan is in at this time, but another Marvel universe. As for where this portal leads to, even Lu Yuan can't guarantee it, because he did it unconsciously just now, and he actually didn't know where he opened the portal to. But now that it has been opened, Lu Yuan certainly won't back down. This is what he wants, isn't it? So Lu Yuan stood up decisively, passed through the portal without hesitation, and came to the other side of the door. Then he found that he seemed to have arrived at a strange place. The place was full of messy graffiti and posters, but the inside looked more like someone's small warehouse. The most important thing is that there are 2 people sitting inside, who seem to be holding a special job fair. The most important thing is that there is a person sitting inside, wearing a red mask on his face, wearing a tight suit, and 2 knives stuck in his back. He looks like Spider-Man, but in fact he is Deadpool. 97. Traveling through the world of Deadpool and mutants? In the small shabby warehouse, Lu Yuan walked in. Wow, who's this? Why did he appear in front of me, wearing clothes that are more handsome than mine? Deadpool exclaimed, and there was only one reason for his exclaim, that is, Lu Yuan was so handsome in what he wore. Wearing a clean white suit and white leather shoes, he was spotless and incompatible with his surroundings. Dude, I think you're in the wrong place. Even someone close to Deadpool complained, holding up a job ad. I saw that it was clearly stated above that this time we would recruit some talents with special abilities and then form a special operations team, which was simply a mercenary team. However, Lu Yuan looked more like a white-collar worker applying for a job in a large company. He looked like a business elite rather than a mercenary. Lu Yuan shrugged. In fact, he didn't know that there was a job fair going on here. He just saw Deadpool and came nearby. Special ability? Does this count? As he spoke, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately released 2 weak heat rays that melted an iron frame next to him. Wow, Deadpool exclaimed again, jumped up, pointed at Lu Yuan and shouted to the people around him. Did you see it? Except for the different colors, this is Cyclops? Damn it. I've been complaining about it before the movie company didn't give a damn except for the money. But you didn't expect them to invite Cyclops? Lu Yuan had a black line on his head. I'm not Cyclops. Well, actually he didn't know where to complain. As we all know, Deadpool is one of the few people who can break the wall of the 4th dimension, so he even dares to complain about it to his own film company. Not only that, the Deadpool movie was a hit, but Deadpool complained that the film company only took money and did nothing, and even the X-Men couldn't hire a few people. However, he was wrong. In fact, they actually invited a complete team of X-Men to make a cameo appearance. Yes, the X-Men team that only appeared in one scene is real. It is said that they came to shoot a scene during the filming of Dark Phoenix. It's just that Deadpool didn't notice it at the time. Cyclops, you're hired. Regardless of whether Lu Yuan wanted to or not, Deadpool had already decided to call him Cyclops. After all, he has been criticizing the rest of the X-Men for not having them in his own movies. Okay, so I got myself a laser eye, right? Lu Yuan somewhat understood that Deadpool was sick. He couldn't follow him when he was sick. So Lu Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Due to his interest in Deadpool, he temporarily joined this crappy special operations team, and then Lu Yuan turned around and left. He came outside and found that there was a bar in front. So the one in the back was really a bar warehouse, right? Lu Yuan slapped his forehead and felt a little regretful. The bar is not open today. Maybe it is for the job fair later, right? By the way, this bar is actually not an ordinary bar. First of all, the inside of the bar is relatively shabby, and secondly, it is also a famous gathering place for mercenaries. They will also help with tasks here, but they will charge a certain commission. The man sitting next to Deadpool before is the person in charge here. His nickname is Weasel, and his full name is Jackhammer. He is an arms dealer and an intelligence agent, and he is also the person in charge of the mercenary mission in the store. So don't underestimate him. At least in his shop, he still has a lot of status and voice. After all, no one wants to have no business in the future, right? Lu Yuan quickly sorted out the relevant information and looked at the back. In addition to him, there were many people applying for jobs in the back. It seems that Deadpool's reputation is still quite high, and many people are willing to do a deal with him. Also, Deadpool's most famous ability is that he can't die, no matter what, so he accepts almost any business, as long as he gives money. Of course, as an anti-hero, Deadpool is in the business of assassinating bad guys, so he is not without a bottom line. The premise is that he has a beloved girlfriend who can keep his bottom line and true heart. But just at this time his girlfriend was dead. Lu Yuan didn't even need to ask anyone. For some reason, when he thought about it, he naturally got the information. It was as if he had experienced it personally. No, it was as if he had watched it live. This is the power of the heart of the universe. After all, Lu Yuan has already begun to observe the heart of the universe before. Even if he has not fully mastered it, he has gained some power. He can control the heart of the universe, but his ultimate goal is to turn the heart of the universe into his own power. What should we do next? Lu Yuan was a little worried for a while. He was a newbie and didn't even have a place to go. Moreover, Lu Yuan discovered that although this universe is also the Marvel universe, regardless of the real-world issues regarding copyright, producer, etc., no one can deny that Deadpool is a Marvel character. So it is also included in the Marvel universe. However, this universe does not have elements of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and even except for the elements about the X-Men and mutants, anything related to Marvel elements does not exist. Iron Man, what is that? Captain America? Who? There are none here. There are only mutants here, and they don't seem to be related to the X-Men universe. At most, they are just cameos from each other. Lu Yuan found it interesting, the power of mutants. That is also a kind of power in the Marvel universe. He suddenly planned to travel to other universes just to witness these many powers. So Lu Yuan took action, using his supervision to overlook the world, observing the power held by each mutant and the changes in them. Mutants refer to a group of humans who possess various superpowers due to genetic mutations, and this does not include people who gain superpowers due to acquired mutations. Logically speaking, for example, the Fantastic Four mutated due to external reasons, so they are not considered mutants. In addition, the US 2.0 team was transformed because of the serum of the Super Soldier Project, and the Hulk was infected with gamma rays, etc., and they are not considered mutants. Only those with congenital genetic mutations, that is, those who have qualified as mutants since birth, are considered mutants. So although the Fantastic Four are not mutants, Mr. Fantastic's children are mutants. Mutants have their own unique levels, from weak to strong. The weakest mutant may not even be able to awaken superpowers in this life, and even if they have superpowers, they will be very weak. The strongest mutants have the power to easily annihilate stars, and can also possess god-level abilities, even surpassing the 5 gods of the universe. Moreover, the superpowers of mutants are almost all-encompassing, and there is no superpower that is impossible except for the unexpected. 98. The chatty Deadpool who can break the 4th-dimensional wall. Soon, Lu Yuan was summoned back. Because he left his phone number and specifically made it usable in this world, Deadpool could find him, otherwise he would not be able to come back if he left. In fact, it was still in the previous warehouse. It turned out that in addition to being a bar warehouse, there were also many weapons prepared by Weasels. He is also a weapons merchant, and many of the weapons used by the mercenaries in the store were purchased from him. Including mission commissions, Weasel's income is still very good. When Lu Yuan arrived, he found that there were already many people in the room. Hey everyone, this is our Cyclops. Deadpool pointed to Lu Yuan to introduce to others. God is so Cyclops. Lu Yuan sighed, and was too lazy to argue. And when he was waiting for Deadpool to introduce others to him, he didn't expect that Deadpool skipped the process directly. Lu Yuan spread his hands and asked, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" However, Deadpool approached Lu Yuan and whispered, "It's useless to remember, because they don't live long anyway. I'm telling you. After all, I am a producer." Lu Yuan was about to cover his head. Well, he was right. He was really one of the producers. Damn, you want 06 to stop being so blatant? But you can't figure out the brain circuits of a madman who can break the 4th-dimensional wall. Lu Yuan simply found a seat beside him and sat down. Deadpool prepared a map and began to explain it to everyone seriously. Before taking action, I have to let you know the plan. Deadpool said with some normal thinking. Nonsense, if they don't even know the plan or what to do, why are they going? Shopping. Lu Yuan looked around boredly and found that there were still many weapons in the warehouse. But everyone present relies on the so-called special abilities they are good at, but they seem to be useless? That's right. Except for one fat man who has no powers, everyone among these people has superpowers. Needless to say, Deadpool, one of the teammates he recruited, is an invisible man. Except for Lu Yuan who can clearly see him, no one around him may know whether he is really here. There is also a black girl who has a rather special ability. To put it simply, she is lucky, but more importantly, she can consciously change the development of things according to her own wishes. For example, if she could see the bullet hitting her, she could modify the concept of hit. But there is also a weakness, that is, if you can't react or see it, you can't change it. To put it bluntly, this is an active skill, not a passive skill. If it were passive, it would be unreasonable. In addition, there are several people. One guy seems to be an alien. One has the ability to control electromagnetic fields. There is also one that can spray strong acid from its mouth, which is far more corrosive than sulfuric acid. It can be considered very powerful, right? Those are the people anyway. By the way, is this fat man really suitable? Lu Yuan couldn't help it. Everyone present must have their own unique skills, but only that one person was an ordinary person. Does he really know whether this action will be dangerous? Shut up, Cyclops. Deadpool was angry because he was interrupted. Maybe he still hasn't recovered from the circle where he is a producer. Then he also glanced at the only ordinary person and suddenly comforted him with a gentle tone. "Oh, my little Tian Tian. Ignore him. He doesn't know your name at all." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Then I heard Deadpool say, "I tell you, his name is Peter." Lu Yuan understood. Okay, Spider-Man is also called Peter. Speaking of which, why did Deadpool call him Brittany? Because this Peter seems to have diabetes. Really, I can't complain. As we all know, the relationship between Deadpool and Spider-Man is extraordinary, and they can even form a CP. After all, Deadpool is for both men and women. So the only ordinary person present was selected just because his name was Peter. Okay, quiet, everyone. I'm still talking about the plan. Deadpool yelled at everyone. The others are innocent. Only Lu Yuan can speak, okay? Lu Yuan also felt speechless. It seemed that Deadpool really didn't take others into consideration. As he said, he is the producer, so of course he can let whoever wants to receive the lunch first. Next, Deadpool began to tell his purpose of gathering this team and his next plan. It turned out that he was planning to hijack an escort vehicle, and it was said that an innocent little boy was captured inside. His purpose was to rescue the little boy, but in addition to hijacking the escort vehicle, there are some things to pay attention to. For example, they might encounter an enemy named Cable. Be careful with that guy. Although he is very short, only 1.8 meters, which is different from the setting in the comics. The setting in the comics is over 2 meters. He has a steel arm of the same style as the Winter Soldier. This is be extra careful. Deadpool was already letting loose. Except for Lu Yuan, probably no one present could understand his joke. Damn it, you just read DC Comics in the Marvel world, but you actually mentioned Marvel Comics? This is Deadpool. Who would dare to think that he is just a character in the comic book world? Then again, Lu Yuan gang just said that this world does not have elements from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and even except for mutants and the X-Men, no other elements appear. What do you mean when you mention Winter Soldier? Well, even the movie universe that Lu Yuan has experienced has not yet involved the plot of 357 Winter Soldier, right? Lu Yuan put his hand on his forehead and complained about too many things. Sorry, I really can't complain anymore. Others even automatically filtered most of Deadpool's words. Anyway, they had more or less heard that Deadpool was a bit neurotic. In short, although Deadpool was letting himself go, everyone still understood. In fact, the whole plan was very simple. He was to intercept an escort vehicle, rescue a child, and then go back to his home. Gone. What's there to say about this? Lu Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he was worried that this chatty chatter would talk a lot of nonsense again. Lu Yuan has already seen how talkative Deadpool is. As one of the 4 talkative people in Marvel, it is said that Deadpool's comics can no longer be called comics, but should be called illustrated novels. People read comics for the sake of reading, but it turns out that reading Deadpool comics is more about reading. Why am I here to read a novel? This is just Deadpool. Fortunately, that Peter is not the real Spider-Man. Otherwise, Lu Yuan would have changed the universe if he really wanted to turn around. If you can't afford to offend, you can still afford to hide. I finally know why your mouth is sealed. Lu Yuan subconsciously complained. In the end, Deadpool was still angry. You are telling rumors that my movie has been restarted. Huh, how did you know? Lu Yuan shrugged. You are not the only special person. 99. Damn it, it turns out you were Superman. When Deadpool noticed something special about Lu Yuan, he began to get closer to Lu Yuan intentionally. Are you really not Cyclops? Let me guess where you come from. After all, I'm the producer, so I still know which actors have been hired. Deadpool was always a chatterbox, but when he discovered Lu Yuan, who was like a new continent, he immediately got entangled with him. Lu Yuan was speechless and reminded. Are you still doing something? This made Deadpool quiet for a while, but he immediately asked Lu Yuan. I knew you weren't Cyclops. That guy has to wear glasses, otherwise he can't control his power. He's really weak. Lu Yuan said it wasn't me. It was noisy all the way. Anyway, with Deadpool here, he would definitely not feel lonely, and would even feel bored to death. This guy would never have a moment to calm down. Finally got on the plane. Don't ask why there are planes and where they come from. After everyone got on the plane, they began to rush to the location that Deadpool knew in advance. The whole thing was still not quiet, and Deadpool started again, yelling. Even though I've been in the X-Men before. He was right. Not long ago, Colossus finally got his wish and pulled Deadpool into the X-Men. But this X-Men is a bit pitiful to be honest. There are only 4 people in the entire base, Colossus, Warhead, Deadpool, and a new character Yukio. Just 4 people. And someone complained. It's an internship. Turns out he wasn't even official yet. Deadpool continued to talk to himself indifferently, but it is too bad to continue to use X-Men as the name of the team. X-Men, male, we will not discriminate against women. The spelling of X-Men is X-Men, and men means men. Deadpool was playing with the text, and he has already thought of a new team name. So we are called X-Force. Huh. Lu Yuan looked at the serious-looking Deadpool and didn't want to say anything more. But the black girl complained unceremoniously. Don't you think it's a bit copycat? The reason why I say this is because DC already has a Task Force X. Except for one character difference. At least in terms of Chinese characters, there is only one character difference. They are almost identical. But this really can't be blamed on Deadpool, because Marvel really has this X-Force. Even these people are almost all members of it. And the enemy Cable at this time also became the leader of this team for a time. Lu Yuan had a vague feeling that he was here to watch a movie. Well, he admitted that he had actually seen the movie, and after getting information about this world, he already knew which world it was. But he didn't say anything. After starting to receive information from this world before, he is still receiving more information continuously. He wants to understand this universe so that he can gain more understanding of the almighty universe, which will ultimately help him master the power of the heart of the universe more smoothly. That's why he was willing to endure Deadpool's nagging and never left, but stayed here. Okay everyone, we are here, ready to jump. Before he knew it, the plane had flown to the other side of the city. This was the location marked by Deadpool on the map, so he stood in front of the cabin door and shouted. As the only ordinary person in the team, Peter finally felt a little scared. It turned out to be true. Wait a minute, don't you think it's too windy outside? Peter shouted. He was right. The weather today was windy, and as we all know, windy weather can have a great impact on aircraft, especially for skydiving. No one would choose to go skydiving in such horrible weather unless they were not afraid of death. But Deadpool is not afraid of death, because he can't die even if he wants to. In the end, he didn't consider others, so he took his team and flew over in such weather, thinking he was cool. Now he is urging and shouting. Even if you don't jump into the wind, you won't get smaller, so hurry up. Jump down for me. What logic? Although the wind won't be small if you don't jump, you won't die if you don't jump. Lu Yuan shook his head. He couldn't stand Deadpool for a long time, and now he stood up decisively and walked towards the cabin door. Deadpool also praised approvingly. Look at our... Oh, what should I call you? Lu Yuan jumped out directly. Shut up. As a result, there was an exclamation from behind. Wait a minute. He didn't bring a parachute? It turned out that Lu Yuan didn't have a parachute on him at all, so he jumped like that? Even Deadpool was shocked. Wait a minute. He thought he was the captain of a certain country. In the opening shot of Captain America 2, Captain America jumped without a parachute. This is my original joke, so let me tell you. But where is his shield? Really, there were so many jokes about Deadpool that even the others couldn't bear it. They took the initiative to come to the hatch one by one and jumped in from both sides of Deadpool. Even Peter was dragged over by Deadpool and kicked. Finally, it was Deadpool's turn. Of course he had nothing to be afraid of, so he just did a backflip and jumped out gracefully. And when everyone came out of the cabin, they immediately realized that the wind today was indeed too strong. But now there's no way to go back, so I can only bite the bullet and continue falling downwards. Among them, someone finally noticed something was wrong, because Lu Yuan had disappeared, and a man wearing dark blue tights and a red cloak appeared near the team. It was Lu Yuan. He didn't know when he put on this outfit and flew to Deadpool's side. Do you know who I am? Holy shit, Superman? Superman. Of course Deadpool knew who Superman was, and immediately shouted. I love you so much. I want to give you a child. Lu Yuan flew away directly. Neuropathy. As a result, he heard 5078. Ling Long, Deadpool muttering to himself. Doesn't Superman have blue eyes? Why did he become the finale? But fortunately, it was Superman. It would be bad if it was Batman. After all, DC came. Each one is darker than the other. Do you have the nerve to call other people DC dark? Lu Yuan shook his head and said, I'll control the car first, and then he flew away quickly. In order not to continue to hear Deadpool's mumbling, Lu Yuan had to turn off his super hearing completely. He even left a series of sonic booms at the speed of his departure, which shows how powerful Deadpool's mouth cannon is. The key is that Deadpool not only talks a lot, but also makes all kinds of jokes and shows off his skills, which is unbearable. Lu Yuan didn't know how to respond to those jokes, and he always felt that there was nothing to talk about. With Lu Yuan's speed and strength, he quickly flew over the target convoy from a distance, glanced condescendingly at the 2 escort vehicles one behind the other, and flew directly from the side, giving each car a kick. Kicked over. X special attack team destroyed. I have to state that although Lu Yuan does not have any favorable impressions of a certain country, the reason why he directly showed his hostility at this moment was not because of that. In fact, these people specifically target and imprison mutants, which means that regardless of whether they are good or bad, mutants will be targeted with the most severe means. Are they good people? Of course it doesn't count, right? So Lu Yuan kicked the two escort vehicles away first. Then he floated in front of the escort vehicle that was escorting the little boy who was the target this time, and just flew in front of the vehicle. In the passenger seat of the car, a guard took out a pistol, pointed it at Lu Yuan from the window, and pulled the trigger. But what's the point? The bullet hit Lu Yuan and bounced away with only two dang sounds. He is invulnerable. Do I have to take action? Lu Yuan asked. The driver and the co-pilot looked at each other and finally stopped the car obediently. Lu Yuan didn't take action against them anymore, but let the two of them leave. Raising his head, Lu Yuan glanced at the so-called ex-special forces who were flying back and forth in the sky with the strong wind and being blown everywhere by the wind. He shook his head, opened the door, and got in the car. This is a large truck, and the people escorting 357 in the back are not ordinary cargo, but mutants one after another. It was undeniable that there were bad guys among them. Even when Lu Yuan came to one of the strictest detention cells, he could see the people inside through the thick steel plates. Red Tank. There is a monster being imprisoned here. Although there is almost no existence that can be called a monster in front of Lu Yuan, for many people, the Red Tank is undoubtedly a monster-level guy. But one thing to say here is that many people mistakenly believe that Red Tank is a mutant, and his abilities also come from the mutation of mutants. However, it is not actually the case. The Red Tank is more like a curse. The source of its power is the magic power of an evil god named Sidorak, which is said to be inexhaustible. Sidorak is a demonic god. The world he lives in is known as the Crimson Universe. He can even achieve omnipotence in his field, and he is also a pluralistic and unique existence. Sidorak can also travel through the universe at will, but if he leaves his domain, his strength will be greatly weakened, which is equivalent to existence below eternity, annihilation, death, and infinity. It was he who gave Red Tank his magic, and each of his successors was called Red Tank. As for the Red Tank in front of him, his real name is Cain Marco. According to the setting of the main comic universe, he is also the half-brother of Professor X. But because his power comes from the evil god, Red Tank's character is extremely violent, making him one of the most classic villains. I just didn't expect that he would be imprisoned here. Lu Yuan looked back at Deadpool in the sky, as if he understood something. Well, it must have something to do with this producer. After all, the relationship between Red Tank and Deadpool is also very close. Everyone, I've got the car under control. What's next? Lu Yuan looked away and asked a fat man in another holding room next to him. He has a way of transmitting his words to everyone's ears, and he can also hear other people's words, so it doesn't matter even if he doesn't have wireless headphones. Deadpool immediately shouted in surprise. You are indeed Superman, and I can trust him. One more thing, I have a cousin in DC. His name is Slade Wilson. Do you know him? This is the death knell, right? Anyone who is familiar with the two companies and these two characters knows that the settings, and even the appearance of Deadpool and Deathstroke, are almost identical. Both of them even worked as mercenaries, and both had the last name Wilson. It can be said that Deathstroke was the original prototype of Deadpool, but later on, Marvel developed Deadpool's own unique style. One was to break the fourth-dimensional wall, and the other was a chatterbox, showing off his wealth and selling off his wealth. Only then did he gradually get rid of the shadow of Deathstroke and become a very popular character. Later, the two companies paid tribute to each other. Deadpool said that Deathstroke was his cousin in DC, and Deathstroke also said that he had a half-brother. Lu Yuan said you were really embarrassed to say it, but it can be considered a good fantasy linkage. You can bring the car over and pick us up, Deadpool requested. In the end, Lu Yuan refused without hesitation. I don't have a driver's license. This is the truth. He has never taken the driver's license test. Although with his super learning ability, since he can master such mysterious magic, there is still no problem in learning driving skills. What's more, he's just too lazy to go. It's not like he has nothing to do all day long. He might as well fly by himself instead of driving. Where can he go without opening a portal? Drive? Are you specifically trying to get your driver's license? Free? And his reasons also left Deadpool and the others speechless. There is really no way to refute. The helpless Deadpool could only let Lu Yuan continue to wait there, and an accident seemed to have happened on their side. As mentioned earlier, the wind was so strong today that everyone's parachutes could no longer be controlled and were blown everywhere by the strong wind. The most terrible thing is that they have landed on the outskirts of the city, and the city not only has many buildings, but also a variety of equipment. Next, Lu Yuan was lucky enough to see the most unfortunate scene. The guy in the team who might have the ability to control magnetic fields was hit by a bus before he even landed, and he died miserably. Then there was something worse than him. The alien, actually named Broken Star, went straight to the roof of a building. Originally, there was a plane there that was planning to risk taking off, but he came and landed on someone else's propeller. I won't mention that scene. And Peter, he himself landed safely, but was tricked by his teammates. The pig teammate went straight to a wood chipper and landed right at the entrance. Peter was going to save people, but he didn't expect the guy to spray acid on himself, and both of them died. Deadpool was also stunned. What is all this mess? In the end, even the Invisible Man was not spared. He was sent to the high-voltage power lines by the strong wind and was roasted directly. Yes, the X-Force team was completely wiped out, leaving only Deadpool and that black girl named Domino. In fact, the real Domino was originally white-skinned. As for why it became like this, everyone understands. Deadpool had to tell Lu Yuan the bad news. Okay, we have been destroyed. By the way, why don't you come and help us? Deadpool also raised questions. Since Lu Yuan has revealed his identity as Superman, at least that's what it seems, then he can fly here to help everyone. But Lu Yuan said, you are the producer. Isn't this the script you decided on? Deadpool didn't expect him to say that, and couldn't help but be silent for a moment before saying, as expected, he is from the DC Universe, referring to Lu Yuan Ming. 101. Russell's anger and resentment. In fact, even Lu Yuan did not expect that the X-Force team would be wiped out in such a funny way. This team, which had only been established for less than a day, had been very excited on the plane not long ago, but unexpectedly it was over in the blink of an eye. The mistake is that the boss of the movie world they live in is Deadpool. This unreliable guy. Lu Yuan originally wanted to save people, but Deadpool had said before that he was the producer and he had already decided whether these people would live or die, including a mercenary named Buck. Should it be called this, right? Who cares? It was decided by Deadpool that the entire script would only contain that one line. Well, Lu Yuan finally decided to pretend he didn't see it because Deadpool was the producer and he was the one responsible for everything. Too lazy to pay attention to Deadpool's chatter, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the child in front of him again. Looking at Lu Yuan, the little guy named Russell suddenly pulled out a pen or a toothbrush from behind. Lu Yuan showed a surprised expression and tilted his head to look behind the little guy. He could really take out the chrysanthemum from there. No, can you really take out the pen? When Deadpool warned everyone that this kid was dangerous, he still didn't believe it. Are you really Superman? Before Lu Yuan could speak, Russell asked questions first and looked at Lu Yuan with gleaming eyes. Deadpool kindly explained, because there are all kinds of memes in my world, including DC comics and movies. You all know the box office of DC movies. Justice League has already hit the streets. Haha, I'm not laughing. Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. How did he hear this? I'm explaining to the audience. Deadpool once again broke the fourth-dimensional wall. You are awesome. Lu Yuan shook his head and nodded to Russell in front of him. Yes, I'm Superman, and I am here to save you. In fact, the relationship between Marvel and DC is very complicated. They are in a competitive relationship, but at the same time, they have something to learn from each other. Yes, not only Marvel often borrows from DC, but Thanos and even Deadpool have a lot to do with DC characters. Including DC will also learn from Marvel. After all, As long as the stories and details of the characters are different, and you make your own characteristics and changes, it doesn't count as plagiarism. In addition, as the two largest American comic companies, they also produce joint issues for their fans and pay tribute to each other. For example, Deadpool and Deathstroke tell each other that they have an older brother and younger brother. Also, in the Marvel comic universe, DC comics exist, and they are the best-selling ones. At the same time, DC reciprocates the favor. There are also Marvel comics in the DC comic universe, which are also the best-selling ones. It's hard to imagine these two companies stabbing each other in the back at the same time. In short, they fall in love and kill each other. Liu Yuan noticed that there were no DC comics in the movie universe before, so his Superman identity has not been exposed yet. On the contrary, in this world, he was recognized as soon as he put on the suit. Not only was Deadpool as excited as a 250-year-old kid, but even Russell's eyes lit up, and he started asking questions. Are you a mutant too? I'm an alien. Liu Yuan answered Russell's questions patiently. But why is this child's brain circuit so amazing? Is Superman a mutant? Of course not. Superman is an alien, just like the Broken Star. For some reason, Deadpool obviously couldn't hear the conversation between the two people, but he always complained crazily. To be honest, Domino, sometimes I also want to find a planet like that, where the people on it are not as good as you at all, and I don't know. I want to try to be Superman. Liu Yuan had a black line on his face, and finally couldn't bear it and shouted at Deadpool. Shut up. Do you think my purpose of coming to Earth is as superficial as you think? Well, this feeling is indeed better. Bastard, this is not, is that the point? Can you still survive? The surrounding streets are already full of water, okay? Think about it. If such a car is parked here, and the two cars in front and behind it are kicked over and fall to the ground in the distance, and there is a person dressed as Superman, it will definitely attract a crowd of onlookers. Liu Yuan wanted to lift the car and leave. It wouldn't take much effort anyway, but it would be very disrespectful to do that, right? And not only did the damn Deadpool not rush over, but he kept chatting like crazy, and each joke he said was more difficult to understand than the last. After all, Liu Yuan didn't grow up in a certain country. How could he know everything? It felt like he was a fool for not being able to pick up the thread, which was very uncomfortable. Domino is also on the verge of collapse. Liu Yuan can still selectively turn off the super hearing, but now she is the only one connected to Deadpool on the radio. I can't stand it anymore, damn it. Superman, I'll be there soon. Domino said in order to no longer endure the noise in his ears. He drove all the way to Liu Yuan's location in an incredible way. If you have to ask what's incredible, it's that her luck is really good. Only Domino's parachute landed smoothly, and it even happened to land on a convertible sports car when it landed. The driver had just gotten off the car and stood on the side of the road, looking into the distance to see what those idiots from the X-Force were doing. Destroyed one by one. In the end, Domino, of course, drove away without ceremony. She didn't care if the car owner reported the crime next. They were mercenaries. Just like this, Domino was the first one to come over. When she came, she saw Liu Yuan still glaring at Russell. Why didn't you let him out? Domino felt strange and asked as he parked the car. Of course, Liu Yuan had the ability to open Russell's cell, but he did not do that. Instead, he looked at Russell with a complicated expression and suddenly said, if you abuse others because you have been abused, then you and the abuse, what's the difference between your people? Just by looking at Russell, Liu Yuan already knew what happened to him. When Russell was discovered to be a mutant, he was sent to a special orphanage where he was mistreated. In fact, that orphanage was established by a certain villain, and its purpose was to adopt these mutants who were still children, and then collect information about mutants in various ways, with the purpose of researching and even creating so-called perfect mutants. That villain is Mr. Sinister, or Mr. Omen. All in all, he has great ambitions and is a powerful villain. Liu Yuan already knew the treatment Russell had suffered, and he was even more aware of his anger and resentment at this time, so he persuaded him like this. But the world Liu Yuan lives in now is not the kind of world where superheroes are the mainstream. In the original comics, including the X-Force team, they are also famous for their brutality. They're the kind of people who do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. So, Domino rarely took the initiative to complain to Deadpool on the intercom. He is really Superman. Deadpool asked in confusion. I know. Why do you say that? Because it's so hypocritical and upright. Liu Yuan said with a black line. I can hear it. Domino shrugged. 102 cable? Thanos. The red tank is unstoppable. Facing Domino's ridicule, Liu Yuan was actually helpless. Do you think he is willing to be so hypocritical? Even he himself can't do what he said, because he has already shown his attitude towards the enemy, which is to eradicate the enemy without mercy. Not even Obadiah's son would be spared. But why did he do this? Because Liu Yuan could see Russell's future. It was because he saw that once Russell personally dealt with the enemy for the first time, he would taste the sweetness and be unable to extricate himself. From now on, he will get trapped in it and go crazy to kill people. After all, Russell is just a child, and he doesn't understand the difference between actively killing or even attacking innocent people and fighting the enemy. Could it be that Liu Yuan just kills people for fun every day? But Russell would evolve into that. So Liu Yuan didn't let him out, but looked at the child with complicated eyes. He also didn't know how to enlighten this little guy, let alone how to calm the resentment and anger in his heart. Domino was not Deadpool after all, so instead of continuing to taunt him, he jumped into the cab and stepped on the accelerator to finally get this large escort vehicle back into action. Domino and Deadpool determined the direction in the wireless earphones to meet Deadpool. Liu Yuan continued to stay in the car behind. Hey, are you really Superman? Just this pretty boy. Do you dare to release us? In addition to Russell, there are also many other mutants imprisoned in the carriage, and almost all of them are extremely vicious. They were shouting crazily and even wantonly laughing at Liu Yuan's hypocrisy. Some people even said very philosophical words. If you have not experienced other people's pain, don't persuade others to do good. Asshole, do you know what we have experienced? Have you ever seen hell? A guy pressed his face against the glass and stared at Liu Yuan fiercely. Liu Yuan sighed, turned around, and his eyes began to shine. The next second, 2 heat rays were violently released, and the man's head was immediately blown open. This is hell. As Liu Yuan spoke, he turned to look at the others. Before those people could react, heat rays surged out one after another, like real laser guns, killing all the crazy shouting guys instantly. I'll go, Domino swore loudly. The car shook, and she almost overturned it. Domino, who just complained about Liu Yuan's righteousness in a mocking tone, didn't expect that he would suddenly fall out with him. Including herself, her heart trembled. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? You won't do it for yourself for a while, right? Liu Yuan remained motionless and unaffected at all. Turning around and looking around, he saw that almost all the mutants had been killed by him, with only 3 or 2 remaining hiding there shivering. Liu Yuan then spoke indifferently and said, First of all, I am not a pretty boy. Secondly, even if I let you out, you can't beat me and you will die. Finally, even if you have experienced pain and even seen hell, it is definitely not something you can do. Reasons and excuses for hurting others. Liu Yuan could sympathize with their experiences, but he did not agree with their idea that they could harm others. And there is no doubt that the people he killed were the ones who deserved to be killed. This is the difference between Liu Yuan and Russell. Liu Yuan knew what he was doing, and he also knew that the people he killed were the ones who deserved to be killed. But Russell didn't understand that if he was allowed to taste the sweetness of killing people with his own hands, he would completely lose control and become a murderer. Liu Yuan looked at Russell, who was already frightened and was too frightened by Liu Yuan's ruthless methods to move. Liu Yuan asked Russell, What should I do with you? Russell swallowed. Was he going to be killed too? At this moment, a cold voice came in. If you can't do it, just leave it to me. Then, a figure suddenly jumped in. I don't know why, but this escort vehicle seems to be open. In fact, when Liu Yuan entered the car, he tore open the rear door because he didn't want it to be troublesome, and then dragged down a large section of the nearby car. A man suddenly broke in, jumped into the carriage, and stood there. He is Cable, and according to Deadpool's complaints, he has a mechanical arm and does look like a Winter Soldier. The weapons he held were also firearms. He raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at Russell behind Lu Yuan and decisively pulled the trigger. But the person standing in front of him was Superman. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan raised his hand and caught Cable's bullet with his body of steel. Even though this bullet was not simple, it should be future technology, and it caused a huge explosion in Lu Yuan's hand. However, Lu Yuan's hands remained motionless. It was easier than an ordinary person holding a firecracker in the palm of his hand. Even the impact of the explosion could not escape through the gaps between his fingers. 0. Lu Yuan turned to look at the person who came, narrowed his eyes slightly, and called out his name, DN Cable. Domino also shouted to Deadpool on the radio at this time. Hey, Cable is here. What are you doing? Deadpool was actually already heading here, and he even snatched an unknown e-donkey on the way, and slowly and leisurely joined the direction of the car. Hearing the news about Cable, he even shouted angrily, "That damn Thanos. If I had the Infinity Gauntlet, I would snap my fingers and make him my little Thanos." Yes, the actor who plays Cable is also the actor who plays Thanos. Even Lu Yuan looked at Cable with a strange expression, wondering what would happen to Thanos if he was killed here. Okay, he was thinking too much. The two characters have completely different roles and statuses in the two universes. Even if Cable in this universe is dead, what does it have to do with Thanos in the other universe? What's more, Lu Yuan is afraid of Thanos. Joke. If you already know that he is dangerous, please get out of the way. Jinsoi did not rush to continue shooting, because he also knew that as long as Lu Yuan continued to block him, he would not be able to kill Russell. Lu Yuan shook his head. As long as I'm here, don't even think about it. Jinsoi stared deeply at Lu Yuan. Suddenly, he made an unexpected move. He raised the muzzle of his gun and pointed it at a more tightly packed escort box on the side, and then shot to break the blockade. The next moment, a huge figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was the red tank. Do you think he can hinder me? Not only did Lu Yuan not stop him, he actually stood there leisurely with his arms folded. He could have stopped Cable's behavior, but he didn't, and just watched. The red tank finally got out of the trap. He glanced at Russell beside Lu Yuan and rushed over. When this big man was running rampant in the car, the whole car was shaking. It was obviously a car made of steel, but it was as overwhelmed as if it were made of paper. The red tank finally rushed in front of Lu Yuan, roared angrily, and punched him. The red tank is unstoppable. Lu Yuan smiled, just raised one hand and grabbed Red Tank's fist. Do you think you are the Hulk? Even if he is a fat green man, I will beat him up. 103, deliberately letting go of Red Tank and Russell. Boom. When the red tank rushed towards Lu Yuan with unstoppable momentum, and when he raised his fist, which could be said to be as big as a casserole, and hit Lu Yuan's raised palm, it immediately triggered a shockwave no less than a bomb. The entire car shook violently, and except for Russell, all the other escort boxes on the left and right sides were blown away. Several mutants were still alive, and they were thrown out of the car with screams and exclamations. Domino held on to the steering wheel, but the car was out of control, and even her superpowers weren't working, including Cable. They all fell to the ground because they were unstable. Only Lu Yuan remained motionless, blocking the red tank's attack with just one hand, and asked with a smile, "Unstoppable? That's it." With Red Tank settings, when Red Tank's body is activated, nothing can stop him. Even the Red Tank was once able to withstand attacks from Thor's hammer and even Wolverine's adamant steel claws. Generally speaking, Red Tank is one of the few ruthless characters who can confront the Hulk head-on. But what he was facing now was Lu Yuan, a ruthless character who could defeat Hulk and Abomination one by one. Roar. The Red Tank roared and tried its best to break Lu Yuan's defense. He-06 is a big stupid guy and a fool. He only knows how to run wild and doesn't know how to adapt. Why don't you go around it? Although Lu Yuan wouldn't let him go around it. Lu Yuan smiled, intending to change into the posture of Doomsday, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. It was not necessary. Holding the Red Tank's fist in his hand, Lu Yuan began to exert force. In fact, he was far from using all his strength, and he didn't even take the initiative to use it at all. The Red Tank had no idea what kind of power the opponent in front of him had. After all, Lu Yuan has even integrated the power gem. The power of the power gem alone is not comparable to that of Red Tank. So as Lu Yuan exerted his strength, Red Tank suddenly felt that his strength seemed to have disappeared into the sea without even a ripple. The next moment, Lu Yuan stepped forward gently. The Red Tank had no resistance and immediately fell forward, only to be knocked down by Lu Yuan. The whole process was so simple and easy, as if Lu Yuan was an adult and Red Tank was just a child in front of him. Not to be outdone, the Red Tank continued to roar, or in other words, he could only be furious. Perhaps this was the first time that Red Tank had experienced such a grieveness. In the past, no matter how difficult the enemy was to deal with, they would only use strategies or traps to make him submit. Only Lu Yuan brought him down head-on with stronger strength and made him feel powerless. Of course, Red Tank was not to be outdone, and he refused to accept it. But he is not stupid. He knows that he has not found a way to defeat Lu Yuan yet, so it is better to find a way to leave first, and then find an opportunity to make a comeback later. So the Red Tank took the opportunity to fall forward and punch through the steel plate of the car under his feet, and even hit the ground under the car, using his own strength to force the car to a stop. And because of the force of inertia, the car was completely overturned. Taking advantage of the chaos, Red Tank grabbed Russell's escort box and rushed out, quickly escaping far away. Lu Yuan floated and looked in the direction Russell was going, without stopping him. And it was only after a while that he reached out and gently pressed the car, holding the car in his hands to prevent it from smashing to the ground. This was because they were afraid that Domino and Cable would accidentally die. Did you do it on purpose? Cable asked as he got up. Did you let them go on purpose? Isn't this obvious? Lu Yuan spread his hands. He had already made it so obvious. If it were not waterproof, a slap could kill the Red Tank. He did it on purpose. Why? Jinsoi raised his head. At 1.8 meters tall, he had to look up at Lu Yuan, who was 1.9 meters tall. Lu Yuan felt funny. It seems like you released that big guy, right? I'm here to get him to haunt you so I can beat Russell to death. He's a murderer. He's a demon. Cable roared. Lu Yuan actually knew that Cable was not a villain as Deadpool accused him of. On the contrary, Cable was one of Deadpool's few close friends. It could also be said that they had become brothers. In fact, Cable is not from this era at this moment, but from 50 years in the future. In the comics, Cable is still the son of Jean Grey and Cyclops. Of course, this Jean Grey is actually a clone. So Cable is actually a mutant. His left eye can release Cyclops. He has telepathy, and he has the genes and abilities of his parents. Lu Yuan's expression was a little strange, because Deadpool had been calling him Cyclops before. If he was really Cyclops, then this Cable was his son? The most important thing is that the actor who plays Cable is also the actor who plays Thanos. Too messy. Fortunately, this is a movie after all, not a comic. It's just Deadpool's comic world. Maybe the origin of Cable has also been changed. According to the information Lu Yuan saw from Jinsoi, he already knew the origin and purpose of Jinsoi. 50 years in the future, Cable's family, his wife and daughter were murdered by future Russell. At the same time, Russell in the future also became a villain, doing bad things and killing people crazily. Cable was originally chasing Russell, but unfortunately Russell won in the end. The helpless Cable can only go back 50 years ago, planning to kill Russell, who is still a child, in order to change the outcome of the future world. So Cable is not the bad guy. Russell is the future villain 357. Deadpool got this wrong. So Lu Yuan didn't really take action against Cable, but at the same time, he couldn't kill Russell, because there was a reason why Russell became like this. To put it bluntly, the real bad guy and culprit is obviously someone else. Both Russell and Cable are victims, but in the end, they have to choose to kill one of them. Cerebral palsy? Why not just kill the person who really deserves to die? That's why Lu Yuan decided to let Russell go. After a while, Deadpool finally came slowly and leisurely. Looking at the messy scene, Deadpool couldn't help but exclaimed, "What happened?" Domino explained the process helplessly. Deadpool subconsciously took out his gun and pointed it at Cable. "You bastard again, I really should shoot your head off, even though you will become my brother in the future." Cable didn't even look at him and said coldly, "We will never be brothers." Hey, it smells so good. Deadpool still didn't fire in the end, curled his lips and muttered, Okay, for the sake of letting my favorite Marvel character Red Tank out, I'll let you go once. Lu Yuan just looked at Deadpool. Are you sure? Because Red Tank has killed Deadpool several times in the comic book world. I just love the way he tears me apart. Lu Yuan finally knew why he called him Xiao Jian Jian. 104. It's better to block than to open up. Lu Yuan's real intention. What's next? What else can we do? Let's think about it long term. Okay, let's break up. Seeing that Russell, the main target of this operation, has been taken away by the Red Tank. Several people cannot stay here forever and can only leave first. The so-called breakup means that Cable goes to one side, and Lu Yuan, Deadpool, and Domino go to the other side. On the way, Deadpool also asked Lu Yuan, "Did you let them go on purpose?" "Why do you ask? You are Superman. Although you have an oriental face, you are Superman. A Red Tank can't beat you, right? He doesn't have kryptonite." Deadpool joked crazily, even knowing Superman's weakness of being afraid of kryptonite. But what he didn't know was that Lu Yuan was not an ordinary Superman, let alone the Kal-El that Deadpool knew well. He was no longer afraid of kryptonite. Lu Yuan looked at Deadpool and said the reason. "That child's heart has been filled with anger, resentment, and hatred. I originally wanted to preach to him, but you and Domino complained about it and said it was hypocritical. What can I do?" Deadpool covered his mouth with his hands, looking surprised. "Is it my fault? Aren't you that kind of character? Damn, can you please stop making fun of me? You know you can break the fourth dimensional wall, but you don't have to keep talking about characters from movies and comics, right?" Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and continued. "I have heard a saying, don't persuade others to be kind before they have suffered. There is another sentence at the end called, if you are not here in the cold winter, who will you be in the coming spring? The meaning of the previous sentence is that if you have not experienced the suffering that others have suffered, don't stand on the moral high ground and ask others to be kind." Lu Yuan already knew that Russell had been abused and tortured. If he wanted Russell to be kind, to put it bluntly, it would be called a holy mother's fault. Because he himself knows that he can't do something, but he wants a child who has endured so much to do it. As an adult, even as a Superman, he cannot show mercy when facing his enemies. And then he wants a child to do better than him? Isn't this a Madonna watch? The latter sentence is more reflected in Lu Yuan and Tony. Many people think that the relationship between Lu Yuan and Tony is that Lu Yuan helped Tony unilaterally, but they ignored Tony's initial help and care for Lu Yuan. When two people meet and help each other when they are both in trouble, their relationship is naturally extraordinary. And both guys are a bit bohemian, so they can play together. That's too far. Lu Yuan sighed, and Dian Suo is right. Once Russell tastes the sweetness of killing, he will be unable to extricate himself from now on. He will become a bad person or even a murderer. But I don't know how to guide him. He's a child. I can't kill him, right? That's why I let him go. Deadpool's eyes softened a lot. He had already suspected Lu Yuan just now, and he was even prepared to go crazy. He didn't care if Lu Yuan was really a Superman. With his madness, he would dare to do anything to death. Once he realized that Lu Yuan might have a conspiracy, he would immediately draw his gun. Of course the result must be that he himself was killed. But does Deadpool care about death? Of course I don't care. I won't die anyway. Deadpool doesn't know that Lu Yuan can kill him. The kind of real killing can erase Deadpool's existence in an existential sense. Lu Yuan's words made him thoughtful. "Do you have other ideas? Do you want Russell to release his anger and resentment?" "Smart." Lu Yuan nodded, acknowledging Deadpool's guess. "It's better to block things than to block things. We can't do things ourselves, so why should a child ignore the anger and resentment in his heart? You face what did you do when you were an enemy? Of course kill him. Who would let his enemy go? Are people who spare their enemies still human beings? Will you spare your enemies? I can't, can you? I do not know either. That's called a fool. X2. The two people started talking cross-talk again in a blink of an eye. Domino on the side was dumbfounded. "Wait, I don't understand what you're talking about. Speaking of Superman, didn't you say you can't let Russell kill people? Why do you want him to release his anger and resentment now?" Domino said that he didn't understand what they were talking about. Lu Yuan shrugged and glanced at Deadpool. It was Deadpool's turn to explain to Domino. "Of course we won't let Russell kill anyone with his own hands. Otherwise, what is the meaning of our existence as adults? There are many ways to unleash anger and resentment without letting Russell kill anyone. And adults like them will take responsibility for what Russell has to do. You can't let a child do these things, and at least in this regard, Deadpool 2 is a good movie. Of course, this is by no means a family-friendly movie as Deadpool himself boasted. Bullshit family fun. He even gave the title, I Love My Family. Bah, it smells shameless. Because of Lu Yuan's explanation, Deadpool no longer had any doubts and even got closer to Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan stayed far away from him, knowing full well that this bastard took advantage of both men and women, so it was better to let him harm Colossus. Speaking of Colossus, originally in the movie, we were supposed to be looking for Colossus. After all, we already knew that Red Tank and Russell got together. But because of Lu Yuan's relationship, is Colossus still needed? No need at all. Yes, Deadpool simply forgot about him. He is really a perfect example of a super scumbag who just throws it away after use. But instead of looking for Colossus, Colossus came to his door. "Asshole, I heard you let the Red Tank go." Colossus, a huge iron lump more than 2 meters high, just broke into Deadpool's base. The so-called base is actually the secret warehouse of Weasel's bar, which also contains various weapons, although it is meaningless to Lu Yuan and the others. The first time he saw Colossus, Deadpool pointed directly at Lu Yuan. He let him go. Lu Yuan couldn't laugh or cry. He was sold now. But he didn't care, because there was another person who took the blame. It was Dian Suo who released the people. Lu Yuan followed suit. This was not because he was not responsible, but to tell the truth, it was indeed Dian Suo who released Red Tank from detention. But he just let the Red Tank go without stopping him. Colossus then turned his attention to Lu Yuan, looked at the white suit he had changed into, and said thoughtfully, "Are you Superman?" Lu Yuan smiled reservedly and said, "It's me, what? Want to show off?" Deadpool yelled without taking it too seriously. Come on, come on." The two of them stared at him together. "Do you think you are a beauty and a disaster?" Of course, Colossus was not looking for trouble. He solemnly said in his unique Russian English, "You have to help me catch that guy again, otherwise he will be too dangerous." Lu Yuan and Deadpool looked at each other. Could they not let go of this teammate they gave for free? Because it's very annoying. 105. Convene another meeting. That's right. Colossus was given for nothing and was despised. Even Cable came to the door later. "Do you want to give it all for free? We are already strong enough. Why don't you withdraw from the team first, Domino?" Deadpool said to Domino in a coquettish manner. He changed his embarrassment when there was no one before, and now started to pick and choose. Of course Domino didn't bother to talk to him, but after looking at the people in the room, he felt a headache. Originally there were Lu Yuan, Deadpool, and Domino in the team, but now Colossus and Cable are added to the team. The key is that there is also Weasel and a guy named Dopinder. Should the transliteration be Duo Pingda? After all, he is the taxi driver. There are already too many people. I need your help. Cable said his purpose as soon as he came in. I've already said that I come from the future. In my time, Russell was killed because of the first murder that was about to happen. If he becomes evil, he will gradually lose control and become crazy, and finally become a bad guy who does all kinds of evil. We must kill him here. Hey, Thanos, you don't have the Infinity Gauntlet yet, Deadpool yelled, but no one understood what he was talking about. Then he shouted, I have a date with Superman. It's a plan. Lu Yuan corrected expressionlessly. Okay, it's okay to go on a date after making plans. Deadpool winked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan couldn't help but point to the side with his hand. Believe it or not, your girlfriend is watching right there. What he said was true. Lu Yuan not only studied under the Ancient One and learned all the magic of the Supreme Mage lineage, he also ate Dormammu and fused the Soul Stone and the Mind Stone. This broadened Lu Yuan's horizons and allowed him to see almost everything he wanted to see. In fact, although Deadpool's girlfriend died, she never left. Instead, she couldn't let go of Deadpool and always followed him around, watching everything he did recently. Deadpool was stunned and looked at Lu Yuan stupidly. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Do you still want to date me? Deadpool shook his head, and his whole person state changed. From being cynical to being crazy and euphoric, from seeming to be indifferent to everything. He became cautious and asked Lu Yuan, is she really here? It shows how good Deadpool's relationship is with his girlfriend. Lu Yuan's side. He originally didn't want to joke about this kind of thing. It was Deadpool who had to talk nonsense. But seeing Deadpool's pitiful look, he had to promise, when the matter is resolved, if possible, I can help you resurrect her. Use heavenly blood? Go away, don't spoil it. Even I don't know some of the jokes you mentioned. God knows how Deadpool knows so many things, and the blood he calls is a secret even in the DC world, and only appears in a few comics. Because of Lu Yuan's words, Deadpool finally became serious. In fact, he was the only one who was making trouble all the time, and just by himself he could make everyone's heads buzz. So as Deadpool calmed down, the meeting could proceed smoothly. I'm here to kill Russell. Not only will he kill countless people in the future, but he also attacked the only important treasure I can call home, my beloved wife and daughter. Cable said while taking out the little bear. It was his daughter's relic, and the stain on it was not mud, but his daughter's blood. Our mission is not to kill, Colossus emphasized. That was the code of conduct of the X-Men that he followed. Of course, saying it is one thing, but doing it is another. Are you going to talk to Wolverine about this purpose? He might just come over with a magic fact. That orphanage is the most important thing. Lu Yuan also joined the discussion, mentioning the orphanage. I don't know if you have investigated it. The children in that orphanage are all mutants, and they will also take. Those kids were experimented on and even tortured. What are we really trying to solve? Besides Russell and Red Tank, I hope the X-Men can save those kids. Of course, Lu Yuan would never forget that Russell was abused in that orphanage. Since all this is to be solved, the orphanage must be destroyed. That is the root cause of all problems. There are plans for us. Deadpool, who had just been quiet for a while, shouted again. After all, he is Deadpool. As one of the 4 loudmouths in the Marvel Universe, it is better to keep his mouth shut than to keep him silent. I really want to seal your mouth. Lu Yuan glared at Deadpool. Deadpool covered his mouth. He didn't dare to provoke Lu Yuan now, because it still involved whether his girlfriend could be resurrected. Lu Yuan sighed, but in the end he could only say, Deadpool and Domino and I discussed a plan before this. The child's heart has been filled with hatred and anger. If you want to guide him, you have to let him vent it all out. But I can't let him kill anyone. So in the end, I will be responsible for killing the person in charge of the orphanage, and I will bear all this for him. Since Russell can't bear all this as a child, then he should bear it as an adult. Isn't it just killing a few people? It's not a big deal. And since he is still a damned person, there's no problem. But Colossus immediately became unhappy. He stood up and accused Lu Yuan. Since you were Superman, how can you say such cruel words? Isn't Superman the benchmark of justice? After all, there's no Batman here, right? Lu Yuan complained. Since Deadpool is already making jokes like crazy, of course he has to play it too. This is to say that since Batman is not around, it doesn't hurt to darken him a little. Deadpool secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yuan was helpless. Needless to say, it was just a small plan. As long as he put on a good show and let Russell vent, he would step in to solve everything. It was simple, wasn't it? What kind of trouble would it be to say it out and make everyone unhappy? Even Cable didn't agree. You haven't seen Russell's destruction. He will kill countless people. He has always believed that Russell will become a big bad guy in the future, and only killing him here can change everything. However, Lu Yuan asked, since you understand that killing Russell here can prevent him from doing evil in the future, why can't you understand that even if you don't have to kill Russell in the past, as long as you can change his current thoughts and behaviors, you can change the future? The reason is simple. Since you can make the future Russell disappear by killing the past Russell, why can't you make the present Russell a good boy and make the future Russell a good person? Cable remained silent. 106. Focusing on the Red Tank and the Crimson Universe. Has Cable ever considered this possibility? Maybe only he knows. But he still showed his distrust of Russell. After all, the future Russell killed his most important family member. So anyone can trust Russell. Only Cable remained skeptical from beginning to end. But his attitude didn't matter because Lu Yuan and Deadpool had already discussed it in advance. They are more likely to inform than listen to others' opinions. This meeting is held. Domino smiled bitterly and shook his head. It turned out that they were only notified unilaterally. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't come, just leave it to us, Deadpool said, winking at Lu Yuan. In fact, it's all left to Lu Yuan Kai, right? Moreover, his overtures were already a bit flattering, and even Colossus, who had always been upright, couldn't stand it. Now that the discussion is over, let's get ready to go. If I'm not wrong, Russell is already going to take revenge. Lu Yuan stood up. Since he was involved in this matter, he will be responsible to the end. So he had been paying attention to Russell's developments. When he realized that Russell was still accompanied by Red Tank and had already gone to the orphanage, he knew that he could not delay like this any longer. Deadpool said subconsciously, it would be great if I had my teleportation belt now. That refers to a device held by Deadpool in the comic universe that can teleport. It's just that the device is not stable. Problems often occur, such as teleporting part of Deadpool's body to the destination, but he himself remains in place. For example, an arm, a leg, or even a heart or a head. That is Deadpool, and others will definitely not be able to come again. Other times, Deadpool is clearly running for his life and is being chased by the enemy, but the belt will teleport him into the enemy, and he will be surrounded all of a sudden. It always felt like the belt was deliberately making things difficult for him. Just when Deadpool wanted to ask Lu Yuan if he would bring everyone to the orphanage at once, Lu Yuan has silently opened a golden circle, which is the portal of the Kamatage school. Do you think I'm willing to talk nonsense with you for so long? I'm really unprepared. Lu Yuan wasn't worried about running out of time at all. He covered a lot of distance with just one move and came directly to the door of the orphanage. And when they arrived, they happened to see Russell and Red Tank climbing up the steps and breaking into the orphanage's door. Russell, Deadpool subconsciously shouted. Go home, Wade. Russell said unceremoniously and used foul language. Deadpool's full name is Wade Wilson, which is the same surname as Deathstroke. Haha, this kid is so rude. Deadpool turned around and yelled at the people around him, but only he knew how embarrassing his smile was. He turned to Russell and shouted, you naughty kid, hurry up and give me a smile. I'll come over. Are all the post-00's generation so rebellious and hard to understand now? Well, let me state in advance that this is what Deadpool said and has nothing to do with the author. That's what he says in the movie. Instead of wasting time here and waiting until he kills the first person, it's better to take action. Jinsua is not a person who is good at humor and jokes, but a cold-blooded and tough guy. He has already pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Russell's direction. Before anyone else could react, Lu Yuan stood in front of Jinsua instantly. Deadpool also belatedly shouted, hey, Purple Sweet Potato Spirit, you promised us to follow our plan. Jinsua was confused for a while. Purple Sweet Potato Spirit? Why call him that? Of course, it's because he is also the actor of Thanos. When Lu Yuan stepped forward, Red Tank also looked over, staring at Lu Yuan, and he was already angry. It seems that he still remembers being taught a lesson by Lu Yuan before. At that time, he may have thought that something was wrong with him and that he was not in the right state, so he lost. At this moment, it seems that he has regained his confidence. Be careful. Once the guy collides, he will be unstoppable. Even I may not be able to defeat him. Colossus said very tactfully. Maybe he thinks that he is the tank and the force in this team. But Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all and said to the others, leave the Red Tank to me and leave the rest to you. Deadpool, bring that kid back. Don't let him fall like this. In this family, there are many more people in orphanages who need help and rescue. Don't worry, I've got Yukio and young Warhead ready. By the way, do you really not need my help? Colossus spoke again, looking eager to try. It seems that he still wants to compete with the Red Tank. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. If I leave it to you, it will waste some time. And I actually have some things that I want to confirm. With that said, Lu Yuan was already minding his own business. The white suit on his body instantly transformed into a classic dark blue tights, and a cloak fell lightly behind him. Deadpool exclaimed below, Oh, I would never have suspected you were wearing Grandma's curtains. Lu Yuan paused and thought to himself, why not just kill this bastard first? Rolling his eyes, Lu Yuan was too lazy to listen to Deadpool's noise and rushed straight towards the red tank. Russell was still a child after all. When he saw such a big battle on the opposite side, it was mainly because he had seen Lu Yuan's ruthless methods with his own eyes. He was frightened. He could only shout for Red Tank to help him stop these people. He turned around and rushed into the orphanage's door. Seeing this situation, Deadpool and others finally stopped just watching the fun and chased after them. Red Tank wanted to stop them, but Lu Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Red Tank attacks. Red Tank roared. Lu Yuan felt strange in his heart, as if he had heard it somewhere. By the way, when Hulk and Abomination were defeated at the same time, Hulk shouted Hulk attack. Don't imitate other people's moves, Lu Yuan complained, quickly flying in front of the Red Tank. Red Tank opened his big hands, trying to stop or catch Lu Yuan. Looking at Lu Yuan again, he turned sideways slightly to get out of the way of the Red Tank. The Red Tank was so clumsy that in Lu Yuan's eyes, it looked like a slow-motion shot. And after turning around, Lu Yuan grabbed one of Red Tank's wrists and threw it forward. The Red Tank suddenly turned into a warhead and headed straight towards the distant sky with unstoppable momentum. Lu Yuan made a gesture to the others, meaning to let them in and leave the rest to them. Lu Yuan quickly jumped into the air and headed straight for the Red Tank. And while he was in midair, Lu Yuan's eyes had already begun to change. He was searching the surroundings. Crimson Universe? Watch me blow you up. It turned out that he had been eyeing the power behind the Red Tank from the beginning. Open the door to the Crimson Universe? In fact, the reason why Lu Yuan has been so dedicated to helping is not only the sense of responsibility as a superhero, self-proclaimed, and the guidance of children as an adult. There are many reasons from Red Tank. As mentioned before, Red Tank is not a mutant. His power comes from another source. It comes from an evil god with his own independent universe, which can also be called the Crimson Demon. Now that Lu Yuan is observing the universe, he needs to observe more of the original power and even laws of the universe in order to integrate the power of the heart of the universe into himself. At the beginning, both bosses gave him wages and benefits, but whether he could get them, or whether he could turn them into his own strength, or whether he could always be an external force to help him, all depended on whether Lu Yuan himself had sufficient qualifications and understanding. He was even more deeply worried. He was once worried that Thanos would get the reality controller, but 357 was something that even OAA found tricky. It could be said to be the strongest state among all versions of Thanos. He must prepare in advance. So Lu Yuan accelerated his speed, turned into a blue-red light, and instantly caught up with the Red Tank. Show me your power. Lu Yuan shouted softly and grabbed the Red Tank's huge iron helmet. Red Tank has a special relationship with Professor X. They are half-brothers. So Red Tank and even Professor X are so powerful, so he also wears an iron helmet on his head like Magneto. This is also the reason why in the old version of the X-Men, Red Tank has been wearing a helmet since he appeared. It's just that I didn't give him a more detailed description. At this time, Lu Yuan grabbed the iron helmet of the Red Tank and exerted force with one hand. Click. The thick iron helmet was as fragile as if it suddenly turned into a piece of paper. It was torn to pieces by Lu Yuan, revealing the true face of the Red Tank that had been hidden under the helmet. There is a funny meme that has been circulating on the internet, saying that the head of the Red Tank and his helmet are the same shape. Actually, it's not. Red Tank has the same head as an ordinary person, only larger. Lu Yuan once again held down Red Tank's head and looked directly into his eyes. Lu Yuan has turned the mind gem into his own power. It is the incarnation of cosmic consciousness, which allows the user to improve his psychic abilities and enter the minds of all other existences. He can also read, manipulate, modify, create, and protect the souls of life. Spirit. Even allowing the user to enter the minds of other people can allow all dreams, thoughts, and ideas to enter the user's brain. At this time, Lu Yuan was using his boundless mental power to forcibly control the Red Tank's mental power. The power of Red Tank is reflected in the body, but its IQ is a bit clumsy. Now he has no power to resist, allowing Lu Yuan to control his mind, and even his memory has been turned into a player or an ebook, which can be read at will. Lu Yuan deliberately flew to a high altitude with the Red Tank and hid in some clouds to avoid everyone's sight. He began to search for information about the Crimson Universe and the source of the Red Tank's power. Soon, Lu Yuan discovered a clue in Hong Tank's consciousness, which was Hong Tank's memory. He had come into contact with a bright red gem and then gained power. It's just that many people didn't know that Red Tank was not a mutant, but mistakenly thought that he was a mutant, and then put a restrainer on him that restrained mutants. The obvious result is that it has no effect on the Red Tank. This is why only Red Tank's transport box is special, and why he can use his own powers from the moment he appears. Lu Yuan breathed softly. He found it. That bright red stone is the medium that connects the Crimson Universe and the power of the Crimson Demon, allowing the Red Tank to continuously obtain the power of the evil god Cyttorak. As long as they touch it, other people can also turn into Red Tanks. In other words, only by touching the ruby can Lu Yuan connect to the Crimson Universe. What are you waiting for? Lu Yuan glanced at the Red Tank in his hand. This big guy is not weak. Even the green fat guy in him can only be said to be 50-50, even though the two have fought against each other in the comic world several times, and the green fat guy has always won. But it is obvious that the Red Tank did not suffer too much. But in Lu Yuan's hands, the Red Tank didn't even have the power to fight back. It turned out that Lu Yuan had defeated Hulk and Abomination at the same time before, without trying his best. Later, he obtained the power of a full set of Infinity Stones, and even the power of the heart of the universe. If it takes a lot of effort to fight a Red Tank, he wouldn't live anymore. Then the power he gained in the core of the sun for 100,000 years will only grow in the dog's body. So the Red Tank didn't lose unfairly. Even when Lu Yuan reached out and pierced his heart, Red Tank couldn't resist. The next moment, Lu Yuan finally discovered and took out a bright red, crystal clear gem along with the heart of the Red Tank. Red Tank used his last bit of strength to stare at Lu Yuan, then lost consciousness and died neatly. With the death of the previous Red Tank and Lu Yuan holding the ruby tightly, Lu Yuan quickly noticed something strange. There is a boundless red power that seems to come from outside the sky, and actually comes from other universes. It is surging forward. Finally, the bright red power passed through the red gem and was about to enter Lu Yuan's body. But immediately, a powerful aura noticed this place, and a pair of terrifying eyes were pointed directly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was not to be outdone. He had even seen a sight more terrifying than this. He glared and released two golden heat rays, using the gem in his hand as a medium to hit them straight. Boom. In a dark red world, huge roars and shockwaves suddenly erupted in the universe. Located in the middle of this Crimson Universe, a giant who was sleeping with his eyes closed and whose body was as huge as a planet slowly stood up. He is the master of this universe and the only 2.0 master in life. He is the evil god Cyttorak, also known as the Crimson Demon. This Crimson Universe can be said to belong to Cyttorak alone outside of the single reality within the multiverse. When Cyttorak stayed in his own domain, he was not only the master of everything, but his strength and level were only lower than 4 of the 5 gods. Even Planet Devourer, one of the 5 great gods, was captured or even detained by him. Cyttorak once trapped Galactus' ship and exorcised the power of 1/5 of the Phoenix fragments. Here, all the rules are defined by him personally, and even the Infinity Stones cannot be used here. He is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent here, until Lu Yuan came. 108. Face to face with the Lord of the Crimson Universe. Using the bright red gem as a medium and assisting the space gate, Lu Yuan slowly walked out of the golden circle. Of course he was not walking on the ground, but floating in the air, actually flying over. Finally, Lu Yuan came to this Crimson Universe in person. This is still in the Marvel Universe, but it is different from other universes. It is more like a special realm outside of a single reality within the multiverse. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked around. Everything here is red, so it's called the Crimson Universe, right? Everywhere you look is red, throughout the entire universe. But this was no obstacle to Lu Yuan. He was observing the universe with a broadened horizon. Every universe is different, and there are always small differences. That's why he wants to travel to other universes in order to learn more about the things and laws of the Marvel Universe from all aspects, and even the original mystery of the universe. Why was the universe born? And what was the universe like before it was born? Were there previous cosmic epochs? Even the operating principles of the universe, the laws of the universe itself, and so on. Especially in this deep red realm, the laws of the entire deep red universe are different from other universes. Here, there is only one master who controls all laws and rules. There is even no concept of time here. The entire universe is at the same time, as if it will never pass. At this moment, an extremely huge body came from a distance. It seemed like he was still far away, but the next moment, he was already in front of Lu Yuan. That body was as big as a planet, and Lu Yuan was completely out of sight in front of him, at least in terms of size. The Crimson Demon, he is the sole ruler of this realm. He is the evil god Sidorak. Since Sidorak is known as the Crimson Demon, and his domain is a crimson universe of this color, it itself is also all bright red. If it weren't for Lu Yuan's high vision, ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice his existence even standing in front of him. It may be that the realm is too different, or it may be that it is too huge, and its true face cannot be seen at all. Of course, Lu Yuan could recognize the existence of this creature. Sidorak just appeared in front of Lu Yuan, and he was sitting on a throne-like seat, looking at the uninvited guest with a calm expression. The uninvited guest naturally refers to Lu Yuan, who forcibly broke into the family's territory privately. But Lu Yuan had no self-awareness at all, and looked at Sidorak with a dull expression. The two of them, one big and one small, looked at each other with their eyes raised and lowered, until Sidorak opened his bloody mouth. Sidorak naturally does not look like a human being, but his body and posture are humanoid. However, his appearance is not flattering. He is ugly, evil, and has terrifying and ferocious facial features. You are able to break into my territory with such a weak skin. You should be my pilgrim. Otherwise, you will be wiped out immediately and completely destroyed in front of me. The words that Sidorak spoke, it spread like a bolt from the blue to every corner of the entire Crimson Universe. Lu Yuan took out his ears with his hands, but he made a mistake. He shouldn't have turned on his super hearing after coming in, and now his ears were buzzing. Noisy. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and scolded in a cold tone. Even if you speak in such a weird tone, can you still scare me? To put it bluntly, I have no intention of getting along with you peacefully today. Anyway, he is a devil to begin with, and he will die when he dies. Why not transfer this universe to me? It turned out that Lu Yuan had no intention of getting along with Sidorak from the very beginning when he came in. He has only one purpose, and that is to defeat Sidorak and then seize control of the universe. It's a special universe that might help him a lot, even to conduct his own experiments. Coupled with the fact that the Infinity Stones and the heart of the universe are so powerful, one bad move can cause irreparable damage to a universe. If there was an entire universe that was not afraid of destruction as a testing ground, even Lu Yuan would feel luxurious, but he would not give up. Sidorak stared deeply at Lu Yuan, his face expressionless, as if he had been stunned by Lu Yuan's audacity and huge ambition. Do you know that the person in front of you is the ruler of this universe? Everything here is stipulated by me. The laws of this universe and the rules of this universe are all set by me. How dare you speak to me like this? Sidorak was already stunned. He was indeed stunned by Lu Yuan. He is the master of the universe. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has reached the level of a creator god or creator. To be despised by Lu Yuan now is simply unforgivable. So Sidorak suddenly stood up from his seat without giving Lu Yuan a chance to speak again. Because there is no concept of time in this universe, Sidorak's actions can be said to be an absolute instant. However, even the so-called moment actually has distinctions and concepts. So Sidorak's movements were caught by Lu Yuan, and he reacted immediately. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and the light slowly lit up in his eyes. The next moment, the temperature reached the highest point, even the same temperature as the core of the sun. A full 20 million degrees Celsius heat rays flashed two golden rays until he ran towards Sitorik's door. Even Sidorak felt the scorching heat and couldn't help but open his bloody mouth and spit out a piece of bright red light. Zila. The two people's rays of light collided and instantly made a sound of canceling each other out. What shocked Sidorak was that he soon noticed that Lu Yuan's golden light was advancing towards him at a slow speed. Could it be that the power he gathered from controlling the power of the entire Crimson Universe was not his opponent? How is that possible? Sidorak was shocked and angry at the thought that flashed through his mind. He was shocked by Lu Yuan's strength, and angry that he would have such an idea. This is absolutely impossible. Thinking about it, Sidorak started a new move. He opened his hands, and a pure red sharp spear appeared in the big hand on the left. This spear was so big that it could even penetrate a planet. On his right hand, he opened an extremely sharp claw and swung his spear downward while sweeping his claws to make it impossible for Lu Yuan to dodge easily. With Sitorik's huge stature, his claws were like five-finger mountains, not much different from the height of Mount Everest. Lu Yuan snorted softly, while continuing to direct the heat ray towards Sidorak's face. His body suddenly changed, and he immediately showed his true appearance again from his superhuman posture.